Fighting World, Blackhorn region. A secluded attic in a chaotic mountain region. A man in a green gown with a maple leaf embroidered on the back suddenly froze, standing there blankly, as if he had lost his soul. The next moment, a divine light flashed in the eyes of the green-shirted man, as if he had been re-injected with a soul, and the whole person came alive, as if nothing had happened just now. It's just that the green-shirted man always liked to purse his slightly thin lips with a cold taste. But now, he exudes a gentle breath, which is rare in this world. Unless you live in a peaceful and stable environment, it is difficult to have such a breath. Such a change is undoubtedly huge. Although the face is still the same, the person seems to have changed. It's true. Chu Mo actually reincarnated as Han Feng? Chu Mo's eyes swept across the bronze mirror on the table, and when he saw his own figure in the mirror, he immediately paused, muttering to himself, with a bit of confusion in his tone. The man in the mirror had a handsome face, and looked no more than 30 years old. His long black hair fell to his shoulders, and his body seemed to be filled with a strange medicinal fragrance, which made people feel close to him. 6th rank alchemist, Medicine King Han Feng. He lowered his head and looked at the chest of his green alchemist robe with curiosity. There was an ancient medicine cauldron badge painted there. On the medicine cauldron, 6 strange golden ripples were slightly waving, which made people's eyes hurt. In the medicine refining world, only 6th rank alchemists are qualified to wear the medicine cauldron badge with 6 golden patterns. There is only one 6th rank alchemist in the Blackhorn region, Medicine King Han Feng. Let's not talk about other problems first. Why does Han Feng look so much like me in my previous life? Chu Mo looked at the face of the man in the mirror with a puzzled look on his face. He was really surprised by the face that was almost the same as his previous life. Reincarnation? Reincarnation? Chu Mo thought for a while and roughly guessed the most likely conclusion. Chu Mo fumbled for a while and found that, although he felt that he could mobilize the powerful fighting spirit in his body at any time, he did not have Han Feng's memory. It cannot be said that he did not have it. Only when he saw certain things or objects, those memories related to them would appear in his mind bit by bit. In this case, it was as if Han Feng's memory was sealed up, allowing Chu Mo to slowly digest and absorb it. Speaking of which, Chu Mo should also be grateful for this situation. Otherwise, if Han Feng's decades of memories appeared in his mind all at once, his worldview formed by more than 10 years of memory in his previous life would not be able to withstand such an impact. In the end, I am afraid that his worldview will collapse and he will become a person like Han Feng, who is arrogant, extreme, and profit-seeking. At that time, it will not be Chu Mo reincarnating Han Feng, but Han Feng taking over Chu Mo. After sorting out the situation, Chu Mo began to call his system in his heart. Yes, Chu Mo has a system that can allow people to reincarnate in the heavens and all realms and obtain rewards from the heavens by completing whitewashing tasks. Although the functions of this system are powerful, it is very simple. There is only one task interface to view the status of your current whitewashing tasks and nothing else. In fact, this system seems to have no intelligence and can only issue tasks mechanically. However, this situation also made Chu Mo feel relieved. After all, no one likes their fate to be controlled by an intelligent being. A-level whitewashing task, Killing Your Nation World, Fighting the World, Reincarnation Plot Character, Han Feng. Completion Reward, a random A-level lottery. The grade is determined by the A-level plot character Yao Zun's cultivation at the time of completion. Special reminder, this is the only main task. How to wash this? Chu Mo scratched his head and thought distressedly. Han Feng was just an orphan, but he was accepted as a disciple by Yao Chen, the first alchemist on the continent, and was favored by him. However, in order to seize the legendary burning art that can fuse different fires, he chose to betray Yao Chen and crush him to ashes under the instigation of Mu Gu. Later, Han Feng was afraid that Yao Chen's friend Feng Zunjie would find out the truth, so he took Yao Chen's relics and hid in the Blackhorn region, where he settled down. But he never expected that Yao Chen's soul did not die, but instead slept in the ring, and then fell into Xiaoyan's hands and became a Dou strongman. So Han Feng can't deny what he did. The victim, Yao Chen, and the accomplice are still alive. Do you still want to say that it wasn't you who did it? However, although it can't be denied, if it is said that Han Feng was forced to betray Yao Chen, can it be cleaned up? What a good subject matter. The orphan Han Feng grew up under the love of his mentor Yao Chen. He has always been full of respect and admiration for his mentor. As the only disciple under his mentor, Han Feng practiced hard day and night, vowing to become a great alchemist like his mentor. But the good times didn't last long. A huge force came to him and asked him to betray his mentor. Han Feng naturally swore to die and refused. How could he do such a thing? Unexpectedly, this force was too powerful, so powerful that Han Feng felt desperate. If they didn't want to minimize the losses, they wouldn't have found Han Feng. In order to protect his mentor, Han Feng pretended to betray, but in fact he kept guiding him in secret so that Yao Chen's soul fell asleep in the ring, and the ring was constantly tossed around and fell into the hands of a young man with good talent and amazing perseverance. The ring took many years to turn around, and it took Yao Chen many years to absorb the young man's fighting spirit and wake up. It also took many years for the young man to grow into a strong man who could stand on his own under the guidance of Yao Chen after he woke up. In so many years, for the safety of his mentor, Han Feng had to bear the reputation of killing his mentor, and he had to avoid the investigation of his mentor's friends, and he had to make him believe that he was a villain who killed his mentor. Year after year, he has been waiting. Woo woo woo. It's so touching, I almost believed it myself. Chu Mo was confident in his wisdom and immediately determined that this was the background of the subsequent actions. If you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. But there is still a problem. Who is this mysterious force that is so powerful that Han Feng is desperate and acts like this? Chu Mo thought about it and set his target on the Soul Palace. As the first power in the Duqi continent, the master of the palace, Hun Miasheng, has a cultivation level of a 5-star Dou Zong in the middle stage. The power of the Soul Palace is beyond doubt. What's more, the Soul Palace likes to search for powerful souls all over the continent, and Yao Chen, as the first alchemist in the entire continent, has an extremely powerful soul, which even has a motive for committing the crime. So how to pass the blame next? You need to plan it carefully. Chu Mo thought for a while, and just when he had formed a rough outline of the plan in his mind, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Someone is coming! Chu Mo turned around and saw a tall young man in a 4th-grade alchemist's robe running over with an anxious face. "Teacher, something bad has happened." The tall young man shouted to Chu Mo anxiously without having time to salute. "Don't worry, sit down and talk slowly." Chu Mo recognized the tall young man as a very favored disciple of Han Feng, so he asked him to sit down in the tone of Han Feng in his memory. "There is no time to sit down. I must tell you right away that something really bad has happened." The tall young man still had an anxious face and refused to sit down, with an expression that the sky was about to fall. "It's okay. Just sit down when your master asks you to. Today, your master will tell you that no matter how big the matter is, it is nothing in front of your master." Chu Mo had a calm face, and his body was filled with a fearless confidence, as if he could make up for it even if the sky fell. In fact, Chu Mo was not like this originally. When he first came to this world, he was always worried about encountering danger and was very vigilant about everything. But after sorting out the current situation, Chu Mo's mentality has undergone a major change. In his memory, Han Feng's cultivation level was already at the peak of Dou Huang when he first appeared in the plot, but now he is just a 5-star Dou Huang. From this, it can be judged that the plot may have just begun, or even not yet begun. In other words, for a long time to come, Han Feng will not encounter too much trouble. So Chu Mo, who felt that his life safety was guaranteed, swelled up and he floated. Even if the tall young man looked very anxious, he was not panicked at all, and was as steady as an old dog. According to a certain great god named Lu who never cheated, people have no brains when they are pretending. Now Chu Mo is in such a state, indulging in the pleasure of pretending in front of the tall young man, and can't extricate himself for a long time. The tall young man was infected by the calmness revealed in Chu Mo's tone, and felt that he was really making a fuss. Who is his teacher? A dignified 6th grade alchemist. What can be difficult for him? Tell me, what's the matter that makes you so surprised? After a long while, Chu Mo spoke slowly, with a calm expression and a steady tone, which seemed to show the style of Han Feng, the only 6th grade alchemist in the Blackhorn region. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that Su Qiansha from Canaan College came to our door. We can't stop him, so we came to inform you and ask you to think of a way. The tall young man sat on the chair and spoke slowly, with a calm expression and a steady tone, which seemed to show the style of the favored disciple under Han Feng, the only 6th grade alchemist in the Blackhorn region. It's just Su Qian? Chu Mo was talking, and suddenly his voice stagnated, as if he realized something serious. Why does this name sound so familiar? Did I hear it wrong? The Su Qian you are talking about, and the Dou Zong Su Qian, the Grand Elder of the Inner Court of Canaan College, should not be the same person, right? Chu Mo looked at the tall young man with expectation, as if he was looking at the last straw in his life. It should just be the same name and surname. The plot does not say that this will happen. I am talking about the same person. Is reality coming so quickly? As expected, don't pretend to be cool. If you pretend to be cool, you will be struck by lightning. Even if you are not struck by lightning, you may be beaten to death by someone who comes to your door. Don't believe it? Look at the current situation. Su Qian came to kill you for no reason. You can't say that he came to Han Feng for dinner. He must have bad intentions. Chu Mo even suspected that the heavenly Tao of this Dupo world had discovered his identity and deliberately mobilized the characters in the plot to eliminate him. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Teacher, what are you going to do next? The tall young man looked at Chu Mo and asked, Shut up, traitor. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such a big thing? Chu Mo's face was as dark as water, and he said in a bad tone, If I die today, it's all because of you, the traitor. If you told me earlier, I could run away earlier. But didn't you say? The tall young man immediately defended himself, but was interrupted by Chu Mo before he finished speaking. How dare you, the traitor? Talk back! I didn't. You still dare to talk back. The tall young man was silent. The teacher he was familiar with in the past now seemed so strange. He felt mixed and complicated in his heart. Chu Mo didn't have time to care about this traitor. He didn't even pack his things. He found the exit and prepared to run. Facing a Dou Zong strongman who came to kill you and might kill you in front of you soon, what should you do as a weak and pitiful 5-star Do Huang? That must be to run away immediately. Chu Mo had a beautiful idea. He thought that if he could survive, he would not be afraid of running out of firewood. He could save his life and then take it step by step. He had to believe that as long as he survived, he would be able to eat chicken sooner or later. But just before he was about to leave, he heard a loud noise from the attic. When he looked up in the direction of the sound, the familiar ceiling in his memory had disappeared, replaced by a huge hole. Through the hole, Chu Mo saw the brilliant starry sky. The bright stars dotted the dark night, just like a painter named Nature splashing ink to paint a picture scroll, showing endless beauty, which made people sigh at the magic of creation. Facing this scene, Chu Mo's heart was not only not throbbing, but a burst of chills emerged. The whole person felt like falling into an ice cellar and stood there motionless. The reason for his behavior was the extra figure on the starry scroll. The old man in a wide black robe and with white hair and beard stood in the hot air, quietly standing in the air. On his left hand, there was a wave of Dou Qi that had not yet dissipated from the use of Dou skills, emitting a strong pressure to the outside world, as if to warn others that this old man was a powerful Dou Zong. Host contacts C-level plot character. At this time, the system did not forget to come out and brush its presence, indicating that it could actually detect plot characters. Chu Mo was not in the mood to think about these things at this time. He just stared at Su Qian with wide eyes, as if stupid. He didn't expect this person to come so quickly. In fact, if it was Han Feng, with his powerful soul power and Dou Qi, he could sense the soul breath and Dou Qi fluctuations of others from a long distance. And there would be no such situation that you would only discover it when others came to you. But now Chu Mo has successfully reincarnated. Although he still has Han Feng's original foundation, The latter's experience, skills, and knowledge accumulated over the years have been sealed up with his memory. So now Chu Mo is a pseudo-Dou Huang. Except for the Dou Qi that meets the standard, everything else is blank. Of course, if he is given enough time to slowly absorb and digest Han Feng's memories, Chu Mo can reach Han Feng's original level. At that time, Chu Mo could not compete with Su Qian directly in such a scene. With the help of the backhand accumulated over the years, he could still escape unscathed. However, Chu Mo is now a super-weakened version of Han Feng. Facing Su Qian, a Dou Zong strongman, it can be said that there is no way to go up to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Han Feng, don't you think that I dare not touch you? Su Qian's face was ashen, his eyes were as sharp as a blade, and his voice revealed the murderous intent that was not concealed at all. Grass, a kind of plant. It turned out that Han Feng, this bastard, had done something to offend this person before. Chu Mo immediately understood and secretly prepared blessings from his hometown and cordial greetings to Han Feng from his ancestors. What? Han Feng is my reincarnation? Oh, that's okay. Senior, you are wrong. I have always admired your deeds. How could I have such an incredible idea? Chu Mo shook his head and denied it, and quickly said that he was not that kind of person. Oh, you admire my deeds? How come I don't know what I have done to make His Excellency the Medicine King admire you? Su Qian sneered, and it was obvious that he didn't believe Chu Mo's words. Senior, don't be modest. Think about it. Your cultivation was as great as the creation of nature, but you didn't covet personal enjoyment, and you were willing to devote yourself to education, actively cultivate young talents, and made indelible contributions to the peace and stability of the Duqi continent. Such a great deed, isn't it worthy of our admiration? Chu Mo's face was full of sincerity, and he expressed his admiration with emotion. This attitude made Su Qian stunned. What's going on? This kid is really a fan of me. When Su Qian heard Chu Mo's story, he couldn't help but blush. He had always been thinking about protecting the academy left by the dean. He had never thought about education, cultivating young talents, and the peace and stability of the entire continent. However, when Su Qian heard Chu Mo's flattery, he didn't say it, but he was still a little proud in his heart. After all, Han Feng is the only 6th-grade alchemist in the Blackhorn region. Although his strength is only Dou Huang, his appeal is not even comparable to that of Dou Zong. Can ordinary people compare to the flattery of a person of this level? Not to mention that this kid speaks so nicely. Ahem, don't flatter me randomly, I don't buy it. Su Qian coughed and righteously criticized Chu Mo's behavior. What flattery? Don't you believe me? What I said just now is all from the bottom of my heart, and the heaven and earth can prove it, and the sun and the moon can testify to it. Chu Mo widened his eyes, his face full of grief and indignation, as if Su Qian's words just now had caused him a great insult. Well, if you say so, then how do you explain what you did before? After this setback, Su Qian's perception of Chu Mo improved a little, but he had not forgotten the purpose of this trip, so he asked, What did I do before? What did I do? Chu Mo tried to recall for a moment, but still couldn't remember what Han Feng had done before that was related to Su Qian. As time went by, seeing Su Qian's face becoming more and more suspicious, Chu Mo thought it was not good and hurriedly spoke. Well, actually, I had an accident when I was refining pills not long ago, and my head was seriously injured. Although the injury has healed now, I have also forgotten some things. So? Su Qian's eyes gradually turned cold and he said, So it just so happens that I don't remember anything about your matter. Why don't you tell me about it and let me recall it, okay? Chu Mo said with a sad face, saying something that he couldn't believe even if he put himself in his shoes, and said, Hey, hey. Su Qian sneered, looking at Chu Mo as if he was looking at a dead person. Danger! I can swear, if what I just said is false, let Han Feng die without a burial place. Chu Mo said with an expression of, You must believe me. Damn, I still can't remember anything. The seal of this broken system is too powerful. Enough! Stop playing these tricks. If you don't hand over Ziyan today, I will never give up. Su Qian said sternly, and at the same time clenched his fist, causing the space to vibrate slightly. Ziyan? Why did you get involved with this little girl again? Han Feng, you are poisonous. Just as Chu Mo was madly complaining in his heart, the whitewashing system suddenly began to bubble. That the external conditions are met, and the whitewashing task began to be issued. C-level whitewashing task. I am not a lowly control. Whitewashing requirements. Let Suqian believe that the host kidnapped Ziyan not out of malice. Completion reward. C-level lottery of the heavens. Note, Uncle Police, this is the person. Special tip 1. During the completion of the whitewashing task, there may be a special plot that increases the difficulty of the task to the corresponding level. Special tip 2. According to the newbie benefits stipulated by the head office, after the first whitewashing task is completed, the lottery level will be increased by 2 levels. Wait, I have some other opinions on your lowly control and kidnapping. Chu Mo felt very depressed. When he heard the word Ziyan, all the memories related to Han Feng emerged in his mind. Combined with Chu Mo's own understanding of the plot of Dupo, the whole process of the incident has been roughly understood. He estimated that the reason for such a plot is probably the butterfly effect caused by himself. What? Chu Mo just crossed over? What a joke! Han Feng is the reincarnation of Chu Mo. How could it be that they are similar in appearance? According to Han Feng's memory, their habits, way of thinking, and other aspects are very similar. The biggest difference is that Han Feng seems to have become the extreme egoist in the original work under the influence of some mysterious power, as if he is a blackened version of Chu Mo. Let's talk about 2 things. At the beginning, let's turn our attention to Han Feng. As the only 6th grade alchemist in the Blackhorn region, Han Feng undoubtedly has a superb level of alchemy. He is extremely competitive by nature, and of course he always desires to improve his alchemy level. What is the best way for an alchemist to improve his alchemy level? If you ask 10 alchemists this question, 9 of them will tell you in unison, go and make medicine, go and make a lot of medicine, and go and make higher quality pills. Just as only a large number of bullets can feed a sharpshooter on the battlefield, behind an excellent alchemist, there must be a large number of medicines. Therefore, Han Feng likes to squat at home and refine, refine, refine. One day, when Han Feng wanted to start refining a high-quality pill again, he suddenly found that he was missing an important herb. This herb is very rare and very valuable. In Han Feng's memory, there is only one herb growing in a secret herb garden. Thinking of this, Han Feng no longer hesitated, packed up casually, spread the wings of fighting spirit behind him, and rushed towards the direction of the medicine garden. At this time, we turn our perspective to Ziyan. When Ziyan was a child, she accidentally ate the shape-changing grass, and her body stabilized in the shape of a child, which made her particularly want to grow up. If Ziyan wants to grow up, she must keep eating high-level medicinal herbs and absorb the rich medicinal power in them. Ziyan is born with the ability to sense the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. She often goes to the deep mountains of the inner courtyard to find medicinal herbs. In addition, she has the backing of Elder Suqian. She can do whatever she wants in the management warehouse of the inner courtyard of Canaan College, and she is not short of medicinal herbs on weekdays. However, the number of medicinal herbs in the management warehouse and the deep mountains is limited after all. On this day, the clever Ziyan suddenly decided to open up a second battlefield, so she slipped out of Canaan College alone. Ziyan, who was wandering around in the Blackhorn region, quickly discovered a hidden medicine garden with her innate talent for treasure hunting. There are many precious medicinal herbs growing in this medicine garden. There are no monsters or people. There is only a mysterious formation arranged on the periphery to protect the entire medicine garden. If it were someone else, even an ordinary Dou Zong, facing this formation, they would not be able to enter the medicine garden without alerting the master of the formation. But Ziyan's body is the Taishu ancient dragon, which can freely shuttle through the void space. This talent is exactly the nemesis of this formation. Therefore, after Ziyan entered the medicine garden effortlessly, facing the many medicinal herbs that she could pick, the scene was simply like letting a mouse into a rice jar, which was extremely cruel. Later, when Han Feng came to the medicine garden, facing the messy medicine garden, he could not stop his anger. He chased Ziyan and ran all over half of the Blackhorn region before he arrested the culprit. Later, when Suqian learned that Han Feng had captured Ziyan, although he felt that it was not a good idea to provoke a sixth-grade alchemist, but thinking of Ziyan, whom he adopted as his granddaughter, Suqian still made up his mind. In order not to cause trouble for Canaan College, Suqian did not call any teachers from the college. With his Dou Zong strength, he went straight to Han Feng. After figuring out the cause and effect of the matter, Chu Mo thought about it and finally chose to tell Suqian the whole process of the matter. After all, he was the victim in this matter, and he only needed to explain the matter clearly to be in a favorable position. After listening to Chu Mo's narration, Suqian believed it easily, because in his impression, according to Ziyan's personality, there was indeed a great possibility that she would do such a thing. Mr. Han Feng, if this matter is true, I will definitely compensate you for your losses at the original price, but you didn't embarrass Ziyan, did you? Suqian said with an embarrassed face, as if he was a parent who was called to the office because his child got into trouble, and his attitude was extremely humble. Senior, you are joking. How could I embarrass a child? As for compensation for the loss, there is no need to do so. It is just an unintentional mistake of the junior. Forget it. Chu Mo smiled, saying that he has always been rich, handsome, and approachable. He doesn't care about such a small loss. It's just some medicinal herbs. As long as you can let me complete the task, I will make a lot of money. It shouldn't be like this. How could Han Feng be so easy to talk to? Could it be that this kid suffered too much loss and is still angry, so he deliberately said the opposite to me? Looking at Chu Mo's attitude, the more he thought about it, the more possible it was. Suqian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He felt that he was bleeding a lot, and he was afraid that this matter today could not be resolved peacefully. Our Canaan Academy has been able to stand on the Duki continent for so many years because of the good reputation passed down by our ancestors. I must not ruin the reputation of Canaan Academy. This time, we will definitely compensate you twice for your loss, Suqian said with a little difficulty. So straightforward? Chu Mo was surprised, and he couldn't help but have a good impression of Suqian. Really, it's not necessary. This matter is known to heaven and earth. You know it, I know it, and Ziyan knows it. In this world, there is no fourth person who knows it except you and me. Chu Mo evaded the question. His mind was full of tasks now, and he really didn't want to make things complicated. If the task failed because of accepting compensation, he would really have nowhere to cry. You know, the task has not been completed yet, and the task requirements clearly stated that Suqian needed to believe that he had no ill intentions. Suqian should still be worried about Ziyan now. It is estimated that he can only believe himself after seeing Ziyan safe and sound. So during this period, if you can improve your favorability a little, then improve it a little. Isn't it just a medicine garden? I don't. Well, I still feel a little bit heartbroken. Of course, Suqian certainly didn't know what Chu Mo was thinking. In his opinion, this grandson was obviously too little. No, even if you can fool others, you can't fool yourself. Mr. Han Feng, we will pay 4 times the compensation. When Suqian said this, his voice was trembling and his old face was full of pain. Damn, my coffin book is almost gone. He wanted to turn against me, but thinking of Ziyan, who was still in Chu Mo's hands, Suqian had no choice but to bite his teeth and swallow it. This is not a question of money. The reputation of Canaan College cannot be humiliated because of me. 8 times. We will pay 8 times the compensation. Suqian stared at Chu Mo with red eyes, like a beast about to devour people, and scared Chu Mo back to his stomach. I have lost all my coffin book, and I might even embezzle the public funds of Canaan College. Don't go too far, kid. Since you insist on doing so, I have no choice but to refuse. Facing Suqian's gaze, Chu Mo opened his mouth, but still couldn't dare to say no. The compensation will be delivered within a few days after I return. Now you can release Ziyan. I don't know if it's because he is penniless, but Suqian now has a detached expression on his face. No desire to live, like a cat that has just undergone a sterilization operation, and his voice reveals despair. I believe in your credibility, Senior. As for Ziyan, please follow me. I don't know if it's because of the 8-fold compensation. Chu Mo's smile is now a little brighter, and even his pace is much lighter. He took Suqian and walked directly in the direction of Xian. Outside a secret medicine warehouse, Chu Mo looked at the door made of refined gold and fell into deep thought. Now he has not digested the memories related to Han Feng and Xian. He is full of confusion about Han Feng's confusing behavior of locking Xian in the medicine warehouse. Damn, you put the rat in the rice jar. Do you think you have too much rice? The more Chu Mo thought about it, the worse it felt. He quickly unlocked the defensive formation on the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Chu Mo felt his eyes go dark, his heart tightened, and he almost couldn't breathe. That strange, dry branch that was thrown on the ground casually, with a blood-red body and twisted like a python, isn't it the main medicinal material for refining shengling pills, the blood python branch? But why is there only a small half of it now? That small piece of red flesh that exudes a fiery breath, isn't it the ice and fire dragon beard fruit that Han Feng kept to refine the earth spirit pill that can help refine the fallen heart flame? Who ate it? Chu Mo's eyes swept across the medicinal material warehouse and saw all kinds of rare medicinal materials. The remains. How much money will it cost to pay for this? Chu Mo took a deep breath and told himself to be calm. Impulsiveness is the devil, and the mission is the most important. Damn, I can't stand it anymore. Chu Mo had a broken smile on his face. He took 2 steps at a time, walked forward, and directly picked up a purple humanoid creature that was sleeping in the corner. Host contacts B-level plot character? I won't? Today? Chu Mo looked at Xian in his hand, blinked, and suddenly froze. In his eyes, this little girl who was only as tall as his waist was wearing white clothes, with long lavender hair hanging down to her waist, white and tender cheeks, and looked very cute. Her big watery eyes were full of innocence, as if they had a magical power, which calmed Chu Mo down immediately. This is still a child. Chu Mo quickly realized his mistake. How could he beat her to death directly? Wouldn't it be better to ask her elders to pay more money? I'm not an unreasonable person, not to mention 8 times the compensation. At least 4 times the compensation should be a set, right? Canaan College is rich and powerful. This little money can be used to make up for the loss. Dean, I'm sorry for you. After today, I'm afraid I will become the eternal sinner of Canaan College. Hey, what are you doing here, old man? At this time, Xian woke up and felt a very familiar breath. She looked around with sleepy eyes and found that it was Suqian. She immediately said with a little disgust in her voice, Suqian, what's wrong? Don't you want to leave? If you stay any longer, our Canaan College will go bankrupt. Sir Han Feng, I will take Xian away. As for the compensation for you, the amount is too large. I may need to prepare for a while. Suqian said with a dark face, picked up Xian from Chu Mo's walkway. Okay. Chu Mo had a bright smile on his face. It was not known whether it was because the mission was about to be completed or a huge compensation would be received soon or both. Anyway, Chu Mo is in a very good mood now, and his whole body is filled with joy. Elder Suqian, who is in a very bad mood now, feels extremely uncomfortable and wants to leave here immediately. Before leaving, Suqian subconsciously took a serious look at Xian, wanting to confirm her situation. Suqian's mood had been experiencing ups and downs before, which led to him only using his breath to roughly feel that Xian was not worried about her life. As for other situations, he really didn't confirm them seriously. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but this look really shocked Elder Suqian so much that his fighting spirit began to become disordered. Chu Mo, who sensed that Suqian's fighting spirit suddenly operated abnormally, looked over with a strange face, and his eyes followed Suqian's eyes and fell on a special collar on Xian's neck. Chu Mo. What does it mean? Han Feng looks like a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he didn't expect that he is actually dishonest? Chu Mo's mood instantly sank. There was nothing he could do. The style of this collar was too imaginative. When he thought of the Dupo fan fiction he had read before, Chu Mo's heart suddenly turned cold. Han Feng, what is this? Suqian's face was ugly. It was obvious that he had the same idea as Chu Mo. Bah, shameless old man, still so dirty at such an old age. Chu Mo remembered the information of this collar and immediately despised Suqian in his heart, and then hurriedly explained to him. Senior, don't get me wrong. This collar can block the wearer's spatial ability to a great extent after being worn. You also know that she can travel through space at will with her talent. Without special means, it is difficult to confine her. Su Qian heard this and took another look at the collar. He did sense the confinement of spatial ability on it. That's right, but why is the style of your collar so unique? Su Qian held it in for a long time, but he was still shy after all, so he only said the word unique, which was very euphemistic. I got this collar by chance. According to the documents I read, it should have come from a female Dou Zong who was rampant in the Blackhorn region 1,000 years ago. It is said that the female Dou Zong was born in a brothel. With her special talents in certain aspects, she created a method that can absorb the essence of men. This collar was specially made by her to imprison the captured Dou Zong strongman. Chu Mo slowly told the relevant information about the collar in his memory, revealing a secret from 1,000 years ago. In order to prove his innocence, facing Ziyan's curious eyes, Chu Mo stretched out his hand and took off the collar according to a specific method. I have also heard about that female Dou Zong. She was indeed rampant for a time, making the male strongmen in the Blackhorn region feel insecure. I remember that it was our dean who took action and killed her. Su Qian nodded, his face eased, thinking that he was obviously overthinking. Ziyan, you have been here for so many days. He didn't do anything to you? Still a little worried, Su Qian asked Ziyan. No, uncle is a good man. He treats Ziyan to delicious food every day. Ziyan is very happy. Although his words were still a little incoherent, Qian nodded with satisfaction. It's good that everything is fine. On this side, Chu Mo was also very satisfied. Although he was a little uncomfortable being called uncle, as long as he thought about his appearance in his 30s, he still couldn't accept it. At the same time, Chu Mo had digested this memory and knew why Han Feng not only didn't understand Ziyan, but also offered all kinds of precious medicinal materials every day. It turned out that Han Feng in this life inherited Chu Mo's character. Although he was so angry at the beginning, he didn't care about anything and just took Ziyan back. But later, Han Feng saw that Ziyan was so young, but she had such a Douwang strength. He thought she was a genius seed cultivated by some mysterious force, and he was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. After that, Han Feng, who was extremely apprehensive, did not dare to act rashly, but he was also unwilling to let Ziyan go. He had to serve her precious medicinal materials and treat her with delicious food and drinks according to her preferences. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to support her for a year or so. If no one came to visit, or the people who came were not important enough, don't blame him for being rude. Thus, a wonderful ending came into being. Not only was the task completed, but a large amount of money would be deposited into the warehouse soon. Thinking of this, Chu Mo was in a very happy mood and he breathed a sigh of relief. A small sea-level whitewashing task, once the master took action, wouldn't it be easy to get it? At this moment, Ziyan suddenly opened her mouth and yawned cutely, which stunned Chu Mo. Don't get me wrong, Chu Mo was not stunned by Ziyan, but as Ziyan yawned, a milky white liquid flowed down the corner of her mouth. I was really too naive. I knew that this task would not be so easy. After sniffing it secretly, I could sense a familiar aroma coming from it. Wait, a familiar aroma? Chu Mo suddenly realized what was going on, and quickly explained to Elder Su Qian, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Senior, this is the juice of a medicinal herb. Please don't misunderstand. Su Qian was stunned when he heard the words. He looked over carefully, and indeed felt a strong medicinal power on it. What are you talking about? Why? Can't I understand it? Su Qian touched his beard and asked with a puzzled look. Bah, you old man is still pretending to be innocent in front of me. You should have some shame. Chu Mo looked at Su Qian with contempt and said, Oh, I was just joking. If there is nothing else, can you too? Uncle, can I stay here? At this time, Ziyan's clear and beautiful voice like a child suddenly sounded, causing Su Qian next to him to almost have a cardiac arrest. If you stay here any longer, Canaan College will be eaten up by you. Su Qian resolutely asked Ziyan to go back to Canaan College with him, and Chu Mo was immersed in the ecstasy of completing the task and ignored her. Seeing this scene, Ziyan lowered her little head, hugged her knees with both hands, bit her lips tightly with her white teeth. Her big black eyes were filled with a thin layer of water vapor, and she exuded a sense of loss. But Ziyan is pregnant with Uncle's child, so she has to be a single mother? But I don't know what race I am yet. What if my race is the kind that can give birth to more than a dozen children at a time? The heartbreaking and crisp voice rang in his ears. Chu Mo had a look of being played with, his eyes dull, and he just looked at Ziyan stupidly, unable to recall any relevant memories in his mind. He raised his head and was greeted by the eyes of Elder Su Qian, which were mixed with contempt, disgust, and other complex emotions, as if he was looking at a pile of large, non-self-igniting but walking garbage. He lowered his head and glanced out of the corner of his eye. Ziyan was stroking her slightly protruding belly with her slender white little hands. Chu Mo seemed to have thousands of words in his heart, but in the end, only one sentence was left in his throat. I am really too naive. Is this what the system said about increasing the difficulty? This is hell mode. Do I still have a chance to complete the task now? Is there? Chu Mo roared wildly in his heart, and a feeling of powerlessness filled his body and mind. Su Qian was also in tears, at a loss. What could he do? The rice had already been cooked. Alas, it was all his fault for not protecting Ziyan. Just as the two were carrying out rich inner activities, Ziyan, who saw this scene, raised her head with joy on her face. Great, now she can finally stay here. At this time, Ziyan just felt relieved, and she felt a burst of fullness in her abdomen. She didn't think much, and followed her body's instinctive reaction and burped loudly. Burp. The two were silent for a moment, and both cast questioning eyes on Ziyan. Facing the gazes of the two, Ziyan was also stunned for a moment, and then looked away guiltily. The two, sure enough, the child is still young, just beat him to death. Old man, let's go back quickly. Realizing that something was wrong, Ziyan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly asked Su Qian to go home. Su Qian heard this with a stern face, glared at Ziyan fiercely, and just wanted to say something to criticize her, but he couldn't bear it. Like an old man who dotes on his granddaughter, he could only shake his head helplessly and chose to forgive her. Sir Han Feng, since it's all a misunderstanding, then we'll leave. Su Qian said goodbye to Chu Mo. Well, it's all a misunderstanding. Fortunately, there is no danger. I wish you a safe journey. Chu Mo had a look of enlightenment, as if he had experienced the ups and downs of life and finally achieved the right result, which made the elder Su Qian feel ashamed. After the courtesy, Su Qian immediately took Ziyan away from here. The action was very fast, and only a distant back was left. Looking at Su Qian's back that seemed to have a sense of fleeing, Chu Mo had a calm face, neither sad nor happy. Sea-level mission. I am not a Lolita control. Completed. Host receives reward 1 sea-level, lucky draw. Due to the benefits for newbies, the first mission reward is increased by 2 levels. Host receives reward 1 A-level lucky draw. It's finally over. Chu Mo looked up at the sky and a tear slowly slid down from the corner of his eye, taking away the sadness in his heart. Why do I always have tears in my eyes? It's not because I love this land so deeply. Don't say I'm exaggerating. When you have experienced so many reversals in a day, you are even more exaggerated than me. Anyway, let's start the lucky draw. A-level lucky draw for the heavens begins. Host receives an A-level item, a magical ticket. What is that? Chu Mo's mind moved, and he mobilized his soul power to explore the dark blue Yuhai ring in his hand. Sure enough, in the center of the space of the ring, in addition to those rare medicinal materials and various fighting skills in the outside world, there was also a small ticket. Chu Mo took out the ticket, looked at it carefully in his hand, and soon found its extraordinary features. First, the material of the ticket. It looks very similar to the paper material of the ticket in the previous life. It can be folded and bent. If Chu Mo had not continued to increase his strength and could not damage it at all, I am afraid that he would really think that this is just an ordinary ticket. Secondly, it is the information on the ticket. There are words on it, and they are simplified Chinese characters. Although there are not many, they still reveal a lot of information. Open at this time in January. Chu Mo looked at the ticket in his hand with a strange face. How to say it? Although this company allows people to travel between the heavens and the worlds, this ticket is too simple. Even the words are handwritten. If someone who doesn't know the situation sees this ticket, they will either think that this company is a newly opened small company or a shell company. But for some reason, when Chu Mo saw the ticket, he slowly developed a familiar feeling. After pondering for a moment, Chu Mo slapped his head and remembered that the handwriting on the ticket was similar to that of a classmate in his previous life. Both were ugly and ingenious. Coincidentally, the classmate's dream was to open a travel company, but in the end, a heart-pounding depth emerged in the depths of Chu Mo's eyes. He still can't forget that day. The day when the colorful light fell from the sky. It was on that day that he was hit by a colorful light, and then he obtained the system, and his soul was reincarnated into this world. And just before his body was bathed in light and turned into nothingness, and his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, the last scene he saw seemed to be a huge hand covering the sky falling. What happened? Did other people who were hit by the colorful light also get similar golden fingers? Chu Mo was thinking about these questions in his heart. He didn't pay attention when he just reincarnated before, but now when he thinks about it, there are doubts everywhere. For the first time in his life, he wanted to know the answers to certain questions so much, but now no one can tell him. He can only find the answers himself. If he wants to find the answers, his current strength is still too weak. Thinking of this, Chu Mo cast his eyes on the system interface. This was his reliance on becoming stronger. According to the information obtained from the system, Chu Mo knew that the system divided the lottery of the heavens into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. The grade of the prize drawn depends on one's specific situation. D-level reward, general help to the host. C-level reward, relatively large help to the host. B-level reward, large help to the host. A-level reward, very large help to the host. S-level reward, too special. The level of the lottery of the heavens depends on the level of the whitewashing task. And the level of the whitewashing task depends on the cultivation, level, number of people involved, performance of the host, etc., of the plot characters. In other words, if Chu Mo wants to become stronger, he can only grasp the tide of the plot, constantly take the blame on himself in front of the plot characters, and then whitewash himself. The more plot characters involved, the stronger the cultivation, and the higher the level, the better. If you want to get an S-level reward, imagine that you have to train many high-level plot characters into duty through your efforts, so that they all want to kill you because of what you did. At that time, facing the pursuit of Dodi-level Xiaoyan, Guyun, Jukun, Xiaoshuner, Kailin, Xiaoyishin, and others, you still have to find a way to whitewash yourself. When whitewashing, there may be unexpected plots. The difficulty can be imagined. Chu Mo was almost tortured to death when facing a C-level task before. Now he wants to complete more and higher-level whitewashing tasks. It's like dancing on a tightrope, and every step is thrilling. However, this is fun. Chu Mo narrowed his eyes and made up his mind that he would rather die than become stronger. "Teacher, what should we do next?" asked the tall young man on the side. "When did you jump out?" Chu Mo was startled and felt that he had to master Han Feng's power as soon as possible. "This is the nth time. You repair the attic and then bring other disciples to the alchemy room." Chu Mo ordered naturally. As he absorbed Han Feng's memory, he was inevitably affected. But the other brothers ran away when they saw Su Qian coming to the door. The tall young man replied, "Han Feng, what kind of disciples are you teaching?" Chu Mo was speechless, but when he saw the tall young man standing beside him, he felt a little comforted. He still had a good disciple. "Let's not repair the attic for now. Follow me to the alchemy room. I'll give you some pointers." Chu Mo decided to let the tall young man tell him his knowledge of fighting spirit and alchemy, constantly triggering Han Feng's related memories, so that he could master Han Feng's power as soon as possible. Of course, in this process, he also relied entirely on the knowledge that the tall young man had not mastered in Han Feng's memory to give him some pointers from a high-level perspective. The two of them taught each other and learned from each other. It was a win-win situation. 1 month later, Chu Mo came back here again, holding the ticket in his hand, looking at the horizon with a casual look, as if waiting for something. At this time, he was completely different from him a month ago. A month ago, Chu Mo had just reincarnated, and didn't even have control over the power in his body. He was like a lucky person who suddenly gained great power. But now Chu Mo has long black hair hanging down to his shoulders. His handsome face always has a faint smile on it. He looks calm, as if he has the confidence to withstand even if the sky falls. This change is caused by Chu Mo's day and night exploitation of his apprentice and his own hard training. After draining the apprentice's brain, the compensation from Canaan Academy arrived. After that, Chu Mo trained his fighting spirit and fighting skills every morning, refined medicine in the afternoon, and meditated to digest Han Feng's memory at night. In this way, Chu Mo has now completely mastered everything about Han Feng. Even compared with the original Han Feng, he is not inferior to him in any way. It may even be because of his extra memories of the previous life that the original is inferior to him in some aspects. Come on, let me see the magic of the A-level reward. Chu Mo took a deep breath and touched the deep-sea ring in his hand, which stored the results of his alchemy in the past few days, all of which were used to prepare for unexpected situations. After a while, the surrounding environment changed. It was pitch black everywhere, and nothing could be seen, as if the vision was deprived. Chu Mo stood in place, holding his forehead with his hand, and felt a wave of dizziness in his mind. This feeling was like motion sickness, and with his current strength, it was estimated that he could only get motion sickness on this kind of journey across the world. This was the first time Chu Mo encountered such a scene. If it weren't for the feeling of stepping on the hard floor of the carriage that he could feel at all times under his feet, he would probably not be so calm. I don't know how long it took. A dazzling light appeared in front, and the surrounding environment changed again. We've arrived. The world of the sky, the earth, the top of Mount Taiyuhuangding. At this time, the setting sun was setting in the west, and a layer of golden bright edges were inlaid on the cloud peaks, flashing with strange light. Facing such a magnificent view, Chu Mo had no intention of indulging in it. Instead, he looked down at the mountain with an expression that seemed to be crying and laughing. He was finally back. If possible, he would rather not travel through time and live on Earth like an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Since he was back, why bother going to Beidou? He could just go home and have a look. Chu Mo thought, now that he had the strength of a Dou Zong and the 6th grade alchemy skills, he would definitely be able to thrive on Earth. Wouldn't it be nice to read a cool article called The Romantic Medicine Emperor's Urban Tour? He had to do the Whitewashing System starting from Dupo and commit suicide every day in the future. Chu Mo, who was thinking more and more beautifully, was about to take action when he saw that the ticket in his hand suddenly became illusory and turned into a mark attached to his palm. Chu Mo only felt his palm getting hot, and a message appeared in his mind. In order to protect the physical and mental safety of passengers, the body will be completely emptied when encountering danger during the journey. In order to ensure that the passenger's journey is not delayed, there are certain restrictions on the range of activities of passengers at each station during the journey. What? Chu Mo had a black question mark on his face. He looked around and found that there was an illusory cover erected on the edge of Yuhuangding, surrounding the entire Yuhuangding. Chu Mo walked to the cover and tried it. He found that no matter how much strength he used, he could not shake it at all, let alone pass through the cover and leave. But others completely ignored the cover and could pass through it at will, as if the cover was only for Chu Mo. The woman stammered. Chu Mo was helpless. This company's preparations were too thoughtful. Could it be that this A-level reward really let him travel? This is obviously a system defrauding the host and giving out rewards randomly. Moreover, let alone the Earth, there is nothing good about Beidou. Are there aliens there? When Chu Mo was madly complaining in his heart, he suddenly heard someone calling him. When he walked over, he saw a young man in his 20s. There were a group of young men and women around him. They all looked like they had just graduated a few years ago. They were all looking at him with eyes that hadn't been seen for a long time. Do these people know him? Chu Mo wondered, and was about to exchange a few pleasantries with them to gather some information when he heard the young man say to him, "Wow, it's you. How come you've changed so much now? You look like you're in your 30s. What did you do after graduation? How should I know? It's getting more and more mysterious. Forget it. Just make it up and see if you can get any information. They're just a group of ordinary people, anyway. Chu Mo thought for a moment and said seriously, "We are classmates, so I won't hide it from you. After graduation, I passed the selection and joined a secret force, where I underwent rigorous training. Now I am the ace of that secret force, and I am here to carry out a secret mission." Hearing this, the young man looked at Chu Mo in disbelief and asked, "No way, then how do you explain such a big change in your face?" "The training tasks in the army are too heavy, so my face naturally ages quickly." "Really?" The young man still looked very unconvinced. Chu Mo was silent for a moment, and he seemed to think that what he had made up was too fake, so he changed his words and said, "Okay, I was just teasing you before. Since you really want to know, and we are all acquaintances, I won't hide it from you. In fact, right after I graduated, I was spotted by an old Taoist priest and followed him to practice Taoism. You don't know, at the beginning, the old Taoist priest said that I was some kind of innate Taoist body, a Taoist genius, and he grabbed my hand and cried, insisting on taking me as his apprentice. I felt sorry for him, so I reluctantly agreed. The change in my appearance was caused by an accidental obsession during a practice. The more he talked, the more nonsense he said. When the young man heard this, he looked at him with a look that said, "You can't fool me. I'm well read. Look, this dress is the unique Taoist robe of our sect." Chu Mo tugged at the green alchemist robe on his body. On the medicine cauldron badge painted on his chest, 6 strange golden ripples shone slightly, which hurt people's eyes. "Your Taoist robe is quite unique." The young man took a look at the alchemist robe and felt that the material should be very good, but the style did not look like a Taoist robe. "Really? Look at my hand. This is the Taoist divine fire I cultivated." Chu Mo stretched out his hand and a deep blue flame, like liquid, appeared and covered his hand, emitting a blazing heat. "This is the strange fire that Han Feng possesses. The Sea Heart Flame ranked 15th on the strange fire list. It was not easy for Han Feng to obtain this strange fire at the beginning, and he treasured it very much. If he knew that Chu Mo used it to fool others, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life and die with him. "Is this a new technological product?" The young man looked at the Sea Heart Flame in Chu Mo's hand in surprise, thinking, "Okay, Chu Mo, don't talk nonsense with Ye Fan after 3 years." A young and beautiful woman with a pair of phoenix eyes and a charming look stood aside and said, interrupting Chu Mo's deception, "Ye Fan? The young man's name is Ye Fan." Hearing this name, Chu Mo was stunned, and an equation suddenly appeared in his mind. Taishan Yungding, 9 dragons. Pulling coffins, covering the sky. Host meets S-level plot character. Confirmed. Chu Mo looked up at the sky and actually saw a few small black dots appearing in the sky, coming straight to Yu Huangding with bursts of wind and thunder. He moved his eyes to look over and saw that it was actually 9 huge dragon corpses, pulling an ancient bronze coffin. 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Chu Mo had a face full of laughter and tears and thought he was back home, but it turned out that this was covering the sky. "Oh, Taishan Station has arrived. Passengers, please." "Oh, there are no passengers yet. Ding! The bus is about to depart. Please get on board." Ye Fan and his party were shocked when they saw the 5-colored altar under the huge deep pit created by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. "Ding! The bus is about to depart. Please get on board." Facing this strange scene, Ye Fan and his party felt uneasy and decided to leave. At this time, the 5-colored altar was activated, opening the passage to the ancient Starry Sky Road. The lid of the bronze ancient coffin also revealed a gap during the shaking, sucking Ye Fan and his party and Chu Mo into the coffin. Can I complain? This boarding experience is too bad. The world is spinning. Then the coffin lid was reset, and 9 huge dragon corpses rose into the air, pulling the bronze ancient coffin slowly into the mysterious passage. Ding, the next stop is Yingwo Mars Station. Please be prepared for the passengers who are about to arrive inside the bronze ancient coffin. Chu Mo came to the center of the ancient coffin as soon as possible and saw another bronze coffin parked here. This copper coffin is less than 4 meters long and less than 2 meters wide. It is engraved with ancient pictures and full of traces of time, which makes Chu Mo drool. The three-life copper coffin can be said to be one of the most mysterious existences in the world of Zhangtian. There is still no definite statement about its origin. Some people say that a world is buried inside, a world where immortal light flows and the breath of chaos is filled. At least as far as Chu Mo knows, there is a Hedao flower found by the ruthless emperor in the coffin, which is specially prepared for Ye Fan and can help people achieve the supreme fruit of Tao. Because Ye Fan's physique is the ancient holy body, in the past years, this physique has never been certified as a great emperor. In order to ensure that he can become an emperor, the ruthless people deliberately left this back up. You know, the emperor in the world of Zhangtian and the duty in the world of Doupo are completely different concepts. The gap between the two is even greater than the gap between the Yan emperor in Doupo Kangxiong and the Yan emperor in Mapo Kangxiong. Moreover, even without mentioning the Hedao flower, this coffin itself is also a very powerful weapon. When Ye Fan went to the Ji family to rob the bride, he was carrying this copper coffin. Even if the Ji family activated the Extreme Emperor Soldier Void Mirror to launch an extreme attack, it was blocked by the copper coffin. Unconsciously, Chu Mo's eyes changed when he looked at the copper coffin. His eyes emitted a faint green light, just like a hungry wolf seeing a rabbit appear in front of him, and he really wanted to pounce on it immediately. But Chu Mo just stood there. His eyes changed several times. His face was uncertain. He wanted to risk it several times, but he didn't dare, and finally gave up. Forget it, I'd better hide a little. It would be funny if I lost myself. Chu Mo comforted himself. The three-life copper coffin was too mysterious, and mystery represented the unknown and danger. Maybe he had just carried the copper coffin away the moment before, and the next moment the luxurious team composed of Emperor Huang Tian, Emperor Ye Ti, Emperor Ruthless, Emperor Wu Shi, Emperor Ming came to brush him. He couldn't just rely on the ticket to protect his life and property. At this time, Ye Fan and his group had just gone through the stages of disbelief, frustration, and acceptance, and began to talk about the current situation. Chu Mo stood aside, watching everyone quietly. He didn't think these people could discuss anything useful. After all, the level gap was too big, and the so-called conversation was just to relieve the fear in his heart. At the same time, he was also distracted by looking at the system interface. Not long ago, the system kept refreshing the reminder of contacting the plot characters. He felt it was too noisy, so he temporarily turned it off and decided to watch it together when he had time. After a look, Chu Mo found that except for the B-level plot characters Pong Bo and Li Xiaoman, the rest were just some C and D-level plot characters. Chu Mo, did you find anything? Ye Fan suddenly asked him. No, why do you think so? Chu Mo looked at Ye Fan with a strange look. He didn't say a word, so there shouldn't be any flaws. But why are you so calm? Ye Fan asked puzzledly. Chu Mo suddenly realized that they were in this situation. Even the calmest and most rational people would inevitably feel worried and nervous. However, he looked fearless. This performance was very eye-catching. He should pay attention to these aspects in the future. Chu Mo secretly reminded himself in his heart. It was okay this time. After all, he didn't take it seriously. If he did it again in the future, he would be playing with his life. After coming back to his senses, Chu Mo couldn't help but admire Ye Fan a little more. Should he say that he is worthy of being the future Emperor Ye Tian? While others were still comforting each other, they began to notice that something was wrong with him so quickly. Chu Mo thought about it and decided to tell Ye Fan part of the truth. Anyway, he would know it in the future, so it was harmless to say it now. We are all acquaintances, won't hide it from you. In fact, okay, just pretend I didn't ask. When Ye Fan heard this familiar beginning, he rolled his eyes and interrupted Chu Mo. Chu Mo, what do you mean? I really don't plan to fool you this time. Just as Chu Mo was about to speak again, the ancient bronze coffin suddenly began to tremble violently, and everyone was unstable, and many people even fell to the ground. Ding, the Yingguo Mars station is coming. Passengers arriving at the station, please get ready. Next, the ancient bronze coffin trembled more violently, and then there were two consecutive violent tremors, as if there had just been two big collisions. Such a riding experience is naturally extremely bad. Chu Mo said that if possible he would like to complain. Finally, the bronze carvings in the bronze coffin emitted a little faint light, offsetting the strong impact and making the bronze coffin quiet again. Ding, the Yinghuo Mars station is here. Passengers, please, get off in an orderly manner. Light, light from outside. A pale and beautiful woman exclaimed. Following her gaze, the bronze coffin lid shifted to a gap that was enough for two people to walk out side by side, and the light was coming in through the gap. When Chu Mo followed the crowd out, he saw a reddish-brown land, cold, desolate, and empty. There was nothing on the surface except some rocks that looked like tombs. The crowd followed the direction of the light in the distance, and soon found the words Yinghuo on the side of a boulder. The glowing firelight, the confusion, the word Yinghuo is the ancient name of Mars, and after seeing the two moons in the sky, the crowd finally had to believe that they had come to Mars. When they wanted to go further, Chu Mo thought that the ruins of the Great Lei Temple were ahead, and it would be too troublesome for these people to go there, so he had to find a way to get rid of them. Thinking of this, Chu Mo said loudly, "Since it is confirmed that this is Mars, there may be some dangers ahead. Why don't I go explore the road?" As he said, Chu Mo didn't give them time to think and ran forward directly. He rarely talked nonsense with these strangers, because there were still some good things waiting for him at the Great Lei Temple. "Wait, let's go together, so we can take care of each other." Ye Fan followed after realizing it belatedly and said, "Among the identities arranged for me by the ticket, are we on good terms?" Chu Mo was very curious, so he said to Ye Fan, "It is said that the front may be very dangerous. You stay here and don't move. I'm going to buy some oranges. No, I'm going to explore the road and I'll be back soon." Ye Fan was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "You never forget to take advantage of me? What road are you exploring? Go buy oranges. I'll only eat one, and the rest are yours." When the two were taking advantage of each other, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Wait for me, I'll go with you." The person who spoke was Pangbo, Ye Fan's best friend, a burly big guy. Soon the three of them ran side by side. At that moment they faced the light and their figures became eternal. In the distant future, when they talk to their children and grandchildren about the beginning of their legendary life, they will still feel tears. I remember running on Mars that day. That was my lost youth. Emperor Pangbo, a friend of Emperor Yetian, who had already become an emperor, said to the young man in front of him. Soon, Chu Mo and his friends arrived in front of a ruin. This ruin covers a very large area. From the broken walls, it is obvious that there used to be a magnificent palace here. Chu Mo knew that through this ruin, the Great Lei Temple was in front. But he looked at the two people next to him, thought about it, and decided to speed up and leave them behind. After all, if they went together, those good things would have to be divided in half when they met. Wouldn't it be better if he took all of them? "You are too slow. I'll go to the front to take a look first." Chu Mo circulated the fighting spirit in his body and sped up. He was as fast as a gust of wind and quickly left Ye Fan and Pangbo behind. "Damn, you took hormones to run so fast?" Pangbo looked at Chu Mo's gradually disappearing back and said in amazement, "This speed has exceeded the limit of normal human beings." Ye Fan's face was full of entanglement. Could it be that Chu Mo really didn't lie to him and really went to practice Taoism? After speeding up, Chu Mo quickly passed the end of the ruins. Suddenly, a feeling of comfort came over him. He looked carefully and finally saw the true face of the light source. Not far ahead, a small temple was quietly located there. There was only a stone Buddha inside, covered with thick dust. Next to it was an ancient bronze lamp swaying with a little light. In front of the ancient temple, there was also a vigorous Bodhi tree like a dragon. The whole body was dry, and the few leaves were crystal clear, with green huaguang flowing. Chu Mo's eyes lit up, walked to the Bodhi tree, dug up the soil at the root of the tree, and found a Bodhi seed as big as a walnut. On this Bodhi seed, the natural lines intertwined into a picture of Buddha, exuding a faint Zen rhyme. Just holding it in his hand, Chu Mo felt that he suddenly figured out the problems in his practice. Bodhi seeds can improve one's understanding. Chu Mo's trip was worthwhile just for this. After putting the Bodhi seeds away, Chu Mo looked at the old Bodhi tree again. Now there were only 5 Bodhi leaves on it, and they were all much dimmer. This was because when the Bodhi seeds were dug out before, they absorbed the green clouds on the 6 Bodhi leaves. One of the Bodhi leaves was sucked dry and turned into ashes. This scene touched Chu Mo's heart, and he couldn't help but want to recite a poem. The body of a beautiful woman in her 20s is like butter. She draws a sword at her waist to kill ordinary people. Although no one's head falls, it secretly makes your bones dry. So many truths in life are common. Behind the birth of a Bodhi seed are countless Bodhi leaves that have been sucked dry. Alas, Chu Mo sighed and picked off the only 5 Bodhi leaves left on the tree. A family must die together. Bodhi leaves, the old Bodhi tree? You don't do anything that has anything to do with people. Afterwards, relying on the powerful power of the soul, the remaining artifacts in the ancient temple could not escape Chu Mo's search, and all entered his storage ring. Chu Mo scraped the ground 3 feet, took away everything he thought was valuable in the ancient temple, and then waited for Ye Fan and Pang Bo in front of the Bodhi tree. Why is there an ancient temple here? The two were first surprised at the existence of the ancient temple. Could it be that this is the residence of the Buddha? I don't know. Could it be that a real Buddha has been to Mars and built this ancient temple here? Chu Mo shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Strange, this temple doesn't even have a plaque? Pang Bo asked curiously. I don't know. Maybe their architectural style is like this. This sounds reasonable. After all, this is Mars. Do you know what the architectural style of the people who live here is? What? This temple is very similar to the one on Earth. It could also be that they have visited Earth before, and the people on Earth imitated their architecture. Wait, Chu Mo, did you find anything left after entering the temple? Ye Fan suddenly thought of something and asked. Pang Bo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, this place is suspected to be the residence of the Buddha. If they find something good here, they will be rich. No, I have searched everywhere here, but I found nothing except dust. Chu Mo looked sincere and answered fluently, as if he had rehearsed it many times before. Ye Fan also felt that something was wrong, but after looking at Chu Mo's body, he didn't look like he could hide anything, so he believed him. At this time, the ancient temple suddenly shook. The stone Buddha inside cracked, and the surroundings were filled with grand Buddhist sounds. Something is wrong. Let's go quickly. Chu Mo's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly told the two to go quickly. He now clearly sensed that a fierce and powerful aura was reviving in the underground of the ancient temple. He knew that Sakyamuni had suppressed countless demons here, and the one who suppressed them on the first floor and was about to escape was the Crocodile Ancestor. Crocodile Ancestor is not a top figure in this world, but he can still easily kill a Dou Zong. There is no way. The upper limit of this world is high, and the combat power of the same level is strong, which makes Chu Mo very helpless. It's not that he doesn't believe in the protection of the ticket, but he can avoid death. He really doesn't want to die. Isn't it better to follow the normal process? The 3 of them just ran a short distance, and the great Lei-Yin temple and the ancient Bodhi tree were completely shattered, turned into flying ashes, and fell down one after another. They didn't even look back and continued to run forward. Not far from the previous ruins, Chu Mo found that several divine crocodiles had appeared nearby. The divine crocodile is the descendant of the crocodile ancestor, belonging to the level of a soldier. Any ordinary person who gets the Buddhist artifact in the Great Lei-Yin Temple can defeat it. However, Chu Mo looked at the 2 people next to him who had no resistance to the divine crocodile, and thought that he couldn't let them die. Not only did they themselves bear huge karma, but Chu Mo might also enter the world of the sky in the future to complete the whitewashing task. This is an S-level leek and a B-level leek. If he harvested one less, his heart would be in vain. Just when Chu Mo was thinking about whether to give each of them a Buddhist weapon for self-defense, so as to prevent the 2 of them from falling to the ground because of his mistakes, a divine crocodile seemed to have taken a fancy to his flesh and turned into a black light and rushed up. Chu Mo, I tell you, although I can't beat your ancestors, it is easier for me to beat you than to beat my grandson. Chu Mo didn't even use his fighting spirit. The sea heart flame directly penetrated his body's surface and burned the divine crocodile to death. The surface of his body was burnt to a char. Seeing this, Yefan and Pang Bo looked at Chu Mo with strange eyes, as if waiting for him to come up with an explanation. Something attacked me just now. Fortunately, I hid the artifacts found in the Great Layan Temple on my body, so I was safe. While explaining, Chu Mo reached into his clothes and took out an ancient bronze lamp that was spotless and ever-burning. "Hey, this lamp is not extinguished yet. How did you hide it on your body?" The artifacts left in the Great Layan Temple are so powerful. Yefan was secretly surprised, and at the same time, he couldn't help but worry. If there were still such monsters, he and Pang Bo would not be able to resist them. "Chu Mo, the power of your artifact can protect the three of us at the same time." Yefan looked at Chu Mo and said in a deep voice, Why are three grown men so close to each other? It would be better to give them 2 more Buddhist artifacts." Chu Mo thought so, put his hand into his clothes and took out a broken ruler. "You have hidden another one." Yefan was surprised, and at the same time his eyes swept over Chu Mo's clothes. There wouldn't be another one inside. "Great. This way we won't be afraid of those 3-inch ding." Pang Bo didn't think too much and took the ruler from Chu Mo's hand with a look of surprise, ready to share with Yefan. Just when they wanted to leave quickly, Chu Mo put his hand into his clothes again and took out half of the Vajra, which was golden and gave people a heavy and condensed feeling. "How many things do you have hidden?" The two looked at Chu Mo's clothes as if they had the power of perspective, observing what was hidden inside the clothes. "I only found these 3. Chu Mo said sincerely, but was greeted with 2 sneers. "There is no way my clothes can fit a 4th object." Chu Mo tried to reason with them, but was greeted with 2 ha-ha. "So helpless, I shouldn't be greedy for these small advantages. If I offended the 2 people like this, the loss would be huge. Alas, if I had known this, I would have left 3. Oh no, it would be better to leave 2 pieces in the temple." Chu Mo regretted it, and now he had to open his clothes to show the empty inside to the 2 people. "What do you mean I, Chu Mo, have acted upright all my life? When have I ever lied to you?" Chu Mo's face was full of grief and indignation, and his voice was full of pain of being suspected by his friends. Yefan and Pang Bo were ashamed to hear this. They lowered their heads and dared not look at him. They felt a little guilty about the dark thoughts about Chu Mo that had popped up in their minds before. Yes, although Chu Mo's behavior of hiding these artifacts before made them feel that he was not a good friend, this is also human nature. If they were in Chu Mo's position, it would be hard to say that they would not do the same. What's more, in order to help them tide over the difficulties, didn't Chu Mo take out all the hidden artifacts? Thinking of this, the dissatisfaction of the 2 people about Chu Mo disappeared. Chu Mo was right. When has he ever lied? Yefan looked up at him. "Why do I feel like you have lied to me so many times even though we have only met for a short time?" Looking at Yefan's expression, Chu Mo also felt that what he said just now was a little inappropriate and hurriedly made amends. "I mean, it's already this time. Would I still lie to you? Still thinking about these things. Why don't you run away?" The 2 laughed awkwardly, stopped talking, and ran in the direction they came from. On the way, there were also attacks from time to time by divine crocodiles, but they had Buddhist instruments to protect themselves, so they naturally returned to the 5-color altar safely. Afterwards, Yefan and Pang Bo were accused by Lu Yunji and others, and the blame for attracting these monsters was put on the 2 of them. He even wanted to plot against the Buddhist instruments in their hands. But who is Yefan? He easily resolved this crisis. That was not a crisis for him, which made Chu Mo, who was standing aside, exclaim that it was exciting. "What? You said why Chu Mo stood aside and watched the show?" In fact, it was nothing. He just made a physical personality correction for some people who had bad thoughts about him. After that, naturally no one dared to trouble him. Chu Mo didn't really know them anyway, and there was no classmate friendship at all. In addition, these people were not important characters, so he had no burden to take action. Besides, compared with the original plot, no one died now, and they should thank him when they knew it. "Aho!" Suddenly, a trembling voice came from the great Lei temple, shaking the sun, moon, and stars. Chu Mo knew that the crocodile ancestor had broken the seal, so the next step was he looked coldly outside the light curtain protecting the five-color altar and found that a large number of divine crocodiles were already moving here. Not long after, there were thousands of divine crocodiles gathered here, densely packed, all attacking the light curtain. With the attack of the divine crocodiles, the gap in the light curtain continued to grow larger, and more divine crocodiles entered the five-color altar, turning into black light and killing everyone. Ye Fan went up to him, and the Vajra in his hand emitted lightning, and he seemed to be wearing a thunder armor, killing unstoppably and crushing a large number of divine crocodiles. Pangbo was not to be outdone, and the ruler in his hand was so powerful that it kept sending out green light and falling in, taking away the crocodiles one by one. Although the two of them were brave, as the number of crocodiles continued to increase, they were outnumbered and fell into a bitter battle. Seeing this, Chu Mo held the ancient bronze lamp in his left hand and waved his right hand forward. The sea heart flame in his body penetrated his body, crossed the light curtain, and fell into the group of crocodiles outside. The surface of the sea heart flame was a liquid like flowing water. Under Chu Mo's urging, it swallowed up the group of crocodiles like an ocean, leaving a large blank outside the light curtain. Seeing this, Ye Fan and Pangbo looked at the broken Vajra and ruler in their hands, and then looked at the intact bronze ancient lamp in Chu Mo's hand, thinking, is the difference between the broken and the intact one so big? At this time, the blood of the crocodile on the altar turned into dots of blood light, broke through the light curtain, flew into the sky, and gathered in one place, accelerating the formation of the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. The five-color altar was glowing, and the ancient road of the starry sky began to appear. Everyone hurriedly entered the bronze coffin. At this moment, two bloody suns in the sky shot out two blood-colored rays of light, sealing the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. Those were the eyes of the crocodile ancestor, and it wanted to stop everyone from leaving. After that, the crocodile ancestor even appeared on the altar, trying to enter the bronze ancient coffin, but the Buddhist instruments in the hands of the three people emitted light and fixed it. Then the Buddhist instruments shattered one after another, turning into dazzling rays of light, dissipating on the altar, and replenishing a large amount of energy for the gate of the starry sky. Chu Mo soon found that the replenished energy was not enough. He tried it with his fighting spirit and found that this thing was very picky. No! What should I do? What should I do? Chu Mo was panicking. It had just been a short while since he finished speaking, and he was going to hit himself in the face? Seeing that the crocodile ancestor was about to rush over again, Chu Mo gritted his teeth, put his hand into his clothes in the strange eyes of Ye Fan and Pangbo, and took out a cushion. Ignoring the two people's increasingly dark faces, Chu Mo took out the fish drum, bronze bell, incense burner, rosary, bronze bell, and the plaque of the great Lei temple from his clothes one after another. You are a god, right? You can even hide such a big plaque. Gathering the power of many Buddhist instruments, the starry sky gate was finally successfully opened. No matter how the crocodile ancestor tried to stop it, the 9 dragon corpses still pulled the bronze ancient coffin into the starry sky gate. The atmosphere in the coffin was very strange. Although some people were crying and afraid because of what they had experienced, more people looked at Chu Mo, who was gradually putting the Buddhist instruments into his clothes with a strange look. They were not fools. They all knew that the space in the clothes was limited, and it was impossible to put so many Buddhist instruments, not to mention that there was a bronze plaque in it. For a while, some guesses such as the technique of Sumeru containing mustard seeds and some space instruments kept emerging in their hearts. Due to the residual power of some people after Chu Mo's previous physical correction, even if some people were jealous, they did not dare to do anything. Chu Mo was also happy about this. Now he didn't want to deceive everyone in this way. He just saw through it, but didn't say it. Isn't it good for everyone to keep it tacit? Putting the Bodhi seed in his arms, Chu Mo walked to the 4-meter-long small bronze coffin, calmed down, and stroked the copper-green rust-covered carvings on the bronze coffin. This was his attempt. At the same time, the same place, and the same conditions, could he, a different person, hear the scripture like Ye Fan? This was to prepare for the whitewashing mission of Dupo World. After all, he didn't know whether the protagonist Halo existed or not, so he definitely needed to explore it in advance to be prepared. Chu Mo stood for a long time, and except for the increasingly noisy discussions behind him, he didn't hear any special sounds. Is it possible that some conditions were not met? Chu Mo pondered for a moment and called Ye Fan to the front. Ye Fan, here is a supreme scripture that can only be obtained by those who are destined. Are you willing to try it? Chu Mo asked. Really? You won't lie to me again? Ye Fan's suspicious expression made Chu Mo very angry. What do you mean? When did I? Why would I lie to you at this time? Next, Chu Mo took great pains to persuade Ye Fan to believe him. Then what should I do? Ye Fan asked. In fact, he could see Chu Mo's extraordinariness, but this grandson had lied to him so many times. Could he believe him so easily again? Take this Bodhi leaf, and try standing in front of this small coffin. Chu Mo reached out to touch the Bodhi seed in his arms. Just when he reached into his clothes, he suddenly stopped and thought about it. In the end, he took out a Bodhi leaf from the ring and handed it to Ye Fan. Since the Bodhi seed absorbs the essence of countless Bodhi leaves and can improve comprehension, the Bodhi leaf should also be able to improve it a little bit. Chu Mo thought unconfidently and decided to try it with the Bodhi leaf first. Anyway, it doesn't cost money. Ye Fan took the Bodhi leaf, walked to the small copper coffin, stood quietly, and looked at the picture engraved on it. Just like that, after a long while, when Chu Mo was about to call Ye Fan back, he suddenly found that Ye Fan's impression had changed. Like a dust-free, unworldly, exiled immortal standing there quietly, as if he would take off with the wind at any time. Seeing this scene, Chu Mo knew that Ye Fan was listening to the scriptures on the bronze coffin. What went wrong? This guy is shameless for cheating the protagonist, right? It seems that he can just take a piece of Bodhi leaf, but I can't even take a Bodhi seed? Chu Mo was depressed. It wasn't until Ye Fan woke up and the 9 dragons pulled the coffin to Beidou that he came to his senses and walked out with everyone. A moment later, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin into the valley, shocking everyone into a cold sweat. Fortunately, they came out quickly. After coming here, Chu Mo has been trying his best to restrain his own breath, and even the power of his soul has not been released, because he is worried about attracting the attention of the owner here. He doesn't want to try the ticket's virtual protection to see if it can withstand the attack of the Emperor. This place is an ancient forbidden land, one of the 7 forbidden areas of life in the sky. The big boss behind Ye Fan, the ruthless Emperor, is under the deep valley. Hiss! It's exciting to be so close to the first ruthless man in history. After walking for a while, everyone dispersed and began to look for a secret place to relieve themselves. Pongbo dragged Ye Fan around, trying to find wild fruits and other things to fill their stomachs. Chu Mo, who knew the plot, naturally followed the 2 of them. Soon, the 3 of them found a 1-meter square spring pool about 50 meters ahead, and there were more than a dozen small trees more than half a meter high growing next to the spring pool. The leaves of the small trees were tender and green like human palms. At first glance, it looked like a dozen little people with many arms standing there. Of course, none of this mattered. The only thing that attracted the attention of the 3 people was that a red cherry-like fruit grew on the top of each small tree. Walking forward, a strong, fruity fragrance came over, and the 3 people immediately felt that the gluttonous worms in their stomachs were hooked out. This taste was more fragrant than 1,000-year-old wine. This fruit is so bright in color, it may be poisonous. Why don't I try it first? Chu Mo said righteously. But if it is poisonous, won't you? Ye Fan hesitated. What if he lost his life by eating a fruit? That would be a big loss. Yes, although it is really fragrant. Pongbo's Adam's apple moved up and down, and he looked at the fruit reluctantly. It's okay. I'm not afraid of poison anyway. Chu Mo showed a mysterious smile and reached out to pick a crystal-clear fruit. Ye Fan and Pangbo heard this, looked at him deeply, and then kept hesitating in their hearts whether to ask him. Chu Mo didn't care about that. As soon as he bit the red peel, A fragrant breath rushed straight to his internal organs, and his whole body was filled with fruit fragrance. Chu Mo was satisfied, and the juice splashed all over the fruit, making the two people who were watching eagerly next to him drool almost to the ground. "It should be okay, right?" Pangbo wiped the saliva from his mouth and asked expectantly. "It's a big problem. Although this fruit is not poisonous, it tastes sour and bitter, and it's very hard to swallow." Chu Mo frowned and said, "It's so unpalatable. You must not touch it, otherwise you will definitely regret it." Chu Mo said this and ate the second fruit. Seeing Chu Mo start to take the third fruit, Yifan and Pangbo looked at each other, rushed forward, picked a fruit and put it in their mouths. As soon as they took a bite, their eyes lit up. It was so delicious. They had never eaten such delicious things in their lives. Then, their eyes looked at Chu Mo like sharp swords. "You lied to us again. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Looking at the complicated eyes of the two, Chu Mo, who had just finished eating the third fruit, smiled shyly, picked the fourth fruit, and ate it. The two thought about it and decided to finish eating first before arguing with him. Finally, in this competition, Chu Mo won the championship with 7 fruits, and Yifan and Pangbo tied for second place with 3 fruits. In the subsequent interview, the runner-up Yan Peng said to the champion, "If I believe in you again, I will be your grandson." After eating 7 fruits, Chu Mo soon felt a stream of mysterious energy flowing through his body, nourishing his flesh, blood, and fascia. Chu Mo tried to use the Dou Qi technique, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that the mysterious energy could be converted into Dou Qi, and the amount converted was extremely large and extremely pure. He estimated that as long as he went back and closed the door for 10 days and half a month to absorb all the mysterious energy, his cultivation would at least be at the peak of Dou Huang. Don't think it's incredible. After all, this fruit is a part of the legendary immortal medicine, Zhu Miao immortal medicine, and it is not too magical. Moreover, if the effect of this part of the magic medicine was not mainly to help people open up the sea of suffering, Chu Mo's cultivation would be too little to be promoted to Dou Zong. However, this divine medicine has an owner. It once belonged to the ancient divine silkworm clan. Later, it was divided into 9 parts by the ruthless emperor and planted on the 9 sacred mountains in the ancient Forbidden Land. From the original book, it is obvious that this was left by the ruthless emperor for Yifan. Originally, Chu Mo just wanted to follow Yifan to eat a little bit, but he didn't expect that the fruit was too fragrant, and he couldn't help eating a few more. Alas, there is no need to worry about too many debts. Chu Mo also thought about it. Anyway, he had eaten too many fruits. The ruthless man wanted to come out to kill himself a long time ago. It doesn't matter if I take a little more of this divine spring water. If it really doesn't work, isn't there still the protection of the ticket? Thinking of this, Chu Mo began to take bottles from the ring to fill the divine spring water. When one bottle was full, he changed to another bottle. He didn't stop until he felt that he had filled too much. Seeing this, Yifan and Pangbo knew that this divine spring water should be a good thing, and they also picked up the mineral water bottles on their bodies and started to fill them. After filling the holy spring water, the 3 returned to the original place to join the main force, and then chose a direction to go down. On the way, they encountered some strange and terrifying scenes. Everyone had no choice but to go on. Boom! At night, accompanied by a violent bang, strange phenomena appeared frequently in the abyss, and finally, an extremely shocking scene appeared. A vague black shadow danced with a thick iron chain of hundreds of feet and roared to the sky, with a fierce power, and the rolling sound waves almost knocked the people here unconscious. Everyone changed color, and Chu Mo was no exception, not only because he knew that it was a great saint body, but also because he could feel the powerful breath. It was like a deep abyss in a prison, as if a god or demon had descended to the world. After seeing the black shadow rushing back into the abyss, Chu Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw a peerless woman walking in the distance, his heart was lifted again. This woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her appearance was almost perfect. She was like a lotus emerging from the water, pure and beautiful, and there was no flaw in her body. I saw her white clothes fluttering, gracefully and elegantly, as if she came out of a painting. Host contacts sea-level plot character. Chu Mo's heart sank, and he could hardly believe what he saw. This saint had already become a slave in the past. Her appearance, to a certain extent, represented the will of the ruthless emperor. Do you really want to kill me? Didn't I just rob some opportunities? The ruthless emperor has a big family and a big business, so he wouldn't send someone to kill me. Seeing Tianquan Saint approaching, Chu Mo's face was full of tears. He didn't run away because he knew he couldn't escape. Now, he just hoped that the Zhutian travel company didn't lie to him. Tianquan Saint walked a few feet in front of Chu Mo and stopped. She raised a slender jade finger and pointed at Chu Mo's arm. There was no time to react. Chu Mo only heard a sound of breaking through the air. He lowered his head and saw that his arm became illusory. Between the illusory arms, a shrinking black hole can be seen appearing. This is the scene of natural repair after the space is broken. Fortunately, there is the virtual protection of the ticket. Chu Mo's heart jumped, but then he felt strange again. Even if the attack of the Saint Tianquan hit him, he would not be seriously injured. This is to slowly torture himself to death. Chu Mo felt a chill in his heart. For the first time, he felt that people's hearts were so sinister. Then, just when he was about to try to communicate with the Saint Tianquan, he saw her make a new move. The Saint Tianquan glanced at Chu Mo, took out a cushion and threw it in front of him. If you kowtow 1,000 times, you can get the inheritance of swallowing the sky. A beautiful voice sounded, and Chu Mo was stunned, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. If you kowtow 1,000 times, you can get the inheritance of swallowing the sky. Seeing that Chu Mo did not respond, the transformed Saint Tianquan said it again. This time he woke up from a dream and realized that he had not heard wrong. No way could it be that he not only has a system, but also awakened the Long Aoqian halo? When Chu Mo was thinking about all sorts of things, he suddenly looked at the food and found that there were some slight bulges on it, as if something was placed inside. No way? Chu Mo seemed to have thought of something, squatted down carefully, looked at the Saint Tianquan, and found that she was just standing there quietly. Then he slowly tore open the futon and took out a piece of metal plate with words written on it. There really is something in the futon. Has anyone from the Tianlong world traveled here? But your idea is so stupid. Putting a metal plate in the futon is hard. A fool would know there is something inside after the first kowtow. Who would kowtow to you 1,000 times? Chu Mo complained in his heart, and it might be because the virtual protection of the ticket gave him a sense of security, so now he has no vigilance at all. Whatever he thinks in his heart, that's what his expression is. Negative emotions from the Empress? In a trance, Chu Mo seemed to hear the prompt sound of the system. It was an illusion. What he had on him was the whitening system, not the negative emotion system. Skipping this, Chu Mo stood up and found that Tianquan Saint had left at some point, and the strange phenomena around him disappeared one after another. It seems that everything is fine, Chu Mo thought. Then he took out the metal plate and looked at it. He was surprised to find that the first few words on it were actually simplified Chinese characters. Grass, the ticket is, and the metal plate is also. Should we really say that the characters of our great celestial empire are mighty? This has spread throughout the heavens. Speaking of this, some people may ask, since it is simplified Chinese characters, why didn't Chu Mo recognize it when he got it? The answer is simple. It's too ugly. These words are really too ugly. Chu Mo estimated that even if the person who wrote them came to recognize them again, he might not be able to recognize them. It's just like my own handwriting. Chu Mo looked at the words again. You know what? It's really similar to my own handwriting. It's so ugly that others can't even pretend. Soon, Chu Mo recognized these words. According to his understanding, it should be the title, The Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Art That Monkeys Can Learn. Chu Mo. Why do I suddenly feel that the style of this world of shading the sky is a bit strange? Skipping the strange title, Chu Mo looked down. It was a densely packed field of small characters, each flashing with a strange light, which made him feel painful. Chu Mo closed his eyes and used the power of his soul to scan it. Finally, he could see the content above clearly. Those small characters fell into his mind like meteors. An unprecedented feeling appeared in his heart. Chu Mo found it difficult to understand these contents in such a short time. He was about to start practicing according to his feelings in a trance. At this time, the mark on his ticket turned red, and a magical power swept through Chu Mo's body, waking him up directly. Is this scanning to see if there is any problem with this technique? Chu Mo had this feeling when he found that this force began to scan the metal plate. Logically speaking, as the upper limit of the world increases, the means of harming people are becoming more and more diverse, so this scanning of the ticket is reasonable. Otherwise, Chu Mo would practice the above skills here and kill himself. What kind of protection is this? After a moment, everything returned to silence. Chu Mo looked at the metal plate again and found that there was no change on it. He knew that the skills on it should not have been tampered with. Of course, if this company that can make people travel through the heavens can't even detect this, then he will admit it. At this time, a sound of footsteps came. It was Ye Fan. Everyone was not far away when they rested at night, and when everyone was attracted by the black shadow, Ye Fan, who was closer to Chu Mo, suddenly saw the scene here not long ago. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to rush over. Chu Mo here before. Ye Fan looked over with expectation. After experiencing so many things, now he just hopes to go home. Chu Mo put away the metal plate and said solemnly, I have seen a lot of such things. I just want to say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand will not say much. Ye Fan was speechless. He couldn't help but want to ask more questions. Chu Mo's voice came to his ears again. Think about it carefully and don't ask the reason. There are too many interests involved here. It won't benefit you or me to tell you. Just pretend you don't know. For the rest, I can only say that the water is too deep here. Those who understand will understand. This was the first time that Chu Mo treated Ye Fan with such a serious attitude, and he was not wrong. Some things were really not something Ye Fan could know now. Chu Mo, your performance along the way has shown that you are not an ordinary person, and you seem to know a lot of things. Ye Fan also had a serious expression on his face. Since you said so, I won't ask about the things here. Can I ask other questions? When can I go home? After your parents die of old age. This time, was the encounter with the 9 dragons pulling coffin an accident or man-made? Consider it a man-made accident. Chu Mo did not answer, but the corresponding answer naturally emerged in his mind. Ye Fan did not ask further questions. He saw something from Chu Mo's expression. Then the last question, when can I know the truth? You can answer this question for me. Ye Fan stared at Chu Mo closely and asked almost in a pleading tone, when you are no longer Ye Fan but Ye Tiandi. Chu Mo hesitated for a moment, but still revealed a little information. Tiandi? Ye Fan kept chewing on these 2 words. Tiandi! Chu Mo nodded affirmatively. Okay, Tiandi. Ye Fan looked at Chu Mo deeply, turned around and left. Chu Mo looked at Ye Fan's back, sighed, his eyes dim, and I don't know what he was thinking. The rest of the journey can be said to be safe and sound. As they continued to move forward, they finally came to the edge of the ancient forbidden land. Why does it feel so hot? A female classmate said embarrassedly to the person next to her. Others had the same feeling, but they didn't pay attention to it at the beginning. When they looked at each other and found that everyone's skin was red as if it was about to bleed, they realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? It hurts so much, someone shouted, feeling as if all the flesh and blood were being stripped off his body. Along with the howls of despair, a layer of blood energy lingered on everyone's body, as if a blood-colored flame was burning. In the end, everyone fainted under the torture of severe pain, and only Chu Mo was still gritting his teeth and persisting. Chu Mo was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, like a god bathing in a blood-colored flame, practicing the Dou Qi technique, mobilizing all his strength, trying to fight against this force of time. But the power of time is too strong, and the cultivation of the Dou Huang and the will of 2 lives can only make Chu Mo conscious and not faint. In this way, Chu Mo watched his body shrinking and turned into an 8 or 9-year-old kid. When the abnormality disappeared, Chu Mo stood up quickly and immediately felt something unusual. Needless to say, the changes in his body, and now all kinds of strange ideas about cultivation in his mind reminded him that there were more changes than he imagined. Han Feng was also a genius who was highly praised by Yao Lao in the past. But why, after so many years, not only did he only reach the peak of Dou Zong, but his alchemy skills were only at the 6th level? There is a saying that Han Feng followed the old man Mugu to practice alchemy skills that exceeded his own limits and exhausted his potential. Regardless of whether this statement is true or false, Chu Mo now feels that his potential is obviously much greater than before, and the room for improvement is almost visible to the naked eye. Excited by this change, the ticket imprint on Chu Mo's hand suddenly became hot, and a message indicating that he was about to return to the Dopo world appeared in his mind. Chu Mo wrapped the loose 6th-level alchemist robe around himself to avoid exposure, and then took a look at Ye Fan and Pang Bo, who were still lying on the ground and had become teenagers in their teens, and a dozen other people who were aging beyond recognition. After thinking for a while, he placed a small white porcelain bottle filled with elixirs in Ye Fan's arms. Chu Mo remembered that Ye Fan was an ancient holy body, and that he needed a lot of resources to practice in the early stage. These pills could help him get through the initial period of strength accumulation, which was a little compensation for taking his opportunity. I don't know when I will come again next time. However, what Chu Mo didn't know was that the next moment after he left, a faint sigh sounded from the abyss of the ancient forbidden land, which seemed to be regretful. Fighting the world, Blackhorn region, it was still the same place. Chu Mo just appeared in the robe of the 6th-grade alchemist and saw the tall young man looking at him in astonishment. Thinking about it, I have indeed changed a lot now. If there is no sufficient evidence, it is really difficult for people to believe that I am Han Feng. Chu Mo thought for a moment, then he moved his fighting spirit and rushed over to physically prove his identity to the tall young man. Still don't believe it after the fight? Just fight again. Tall young man, you say, just say a few things I know, and I didn't say I don't believe you. You don't do anything that has anything to do with people. 5 months later, in the mountains of Jima Empire, my disciple, do you think that the teacher did something wrong? Chu Mo stood on a huge rock, looking up at the sky, with a trace of melancholy on his young face. Of course the teacher is right. No matter what the teacher did, it was right. The tall young man at the side rubbed his hands and said with a flattering face. Hearing this, Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction. It was true that a filial son was born under the stick. Now seeing this useless apprentice's mouth as if smeared with honey, you can know how much effort you have put in. The tall young man, why didn't I run with my fellow apprentices in the first place? Why? In the past 2 months, Chu Mo's main efforts have been used to practice monkeys, practicing the sky-swallowing demon art. Relying on the function of Bodhi seeds to improve comprehension, Chu Mo quickly learned this technique, but it is useless to just learn it. The purpose of this technique is to devour the essence of others and make up for one's own physique. If the practice is perfect, one's own physique can be transformed into a chaotic body, one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Therefore, to practice this technique, one must learn to eat and treat other strong people as human medicines, plundering their essence. Of course, Chu Mo also tried to practice by himself to see if he could directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The result may be that the concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Dupo world is too low. As soon as the devouring heaven demon art was activated, it began to devour the Dou Qi in Chu Mo's body. God has mercy on me. Is it easy for others to accumulate Dou Qi for so many years? He directly absorbed the cultivation to the 1-star Dou Huang. Although he opened up the sea of suffering, it is hard to say whether it is a profit or a loss. However, it is not okay to devour your own Dou Qi, but it is okay to devour the Dou Qi of others. So, Chu Mo's eyes were fixed on the strong men on the black list. The black list is equivalent to the ranking list of the strong men in other empires, but it is more valuable. In the future, Han Feng will be the 3rd on the black list, second only to the 2 old men of gold and silver who can fight Dou Zong together. Although Chu Mo's cultivation is only 1-star Do Huang now, whether it is the explosive control of Do Qi after rejuvenation, or the strengthened body after the opening of the Sea of Suffering, they are all his advantages. In addition, Chu Mo also has the Sea Heart Flame, which ranks 15th on the list of the most unusual fires. It is not a problem to kill a few low-level Do Huangs behind the black list. After devouring all the Do Qi and essence of those unlucky Do Huangs, Chu Mo's heaven-covering method cultivation level directly reached the Dao Palace realm. The only flaw is that his Do Qi cultivation level has not increased at all, and he is still stagnant at the stage of a 1-star Do Huang. However, compared to the 5-star Do Huang at the beginning, Chu Mo's combat power has been significantly improved. After all, the heaven-covering method is a method for cultivating the strongest combat body, which is many times more advanced than the body-refining method in the Do Po world. In addition to Chu Mo's current Do Qi cultivation level and soul power, it can be said that his spirit, energy, and spirit are cultivated together, and there are no loopholes. After that, Chu Mo, who was getting stronger and stronger, could be said to have killed the blacklist one by one. If he had not been discovered later and attracted a large number of strong men to besiege him and escaped here, the blacklist might have been killed by Chu Mo alone. It's a pity that he was just a little bit away from the 4-extreme realm, Chu Mo thought with some regret. In fact, if Chu Mo had not wiped out an entire force once, he would not have been discovered. He has always been very cautious in doing things, and he would never waste time when he shouldn't. However, even if time goes back to that moment, Chu Mo will still stick to his choice, if not for anything else, just for the ordinary people who were slaughtered by that force. Although the other blacklist masters who were killed also had a long history of bad deeds, at least they would not attack ordinary people. Only the actions of this force made Chu Mo angry for the first time. "Teacher, there is movement from Xiaohe again. Is it going to escape again?" The tall young man asked calmly. The reason for this was that he knew that since he could feel the movement over there, how could his teacher, who was much stronger than him, not feel it? He asked now just so that he could be prepared in advance when his teacher gave him instructions later. Looking at such a tall young man, Chu Mo smiled slightly. He had already found the name of the man in front of him from his memory. It was very ordinary, Zhang Peng. This was a name that had not appeared in the original book, which meant that either he was drowned in the tide of the plot, or he was the product of the butterfly effect caused by his own reincarnation. But no matter what, he was a filial and good disciple, wasn't he? If not, he would not have taken him with him this time when he was hunted down. Nothing, just a 5-star Do Wang broke in and is now fighting with Xiaohe. Chu Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "What, Xiaohe's branding poison can even kill 6th-level magic beasts?" Zhang Peng was shocked and thought that the Do Wang was probably dead. "So let's go over now, and if we are in time, we will save that person." After Chu Mo finished speaking, he put on a mask and walked towards Xiaohe with Zhang Peng. He did not walk fast. At this speed, the battle there should have been over. At this point, everyone must have known that Chu Mo did not really want to save that person. After all, you broke in by yourself, and you deserved to die. If you let him out and revealed your whereabouts, and were discovered by the people of the Blackhorn region, it would be very troublesome. In this way, Chu Mo walked for a long time, and finally came to the place where the two fought. He found that the battle here was as he expected and had ended long ago. However, Chu Mo looked over with a sullen face and saw the corpse of a black and white poisonous python with an iron head lying quietly on the side. This iron poisonous python was a 5th-level monster that he had finally subdued. It had a branding poison, and even 6th-level monsters were poisoned to death. If he did not have the heart flame of the Sea of Strange Fire and was not afraid of the branding poison, he would never have been able to subdue this kind of monster. The level of his whitewashing mission depends not only on the level of the plot characters, but also on their cultivation. Therefore, Chu Mo has long been thinking about how to improve the cultivation of those plot characters who are not very high in cultivation now, but have very high levels. Only when these leeks grow well can they feed themselves. Chu Mo had thought about it before. This branding poison can be refined by Xiao Yixian. She is a body of evil poison, and she can become stronger by swallowing poison. This python can be controlled by Qinglin. She has the three-flower pupil of the green snake, which can control all snake-shaped monsters except the swallowing python and the ancient sky snake. But now, this branding poison is dead? Chu Mo's face was gloomy, and his cold eyes swept over the five-star Dou Zong, making him feel cold all over his body, and his hair stood up. This five-star Dou Zong is an old man with a thin face. He has just experienced a big battle. Now his fighting spirit is exhausted, his body is covered with wounds, and he has no strength to fight again. Seeing this short, black-robed warrior with a mask on his face, Nalanjie secretly groaned in his heart. Where did this Dou Zong warrior come from? Could it be that he had been so powerful all his life, and today he was really going to die here? Although he was desperate, Nalanjie did not lose the battle, and shouted angrily, "What kind of hero is it to hide your head and show your tail? Don't think I don't know who you are." Oh, Chu Mo, who originally thought that he was an old man and was only going to ask for some compensation, looked over with curiosity. "Tell me, who am I?" "You are sent by the Jiama royal family. Aren't you just because you saw that my granddaughter Yanran was accepted as a disciple by the leader of the Yunlan sect, and you are afraid that my Nalan family is powerful?" Nalanjie looked disdainful, thinking that he was going to die anyway, and Yanran was protected by the Yunyan sect leader, so he might as well satisfy his desire to talk, so he said more happily, "Jia Xingqian only has this vision, short-sighted and a treacherous face. I have long seen that he is not a good thing." Chu Mo? Wait, these words reveal a lot of information. Host contacts C-level plot character, Nan's grandfather? Chu Mo looked at the old man who was still cursing in front of him with a strange face, and suddenly a feeling of disbelief emerged in his heart. I can actually meet a plot character just by hiding in a forest. No way am I so lucky. Detected that the external conditions meet the requirements and began to issue whitewashing tasks. D-level whitewashing task. I am an unknown Duhuang passing by. Whitewashing requirements. Make Nalanjie believe that you are not a killer sent by the Jiama royal family. Completion reward, D-level lottery once. Classmates, this is a free point question. Chu Mo was silent for a while and suddenly walked to the body of the iron poison Sealmong and knelt down. He knelt in front of the python corpse, his whole body trembling, his hands stroking the bloody scales on it, and he could hardly believe what he saw. "Xiao He?" His voice was choking as he called out the name of the corpse in front of him. But no matter how many times he called out, he could no longer get a response. The man and the python had been together for so many years, but he didn't expect to end up in such a scene of separation and death. A visible sadness enveloped Chu Mo, and Nalanjie was also touched by this scene and stopped talking. "Did you raise this?" Nalanjie subconsciously lowered his voice and asked. "My teacher raised it. He usually likes to raise these rare monsters." Chu Mo stood up, took off his mask, and revealed a childish face with tear marks. "How old are you now?" Originally, he felt something was wrong when he heard the childish voice, and after seeing the face, Nalanjie looked like he had seen a ghost. Becoming a Duhuang before the age of 10. This is not something that is written in stories. It's too outrageous. Are you asking why I'm already a Duhuang at such a young age? Chu Mo's little face showed a trace of vicissitudes that did not belong to his age. That's because before my teacher passed away, he sealed all his life's fighting spirit in my body. What Chu Mo said was not without basis. The previous leader of the Hua sect had sealed his life's fighting spirit in Yunyun's body before he passed away. Yunyun, who had refined and absorbed all the fighting spirit, successfully advanced to the 9-star Dozun. Hearing this, Nalanjie nodded. This method was indeed feasible. But then he looked at Chu Mo with regret. It was a pity that the child was still young, and his meridians were still very fragile. If he accepted a large amount of fighting spirit from others like this, he would probably have difficulty making progress in the future. No, as soon as I entered this forest, I was attacked by this branding poison seal. How could a beast raised by humans be so ferocious? Nalanjie looked at Chu Mo suspiciously, and he felt something was wrong. Chu Mo froze, but he quickly reacted, maintaining a sad expression. We were chased here, and the teacher died because of his serious injuries. Chu Mo said with tears in his eyes. Xiaohei probably thought you were the one who came to hunt us down, so he attacked you. Nalanjie was stunned. Looking at the dusty look of the man in front of him, he really looked like he was chased here. He was chased here in the first place. Thinking of the previous behavior of the branding poison seal attacking him like crazy, he thought that the monster was too fierce. It was, but he didn't expect that it was to protect its master and would never retreat. Thinking of this, Nalanjie felt very embarrassed. Although he was doing it to protect himself, he still felt a little guilty when facing the victim because he killed the monster that the other party regarded as a relative. I didn't expect that because of this misunderstanding. Your magic beast died, and I was also branded with poison, and my life will not be long. Alas, fate is playing tricks on people. Nalanjie sighed. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Chu Mo remained calm on the surface, but he was ecstatic in his heart. This whitewashing task was too simple. It was simply a free gift. But what Chu Mo didn't expect was that he waited and waited, and when Nalanjie said goodbye to him, he still didn't get the prompt that the task was completed. Why is this? Chu Mo observed Nalanjie in confusion and found that the old man always looked at him with a hint of scrutiny. Still doubting that he was a killer sent by the Jiama royal family, Chu Mo immediately figured it out. In the eyes of Grandpa Nalan, he had been branded with poison and was bound to die. If he didn't cure him, he would never be able to wash away the suspicion of being a killer. Grandpa, I actually have a way to remove the branding poison from your body. Chu Mo quickly stopped Nalanjie and said, Oh, I heard that even Dan Wanggu, he couldn't do anything about the branding poison. I didn't expect that you, little brother, actually have a magic formula. Nalanjie's eyes lit up, and he even called Chu Mo little brother. This old man, Chu Mo, was speechless, but he didn't vent his anger. As soon as he opened his right hand, a ball of deep blue flames like flowing water rose up, making the surroundings become blazing. Strange fire? Nalanjie shouted in surprise. High-temperature flames are the nemesis of toxins. This strange fire that gathers the creation of heaven and earth will definitely help him expel the branding poison. Your branding poison has just entered your body. It only takes a few days for me to expel it all. Chu Mo said with confidence. Your teacher is not simple to have a strange fire. Nalanjie couldn't help but admire. To get a strange fire, not only does it require opportunity, but also a strong backup force. No matter from which aspect, it can be seen how powerful Chu Mo's teacher is. Of course, my teacher is a 6th grade alchemist, known as the Emperor of Medicine. Chu Mo raised his head and pretended to be innocent. Hearing this, Nalanjie narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that this kid must also be an alchemist, and he also has the strength of a Dou Zong, and he has not joined any forces. He must find a way to pull him into his family. So, Nalanjie smiled kindly and said to Chu Mo, Since you said that it will take several days to expel the brand poison, I see that you don't have a place to live now. Why don't you stay in my house temporarily and save the trouble of running back and forth? This is not good. Chu Mo hesitated. What's wrong with? The little brother has such a cultivation at such a young age, and he has also practiced medicine. He can be called a young talent. It is our honor to live in my house. Nalanjie laughed and said, Should I say that he is worthy of being the Lionheart Marshal of the Jiama Empire? There is no one who can say such flattering words so heroically. Chu Mo felt embarrassed when he heard it. In that case, then excuse me. Chu Mo lowered his head, not letting Nalanjie see the smile that gradually became uncontrollable on his face. Next, as long as Nalanjie was cured, the mission reward would be easily in hand. When Chu Mo was happily thinking about the completion of the mission, the traitor behind him who had not yet figured out the situation suddenly spoke up and almost stabbed him in the back. Old. Zhang Peng was about to ask what the teacher was like now, but he saw Chu Mo suddenly turn around and look at him with a dead look, and immediately swallowed the word teacher behind him. Who is? Nalanjie asked curiously. There were too many things just now, and he didn't have time to ask about the identities of the two. My senior brother, he is 20 years old this year and is now a 4th grade alchemist. Usually he likes to call me brother directly, right, senior brother? Chu Mo looked at the traitor in front of him with a smile and asked. Yes, that's right, that's it. Zhang Peng nodded frantically. Haha, this young man is also a young talent, and he must stay at my house for a few days. My senior brother will definitely not refuse, right, senior brother? Yes, that's right, that's it. After arriving at the Nalan family's mansion, the one who was responsible for entertaining the two of them was Nalan Su. This man was not ordinary. He was the man who almost became Xiaoyan's father-in-law, and he himself was a D-level plot character. After learning from Grandpa Nalan that one of them had the strength of a Du Huang, and the other was also a fourth-grade alchemist, Nalan Su put in 120,000 enthusiasm in the subsequent reception. Chu Mo himself also had some ideas about the Nalan family and naturally accepted the solicitation. For a time, the Nalan mansion was full of joy and harmony. What? You asked Zhang Peng if he would have different ideas? What a joke. Isn't Chu Mo's idea his idea? Yes, that's right, that's it. A few days passed, and after Chu Mo expelled all the brand poison from Grandpa Nalan, he finally completed the task. D-level whitewashing task. I am a passing nameless Duong. Host gets reward. D-level Zhutian lottery once. Host starts D-level lottery. Host gets D-level paintbrush. Wait, paintbrush? Chu Mo was about to complain when he saw that the system interface actually showed an item introduction. A new function. Can the system be upgraded? Name, paintbrush used by Mo Chung. Type, containment object. Function, can change the color of everything in the world. Note, I know you think this thing is useless, but please remember that there is no useless containment object. Only useless users. Change color? What's the use of this thing? Chu Mo looked at the paintbrush that suddenly appeared in his hand and fell into silence. This D-level reward is too tasteless. Forget it, it's just a D-level reward after all. Chu Mo was about to start when he found that when he held the brush, a strange feeling appeared in his mind, as if he could change the color of anything at will. Out of curiosity, Chu Mo locked onto a fallen leaf, and with a thought, he directly turned the already yellowed fallen leaf into a verdant one. Any color can be changed. No, to be more precise, any color can be mixed into a picture under his control. After many attempts, Chu Mo looked at the ordinary fallen leaf in his hand in surprise. Now it is golden all over, and a Tai Chibagua diagram composed of black and white colors appears on it. Anyone can see that it is extraordinary. Whether it is fighting spirit detection or soul perception, nothing can be found wrong. This brush really only changes the color, and even the substance has not changed. This is similar to some kind of rule. Is it the same for the collection objects? At some point, this thing may be more useful to me than A-level items. Chu Mo came to his senses and realized that he had found a treasure. The value of this kind of thing is definitely far beyond other D-level items. Wait, now that I have this thing, maybe I can make a big deal. Chu Mo suddenly thought of something and looked at the paintbrush with a silly smile on his face, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. If what he thought was right, then the task of manufacturing whitewashing in the future will be much easier. However, my current appearance is not very convenient in many places in the next plan. Chu Mo touched his tender little face and thought about the solution distressedly. By the way, I can find another person who meets the standard in appearance, so that he can help me share some of the firepower during the plan. Isn't it beautiful? Then the question is, who should I find for this person who meets the standard in appearance? Chu Mo thought about it. In addition to a traitor, does he have any other choice? The answer is of course no. Then the decision is you, traitor. Teacher, why did you call me over? Zhang Peng looked at Chu Mo with a smile on his face strangely and felt that something was wrong. Disciple, look at what you are saying. Can't the master talk to you when he has nothing to do? Chu Mo still had a smile on his face, and with his handsome and fair face, he looked very friendly. Teacher, if you have something to say, just say it directly. You are like this. To be honest, I am a little scared. Feeling that the atmosphere was getting more and more weird, Zhang Peng had to bite the bullet and said this. Well, the master is looking for you this time, because there is a difficult and important task to be assigned to you. Are you willing to accept it? Chu Mo coughed lightly and asked with a serious face, "Do I dare not accept it?" Zhang Peng complained in his heart, and just when he was about to speak, he heard Chu Mo speak again. "You don't have to say it. The teacher knows that you will definitely accept it. After so many years of master-disciple relationship, the teacher knows you." "No, no, no. I don't think you know me at all." "Then what is this task?" Helplessly. "Sometimes life is like being forced. Since you can't resist, just close your eyes and enjoy it." "You don't need to know this. I will act with you. When the time comes, I will give you instructions through the power of my soul." "Damn, you didn't tell me anything about the mission." "I won't die then, right?" You don't look handsome enough." Chu Mo looked Zhang Peng up and down, and finally came to this conclusion. "This is innate. I can't help it." "Wait, why do you care about whether I look handsome or not? Could it be that this mission requires me to accompany?" Facing Zhang Peng's extremely cold eyes, Chu Mo held the paintbrush and walked in front of him, ready to beautify the rebel for free. Yes, you read it right. It's a beautification. Chu Mo had discovered a new use for this paintbrush before. Just carefully blend the colors on the body to achieve the effect of beautification. Although the touch and other things cannot be changed, the visual effect is definitely maximized. The rebel's hair? After Chu Mo's operation, it suddenly became as black jade and looked as smooth as silk. The rebel's skin? After Chu Mo's operation, it suddenly became white and tender, looking like a freshly peeled egg. The eyes of the traitor? After Chu Mo's operation, it suddenly became dark and deep, as if it contained the boundless universe, which was particularly attractive. In the end, when Chu Mo saw his results, he was shocked. The difference between before and after is too big. "Teacher, why do I feel that the world in front of me has become so much darker?" Zhang Peng strictly followed Chu Mo's requirements, always smiling and looking forward. Such behavior, coupled with his deep eyes, looks elegant. Of course, this is also related to the handsome face after the change. If an ugly person does this, at most people will think he is thinking about something. "The color of your eyes has been changed by me, so it's like this. Just think of it as wearing a pair of sunglasses. It's no big deal. I will help you remove it after the task is completed." Chu Mo did not explain what the sunglasses were, and Zhang Peng did not ask. Anyway, they will be removed later, right? Then the next question, who can get the list of young geniuses in the Gamma Empire? Chu Mo narrowed his eyes and muttered. Zhang Peng. "Wait, teacher, what do you want to do?" The following is not the main text. The tadpole. The tadpole is a very ferocious amphibian. It comes from the alpaca goby, because whenever it appears, there will definitely be a group of alpaca following it. Fortunately, there are many signs before it appears. For example, if you suddenly see a pigeon, then you have to be careful, and the waters, such as the mathematical branch stream and the analysis river, are often the gathering places of the tadpole, because there are usually a large number of higher generation trees growing around these waters. The existence of higher generation trees makes the living place of the tadpole not exposed, and it is safer than the open area. The natural enemy of the tadpole is the complex lizard. The complex lizard is active from 0 to 3 in the morning, and at this time the complex lizard will prey on the tadpole without any defense. However, in recent years, due to the appearance of the lizard and the sleeping dragon, the number of complex lizards is declining sharply. The breeding season of the tadpole is usually in January and June every year. In order to reproduce, they usually devour the snowborn, making the entire alpaca goby shrouded in panic. In order to increase the number of revived lizards and prevent the appearance of hanging tadpoles, the author will devote most of his energy to this during this period. If he updates, he can only try to ensure one update a day. On the second day, outside Nalan Yanran's residence in Nalan Mansion. After the guard reported, Chu Mo walked in with a pretty maid. After thinking over and over again last night, he finally decided to try to get the whereabouts of the younger generation of the Jiama Empire from Nalan Yanran. The reason why he came the next day was that since Nalan Yanran became Yunyun's apprentice, she would stay in Yunlan's sect for 10 days and a half months from time to time. If he didn't seize the time, Chu Mo would not have the patience to wait until she went to Yunlan's sect again. Just like that, after walking on the path paved with green gravel for a while, a girl in a moon-white robe appeared in front of him. This girl looked only about 11 or 12 years old, with a very beautiful appearance, and the green jade pendant on her earlobe added a bit of delicateness to her. Chu Mo used Dou Qi to sense her, and found that her cultivation was already at the 8th stage of Dou Qi. Compared with her age, anyone who saw her would have to admit that she was talented. Nalan Yanran, Chu Mo immediately determined the identity of the girl, and the following system prompts also proved his idea again. Host contacts B-level plot character. What do you want to see me for? Nalan Yanran looked at Chu Mo and asked. It's very important. Can Miss Nalan block the left and right? Chu Mo said solemnly. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with curiosity. She had heard her grandfather mention this person before, saying that he already had the strength of a Dou Huang. Dou Huang, he is at the same level as the teacher. The important things he said must be very fun. Miss Nalan is now at an active age, but she is urged to practice every day, and she cares more and more about playing. Look, after hearing what Chu Mo said, she didn't even doubt it, and immediately asked what it was. However, seeing Chu Mo so serious and remembering the etiquette taught by the elders, Nalan Yanran also frowned and asked in a relatively calm tone, "What important matter requires me to block other people?" This matter, at the smallest, is related to the future of the Nalan family. At the largest, it is related to the survival of the entire Jiama Empire. Chu Mo lowered his voice and said, "What's so serious, Nalan? Yanran is still young and has no scheming in her heart." When she heard such shocking words for the first time, her eyes widened and her cherry mouth opened into an O shape. No, this person is not joking. Nalan Yanran reacted quickly and believed that Chu Mo was joking. After all, if it was really such an important matter, why would he look for me? No matter what, he should go to Nalan Jie. Thinking of this, Nalan Yanran looked at Chu Mo with anger and amusement and decided to do as he said first, to see what tricks this kid wanted to play. "You go out first." Nalan Yanran ordered the two maids beside her. The fact that the two maids were assigned to take care of the eldest daughter of the Nalan family proved that they were the confidants of the Nalan family master. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not feel at ease letting Nalan Yanran be alone with others. But first, Chu Mo was a distinguished guest invited back by Mr. Nalan, and it was not easy to offend him. Second, they knew that Chu Mo had the strength of a Dou Huang, and they could not stop him from doing something, whether they were there or not. Third, they did not think that Chu Mo would do anything bad. After all, he was just a 9-year-old child. It must be said that Chu Mo turned back to old age. The appearance of a young man after turning back to youth was extremely deceptive, and others could not learn it even if they wanted to. Therefore, the two maids hesitated for a moment and left. "You can talk now." After seeing the two maids walk away, Nalan Yanran tilted her head and said, "Of course, but before that, Miss Nalan, please do one thing." Chu Mo smiled on his fair little face, looking very harmless. "What is it?" Nalan Yanran asked. "Please take off your clothes." Chu Mo said calmly, without changing his tone. "Did I hear it wrong?" Seeing Chu Mo's calm expression, Nalan Yanran's first reaction was that she thought she had heard it wrong. How could someone make such a request for the first time? "Please take off your clothes." When Nalan Yanran heard Chu Mo repeat the same words again, she was sure that she had not heard it wrong. This person wanted to take off his clothes. You. Nalan Yanran looked at Chu Mo with shame and anger, and was so excited that she couldn't speak for a long time. "I didn't expect that this kid, who only looks 9 years old, would be such a person. It's true that you can't know a person's heart by his appearance." "Wait, I just want to prove that what I said is true. I don't mean anything else. Since you don't want to take off your clothes, it's okay to show half of your arms. It will be done soon." Seeing Nalan Yanran's intense reaction, Chu Mo hurriedly explained, his voice full of helplessness. "Oh my God, how can this girl be so precocious? When I was this age, I didn't know anything. Besides, she didn't think about it. With your figure that is flatter than a washboard, can Master Chu Mo look down on you?" In fact, Chu Mo missed this point. Children who live in a feudal era must be precocious than children who grow up in peacetime. For example, In the Naruto world, there are many people who go to the battlefield at the age of 4 or 5. Therefore, Nalan Yanran's current performance is really normal. Chu Mo put away the disgust for the flat figure in his eyes and tried to look at Miss Nalan with a sincere look, hoping that she could believe him. Maybe Chu Mo's eyes were too hot. Miss Nalan hesitated for a while and finally agreed with a slightly red face. "I will trust you for the last time. If I find out that you lied to me, I will let my grandfather deal with you." Miss Nalan rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white and smooth jade arms, and threatened fiercely. But she didn't think about it. Nalan Jie was just an ordinary Dou Zong. How could he deal with Chu Mo, a freak among Dou Zong? Chu Mo stretched out his hand, and the sea heart flame like flowing water penetrated his body and covered his entire palm. The surroundings began to become hot and dry, as if the moisture in the air was being evaporated by this terrifying flame. "This is a strange fire." Noticing Miss Nalan's curious eyes, Chu Mo deliberately explained it out loud, and then used this hand to pass across her arm in the air. Because Chu Mo used soul power to wrap the sea heart flame, Miss Nalan would only feel that her arm suddenly became very warm and would not be hurt. But she still cried out in surprise because she saw dense tree-like black lines on her arm, spreading from the palm of her hand to the part covered by her clothes, which was very scary. "What is this?" Miss Nalan was shocked and asked in a crying voice. "This black line is a special curse. Under normal circumstances, it is only effective for people with fighting spirit cultivation. It can enter the heart and deprive the cursed person of his life." Chu Mo quietly put away the brush in his hand and said seriously, "Who cursed me?" Nalan Yanran asked in horror. It seems that the changes in her body really scared her. "I don't know. I only heard this kind of curse mentioned by the teacher in casual conversation. I thought it was extinct. I didn't expect to encounter it here today." Chu Mo said slowly with a serious face. "Then you must have a way to remove the curse. You can make it appear, so there must be a way to remove it." Miss Nalan looked like she was about to cry. It was more like begging than asking. After all, Nalan Yanran had just become Yunyun's disciple not long ago. She had not yet experienced the 3-year agreement and traveled far to Zhongzhou. She was still a spoiled young lady. It was a great thing that she did not cry when she suddenly encountered something that even adults could hardly accept. Thinking of this, Chu Mo decided not to scare her for the time being. He would scare her after comforting her. "Although this curse is strange, the strange fire in my hand is its nemesis." Seeing that Nalan Yanran's complexion had improved, Chu Mo continued to comfort her. "Don't worry, the curse was stimulated to show its true form just by releasing the strange fire. If I release the true power of the strange fire, it will be easy to remove the curse." Seeing Chu Mo's confident look, Nalan Yanran was relieved and her emotions became stable again. Then, Chu Mo glanced at Miss Nalan, and while laughing in his heart, he put on a very worried look on his face and said, "So this is a small problem, which at most affects the future of the Nalan family. What I am going to talk about next is the real big thing, which affects the survival of the entire Gamma Empire." When Nalan Yanran heard Chu Mo say that he was cursed and that this big thing related to the future of the Nalan family was just a small problem, she wanted to scold him. However, when she heard that Chu Mo was going to talk about a big thing related to the Gamma Empire, she panicked. Her family was dependent on Gamma, and if the skin was gone, where would the hair be attached? The teacher once said that to cast this kind of curse, not only the correct method is needed, but also an extremely rare material. Chu Mo said slowly, "That is a spiritual object. Not only are the conditions for its birth harsh, but it is even more difficult for it to grow up, so this curse will gradually disappear. Since this curse has appeared again, it means that the person who cast the curse has obtained that spiritual object. Using that spiritual object, you can cast the curse many times. Do you know what this means?" Chu Mo looked at Nalan Yanran with a somewhat gloomy expression and a flash of unknown light in his eyes. "It means that it may not only be me who is cursed, but also the people of similar status to me in the entire Jiama Empire may be." Nalan Yanran stopped talking. Thinking of that terrifying possibility, her face suddenly turned pale. A curse can deprive a person of dueling or below of his life. Although it is unknown how many times it can be cast, if the top young talents of the entire Jam Empire are almost all dead at once, I am afraid that there will be a lack of successors and a devastating blow. As for the strict protection of other geniuses, Nalan Yanran is not at ease at all. She is the only daughter of the head of the Nalan family and a disciple of the leader of the Yunlan sect. Can others escape? Why don't you tell my grandfather about such an important matter? He can contact the Gamma royal family and other major families, and together with my teacher, we can all look for it together. Facing Chu Mo's mocking eyes, Nalan Yanran's voice became lower and lower until it disappeared. She is not a fool, but a talented person. She just cared too much about this matter and ignored other aspects. Now that I think about it, I know that the person who can secretly curse her must be hidden in the major families or the Gamma royal family, and his status is very high, so that he can contact her. If I really do what she said before, let alone whether I can find him, even if I find him, it is difficult to guarantee that the person will not jump off the wall in desperation and directly drag other cursed people to death together. Then what should I do? Miss Nalan is now completely without an opinion and can only seek advice from Chu Mo. I hope you can take me to meet the most popular young genius in the Jiama Empire. The strange fire in my body is most sensitive to the cold breath of this curse. As long as I meet them, I can know whether they are cursed. When I passed by your residence before, I came here because I felt something was wrong. At the end, Chu Mo also explained why he knew that Nalan Yanran was cursed. Anyway, he is the only one in the entire Jiama Empire who has strange fire. He said that strange fire can sense curses, so those people can only believe that strange fire can sense curses. Otherwise, they can find someone with strange fire to refute me. After Miss Nalan heard this, she naturally believed the person who told her about the curse more. She didn't even realize that she had begun to rely a little bit on this person who was only a few years younger than her, but surpassed her in strength, wisdom, and other aspects. This kind of dependence usually only occurred to her grandfather, teacher, and others. Today, Chu Mo was her only exception. What if we find that they are really cursed? What should we do? Although there were some ripples in her heart, Nalan Yanran still maintained her calm mind and asked, "Of course, bring them back to remove the curse. I will go to find my senior brother later. He and I have just arrived in the Jiama Empire. We are absolutely trustworthy. We will work together to put on a good show and will never let the mastermind find out." Chu Mo said confidently, "As long as we remove the curses of those people one by one, we can make them and the forces behind them become our helpers. The mastermind should not have a strange fire, so we can't know whether the curses on those people have been lifted. When the time comes, we will unite everyone to find him out and destroy him in one fell swoop." A solution was found in such a short time? Miss Nalan stared at Chu Mo blankly. That confident attitude and the wisdom of coming up with a solution in a snap of the fingers attracted her. Gradually, a seed called worship sprouted in her heart, giving her a wonderful feeling. "Miss Nalan, what do you think of this?" Chu Mo tried to know what Nalan Yanran was thinking. "Have you thought about it? Brave girl, come and help me save Gamma." About this matter, I think what you said is very good. Let's do it." Miss Nalan blushed and said vaguely, "Oh my God, I didn't listen to the rest." "Forget it. He has thought about it anyway. Just listen to him. In this case, give me your hand. I will help you remove the curse first." Chu Mo felt that Nalan Yanran was a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. Now he covered the sea heart flame with one hand and held the paintbrush with the other hand hidden in his sleeve. He was ready to go. "It's my turn to perform." "Oh!" Miss Nalan responded and obediently stretched out her white and smooth arm. Chu Mo used his soul power to wrap the sea heart flame around Nalan Yanran's body, making her look like a female warrior wearing dark blue flame armor, revealing a bit of heroism. Then, Chu Mo slightly relaxed his soul power, and the temperature of the sea heart flame rose, and Nalan Yanran gradually felt her whole body begin to heat up. At this moment, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the tree-like black lines on her body seemed to have met their nemesis, and the color became lighter and lighter and began to gradually disappear. When Chu Mo took back the sea heart flame, The tree-like black lines on Nalan Yanran's body had completely disappeared. Now I'm going to find my senior brother and discuss this with him. Do you know the whereabouts of those people now? Chu Mo asked. Princess Yaoye. She likes to sneak out to go shopping and has invited me several times. I'll tell you a few places she often goes to. You can go and see if she's there. Mu Jian from the Mu family. He's interested in Yafei from the Meitel family, and he goes to the Meitel auction house from time to time. Liu Ling, the disciple of Master Guhe. I don't know why this guy is pestering me all day long. As long as I call him, he should come out. Hearing the names that Nalan Yanran called out one by one, Chu Mo suddenly felt a little panic in his heart, wondering if he had played too big a game. Princess Yaoye is the eldest princess of the royal family. Her great-grandfather Jia Xingtian has the cultivation level of a 9-star Dou Huang. Mu Jian belongs to the Mu family, which is one of the 3 major families in the Jiama Empire, and the head of the family has the cultivation level of a 4-star Dou Wang. Liu Ling's master Guhe is a 6th-grade alchemist, and he can invite many Dou Wang and Dou Huang masters at any time. Finally, there is the Nalan family and Yunlin sect behind Nalan Yanran. Hiss, the sound of sucking in cold air. If I am exposed at that time, I, a 1-star Dou Huang, really can't bear it. I'm afraid I will be hunted by a group of people again. Chu Mo's face was uncertain, and he hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind. Do it! Anyway, he can escape in the worst case, so what's there to be afraid of? If it succeeds, it will be a big profit. What's wrong with you? Noticing Chu Mo's abnormality, Nalan Yanran asked worriedly. It's okay. I just thought about dealing with such a powerful villain, and I was a little scared. Chu Mo hurriedly explained. Fortunately, I was almost exposed, but fortunately I was able to fool it. But don't worry, I have figured it out now. I will never tolerate this evil plan to succeed. I must protect the lives of others. Gamma, let us protect it. Chu Mo put himself in the role of the righteous anime hero and said with great confidence, It must be said that although these lines are very second year, it is this kind of second-year lines that can attract people of Miss Nalan's age the most. At least Miss Nalan thought Chu Mo was very handsome now, and she was so excited that she wanted to follow Chu Mo to fight, so he would be afraid too. That's right, he was a few years younger than me, and it must be the first time he encountered such a thing, so it was reasonable for him to feel afraid. However, I didn't expect that he would choose to face the evil villain in the end. He was really amazing. I can't do it to this extent now. Nalan Yanran's black and white eyes gradually showed a little more admiration, which made Chu Mo, who was baptized by her eyes, say that he couldn't understand it. Hey, why do I feel that her eyes look at me so strange? Did she find something wrong? No, I have to run away quickly. If I really get exposed, it will be troublesome. Miss Nalan, since everything is fine, I will go back and prepare first. Oh, then you go back. Wait, don't leave yet. Chu Mo looked at her in confusion. What's the matter? Well, I think we should be considered friends now. Don't call me Miss Nalan, just call me by my name. When she said these words, Nalan Yanran's little face was red, like a big apple, and she looked very cute. Is this okay? Chu Mo's voice was a little hesitant. Isn't the progress of this relationship a little too fast? Then you can call me Sister or Sister Yanran. Nalan Yanran's eyes lit up. She has never been a sister to others. You are probably dreaming. No, just call you Yanran, Chu Mo said hurriedly. Although he looked smaller, he was still the hardcore macho man in his heart. It was impossible for him to treat a little girl as his sister. Okay. Miss Nalan looked at Chu Mo with resentment, and her voice was full of loss. Chu Mo's face was dark. He really didn't want to talk about this topic with her anymore, so he left here quickly. A few days later, Chu Mo was strolling with Jiang Peng on a busy street in Jiama capital. They have been here for a few days, but still haven't seen Princess Yaoye. They are a little disappointed. Brother, it's been so long, but we still haven't seen anyone. Let's go back. Jiang Peng said this to Chu Mo for the 9th time. I've been waiting for so long. How can I give up? Chu Mo gritted his teeth like a gambler who has lost his temper. But Jiang Peng wanted to persuade him, but he couldn't think of anything to say. He had to continue wandering behind the lot teacher like he had done in the past few days. He felt that it was not bad to keep doing this. After all, What the teacher was going to do seemed to involve the power of the entire Jiama Empire, which was too dangerous. The most important thing was that the teacher didn't even tell him what he was going to do, which was very depressing. He, Zhang Peng, was not a person who was afraid of death. The teacher had taught him and was worthy of his sacrifice, but if he died in an unclear way in the end, it would be a bit unacceptable. And he couldn't oppose the teacher's approach, so he could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that the teacher would never find Princess Yao Ye. According to a very famous Murphy's Law in Chu Mo's previous life, if there is a possibility that things will go wrong, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. When Zhang Peng was praying in his heart, Chu Mo's surprised voice suddenly reached his ears. Finally found it, Princess Yao Ye. What? Following Chu Mo's gaze, a tall figure with a cold and mature style appeared in his sight. Is this Princess Yao Ye? Zhang Peng looked at the woman who was facing them sideways in confusion. Although she had a good figure and excellent temperament, this face was too ordinary. No, that's not right. It's a disguise mask. Zhang Peng suddenly figured it out. As the eldest princess of the Jiama Empire, Yao Ye must have many people who know her. Since she sneaked out to go shopping, she must wear a disguise mask. What to do next? Just when he was about to ask the teacher for instructions, he saw Chu Mo had already run to Princess Yao Ye and said loudly in a rather arrogant tone, "Hey, that woman, my senior brother saw that you have a good figure and said that you will be his in the future." Zhang Peng, I didn't say that he lied to you. The childish voice sounded, and the area became very quiet. People around couldn't help but look over. Which young man is coming out to rob a common woman? There is no need to say. Just watch the fun. Watch the fun quickly. Little brother, my sister has no plans to get married yet. You can ask your senior brother to find someone else. Princess Yao Ye smiled and pinched Chu Mo's fair cheek. The majestic temperament that she grew up in the royal family could not even be hidden by the disguise mask, making her stand out no matter what she did. To be honest, since the last time the dandy young man who flirted with her was directly abolished by her great-grandfather Jia Xingqian, she hasn't heard similar words for many years. If Chu Mo wasn't still a child, she wouldn't be so generous. Don't be ungrateful, woman. My senior brother asked you to be his woman to honor you. Don't be shameless. Chu Mo protected his face with both hands and scolded fiercely. Puff! Seeing Chu Mo protecting his face with both hands like a little animal, Yao Ye just felt funny in her heart and stretched out her jade hand to pinch him. Yes, sister is just ungrateful. What can you do about it? Hearing Yao Ye's provocation, Chu Mo, who was facing her face-pinching attack and could not resist, was immediately angry. He quickly roared in Zhang Peng's mind with the power of his soul. Traitor! Come here quickly! Zhang Peng, who received Chu Mo's message, immediately looked like his whole family was dead. He walked over reluctantly after 3 steps. Next, you do what I say. While walking over, Zhang Peng had adjusted his expression and strictly followed the standards. Chu Mo said, disguising himself as a handsome man with a calm face, deep eyes, and excellent temperament at all times. He looked as steady as an old dog, but he was panicking inside. What? Some people questioned that Zhang Peng could not disguise himself so well in just a few days. Chu Mo said that physical memory was stress-free, and Zhang Peng used it, and he dared not say it was good. Princess Yao Ye looked at Zhang Peng, who walked in front of her with a calm face. The smile on her face disappeared, and she returned to her usual cold and elegant look. Deep in her heart, there was even a hint of murderous intent. She could tolerate the jokes of children, but she would never let go of the scum who dared to tease her. She swore that if the young man in front of her dared to tease her, she would definitely have someone break his 3rd leg and cripple his 5th limb. When Zhang Peng was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill in his lower body, as if something bad would happen as soon as he opened his mouth. He secretly glanced at Chu Mo, who was looking at him with a smile on his face, and his heart suddenly mustered up endless courage. If he said it, he would die, and if he didn't say it, he would rather die than live. He had no choice. Zhang Peng looked at Yao Ye calmly, his eyes as deep as the universe, and said in a domineering tone, If I like you, you are already my woman. Remember, this is not a request, but a notice. This princess has grown up, and today is the first time she has met such an arrogant guy. Princess Yao Ye's face turned red with anger. Although she was covered by the disguise mask and her expression could not be seen, Zhang Peng could still clearly feel her anger. This kind of person who relies on his own strength to wantonly harm the common people deserves to die. If he hadn't kicked her iron plate today, I don't know how many more people he would have harmed. Although she had already sentenced this man to death in her heart, Yao Ye remained calm on the surface, but secretly mobilized her fighting spirit, wanting to defeat the enemy with one blow. Chu Mo had already discovered her little move and directly pressed his little hand on her body, directly and forcefully suppressed the fighting spirit in Yao Ye's body. How is it possible? Yao Ye looked at Chu Mo in disbelief, and she really couldn't accept the fact that such a young boy was so much stronger than her. Have you controlled it? If you have controlled it, take her away, Zhang Peng said lightly. Okay, senior brother, Chu Mo said with a well-behaved face. Relying on his powerful physical strength, he directly carried Princess Yao Ye up. Wait, you can't take me away. I'm the eldest princess of the Jiama Empire, Yao Ye. Realizing that she couldn't escape, Yao Ye used up her last bit of strength to take off the disguise mask and revealed her true face, hoping that her true identity could shock the two guys. However, what she didn't expect was that the two still had no intention of letting her go. Princess, no wonder you looked so elegant just now. It must be very exciting to play with you. Looking at Princess Yao Ye's cold and beautiful face, her beautiful eyes and natural charm, Zhang Peng finally showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. But this smile was no different from the devil's smile in Yao Ye's eyes. Let go of the princess. With a loud shout, a figure with a tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in front of Chu Mo and slapped him on the top of his head. This is a beautiful woman, ripe and seductive, and a Dou Zong level strongman. She should be the person responsible for secretly protecting Yao Ye. Seeing the princess being taken away, she naturally came out to rescue her. Of the two, she saw that the young man only had Douling's strength and could be easily dealt with, but the child's cultivation was a little hard to see through. To be safe, she decided to sneak attack Chu Mo, and even used a powerful move to hit Chu Mo's vitals. Bang! Unexpectedly, Chu Mo did not dodge or evade the move, but directly headbutted and took the palm of the beautiful woman. How could there be such a strong body? Before the beautiful woman could be surprised, Chu Mo's headbutt hit her. A strong impact force directly knocked her defenseless and seriously injured her, and she fell to the ground. Is this trying to blackmail me? Chu Mo was a little surprised at the power of his headbutt. He had never been so easy to deal with Dou Zong of the same level before. But it was easy. The headbutt was not easy. He first used his own fighting spirit to attack the opponent's fighting spirit, causing him to lose control for a moment. Then he used the power of the soul to attack the opponent's soul, causing him to be confused for a moment, and finally seized this moment to rely on his powerful physical strength to attack. Let's take this person away with us. After sending a soul message to Zhang Peng, Chu Mo used his fighting spirit to stabilize the beautiful woman's injuries and lifted her up with his other hand. Hey, my senior brother just sent a soul message to tell me to take you back, saying that since you want to save your princess so much, you should accompany her. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Such a cruel behavior naturally attracted a lot of discussion from others. That really seems to be Princess Yao Ye. I've seen her portrait. Oh my God, when did this kind of lunatic appear in the imperial capital again? He even dared to arrest Princess Yao Ye. Aren't they afraid of the revenge of the Jiama royal family? Revenge? Didn't you see that beautiful woman? I remember that she was a Dou Zong strongman who was famous in Jiama many years ago. Later, she defected to the royal family. Now she is vulnerable to that child. How will the royal family retaliate? Hey, Ma Pao Jialao is the strongest man in the Jiama Empire. Ordinary Dou Zongs can't survive a few moves in his hands. What does that child count for? The discussion in the crowd became more and more intense. A few more perceptive people did not speak. They just glanced at the backs of Chu Mo and the others with complicated expressions. They knew that the Jiama Empire might not be peaceful next. Jiama Palace, in a luxurious hall. Bang! What did you say? Yao Ye was captured by a young man? Hearing the news from his men, Jia Xingqian was furious. He slapped the table made of purple spirit wood in front of him with a loud noise. Yao Ye had been trained by him as the heir to the empire and had high expectations for her. Now she was captured for no reason. How could he not be angry? Where is Yan Li? Didn't I ask her to protect Yao Ye in secret? Jia Xingqian's voice was full of murderous intent. He knew that Yao Ye sneaked out of the palace to go shopping every time, but he turned a blind eye to it because he thought that this child had been trained by them as the heir to the empire, and the pressure on weekdays was too great. He needed a way to vent. He arranged for Yan Li, who had the strength of a Dou Zong, to protect her in secret. It was also a tacit secret between the two. But today someone told him that Yao Ye was captured. How did Yan Li protect people? Old Jia, this can't be blamed on Dou Zong Yan Li. According to the information I collected from the people who were present at the time, Dou Zong Yan Li did take action, but I didn't expect that the young man's junior brother defeated her with one move. The speaker was a very elegant and easygoing middle-aged man. His name was Kui Yunpeng. He was Jia Lao's confidant. He admired Yan Li very much on weekdays. In addition, Yan Li had already tried her best in this matter, so he naturally spoke to her at this time. Defeated Yan Li with one move? Are you sure? Jia Xingqian stared at Kui Yunpeng in disbelief. He might not be able to do such a thing. You know, Jia Xingqian is now a 9-star Dou Zong, and the young man can't be a Dou Zong. It should be right. After all, the situations described by the people present at the time are similar. It's impossible that they have coordinated their confessions in advance and deliberately fooled us, right? Jia Xingqian heard this. His face was gloomy, and he fell into deep thought. Why did such a strong man capture Yao Ye? Could it be to deal with me? This is easy to deal with. Since they are planning to deal with me, it means that the junior brother of that young man is definitely not a Dou Zong strongman. Otherwise, there would be no need for such trouble. Moreover, according to the information we have received, that young man... Kui Yunpeng stopped talking, his face full of hesitation. What's wrong with that young man? Tell me! Jia Xingqian scolded. He didn't like people hesitating in front of him the most. That young man must have taken a fancy to Princess Yao Ye's beauty and took her away. Kui Yunpeng was so desperate that Jia Xingqian was stunned as soon as he opened his mouth. This is really great. Jia Xingqian was finally relieved. If this is the case, he doesn't have to worry about Yao Ye's safety. No, that's my great-granddaughter. Jia Xingqian finally realized that his cabbage was about to be ruined by pigs. What a fart. Moreover, after Yanli Dou Zong was defeated, he was also taken away. When Kui Yunpeng said this, his face was ashen and his voice was very difficult. Yunpeng, it's all my fault. Have you found their current location? Jia Xingqian asked with red eyes. We have found it. Those two people had no intention of hiding their whereabouts. They walked directly into the Nalan mansion. According to the information we have investigated, they should be the guests invited by Grandpa Nalan Jie. Junior brother has the strength of Du Huang and also has a strange fire, but his potential has been lost and there is no room for improvement. Senior brother only has the strength of dueling, but he is also a 4th-grade alchemist. In addition, he is still young, so there is a great possibility in the future. Kui Yunpeng spoke very quickly, hoping to finish quickly and let Jia Xingqian go to save people. Isn't the story like this? As long as the rescue is fast, nothing will happen. Listening to Kui Yunpeng's narration, Jia Xingqian nodded and recognized his ability in his heart. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a professional. In such a short time, he has found out everything that Chu Mo and the others did since entering the Jiama Empire. Go contact Old Man Nalan. He probably doesn't know what kind of guests he invited. Jia Xingqian sneered. No time to waste. I'll go save them now. Just as Jia Xingqian was about to leave, he heard the guards outside the palace shouting, Princess Yao Ye and King Yanli are back! What does that mean? Wait, it's not already. As if thinking of some unacceptable result, Jia Xingqian turned around with a stiff face and looked at Kui Yunpeng, holding on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, how long has it been since they were captured. From the time we received the news to the time the news was confirmed, it took a lot of time to collect evidence at the scene. Kuyunpeng's face was also very ugly. He seemed to have the same idea as Jia Xingqian. Just tell me, how long has it been? Jia Xingqian interrupted Kuyunpeng directly. He just wanted to know the result quickly. More than half a day. After saying this, Kuyunpeng seemed to have used up all his strength. Now he lowered his head and looked dejected. It's been more than half a day, and the matter has been settled. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yao Ye just walked in and heard the two of them seem to be discussing something. Out of the natural gossip instinct of women, she planned to ask. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, the two not only did not answer, but looked at her with regret. Grandpa, Zhang Peng just invited us to sit there for a while, and nothing happened to us. Yao Ye understood the look in their eyes and hurriedly explained. Before, Chu Mo told her about the curse through Zhang Peng and reminded her not to tell anyone until the last moment. After all, the mastermind behind the scenes should be hiding in the imperial capital, and anyone could be his disguise. At present, the only people who are worthy of trust are Chu Mo and the two, and the people who are also cursed. So in this case, it is difficult for her to explain now. Yao Ye, you. Jia Xingqian looked at Yao Ye's torn sleeves and messy clothes with a complicated expression. Is this going to pretend that nothing happened? From the perspective of the Empire, this is indeed the best thing to do as an heir, but you are my great-granddaughter. Grandfather, nothing really happened. Yao Ye was anxious. The sleeves were torn by them to prove the curse, and the clothes were messed up when Chu Mo carried them. On the way back, she was too shocked to tidy up, and she didn't expect to be misunderstood. I know. Jia Xingqian seemed to have aged a few years, and his face was full of twilight and fatigue. Yao Ye, you have suffered. So angry you know nothing. Thinking of the plan that Zhang Peng told her before leaving, which might temporarily affect her reputation, she didn't take it seriously at the time, but she didn't expect. Oh my God, I remember that many people saw us on the way back. Yao Ye's face flushed, angry and annoyed, but thinking that according to the plan, Zhang Peng's reputation would be so bad in the future, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him in the future. On the other side, Kuyunpeng looked at Yan Li, who limped in because of a serious injury, and felt his heart broken. He walked over, resisted the urge to cry, tried his best to appear calm, and gently comforted her. It's okay. The past is over. If you don't mind, I can actually... What did you say? Yan Li's face was dark. When she woke up, she was already on the way back by the princess, and she had no idea what happened in the middle. But she subconsciously remembered very clearly that she was not taken advantage of, but when she heard Kuyunpeng say this, she was immediately furious. It's my fault. The princess just said that nothing happened. Kuyunpeng seemed to have thought of something and explained repeatedly. Just looking at his expression, it was clear that he felt that the matter had been hammered. She just saw clearly that a trace of murderous intent flashed in Yan Li's eyes. At this time, at the Meadle auction house, Chu Mo was looking at the enchanting and beautiful Yafei on the stage and found that a whitewashing task suddenly appeared in the system interface. D-level whitewashing mission, Zhang Peng's accomplice who harmed Princess Yao Ye and Yao Wang. Related plot characters, C-level plot character Jia Xingqian, task reward, D-level lottery for all heavens. Note, don't think the level is low. Jia Xingqian is now thinking more about making Zhang Peng his grandson-in-law. However, as long as you finish what you are going to do next, he will no longer think so. The mission level will definitely soar. Miter Auction House, Xuan Level Auction House. The auction is in progress. The auctioneer of Miter Auction House this time is Miss Yafei, the chief auctioneer of Miter Auction House. She is wearing a bright red brocade robe today, which perfectly outlines the beautiful curves of her body. The silver belt tied around her waist shows her slender waist to the fullest. A pair of narrow peach blossom eyes swept across, causing many men to feel a hot impulse in their hearts. Especially her charming voice that makes people's bones soften. In many people's opinion, just hearing it is a kind of enjoyment. Just when they were immersed in this enjoyment, An abrupt voice suddenly interrupted, causing everyone to stare angrily. The Midal auction house is known as the first auction house in the Gamma Empire. I happen to be interested in something today. I wonder if you will sell it? Zhang Peng stood up. His tone was as calm as if he was reciting a script. Fortunately, with his calm face, it was not easy to be discovered. What do you want to buy, sir? Looking at this young man who disrupted the order of the auction, Yafei frowned slightly, barely maintaining basic courtesy and etiquette. I see that Miss Yafei is so beautiful, I will buy you for a long time, Zhang Peng said lightly. What did you say? Yafei looked at him in disbelief, and finally realized that this person was not friendly. Just as she was about to call for guards, the voices of major forces suddenly came from all around. I remember now. Wasn't that young man the one who took Princess Yaoye and King Yanli away? What? He got involved with those two and wanted to rob Miss Yafei. How come he is still alive? Hey, his junior brother defeated King Yanli with one blow. With this strength, who dares to provoke him in the Jiama Empire? After a simple analysis of the information in their words, Yafei's beautiful and charming face immediately turned pale. Although the Midal family is one of the three major families in the Jiama Empire and has many strong people in the family, it mainly engages in business and values interests. Using a vase with low Douqi talent to win over a strong man who is at least Dou Huang, such a thing, those elders must be able to do it. How about the price of a gold coin? Zhang Peng said, throwing a gold coin in front of Yafei. This is an insult to herself. Yafei stared at him intently, her peach blossom eyes full of hatred, but soon she lowered her head helplessly, as if accepting reality. She can't do anything now. Let Yafei go. A young man in his 20s shot up from his seat with emerald green fighting spirit emanating from his body, turning his fists into the color of dead wood. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at the level of a fighting master, so Zhang Peng knocked him to the ground in one go. Wood fighting! Yafei called out the young man's name in shock. She didn't expect that he would come out to save her at this time. Buy one, get one free. Chu Mo's eyes lit up, and he looked at Mu Zhan with surprise. Looking at the fierce-looking Mu Zhan, constantly calculating how much the mission level could be raised by the addition of the plot powerhouse of the Mu family. You dare to touch us? The Mu family behind me and the Midal family behind Yafei are both one of the three major families of Gamma. You can't afford the revenge of our family. Mu Zhan was not a fool. He knew that when he couldn't beat him now, he would use the backers behind him to try to deter Zhang Peng. Unexpectedly, Zhang Peng suddenly trembled, as if he had received some news, and began to talk to Chu Mo in his mind. Teacher, this is a man! So what? I really can't do it. My reputation is already a mess. What? You've grown wings and can't listen to your teacher anymore, right? He felt very complicated inside. He just looked at Mu Zhan and said in a faint tone that revealed his impulse to die. Your name is Mu Zhan? You are in good shape, pretty strong. Although you are telling the truth, why does it sound so wrong? What do you want to do? Mu Zhan felt something in his heart and said coldly, What? I think you don't understand at all. I will take you and Yafei away immediately. What do you think I am going to do? A faint smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Peng's mouth. Damn! This is the rhythm of not saving the goddess, but also putting yourself in it. Mu Zhan's ass was cold, and he took several steps back in a row. With a forced smile on his face, he said, Well, I think you are not only strong, but also handsome. You are really the best destination for Yafei. I can't get involved in your affairs. I'd better leave. Yafei looked at Mu Zhan, who was like a different person before and after, with a stunned face, and the touch that had risen in her heart suddenly disappeared. Men are all pigs. Leave? Are you sure you can get away? Zhang Peng's voice was still so light, but it made Mu Zhan break out in a cold sweat. Is it that I am destined to die today? Miss Yafei is so beautiful, she is enough. Don't worry, I will help you to bear the pressure from the Midal family. Mu Zhan said seriously. There are beautiful women everywhere in the world. Why do you have to love only one flower? Yafei, I am sorry for you. Are you talking like a human being? After Yafei realized what was going on, she flew into a rage, and her snow-white silver teeth were almost broken. Mu Zhan, this bastard! There are countless mediocre women like Yafei in the imperial capital. It is not worth it for you to offend the Meitel family for Yafei. On the contrary, a good man like Mu Zhan is hard to find in the world. You should choose him. Don't worry, I will bear the pressure from the Mu family together. Yafei said seriously. You were the first to be unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Facing the eyes of the two people who hoped that he would choose each other, Zhang Peng was silent for a long time and finally spoke. Only children make choices. Of course, I want them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Mo walked over and carried the two of them. During this time, they tried to resist but failed and were immediately suppressed. After that, as soon as Zhang Peng turned around, the women subconsciously took a step back with horrified expressions on their faces. It seems that Yafei's experience has left a big shadow on them. I am so beautiful, have a good figure, have temperament, money, have talent. He won't take me away too, right? The reaction of those men was even more exaggerated. They started to run away directly, and they didn't forget to protect their back doors with their hands while running away. It seems that Mu Zhan's experience has left a big shadow on them. I am so handsome, strong, have temperament, have money, have talent. If he sees me, will he let me go? There was a word in my heart that I didn't know whether to say it or not. Teacher, after the plan is completed, can my reputation really be saved? It should be, it may be, maybe, probably. It can be saved, right? Zhang Peng is angry, and it was not just a small fire in the general sense, but it directly spread throughout the entire Jiama imperial capital. If getting involved with Princess Yaoye and King Yanli Do only made him appear in the eyes of major forces, then his deeds of robbing Yafei and Mu Zhan in broad daylight successfully made him enter the hearts of millions of residents of the imperial capital. Especially after Yafei and Mu Zhan were released half a day later. But the Meitel family and the Mu family kept silent. The name Zhang Peng has become a nightmare in the hearts of young people in the imperial capital. Needless to say, those girls dare not leave their homes, and even those young geniuses have transformed into ladies from noble families, never leaving the front door or the back door. According to a survey by Mr. Chu Mo, who did not want to be named, things like chastity pants are now very popular outside, and they are all sold out, and most of the buyers are men. Mr. Chu Mo, who did not want to be named, interviewed many buyers. According to them, although wearing these things may not be very useful, they can provide a sense of security. Otherwise, they would not even dare to lie down when sleeping at night. Mr. Chu Mo, who did not want to reveal his name, felt deeply sympathetic and reminded the audience that it was the peak period for Zhang Peng to appear. For the sake of your physical and mental safety and chastity, do not go out unless necessary. Destroy it. I'm tired. What's that expression on your face? People who don't know would think I was forcing you. Chu Mo said with an unhappy face. It was originally, oh, forget it. It's already like this. There's no point in complaining. I just thought about being able to do something for the teacher, and I was so excited that my expression changed a little. I definitely didn't smear the teacher in my heart. Zhang Peng said lightly, his face still as calm as ever. He has been keeping this expression every day recently, and he feels that he is about to have facial paralysis. If he doesn't do it deliberately, no matter how much his heart fluctuates, his expression will only change a little, and people who are not very familiar with him can't see it. If he keeps it like this, Zhang Peng feels that he will really become the shape designed by the teacher. You obviously think that the teacher is forcing you. Chu Mo sneered. Really not. Zhang Peng's voice rarely showed a trace of sincerity. It turned out that acting skills can improve. Are you doubting your teacher's judgment? Do you think your teacher's brain is confused? Chu Mo was furious. I didn't? Well, actually there are a few, only a few. Seeing Chu Mo like this, Zhang Peng quickly changed his words. Okay, you finally admitted it, and you tried to deceive your teacher, you traitor. Chu Mo got even angrier. I'm in such a difficult situation. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Chu Mo spread his hands, indicating that I was teasing you just now. Looking at Zhang Peng's aggrieved eyes, Chu Mo felt a little embarrassed. He didn't like to tease others like this before. Could it be that after his body became smaller, it affected his IQ in turn? Bah, no. It affected his behavior pattern? Oh my God, will I become so childish from time to time in the future? No, I have to start from now on and become the mature and stable man I used to be. Chu Mo clenched his fists, looked up at the sky, with a determined expression on his face, looking like the hero of a hot-blooded youth comic. It turned out that it was not the teacher who changed, but the teacher's brain that had problems. Alas, a good person. How could he become stupid? Looking at Chu Mo, who was posing there, Zhang Peng's heart was full of sympathy, and even the grievances he had suffered before seemed nothing. Caring for the mentally retarded, starting with me. On this side, Chu Mo, who had no idea that the traitor was full of rebellious ideas, looked at the whitewashing tasks he created on the system interface, and his heart was full of expectations for the future. Sea-level whitewashing task, Zhang, outlaw, automatic walking seed drill. Related plot characters, C-level plot characters plus Xingqian, D-level plot characters. Mu family patriarch, 4-star Douang, Meidel, Tengshan, Douang. A group of supporting roles, fighting Qi, task reward, C-level Zhutian lottery once. Note, is the level of the task really only related to the degree of whitewashing, the strength and level of the plot characters? Please remember that every gift given by fate has already been secretly marked with a price. Will the difficulty of the task also increase? When Chu Mo saw the last note, he immediately thought of the scenes of his first 2 tasks. Whether it was Zion's coquettish operation or the sudden opening of the rebel, he was deeply impressed. Although there was no danger, it was only a C or D level whitewashing task. If it was a higher level, I'm afraid it would really be walking on a tightrope all the time. But even so, just when Chu Mo was making up his mind, he sensed 2 people coming here. The one in front had a familiar aura. It should be Nalan Yanran. As for the one behind, although the aura was unfamiliar, Chu Mo still knew who he was. Liu Ling, the direct disciple of Dan King Gu He. Together with his teacher, the main plot masters in the imperial capital are basically complete. Chu Mo is looking forward to whether the whitewashing task will be upgraded to level B by then. Liu Ling is here. Nalan Yanran walked in front of Chu Mo and said as if to ask for credit. Yes, it was Chu Mo who asked her to invite Liu Ling here. There is no way. Since Zhang Peng's reputation resounded throughout the imperial capital, these grandsons have become cowardly and hid at home. No matter what Chu Mo does, he can't just go to someone else's house to take someone away, right? This will directly tear the relationship apart, which is not in line with his plan. Just when Miss Nalan said that Liu Ling had been pestering her, Chu Mo came up with this idea. By the way, Miss Nalan is only 12 years old this year. Liu Ling's idea is illegal, immoral, and worthy of criticism. Chu Mo despises him very much. Great, Yanran, you have helped me a lot. Chu Mo did not forget to praise Yanran and prepare for the next time he asked her to do something. Anyway, it's free, so praise her a little. Hearing Chu Mo's praise, Yanran smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents. It seems that she is very happy to be able to help Chu Mo. Yanran, who is he? Looking at the interaction between the two, Liu Ling, who felt that his head was a little heavy, questioned. Didn't I come here first? This man, who is the boy? Well, it seems that Zhang Peng has been selectively ignored by him. Looking at Liu Ling, who was wearing a pharmacist's robe with an upright posture and a handsome and somewhat feminine face, Chu Mo's face was full of malicious smiles. It's decided that it's you. Go ahead, Zhang Peng. Chu Mo glanced at him, and Zhang Peng immediately understood what he meant and slowly walked towards Liu Ling. Looking at his back, he looked quite desolate. You are. Looking at Zhang Peng walking over, Liu Ling inexplicably felt that he looked familiar, as if she had seen this man's portrait somewhere. I remember, you are that Zhang Peng. Wait, what are you doing? Stay away from me. My teacher is Danwang Guhe. If you dare to touch me, he will not let you go. Help, Yanran, save me. Seeing that Liu Ling, who had been controlled, was crying for her parents and looked like she was about to pee, Chu Mo's mood suddenly became very happy. Ah, it's another beautiful day. C+ level whitewashing task, Zhang, outlaw, automatic walking seed drill, Peng's accomplice. Related plot characters, C-level plot characters, plus Xingtian, Guhe, 6th grade alchemist, D-level plot characters: Mu family patriarch, 4-star Dou Zong, Meidel Tengshan. A group of supporting roles. Task reward: C+ level Zhutian lottery once. Note: remember, you are playing with fire. C+ level? Chu Mo was dumbfounded. So many plot masters couldn't even get the tasks to B level? It shouldn't be like this. What went wrong? The level of whitewashing required is enough. The only possibility is the level of the plot characters. Is it because there are no B-level plot masters involved? Chu Mo thought in distress. Where can he find a B-level plot master now? Forget it. Let's execute it according to the original plan. Chu Mo decided to let Zhang Peng go to find Princess Yao Yue again. She is the apprentice of the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. As long as he does it, it will not be difficult to drag the plot powerhouse of the Alchemist Guild into the water. In other words, I have to add another lowly control to my name? Now all the major forces are at a weird balance point, and none of them are willing to take the lead. After all, Chu Mo's strength really shocked them. If they really go to the door to seek justice, they may both lose. In addition, the forces are all based on their own interests. After all, their interests have not been damaged, but it is just that their face is not acceptable. However, if they dare to touch Princess Yao now, it will touch the already sensitive nerves of the major forces, and they will be suspected of having other intentions, and finally attract all the strong men to attack them. At that time, Chu Mo will take the opportunity to whitewash himself. I am doing this for you, winning everyone's understanding, completing the task successfully, and everyone is happy. What? What if those people don't listen to my explanation, and I don't even have a chance to speak? Oh, I'm not crazy. I must have investigated before I took action. I dared to do this too, make sure that, even if all the strong men in the imperial capital united, I could not defeat them but could escape. At that time, it is impossible for a plot strong man from outside the imperial capital to appear, right? Is it possible? Can it be done? Just when Chu Mo was full of confidence, a beautiful woman in a plain robe, graceful and noble, walked in at the entrance of the imperial capital. Yun walked into the imperial capital and saw that the streets that were once bustling and lively were sparsely populated and deserted. She frowned slightly. Has anything happened in the imperial capital recently? Yun thought so. She should have practiced in the Yunlan sect, but she suddenly had a whim these days and came to the imperial capital to relax. I didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as I came in. What happened? Will it affect Yanran? Thinking that her newly accepted disciple had been in the imperial capital for a while, Yun's beautiful face suddenly showed a trace of worry. In order to quickly understand the situation, Yun stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, has anything happened in the imperial capital recently? Why has it changed so much?" She opened her red lips slightly, and her calm voice was as clear and pleasant pearls falling on a jade plate, which immediately dispelled the man's vigilance. "You just came to the imperial capital, right?" The passerby looked at her and said, "How do you know that I just came to the imperial capital?" Yun's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled look. She was not much different from when she came to the imperial capital before. Any good-looking young man in the imperial capital would hide at home and dare not come out. Only those who are so beautiful and dare to go out on the street are those who have just arrived and don't know the situation. Yun subconsciously looked around. Not to mention good-looking people, even those with average looks, were rare. What happened? Yun asked with a curious look on her face. It's that lecherous thief Zhang Peng. He relies on his junior brother's strength to do whatever he wants in the imperial capital. Anyone he likes, whether it's the princess of the empire, the noblewoman of a big family, or the son of a rich family, can't escape. So arrogant. What about the 3 major families? What about the Jiama royal family? Didn't they do anything? Yun frowned even deeper when she heard this, and asked subconsciously, They didn't even let a fart go, and finally made us dare not come out." A passerby was disdainful, and it can be seen that he was quite angry about the behavior of the major forces. The eldest lady of the Nalan family, Nalan Yanran, should be okay? After learning about Zhang Peng's behavior, Yun now urgently wants to know the current situation of her apprentice. She is still so young, and likes to stay at home to practice all the time. She should be fine, right? At present, I have only heard that Princess Yaoyi, Miss Yafei, Master Mujan, and Liu Ling have been killed. The words of the passerby immediately put Yun at ease. It's good that she is okay. This is her personal disciple who is raised as a sister. But, the word but made Yun's heart rise again. But what? She asked hurriedly, praying in her heart that it was not bad news. My neighbor's second uncle's comrade's sister's friend's relative's teacher's husband is a guard of the Nalan family. He said that Zhang Peng and his junior brother live in the Nalan mansion. The passerby looked mysterious, as if he was talking about some earth-shattering secret. Yun, who did you just say? Who? Say it again, I didn't understand. Wait, what did you say? They live in Yanran's house? How can they live in Yanran's house? After Yun reacted, she was shocked and asked immediately. Maybe her emotions were too turbulent and she subconsciously exuded a little fighting spirit. How do I know? I heard it from the man who is the teacher of the relative of the sister of the friend of my neighbor's second uncle's comrade in arms. He is a guard of the Nalan family. Feeling Yun's fighting spirit, the passerby felt a chill in his heart, knowing that he had met a master. He did not dare to hide anything and quickly told everything he knew. Damn, I did sense that there was a strong fighting spirit in Yanran's home, at least at the Dou Zong level. It seems that what he said is true. I must find a way to save Yanran quickly. But if I rely on myself, I am not sure. I can only unite the major forces in the imperial capital. But should I go back to Yunlan sect to find my teacher? If they have a backup plan, I won't be afraid. Yun hesitated. Out of emotion, she wanted to unite all forces to save Yanran now, but out of reason, she felt that it was the safest choice to find her teacher. Anyway, it has been so long, and what should have happened has already happened. It's okay to delay a little longer so that I can go back and find my teacher. Just when Yun was about to make up her mind, the passerby spoke. Sir, can I go? I'm afraid of meeting Zhang Peng if I stay here. Yun looked at the passerby's ordinary face and then thought about the men on the list of people who were harmed by Zhang Peng that he had mentioned before. The image of a disgusting man gradually took shape in her mind. Oh my God, how could I think that it's okay to delay for a while? I must rescue Yanran from that devil quickly, not even a second slower. The blue wings of fighting spirit behind Yun spread out and flew towards the direction of the Jiama Palace. Unite all forces, save Yanran, kill Zhang Peng. But she didn't expect that after she left, the passerby looked at the direction where Yun left and sighed. I finally saw the real Dou Qi turning into wings. Dou Qi turning into horses is too poisonous. Remember, behind every gift given by fate, there is already a price secretly marked. After saying this, the passerby's body gradually became illusory until it completely disappeared. No one noticed this process. Even if a passerby occasionally glanced at this place, it seemed as if they saw a very ordinary thing and ignored it as soon as they turned their eyes away. Cultivation, 1-star Dou Huang Qi, Dao Palace Realm Peak, Heaven Card, Ticket, 1A. Evaluation D level. The combat power is stronger than most people of the same level in the Dopo world. The thinking is flexible and can fully explore the use of the system. The action is strong and has a certain spirit of seeking death. This system can be upgraded? Chu Mo looked at the personal panel that suddenly appeared on the system interface with a strange look on his face, and a big question mark appeared in his mind. He had noticed that the system interface seemed to have similar signs before, but he didn't expect it to be confirmed now. But what is the mechanism of this upgrade? Chu Mo was very confused, but he was still very happy about the changes in the system. After all, the previous system was so fucking simple. Compared with the systems in the novels he read, many basic functions were missing. Sometimes he thought of the countless colorful lights that appeared on the earth that day, and he suspected that the colorful light that hit him was a discarded product specially prepared for him. What am I thinking about? They should be the same. Even if they are different, it's at most my bad luck. How could someone give me a discarded product specially, unless that person is sick? Chu Mo shook his head and felt that he was really overthinking. Negative emotions from Powered by A's Avatar Non 5548? In a trance, Chu Mo seemed to hear a sound again. But when he wanted to listen carefully, the sound disappeared completely. Why do I feel like I have auditory hallucinations from time to time? Could it be that reincarnation has caused some mental illness? Chu Mo was a little nervous, but after a careful examination, he did not find any problems with himself. Forget it, never mind. By the way, it should be some time before Zhang Peng comes back. I'm idle during this period, so I might as well practice. Chu Mo thought so. He had learned from Nalan Yanran that Princess Yao might go to the Alchemist Guild in the near future, so he asked Zhang Peng to disguise himself and go there in advance to make some progress. At that time, they would squat there and wait for Princess Yao to appear and make a contribution in one fell swoop. Just as Chu Mo was about to start practicing, he suddenly exclaimed and looked in another direction. This breath is Zhang Peng? Why did he come back at this time? Already finished the work? Seeing Zhang Peng running in breathlessly, Chu Mo would be lying if he said he was not moved. He never expected that this disciple would be so concerned about his affairs that his Douling cultivation was so exhausted. It is conceivable that Zhang Peng definitely tried his best to complete his task and pushed his speed to the limit to come back so quickly. Chu Mo was about to praise Zhang Peng when he heard him shout anxiously, "Teacher, something bad has happened." How could this scene seem familiar? Chu Mo thought that the last time Zhang Peng said this to him was because Su Qian came to his door. This time, would there be any more trouble? Chu Mo fully absorbed the lessons learned from the last time and did not dare to delay. He asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" "The strong men of the imperial capital have united to kill us." Zhang Peng answered quickly, and at the same time looked at Chu Mo expectantly, hoping that he could take him out quickly. Isn't this our planned goal? Chu Mo was puzzled, and when he saw the expectation on Zhang Peng's face, he suddenly realized it. It turned out that Zhang Peng did not complete the task perfectly, but exceeded the task. I said that he was a dueling strongman after all. It was just a scouting task. How could he be so tired? It turned out that he had already completed the next task. Seeing that he was so expectant, was he hoping to get my praise? Thinking carefully, I was a bit harsh on him usually. No wonder he wanted to prove himself this time. Thinking of this, Chu Mo felt a little guilty and praised him. "I know, your performance this time is very good. It really makes the teacher look at you with new eyes." Why don't I know what I have done? Zhang Peng recalled that he had been resisting the task before and kept delaying time. Halfway through, he found from afar that the strong men of the imperial capital had united and decided to kill them. So he ran back here desperately. There was definitely no good performance. "Teacher, I didn't do anything. The strong men of the imperial capital really united and decided to kill them." Zhang Peng denied repeatedly. "Don't be modest. Too much modesty is pride." Chu Mo found that he now appreciates this cheap apprentice more and more. Zhang Peng wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Mo directly. "Okay, let's go out to greet them." Chu Mo seemed to have a plan in mind, full of confidence, even infected Zhang Peng. Since the teacher is so sure, there should be no problem, right? But for some reason, Zhang Peng always felt a bad premonition in his heart. Chu Mo used his soul perception and immediately found that there were many Dou Zong and above strong men coming here to kill. There were more than 10 Dou Zong and Dou Huang, too. Chu Mo suddenly realized that something was wrong. According to previous investigations, Hai Bodong had already left the imperial capital, and the Ket 6th level Yuhai Jiao beast raised by the royal family could not be easily dispatched. At this stage, the Dou Huang who might attack him should be Jia Xingtian. Let me see who this extra Dou Huang is. Well, a woman, very beautiful, very young, with a great figure and wine-type Dou Qi. No matter how you look at it, she looks like Nalan Yanran's teacher Yun Yun. I remember that I didn't provoke this lady. At this time, Chu Mo thought about the conversation he had with Zhang Peng before, and a terrible guess appeared in his mind. "You really didn't do anything?" Chu Mo's voice was very difficult. If he guessed correctly, this was the second time he was tricked. "Yes, when I was halfway, I found from afar that they were going to unite against you, so I ran back desperately." Zhang Peng nodded, indicating that your guess was correct, and you were fooled again. Chu Mo was silent for a while, looking at Zhang Peng, His eyes began to flash with ferocity, his eyebrows showed murderousness, and his face was murderous. "Teacher, you." Zhang Peng was shocked. "Traitor," Chu Mo whispered. "Ah?" Zhang Peng was stunned. "You traitor, do you want to betray your teacher and destroy your ancestors? You actually lied to me that you led them here according to your plan?" "I didn't." "You dare to talk back? Why did it come again at this time?" The original whitewashing task on the system interface was refreshed. B-level whitewashing mission, Peng's accomplice. Related plot characters: B-level plot character, 1-star Dou Zong; C-level plot character, Jia-star Dou Zong; Gu Hei, 6th grade alchemist; D-level plot character, Mu family head, 4-star Dou Zong; Mitel Tengshan, Dou Zong, a group of supporting roles, fighting Qi. Task reward: B-level Zhutian lottery once. Failure penalty: none. Remarks: life is like this, full of surprises. Thank you for your surprise. There is no penalty. If the mission fails, I will be dead. No, maybe I will escape because I am young, and I am just an accomplice, but Zhang Peng will definitely be dead. So let's spare him this time. Chu Mo sighed, and when he sensed that those strong men were getting closer, a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Blessings and disasters are dependent on each other, and disasters and blessings are dependent on each other. I wanted to find a high-level plot character with strong cultivation but couldn't find one. I didn't expect one to come to me automatically. I hope that I can complete the task by explaining it directly, otherwise I will have to fight. But even if a fight really breaks out, what is there to fear now that I have become stronger? Zhang Peng, today is the day you die. With a clear and pleasant voice of sentencing, a beautiful and indifferent fairy flew from the sky with a pair of green fighting wings behind her and a strange long sword flashing, with green light in her hand. It was Nalan Yanran's teacher, Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect. The leader Yun Yun is right. No one can save you today. The white-haired old man was wearing a simple linen robe with a pair of yellow fighting wings behind him, giving people a solemn and solid feeling. The breath he occasionally exuded was much stronger than Yun Yun. 9-star Dou Zong, linen robe, old age, and Xingtian. After the two Dou Zongs, there were more than 10 Dou Zong masters, including those from the Mu family, the Mitel family, the Jiama royal family, and those invited by Danwang Guhei. Almost all the masters in the imperial capital. From this, we can see how much they wanted to kill Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng, I'm wronged. Listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think, in fact. Chu Mo didn't care about exposing his identity or not, and spoke directly, wanting to get it over with. But he didn't expect that Yun Yun saw him speak, just looked at him with a slightly pity and sympathy, and then her killing intention towards Zhang Peng became stronger. Little friend, you were actually deceived by him. Your senior brother is not a good person. Alas, looking at your appearance, a few words can't persuade you. Wait until your sister kills him, and then slowly explain to you. Yun Yun tried to persuade Chu Mo at first, but then she thought it would be better to kill Zhang Peng first, so as not to have more trouble. Chu Mo, how can a superficial woman ignore my inner maturity just because of her childish appearance? Disciple, explain quickly, or you're doomed. After receiving Chu Mo's voice transmission, Zhang Peng quickly said, everyone, in fact. Still want to deceive the public with lies? Wind extreme, meteor kill. Yun Yun looked at Zhang Peng with disgust. Her beautiful face was as cold as frost, the strange long sword in her hand trembled violently, and a tiny thumb-sized deep light burst out instantly. Well, this time, even the right to defend has been deprived. If you don't save people, your disciple will be gone. Chu Mo sighed lightly, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Zhang Peng. He raised his hand, and the powerful fighting spirit turned into a barrier, blocking the deep light. The deep light was very fast, and even the space was distorted. The barrier that Chu Mo exerted with all his strength could only block it for a moment, and was still penetrated. The deep light that passed through the barrier became much dimmer and more illusory. It seemed that the collision with the Dookie barrier also offset a lot of its power, and then shot directly into Chu Mo's palm. Bang! With a sound of metal and stone clashing, the deep light disappeared and only a white mark appeared in Chu Mo's palm, without even breaking the skin. How could he have such a strong body? Yun was surprised. This move was a sure kill that she had mastered with great difficulty. Even Dou Zong's strongmen of the same level were seriously injured when they were hit. I didn't expect that someone could use their body to resist this move without getting hurt today. Even if it was only offset by the Dookie barrier, it was still amazing. In the future, when Yun fought against the 6th level purple crystal-winged Lion King, she would use this move to cut off half of its horn on its head, which was the hardest part of its body. Since you don't want to listen to my explanation, I will beat you until you are willing to listen. Chu Mo no longer restrained himself. His breath was strong, and the Dookie pressure filled the world. His body was crystal clear, and a strange light flowed. Yun was stunned for a moment, but finally she shouted softly, summoning countless dark green wind blades of more than 10 feet around her, entangled with each other as if they would fly out at the next moment. Seeing this, Guhei also rushed forward. His claws were covered with thick purple flames, faintly showing the shape of an eagle and even the sound of an eagle's cry. At this moment, a childish voice sounded from behind, interrupting the confrontation between the three. "Teacher, don't fight anymore." It was Nalan Yanran, who had just been brought from the mansion by a Dou Zong strongman sent by Yun. After understanding the situation, she immediately shouted anxiously, with worry written all over her face, as if she was worried that someone would be injured. "Yanran, don't worry, with so many strong men present, it's easy to kill Zhang Peng, and the teacher won't be hurt." Yun felt warm in her heart, and she comforted him softly, and at the same time glared at the others. These old sly guys actually wanted to work without doing their best, and didn't come to help her just now. The other strong men were exposed, and their faces all blushed, knowing that they had to really fight next. "Of course I'm not worried about you getting hurt, teacher. But if you keep fighting, Chu Mo is not your opponent and will get hurt. Stop fighting, okay?" Nalan Yanran hurriedly advised, not knowing how much psychological harm her words had caused to her teacher. "I've taught you for so long in vain. It's not that the teacher wants to fight, but Zhang Peng has done many evil things, and he has been protecting Zhang Peng. If we want to kill Zhang Peng, we must subdue him first." Yun took a few deep breaths, and her delicate face returned to calm, and then she slowly told Nalan Yanran the reason. "Zhang Peng? He's Chu Mo's senior brother. By the way, teacher, Chu Mo's senior brother is innocent, and all this is a play we made up." Hearing Yun's words, Nalan Yanran remembered the plan they had made. Now it seems that this is not the last step of the plan. She quickly told Yun what Chu Mo had said to deceive her, hoping that everyone would stop fighting and find out the mastermind together. It would be even better if she could get praise from Chu Mo and the teacher in the end. However, as she was talking, she suddenly realized why the teacher looked at her with more and more guilt. Yun looked at Nalan Yanran infatuatedly, with heartache written all over her face. She sighed, tears slid down her cheeks, and said guiltily, "Yanran, how much torture have you suffered during this period of time? They turned you into this. The teacher was wrong. The teacher should have come to save you earlier. The teacher is sorry for you. Zhang Peng deserves death." After saying that, she turned her head to look at Zhang Peng. Her beautiful and indifferent face was as cold as a piece of ice that had not melted for thousands of years, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent that could not be melted. "Today I, Yun, swear that even if we die together, I will kill Zhang Peng." "Teacher, what are you thinking about? How come I don't know what torture I have suffered? And what they said is true. Why don't you believe it?" All this, Nalan Yanran's state of mind is exactly the same as Chu Mo's not long ago. "Master Yun, don't do it. They told us the truth. We have misunderstood. If it doesn't work, you can ask them to prove it." At this time, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su appeared one after another. The weight of the two Dou Zong strongmen made it difficult for people to ignore their words. Seeing this, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had fooled Mr. Nalan in advance, because he was worried about being kicked out of the Nalan mansion. Today, he has 2 more helpers out of thin air. If it's just to prove it, you can try it. Jia Xingqian suddenly spoke up and chose to support Chu Mo's side. The other strong men also spoke up, and surprisingly all chose to support Chu Mo's side. The reason for this is that after listening to Nalan Yanran's narration, they thought of today's events and were a little skeptical. More importantly, the reason they came together this time was nothing more than that the younger generation was harmed, and they subconsciously hoped that this matter was true. The most important thing is that it doesn't matter if they ask them to prove it. But what if they are the ones who cast the curse? They are deliberately using our trick to take this opportunity to curse us. Yun Yun frowned and put forward a very scary guess. When the others heard it, they thought it made sense. If we were cursed, wouldn't the Gamma Empire be doomed? No, we can't take this risk. Seeing this, Chu Mo was so angry that his teeth itched. He said in his heart that it was worthy of being a B-level whitewashing task. It was difficult enough. Who said I can't curse you now? Chu Mo put his little hand into his sleeve, took out the paintbrush from the deep sea ring, and grasped it. It's your turn to perform. A bunch of idiots, you still don't dare to believe in my existence now. A row of large black characters suddenly appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of everyone present. What is this? A strong man exclaimed, and found that he couldn't understand how this row of words was formed. It felt like there was nothing there, as if it just changed color. Of course, it was the person who cursed you. The original row of black characters gradually became illusory. The color became more and more transparent, until it disappeared, returned to the original color, and then a new row of black characters reappeared. At the same time, a figure with a black body appeared in the sky, with a pair of blood-red eyes, as if they were about to drip blood, which was daunting. What? Someone really cursed? Who are you? Why did you do this? You actually appeared in front of us. You are courting death. The scene was like a pot of boiling water, and the strong men spoke out one after another. Judging from the posture, Chu Mo's deception went smoothly this time. What's going on? I can't sense his breath at all. Suddenly, the head of the Mu family discovered something and shouted immediately. Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and each sensed it in their own way, and found that what the head of the Mu family said was true. I didn't even sense a trace of Dou Qi fluctuations. It's impossible. Even an ordinary Dou Zong master can't hide so well in front of me, unless he... Jia Xingqian said with an ugly face. As the person with the highest cultivation level present, his words are undoubtedly very convincing. It's the same here. I didn't sense his soul breath. Gue said immediately. As the only 6th grade alchemist in the Jiama Empire, his soul power is the strongest among those present, and he has the most say in this regard. God, what kind of monster is this? Everyone felt dizzy and couldn't accept this weird situation. No, he can't be very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to use the method of cursing. Wouldn't it be more convenient to kill us directly? Yun looked at the black figure with clear eyes and said without fear, I am not really strong. After all, not long ago I was just an ordinary guard of the Izumo Kingdom's royal family. Fortunately, the master valued me and gave me this magical body. Now I have been reborn. Even you, the once high and mighty Duhuang masters, can hardly hurt me. The scene fell into silence, and everyone was constantly chewing and thinking about the information revealed by the black figure. Is it your master who asked you to curse and harm the genius of the imperial capital? Jia Xingqian said solemnly. Even the entire northwest corner of the Dou Qi continent is just a wild land in the eyes of the master. The black characters suddenly expanded a little, as if laughing at their ignorance. Seeing this, everyone was not angry, but secretly rejoiced in their hearts. It's good that it's not. It's good that it's not. If such a powerful enemy were to target Gamma, there would be no hope. So you planned all this yourself? Why did you do this? Yun asked in a cold voice. Of course, it is to repay the kindness of the Izumo imperial family. The Lord also agrees with my approach. He also personally gave me the materials and secrets to cast the curse. Damn it! I have long known that the Izumo Empire has a wolfish ambition. Everyone secretly hated it in their hearts and decided to give Izumo a hard time when they have the chance. After this attack, I will have nothing to do with Izumo. I will go to serve the Lord. With a flash of red light in his eyes, he seemed to have fulfilled a wish, and the black shadow gradually turned into nothingness. the color gradually faded until it returned to its original color. "Where are you going? We can't let him go." Seeing this scene, everyone woke up from a dream and used their own methods to keep the black figure. But to everyone's, except Chu Mo's surprise, their attacks directly penetrated the black figure without even a trace of obstruction, as if they were hitting the air. Remembering what the black figure said before, that the body given to him by his lord was difficult to hurt even the Dou Zong, everyone was shocked and dared not to stop him, although it would be useless to stop him. Since such a weird guy is leaving, just assume he is gone. Anyway, he will not come back according to his words. It is useless to keep these materials. I will give them all to you. What do you mean? Are you going to use the materials for the curse to compensate us? Just when the others were still confused, Yun suddenly screamed, as if she had encountered something that frightened her. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Yun has always been tough and calm. What happened to make her lose her composure like this? Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air and took a few steps back, not daring to get close to Yun. It was not that they were making a fuss, but the changes in Yun were too amazing. Her soft and shiny hair turned gray, her clear and distinct eyes were full of bloodshot, and even her face was pale and bloodless. She looked as if something had sucked her vitality. The most terrifying thing is that her white wrists are covered with tree-like black lines, which looks very scary, and the black lines have spread into her sleeves, leaving no doubt that she is already covered with these things. What is this? Why can't I dispel it with my fighting spirit? No, not only can I not dispel it, I can't even sense the existence of these things. Yun's voice was a little panicked, which is understandable. After all, she has just become the leader of Yunlan sect not long ago and has not experienced much. Is this a curse? It's really weird. His face was gloomy, and he didn't sense the existence of the black lines. Didn't they say that Zhangpeng's junior brother can dispel the curse? Let him come to save people. Nalanjie shouted hurriedly. His granddaughter is Yun's direct disciple. If Yun has any accident, the Nalan family will suffer a great loss. You want me to save her? No. Looking at the expectant eyes of the masters, Chu Mo sneered and refused decisively. Chu Mo, I know that Yun girl misunderstood you before, senior brother, and because of this, there was a little friction between you and me. I will ask her to apologize to you later. You should treat her quickly. Nalanjie put on a kind expression and advised in a gentle voice, which made Nalan Su and others who had never seen this side of him stunned. When I was treating your branding poison, you called me little brother, but now you call me Chu Mo? Do I need your apology? What I want is real compensation. Curse on her is too heavy. If I want to dispel it, my cultivation will be damaged. Chu Mo's words made the light of hope in Yun's eyes disappear. Yes, who would be willing to waste their own cultivation to save someone who was fighting with them not long ago? Yun girl is Yanran's teacher. If something happens to her, Yanran will be very sad. Nalanji thought about it and threw out what he thought was a sure kill. Then what? What does it have to do with me? Do I know her well? Chu Mo felt that old man Nalan must have some misunderstanding about him, but it's okay. If you don't bring out a few good things today, even if the sky is broken, you can't let me take action. Just when Chu Mo made up his mind, he suddenly remembered that the task was not yet completed. Looking at Yun, who was already disheartened and ready to wait for death silently, Chu Mo seemed to understand something and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. No way, don't play with people like this. Old man Nalan, as long as you give me, forget it, I'll go to help her dispel the curse. Chu Mo suddenly changed his words. In order to avoid more trouble, I don't want these few things. Hearing this, Nalanjie nodded with a smile, touched his beard, and looked at Chu Mo with more and more satisfaction. What's the look in your eyes? Do you believe that I will jump up and hit your knees? Chu Mo walked in front of Yun with an unhappy face, and the sea heart flame emerged in his hand and pressed forward. Under the control of Chu Mo's soul power, the deep blue flame gradually enveloped Yun's whole body, but she did not feel the heat, but felt warm all over. After seeing the black lines on her body gradually fade and disappear, her face was no longer pale, and all aspects of her body returned to their original state. Yun felt that a cold breath was dissipating in her body. Psychological effect. And her heart was filled with a sense of security. Not well yet? Seeing that the curse was almost dispelled and the task was not completed, Chu Mo became anxious and directly activated the heaven-devouring demon art to absorb his fighting spirit. What is your cultivation? Yun was the first to notice the changes in Chu Mo, and then thinking of his previous words, she suddenly felt very ashamed in her heart. Alas, such a good boy. I had doubted him before. It was really wrong. B-level whitewashing mission, Jiang? Outlaw, automatic walking seating machine? All male? Peng's accomplice? Host gets reward. B-level lucky draw for all heavens. It's okay, it's really okay. Chu Mo stopped activating the heaven-devouring magic art and found that his cultivation was about to fall below the one-star Dou Zong. He immediately looked like he was trying to hold back tears. Damn! My cultivation is really getting lower and lower. This time I suffered a big loss. I just hope that the reward for this mission can make up for it for me. Don't worry. I'll let Guhei see if you can recover your cultivation. If not, I'll let Yunlin sect add the compensation to the reward for saving Gamma this time. Yun said with a smile, and the golden light behind her almost blinded Chu Mo's eyes. So dazzling, is this the legendary rich woman's golden light? Sister, I suddenly don't want to work hard anymore. Chu Mo looked at Yun with a look of longing. Although he was not short of money as a 6th-grade alchemist, he could not compare to the wealth of these big forces. You did a good job this time. It was us, especially me, who caused you so much trouble. Can you forgive me? Yun touched Chu Mo's head and said apologetically, Oh? Are you coaxing me like a child? Chu Mo looked at the jade hand that was still playing tricks on his head, and his face suddenly turned cold. Humph, woman. Okay, I forgive you. He slapped Yun's jade hand away and walked away with a frosty, Are you still angry? Alas, children are like this, so hard to coax. Yun felt helpless and decided to wait until Chu Mo calmed down before apologizing. Old. Junior brother, are you okay? At this time, Zhang Peng came over with a worried look on his face. His concerned words made Chu Mo's face warm. Sure enough, his apprentice was considerate. Oh, Zhang Peng, you have made a great contribution to defeating the thief's plot this time. Jia Xingqian walked past Chu Mo and praised Zhang Peng. That's right. That man has been planning for many years, but I only found the slightest trace. If it weren't for Zhang Peng's wisdom, he would have succeeded. The strong man of the middle family also came over to praise. Zhang Peng didn't know what to say, but just followed the teacher's teachings, keeping a calm face and deep eyes. What's the matter? Young people have no human rights. In fact, Chu Mo didn't know that there was a reason why they all surrounded Zhang Peng. First of all, Zhang Peng himself is a top genius in the imperial capital, and his talent alone is worth their efforts. Moreover, in their opinion, Chu Mo is so young, so this plan must be led and executed by Zhang Peng, and the credit should of course be attributed to him. The most important thing is that they really can't bring themselves to win over such a young child, with so many acquaintances watching. Chu Mo listened to Zhang Peng so much anyway, so winning over one person is equivalent to winning over 2 people at the same time, isn't it? Friend Zhang Peng, I misunderstood this time. I didn't expect Yao Ye to be involved in your plan. I was wondering why she kept mentioning your name every day. How about this? I'll ask her to come out and chat with you one day. You young people should have a lot of common topics. Jia Xingqian suggested with an expression of submission. Bullshit, you must talk to Miss Yafei from my Midal family. After she returned to the family, she kept mentioning friend Zhang Peng. The strong man of the Midal family started to lie directly. In fact, Mujan from my Mu family can also. The head of the Mu family said in a low voice. Everyone, are you serious? Looking at Zhang Peng, who was surrounded by the crowd and a little at a loss, Chu Mo sneered and walked away. Humph, man. Chu Mo, they don't know that we were saved because of you this time. It's so infuriating. Nalan Yanran trotted over and said indignantly for Chu Mo. So? Chu Mo's face was still as cold as frost. Let's ignore them and go out to play. Nalan Yanran's face was red, her eyes were sparkling, and she suggested in an expectant and nervous voice. Chu Mo was silent. He thought about Yao Ye, Yafei, Mu. Crossed out? the perfect figures of these two people, and then looked at the flatboard in front of him, and his face became colder. We are all human beings. Why is there such a big difference? I want to grow up. I want to grow up. I want to grow up. Okay? Nalan Yanran's voice was a bit coquettish, and she looked very cute. I don't want a flat loli. I want a sexy queen. Chu Mo felt that he had angina pectoris, a very severe kind, the kind that would get worse if he stayed here any longer. If you don't hurry up, I'll go back to practice. Seeing Chu Mo not moving for a long time, Miss Nalan raised her snow-white chin and said like a princess with a little arrogance. Facing her expectant, shy, and slightly arrogant look, Chu Mo felt his heart hurt even more. With a cold face, he forced out a word from his throat. Get lost! Nalan Yanran's face sank, and she ran away crying. Looking at her back, Chu Mo felt no fluctuation in his heart and even wanted to laugh. Looking back at Zhang Peng, who was still surrounded by people, Chu Mo's face sank, and he chose to find a quiet place to stay. Host obtains B-level item, a cultivation method research scroll. Level, B-level, introduction. Professional research, supreme enjoyment, ready to use after tiering, convenient and fast, creating the most considerate cultivation method for you. Creating cultivation method. Chu Mo's eyes lit up. This thing came at the right time. He felt that the cultivation method he was practicing was the strongest, but it was still not suitable for him. It was like a pillow was delivered when I fell asleep. This system was so considerate. Can I use it after tearing it off? Chu Mo looked at the paper scroll in his hand, thought about it, and felt that there was nothing to worry about, so he tore it hard. Suddenly, darkness began to spread in front of his eyes. He fainted on the ground with weakness all over his body, and the paper scroll in his hand turned into ashes. Before he completely fainted, a last thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Why do I have a vague bad feeling? I hope I have been cheated this time. Chaos C, main temple, a secret room. A black-clothed boy who was eating trembled, as if he had received some news, and immediately stopped his previous actions. Xiao Guang, he called, and at the same time looked at the unfinished food with a slightly regretful look in his eyes. The golden light on it showed that it was not an ordinary dish. The next moment, a small light ball emitting a soft light appeared in the room. Lord, what's the matter? An emotionless, no ups and downs, as if mechanical voice came from the small light ball. The material for the technique research that was drawn before, which can only be studied for one day and life safety must be guaranteed, has arrived. The black-clothed boy said, and at the same time passed the relevant information to the small light ball. This material is very precious, whether it is the Dou Qi technique of the Dou Po world, or the devouring heaven demon technique of the Zhatian world, the grade exceeds the existing techniques of the main temple, and his alchemy skills are very important to the main temple. We must seize this day and research as many techniques as possible that can be used by reincarnations. The small light ball analyzed. Yes, the main temple is really poor now. The black-clothed boy sighed. His name is Yu Hao, and he is a newly promoted main god. He was originally just an ordinary person on Earth, until one day countless colorful lights fell from the horizon, and he was hit by one, and his life changed. He obtained the inheritance left by the previous generation of main gods, and can recruit reincarnationists, conquer the plot world, open up parallel planes for reincarnationists to experience, plunder the resources of all worlds in one place, and finally control the heavens. Of course, controlling the heavens was the goal of the previous main god, but he was killed by the big boss before he realized it, and left behind the inheritance before he died. Yu Hao got its inheritance, and he must work hard in this direction in the future to gradually obtain all the inheritance and unlock all the functions of the main temple. The main temple is really poor now. The most valuable things in the exchange hall are the 4 great books of the Tang Dynasty world that are being conquered: War God Atlas, Heavenly Demon Strategy, Sihang Sword Classic, and Changsheng Jue. Although he is invincible in the main temple, invincibility is not enough to make a living. Moreover, he often has to deceive those reincarnations, saying that the main god is powerful, that you are too weak and too low in level, so you can't see more expensive exchange items, etc., and he has to worry about his lies being exposed, which is really too uncomfortable. We must squeeze the value of this material. Yu Hao's eyes glowed green, and he said fiercely like a hungry wolf seeing a rabbit. Squeeze it dry? The small light ball repeated. For some reason, although it still spoke like a machine, it seemed to have a trace of emotion. Gongfa Research Institute. This is a facility in the main temple that Yu Hao recently unlocked, which allows people to study Gongfa at will in a strange space and make any attempts. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. You can immediately go back to your original state and try again. Moreover, the environment in the strange space can also be changed. It can be replaced with the environment of the parallel plane created by the main temple based on the plot world that has been conquered. There are even many uses that Yu Hao only knows about and has not tried yet. This place is usually open to reincarnations, but it will charge high reincarnation points according to time, and the higher the cultivation level and the stronger the research method, the fee will increase exponentially. For example, the captain of the demon gate team, Wanwan, became a reincarnation early and sold the heavenly demon strategy to the main temple in advance and obtained a large number of reincarnation points. She relied on these reincarnation points to innovate the heavenly demon strategy and create her own broken martial arts. Although the value is lower than the 4 great books, it also makes her one of the top masters of the current main temple. There are many examples like this, such as Han Feng, Shimenche Gojing. Of course, it is much cheaper for Yu Hao to use this. After all, when those reincarnations used it, he collected a little bit of tax. Chu Mo's body was retraced back to the state of a child who had not yet started practicing, and then he was put into various parallel planes, and then time was fast-forwarded to his peak period. Is it true that I can't see through the memory directly? Yu Hao suddenly muttered to himself. Although he couldn't directly obtain his skills as long as he practiced and created the skills in these parallel planes that were completely controlled by himself, he could obtain them. There was a martial arts plane where Chu Mo specialized in fighting spirit, and his realm became a fighting king. He dominated the world alone and finally broke through the air. There was a spiritual plane where Chu Mo accidentally practiced the heaven-devouring demon art to be able to devour ghosts, and finally destroyed all the spirits in the world and advanced to the Dao Palace realm. The fighting spirit cultivation stopped at the Dou Zong stage. The heaven-covering method stopped at the Dao Palace, and the alchemy skills displayed were only about the 5th grade. Yu Hao frowned, obviously not satisfied with such a result. But he also knew that this was because the story world level of the main temple strategy was too low. Even if the resources of the entire plane were gathered, Chu Mo could only grow to this level. Yu Hao's mind moved, and the exchange hall instantly added Douqi techniques that could be practiced to the Dou Zong stage and below, alchemy secrets of the 5th grade and below, and various versions of Tianqian demon art at the Dao Palace level and below. Now it's time to prepare my cultivation techniques, Yu Hao said to himself, and decided to create a technique with the strongest combat power. Yu Hao called up the result of the deduction of Chu Mo's strongest combat power. At that time, Chu Mo's main practice of Tiantian demon art, after experiencing many accidents, his Tiantian demon art, by chance, could already devour the spiritual energy, soul, internal force, and blood and flesh essence of heaven and earth to strengthen his body, improve his cultivation, and enhance his soul power. Even because the early stage of the heaven-covering method can temper his own weapon, and these parallel planes lack various materials and divine fire. Chu Mo's heaven-devouring magic art became able to devour various metals and special substances by chance, and then gathered the essence on the weapon to refine his weapon with his own body. His body, soul, and cultivation level progressed in parallel. He could devour anything he encountered, and his realm was rapidly improved. The weapon he refined was indestructible and powerful. It could be said that it was close to perfection, but Yu Hao was still somewhat dissatisfied with the current technique and felt that it could be better, such as this weapon. The weapon was refined from the original divine pattern in the Sea of Suffering. It was very important to the cultivators of the heaven-covering method. It was the foundation for their future control of objects. The power of the weapon was related to both the materials added during the refinement and the Dao pattern copied. As long as Chu Mo was given a powerful Dao pattern, he would be able to find the steps to refine the strongest weapon after countless coincidences. Dao pattern, recording the pattern of Dao. I can just add the unique Dao in the plot world of the strategy, and it will definitely be the strongest weapon by then. Yu Hao said excitedly. Every time a plot world is conquered, the main temple can evolve by analyzing the Dao contained in those worlds. This is also the reason why the main temple can create related parallel planes. Although he cannot understand those Daos now because of his weak cultivation, it does not mean that he cannot control the main temple to turn those Daos into Dao patterns and copy them on the instruments. In fact, when the last main god was in office, the main temple had fought with many Chaos-level powerhouses and recorded some of the unique Dao patterns of the Dao soldiers in the hands of some Chaos-level powerhouses. These Dao patterns can also be copied, and the instruments can be tempered into the same shape. Constantly absorbing spiritual materials to evolve, you can reproduce some of the power of those Dao soldiers. The voice of the small light ball suddenly sounded. Why don't I know? Yu Hao looked at the assistant left by the previous main god in front of him strangely. The Lord God has not yet completely controlled the main temple, so naturally he cannot know all the secrets of the main temple. The voice of the small light ball did not even fluctuate as usual. Oh, I thought you were the backup left by the previous main god or the disguised after the previous main god was seriously injured. You actually know so many secrets. Yu Hao smiled slightly and said in a joking way, Lord God, are you kidding? If you really think so, why would you say so directly in front of me? The little light ball analyzed logically. Could it be that you and I both think that the big guy who shot the Lord God to death before is still paying attention to the main temple? After all, the function of the main temple that allows you to draw a lottery every time a facility is unlocked should not have existed during the previous Lord God's term. It seems that it was added by that big guy, right? You are afraid that if you jump out, the big guy will find you and really shoot you to death. Yu Hao still had a joking tone, but his expression was extremely serious. The little light ball was silent for a while, and then its voice sounded around again. What you said makes sense, but I am really just an assistant left by the previous Lord God for you. Then can I erase you now? Wait until Lord God completely controls the main temple and my guidance mission is completed. You will have the authority to erase me. Hearing this, Yu Hao looked straight at it and suddenly smiled. You must be joking. You have helped me so much and given me so many useful suggestions. How can I bear to erase you? No matter what you are, as long as I don't find out that you have betrayed me, you will be my assistant. Anyway, I am gradually gaining the authority of the main temple. When I really control the main temple, if you are still my assistant, I will help you shape your body and sign a contract to become my lower-level main god and control part of the power of the main temple. Yu Hao's voice was extremely sincere because he said the truth, no matter what means were used to test it. I will never betray the Lord God. The voice was no different from usual. I don't know if it was true or well disguised. Just take it as the truth. Okay, let me see what you said about the recorded Dao Bing Dao pattern, and put the Dao of the plot world in it together. Yu Hao began to adjust so that Chu Mo could continue to obtain these Dao patterns and improve the method of quenching the device. In the remaining time, there are still many attempts, enough to get the strongest technique that can be deduced. But what he didn't know was that the little light ball hadn't said a word. Why do you think the Lord God would choose you among so many people on earth? Xiaoguang, what other secrets do you know that I don't know? Tell me about it. Yu Hao's curious voice came from the busyness. In fact, there is a place in the Lord God's temple that preserves the secret techniques collected during the previous Lord God's tenure. Although most of them were damaged in that battle, most of the remaining parts have permission requirements. Among the ones that you can see within your permission, there are several high-grade secret techniques, such as the 3 Dantian methods of the immortal way. The originally mechanical and emotionless voice of the little light ball seemed to have a bit of a desperate meaning. That's nothing to say. Get it done. Nalan Mansion. Chu Mo woke up from the bed, and the first person he saw was a young man with deep eyes and a calm face. Isn't this a traitor? Strange. Why does my butt hurt so much? No, my whole body hurts. What happened after I tore open the study volume of the technique? Chu Mo looked confused. He clearly felt that he had experienced a lot, but he didn't remember anything. You're awake. Zhang Peng smiled. Chu Mo didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that his smile was so vulgar. Why am I here? Chu Mo asked. You fainted at that time. They said that you fainted because of too much consumption, so they asked me to bring you here to have a good rest. Zhang Peng said slowly. Why do I feel pain all over my body? Chu Mo moved a little and felt a burning pain all over his body and immediately took a breath of cold air. I don't know. I'll be here all the time. Zhang Peng's expression was particularly innocent, and what he said was true, but Chu Mo just felt something was wrong. Could it be that it happened after tearing open the study volume of the technique? He thought so, and at the same time said that he wanted to be alone and drove the rebel out. Let's look inside the body first. As soon as Chu Mo looked inside the body, he was immediately confused. What the hell is going on? The Dantian was divided into 3 parts, upper, lower, and middle, and each of them had some strange things in it. In the upper Dantian, a small picture with a Tai Chi pattern was quietly suspended, as if it had fixed everything up and down. In the middle Dantian, a small banner was shining, and when it swayed, it seemed to be able to destroy the earth, water, fire, and wind. In the lower Dantian, 4 blood-colored small swords formed a formation, and the sound of the swords was clanging, as if they had the power to kill all the immortals and gods. Chu Mo had a feeling that these things were connected to his flesh and blood, and were a part of him, moving with his thoughts. No, where is my fighting spirit? Where is my divine power? Chu Mo panicked. This system is too fucking stupid. Since my reincarnation, my cultivation has been declining again, and now it is gone. Try to mobilize the power of the Dantian first. Chu Mo's mind moved, and the 4 blood-colored small swords in the lower Dantian flew out, surrounding him, forming a protective posture. With a slight urging, a half-foot-long blood-colored sword light flew upwards, carrying a strong murderous aura, about to break through the roof and cut towards the sky. Damn, why is it so powerful? How can I stop it? As soon as Chu Mo had this thought in his mind, he began to subconsciously mobilize the small flag in the middle Dantian. This level of proficiency seemed to have been used countless times, but he didn't even recognize this thing. The small flag flew out, and the flag body shook, emitting a wave, which directly offset the blood-colored sword light. Seeing this scene, Chu Mo understood that his fighting spirit and divine power did not disappear, but turned into another form and entered these things. It was just like the golden elixir of immortal cultivation. But Chu Mo felt that these golden elixirs were much harder than his body, and felt a bit like the instruments tempered by the heaven-covering method. How should I practice in the future? As soon as this question appeared in Chu Mo's mind, a strange feeling drove him to take out a first-grade spiritual medicine from the ring. Following the feeling, a suction force appeared from his hand, and the spiritual medicine was sucked into ashes in a few breaths. Most of the absorbed medicinal power poured into the 3 Dantians and was absorbed by these things, and the rest was divided into 2 parts to nourish the body and soul. Chu Mo, can this heaven-swallowing demon art be revised? Chu Mo didn't know that behind every improvement in his cultivation method were countless corpses of Chu Mo. After groping for a while, Chu Mo felt excited. Oh my god, I feel invincible now. In terms of combat power, the 4 small swords are fully activated, and their power can directly kill Chu Mo in his prime. The fluctuations when the small flag is shaken can destroy all kinds of attacks, which can be called a defensive treasure. After the small Tai Chi diagram is activated, it can directly control the 5 elements of yin and yang, change the surrounding environment, and influence the situation of the battle. Output, defense, control. This combination is simply invincible. In terms of cultivation, it can directly devour various spiritual materials, treasures, magic weapons, and creatures. While improving cultivation, physical body, and soul, it can also strengthen the device in Dantian. Chu Mo felt unreal. Was he dreaming? System. Open the personal panel. Status physical body comparable to ordinary Dao Palace cultivators. Soul. Soul, normal 6th grade alchemist level. Cultivation to 1-star Dou Zong. Skills. 6th grade alchemy, heaven devouring magic, earth level and below. Fighting skills. Martial arts world shattering void level swordsmanship. Ticket 1. Evaluation. Has walked his own path, and his combat power is comparable to that of ordinary Dou Zong masters. Martial arts world shattering void level swordsmanship? Chu Mo found that there was a strange thing in his skills. Although he had no relevant memories, he could clearly feel that he did master a swordsmanship, and this swordsmanship seemed to be created by combining many swordsmanships. The fact that he was able to release sword energy so casually before was largely related to the fact that he had practiced this swordsmanship into his body's instincts. In the martial arts world, this situation is also called no moves, which means that martial arts are practiced into instincts, and no matter what you face, you can easily use martial arts to the extreme. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Han Feng taught Zhang Wuji Tai Chi swordsmanship, which was to let him learn it 3 times and then forget all the moves, reaching the state of no moves. In the first battle, he defeated Dongfang Bai, a long-famous swordsman in the martial arts world. As long as there are enough resources, I can quickly become stronger. Chu Mo looked at the ring on his hand and swallowed the medicinal materials and elixirs in it. His strength is definitely far beyond the current level. On this day, Chu Mo announced that his fighting spirit realm was not stable, and he needed to go into seclusion to stabilize his fighting spirit. After the major forces in the imperial capital learned the news, they sent many precious resources and announced to the outside world that this was to reward them for their contribution in saving Jiama. When Chu Mo was moved, he found that Zhang Peng was surrounded by the proud daughters of the major forces, such as Yao Ye and Ya Fei. The feeling of being moved was gone immediately, more than a month later, in a secret room in the Nalan mansion. I'm out of seclusion. The door of the secret room was opened, and a small figure walked out. It was Chu Mo. Now he seemed to have grown a head taller and looked like a boy of 12 or 13 years old. Perhaps because of his practice, his black hair fell to his waist, shiny and soft, and his eyes were black and white, and extremely smart. With his handsome white face and his unique aura, he was particularly attractive. Status, physical body, comparable to the peak cultivator of the Dao Palace realm. Soul, top level of 6th grade alchemist. Cultivation, equivalent to the 9-star Dou Zong. His strength has improved amazingly, and of course, the consumption of practice resources is also amazing. So far, there is not even a little practice resource in Chu Mo's ring. That was Han Feng's wealth accumulated over the years, and it was all swallowed up. Chu Mo is now considering whether to help others refine pills. After all, with his 6th grade alchemy skills, it is still easy to make money. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea. After all, refining pills is a waste of time, especially high-grade pills. It takes 10 days or half a month to refine them. How can he have so much time? As expected, I have to go to the sea in the end. A man cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. This saying is indeed true. Chu Mo made up his mind that if he had the chance, he must do a few jobs. Teacher, you are out? At this time, Zhang Peng's surprised voice came over. What's wrong with your expression as if you saw a death row prisoner released from prison? Are you very unhappy about my release? Chu Mo looked at the traitor in front of him with an unhappy face, and murderous intent gradually surged in his eyes. I am so surprised to see you, teacher. Looking at Chu Mo like this, Zhang Peng's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that something was wrong, and he quickly spoke. Okay, I'll take what you said as the truth. But why are you dressed so showy today? Chu Mo set his eyes on the traitor's strange clothes. That! The traitor's voice suddenly became shy. Chu Mo, why do I suddenly feel something bad? The traitor didn't do anything to hurt me again, did he? Tell me what happened. Chu Mo looked over with cold eyes. His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to dissect the heart of the traitor. I'm going to meet them today. Zhang Peng thought for a while and said lightly. Oh, so that's the case. Chu Mo felt relieved. As long as he wouldn't be tricked, he would just go to meet them. Them? Chu Mo suddenly reacted, looking at the traitor in disbelief, his mouth almost unable to close in surprise. Unexpected, unexpected. You, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually dishonest. Facing Chu Mo's shocked eyes, Jiang Peng immediately scratched his head and showed an embarrassed and shy smile. Chu Mo. This is a provocation to himself. This is obviously a provocation to himself. Master hasn't even found his mistress yet. How dare you, a traitor? Teacher, I'm already an adult. It's time for me to get married. I see they are all very interested in me. As long as we meet more often, the chances of success are very high. You are dreaming. Resisting the urge to slap the traitor to death, Chu Mo said with a fake smile. Such trivial matters are not important, traitor. Disciple, Master now has an important task for you. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Teacher, are you still here? We will die if we are discovered, Jiang Peng quickly advised. Although he didn't know the truth of the previous incident, he still guessed that it was related to his teacher. Once again, the strong men in the imperial capital are not fools. How could they not be suspicious? What are you talking about? This time I'm going to send you to a place called Chu Mo City, which is located on the eastern outskirts of the Tagore Desert. Chu Mo had a strange expression on his face, indicating that his disciple had thought too much. Teacher, are you going to attack the snake people? Their Queen Medusa is at the peak of the Dou Zong level and is notorious. Jiang Peng was even more surprised, thinking that the teacher was looking for death. He had learned about the information about the Gamma Empire and its surrounding areas during this period, and knew that the snake people lived in the Tagore Desert. What kind of image do you have of me in your mind? And do you have a misunderstanding of your teacher's combat power? I can make Medusa's 2 legs so that she can change into my shape. It has nothing to do with the snake people. I just want you to go to Chu Mo City to find a girl named Qinglin and teach her how to practice. Hurry up, this matter is very important. Chu Mo urged. This is related to his leak training plan, and not a single second can be delayed. You know, the difference in cultivation between the plot characters in Chu Mo also directly affects the level of the whitewashing tasks. Improving the cultivation of these high-level plot characters will also help him create high-level whitewashing tasks. Well, cultivating leeks and harvesting leeks, nothing wrong. Why? Jiang Peng tried to ask the reason, but he didn't expect Chu Mo to interrupt him directly. There is no reason. You don't need to know why. Just do it. But today True love can span time and space and be eternal. Believe in yourself and believe in them. Any more questions? Chu Mo had a sincere expression on his face. Jiang Peng shook his head silently, turned around and walked out without even packing his things. Looking at the figure leaving, Chu Mo felt emotional and couldn't help, shouting, Disciple, don't worry. When the master comes to see you again, he will give you more important tasks and will not let you be idle. The figure suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground, then immediately accelerated and left Chu Mo's sight. That speed was as if all the strength was used up, and the feeling of wanting to leave here so badly was almost visible to the naked eye. Good disciple, so eager to complete the task I assigned. When Chu Mo was moved, he saw an extra prompt on the system interface. It is detected that Jiang Peng's fate has undergone a great reversal, and the plot participation has been greatly improved. Jiang Peng has officially advanced to a D-level plot character. There is such an operation? Chu Mo was shocked. Doesn't this mean that he can find a way to create plot characters in the future? No, wouldn't it be better to raise the level of the original plot characters to a higher level? The leak training plan can add a lot of content. Wait. Chu Mo suddenly discovered something and stared at the direction where Jiang Peng left with flickering eyes. This situation did not happen in the imperial capital before, so how could it be now? What did he encounter this time? Chu Mo thought for a long time, but still gave up the idea of chasing. After all, judging from the system prompt, Jiang Peng was fine. Otherwise, he would not have become a D-level plot character. Next, let's go find Nalan Yanran. Chu Mo muttered to himself and walked towards Nalan Yanran's residence in his memory. The next action is related to that S-level leak. Miss, wake up. As the familiar voice of the maid sounded in her ears, Nalan Yanran's long eyelashes began to tremble slightly, as if she was about to wake up in the next moment. But maybe it was because the feeling of being immersed in the dreamland was too comfortable. She just frowned and muttered a few words in her sleep, and her eyelashes stopped trembling. The delicate and white face returned to the peaceful and beautiful sleeping face. "Maid! Miss! Wake up!" The maid's voice began to increase, as if she would not stop until she woke her up. The effect of this was very obvious. She saw Nalan Yanran's body moving quickly. Was she waking up? In the maid's hopeful eyes, Miss Nalan turned her back to her, and did not move again. Faced with this situation, the maid thought about it, hesitated again and again, and finally resolutely put her hand on the lady's shoulder and shook it gently. At the same time, she shouted loudly, with a faint cry in her voice, "Miss, wake up! You don't need to sleep anymore. If I wake up the young lady, I will be killed. I just hope that the important thing that the adult named Chu Mo said is really important. Otherwise, I will definitely be killed. This maid is very pretty and lovely, and she is only 1 or 2 years older than Nalan Yanran, which is the age when she loves to daydream. In addition, because of her family background and status, she has always been very respectful to Nalan Yanran, and she dare not do anything that goes beyond the rules. As a result, although the two are of similar age, they have not become friends. Therefore, it is not easy to have the courage to loudly call the young lady to get up in normal times. Now that she has done such a bold act, she can't help but feel a little panic in her heart. Why did she dare to do this today? Looking at the pair of murderous eyes that Miss Nalan opened, psychological effect, and the indifferent and ruthless little face, usually like this when she wakes up in the morning, she can't help but ask herself in her heart, is it because of the first thank you she received in her life after the young man took the tea from her hand? Or was it because she invited the young man to sit in the living room, and the pure eyes he looked at her without any impurities? "Didn't you tell me not to wake me up if there's nothing wrong?" Nalan Yanran's voice was somewhat complaining. She had been training hard with her teacher in Yunlan sect for a year. Now she finally got home and could sleep in, but she was woken up so ruthlessly. Hearing the eldest lady's angry voice, the maid immediately thought of what she had heard from other maids about the fate of servants from other big families who angered their masters. Is he going to die? Perhaps death is the best outcome. Never mind, it doesn't matter anymore. The maid sighed lightly and raised her head. For the first time, she looked into Nalan Yanran's eyes so calmly. There seemed to be light in her eyes. Anyway, she didn't regret it. Anyway, it was good to be able to help him. "Hey, Luhan, you look so beautiful today." Nalan Yanran was surprised. After being together for such a long time, she only found out today that this maid was so beautiful. In fact, although they have been together for a long time, because Luhan likes to keep her head down, Nalan Yanran can only see her face completely now. Originally, the impression of her in Nalan Yanran's heart was very ordinary. Now that she raised her head and revealed her true face, the shock brought by this huge contrast was naturally amazing. Luhan was also stunned when she heard the words. It was the first time for her to hear the eldest lady, who was usually as proud as a daughter of heaven, praise someone like this, and the object was herself. She was about to become a dead person, so what did it matter if she was beautiful or not? She smiled slightly, seemingly non-committal, and seemed to be indifferent, just saying lightly, "Lord Chu Mo said that he has something important to find the young lady, so the young lady should go and change her clothes now." Nalan Yanran nodded blankly, just like a younger sister who has always been taken care of by her elder sister, and she would subconsciously follow her sister's orders. "Wait, you said Chu Mo? He came to see me?" Nalan Yanran suddenly realized something and looked at Luhan with surprise. "Yes, go change your clothes." Seeing the eldest lady's expression, Luhan was slightly happy in her heart, as if she would not die. She would not die. Realizing this, Luhan's original fearless mentality suddenly disappeared, and her head began to lower, as if she was going to turn back into her previous self. "Hanlu, since you are so beautiful, you are not allowed to lower your head in the future." Nalan Yanran noticed the change in Hanlu and immediately ordered, "Oh." Hanlu quickly raised her head, like a frightened deer, making her look more like Nalan Yanran's sister. "Is this the clothes you were supposed to wear today?" At this time, Nalan Yanran took out a dress she often wore from her ring. After taking a look at it, her face was immediately full of disgust. It was too ordinary. It couldn't enhance her charm at all. Nalan Yanran took out a dress that looked quite sexy, put it on and tried it on, then asked Lu Han beside her, "What do you think of this one?" Hearing the eldest lady's voice, Lu Han hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I think it's a bit too mature." Too mature. Nalan Yanran thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she changed into a red dress. "What about this one? This style is a bit old." Seeing that the eldest lady didn't mind her words, Lu Han suddenly became bolder. She had lived in the Nalan mansion since she was a child. Every time she worked, she had heard those noble ladies talking and showing off many times. She had learned a lot about these knowledge by osmosis. Now with Nalan Yanran, one changing and the other watching, it was like dry wood meeting fire, and it was very hot. In this way, time passed slowly. "Oh, how long has it been? Lord Chu Mo is still waiting." When the feeling of hunger appeared in her mind, Han woke up from her dream and found that a long time had passed. "Oh my God, why did it take us so long to change clothes?" Hearing Han Lu's voice, Nalan Yanran also reacted. "No, this one is it. Lu Han, go and ask Chu Mo to wait a little longer. I'll put on some makeup and go out." Nalan Yanran grabbed the clothes that she often wore and instructed Lu Han anxiously. Well, Lu Han nodded and took small steps towards the living room. Chu Mo was sitting on a chair with an empty cup in his hand, looking up at the sky with a blank look. "Lord Chu Mo, what's wrong with you?" Seeing such a weird scene, Lu Han slowly stopped and asked timidly, "Where's Nalan Yanran?" Chu Mo's eyes were full of doubts, and his voice seemed mechanical, as if all the emotions had been exhausted in the long wait. Some unexpected situations have happened. Miss, please put on makeup and come right away," Lu Han said with a bit of embarrassment. Chu Mo thought to himself, it shouldn't take long to put on makeup. After all, it's not the previous life. It's a pity that he didn't know that the world is different, but women are always the same, and girls are the same. Then wait a little longer. Chu Mo's eyes were full of hope again. "Well, I'll go and help the young master check the situation." Lu Han smiled sweetly, turned around and ran in the original direction. Makeup, she is also interested in it. When Nalan Yanran and Lu Han finally came to the living room, they saw Chu Mo holding an empty cup, sitting on a chair, looking up at the sky with a dazed look as if he had lost his soul. "3, I came here this time to ask you something." As he spoke, Chu Mo's eyes subconsciously swept across Nalan Yanran's pretty face without makeup. The corners of his eyes twitched and he was speechless. After putting on makeup for so long, he finally chose to go barefaced? What's the matter? Nalan Yanran looked at Chu Mo, who now looked about 12 or 13 years old, with interest and asked, "I heard that you have a marriage contract?" Chu Mo asked seriously. "Yeah." Nalan Yanran glanced at him after hearing this, then hummed lightly, her face looking a little gloomy. She is already 12 years old this year, so naturally she would understand the significance of this engagement. "I would like to ask what you think about this engagement." Chu Mo looked into Nalan Yanran's eyes with an extremely sincere expression. "What do you want to do by asking this question?" Nalan Yan was silent for a moment, then looked at Chu Mo with an uncertain look in her eyes, and asked. She vaguely guessed what the young man in front of her was thinking, and that idea made her feel unprecedented madness and unbelievable. But at the same time, a touch of warmth appeared deep in her heart. "I was thinking, if you don't like this engagement, how about we cancel the engagement?" Chu Mo's tone was like an uncle who was bewitching the little lowly to go see the goldfish, but his eyes were extremely firm. This time he was serious about wanting to lure Nalan Yanran to break off the engagement. According to the intelligence obtained during this period, although Xiao Yan is still the #1 genius of the Xiao family, it won't be long before he will fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley and enter a 3-year period of being a waste. This is a good opportunity that will be fleeting. If Nalan Yanran is dragged to break off the engagement at this time, and Xiao Yan is so angry that he makes a 3-year agreement, but soon finds that his cultivation has regressed and he has become a waste, Then everyone will think that it was them who did it. The humiliation of breaking off the engagement, the hatred of being a waste, plus an S-level plot character whose cultivation is almost equal to zero. It should be worth a whitewashing mission, right? Are you serious? Nalan Yanran's voice was a little dry. This marriage was arranged for her by her grandfather himself. According to his stubborn character, although the Xiao family is now in decline, he will never regret it. What's more, she heard that her fiancé Xiao Yan started practicing qi at the age of 4 and became a fighter at the age of 11. His talent is stronger than hers. He is the hope to lead the Xiao family to rise in the future. This makes it even less likely that her grandfather will regret it. This is the most serious time in my life. Chu Mo said the truth, and at the same time he looked at Nalan Yanran expectantly, hoping to gain the other party's trust. Are you kidding? If you don't want free whitewashing task, are you still a human being? My grandfather won't agree, Nalan Yanran whispered, her delicate and fair face full of unwillingness. Growing up in the Nalan mansion, Nalan Jie's authority brought by the absolute right to speak here has long been deeply rooted in his heart. Even though he worshipped Yun Yun as his master and became the heir of the Yunlan sect, he has not accumulated enough courage in his heart because of the short time. Then I will hang him up and beat him until he agrees? Chu Mo thought about it and said tentatively in a joking tone. What? Hearing this, Nalan Yanran remembered that the young man in front of her was already a Dou Zong powerhouse who was feared in the imperial capital. It seemed that her grandfather really couldn't beat him? Let's not do it. Nalan Yanran refused tactfully. Although it made her very uncomfortable that her grandfather had arranged this marriage, this was not a reason for her to betray her grandfather. Grandpa was such a face-conscious person. If he was really hung up and beaten, he would commit suicide out of shame. Okay. Chu Mo's expression was a little disappointed. You really want to do this? Nalan Yanran felt an indescribable sense of absurdity in her heart. After knowing that such a powerful grandfather was almost hung up and beaten by the young man in front of her, the pressure from her grandfather in her heart suddenly decreased a lot. After all, the formation of an image often requires a long time to shape, but sometimes it only takes a few words to destroy it. Then, how about we secretly go to the Xiao family to cancel the engagement? Chu Mo said seriously, telling the real plan in his mind. Run away secretly? This is not private. Elopement? Elopement. Thinking of these two words, Nalan Yanran felt her face getting hot, and her skin, which was as white as mutton fat jade in the past, was stained with a faint blush, which was extremely attractive. Oh my God, he really likes me too, otherwise he would not have come to me as soon as he heard that I had an engagement. But isn't it too fast to elope right away? People are not mentally prepared at all. When you get there, ask an elder of the Yunlan sect to go with you. As the future leader of the Yunlan sect, they certainly don't want you to have any entanglement with other men before you succeed the leader. The possibility of them agreeing is very high. Chu Mo continued, not noticing that Nalan Yanran had fallen into his previous sentence, unable to extricate herself. He wants to elope with me. How should I answer him? Should I agree? Or should I agree after several rejections? I should refuse several times, otherwise it would be too unreserved. But what if I refuse several times? What if he misunderstands me if I refuse too many times? How about refusing 3 times? No, that's too many. Let's do 2, once. Yanran, what do you think of my plan? Yanran? Chu Mo noticed that Nalan Yanran's expression was a little strange and shouted immediately. Well, okay, let me make it clear that I'm just going out with you to break off the engagement. I'm not thinking about anything else. After waking up with a start, Nalan Yanran said in a panic, as if her secret was revealed. Chu Mo? What? Something else? What are you talking about? Chu Mo's eyes fixed, and he realized something was wrong. At the same time, an impulse emerged in his heart, driving him to explore the meaning of those words. That impulse told him that when you understand the meaning of those words, you will gain a lot, but you will also lose a lot. Forget it. It's none of my business. It's important to. Fool Nalan Yanran away. Chu Mo changed his mind and strangled the impulse in his head, and then prepared to continue his fooling work. Then shall we leave now? Chu Mo asked. Now? Nalan Yanran was shocked and looked at Chu Mo with shyness. You are too impatient. No, what am I thinking about? Nalan Yanran's IQ finally came online, and then she found a very important problem. Early tomorrow morning, I will go back to Yunlan sect with my teacher. If I am not there at that time, I will definitely be discovered. This is indeed a problem. Chu Mo thought that in that case, Yunlan sect and the Nalan family would definitely mobilize all their forces to find them. It is estimated that by then, they will be discovered as soon as they cancel the engagement with the Xiao family. At that time, what if the Xiao family and the Nalan family re-engage again? No, we must find a way to delay them, and at least delay until everyone knows about the cancellation of the engagement. How to delay them? Find someone to disguise you. Chu Mo thought. This method is okay, but how can I disguise myself to deceive the teacher and grandfather? Nalan Yanran said in distress. The problems that Chu Mo could think of, she, who was smart at the moment, naturally thought of them. As for the face, a disguise mask and a veil will do. As for the body shape, it will be fine. After all, it's a flat plate. As for the aura, the elixir left by teacher Han Feng can solve it. Habits, if they are different from me in this aspect, it will be difficult to hide from teacher and grandfather. Nalan Yanran added. Next to the two, Lu Han, who heard that they were discussing the matter of elopement, had a face full of tears, and it was not right to leave, nor was it right to stay. Miss, can you discuss such an important matter without me, a maid? I don't want to listen. I will be silenced. I will definitely be silenced. Forget it. I can add a little help to the future happiness of Lord Chu Mo and Miss Yanran. This is the only use of my humble life. At this time, Lu Han, with an expression of enlightenment, suddenly heard that the two were looking for someone who could disguise Nalan Yanran. She immediately realized something with a strong desire to survive. Way to survive. Master Chu Mo, I can disguise myself as a young lady. I know her well. I even remember how many times she goes to the toilet in a month. Before Lu Han could finish her words, Nalan Yanran covered her mouth with a red face. Nalan Mansion, Hall. Why hasn't Yanran arrived yet? Nalan Jie glanced at Yun Yun, who was sitting opposite him, and asked Nalan Su. She said she was still dressing up. Nalan Su, who was usually dignified, was more obedient than a rabbit in front of the old man. He immediately whispered the news he knew. It took so long to dress up? Nalan Ji whispered to himself, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He remembered that he had never encountered such a situation before. Maybe it's because I'm going to Yunlan sect with sect master Yun Yun today. Nalan Su guessed. Dressing up beautifully for important occasions, isn't it the case for girls of this age? Ha, sect master Yun Yun, you heard it, right? Yanran is old enough to grow up. I hope you don't blame her. Nalan Ji laughed loudly and shouted to Yun Yun beside him. At such a close distance, with the strength of a Dou Zong strongman, how could he not hear even if he spoke softly? The reason why they lowered their voices was just to express their attitude. You're joking. Yanran has always been very hardworking in Yunlan sect, and I like her very much. It doesn't matter if you wait a little longer. When talking about this disciple who has always satisfied her, Yun Yun was completely unsparing in her praise. While speaking, a smile like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg appeared on her peaceful face, making people want to indulge in it. Yanran is still young after all. She will need the care of Sectmaster Yun Yun in the future. If she does anything disobedient, just beat her up and don't hold back. Nalanji looked at Yun Yun expectantly, almost saying that as long as he could train her to be the future Sectmaster of Yunlan sect, he would torture her to death as long as he could not kill her. Yun Yun. No way. Yanran is usually very well behaved, so this method should not be needed. Wow! My God! Suddenly a cry of surprise came from the door of the hall, interrupting their conversation. Nalanji and Nalan Su frowned at the same time and looked at the door, wanting to know who was so ignorant of the rules. Yun Yun also cast a curious look over, wanting to see what happened. At this moment, a person walked in. She was wearing the moon-white dress unique to Yunlan sect, exuding a youthful aura. The precious green earrings hanging on her earlobes showed her delicateness, and the white veil covering her face brought a bit of hazy beauty. No wonder the guards exclaimed. In front of Nalan Yanran, even the experienced leader of Yunlan sect seemed a little dazed. This had nothing to do with anything else. It was just a normal reaction to seeing beautiful things. "Sorry I'm late," Nalan Yanran said softly, and the girl's tender voice rang out in the hall. "Yanran, why are you wearing a veil?" Nalanjie looked at the white veil on Nalan Yanran's face in confusion. The veil made her face look a little hazy and dreamy. "I suddenly wanted to change into a new outfit today," Nalan Yanran answered fluently. "It does look a little different this way." Yunyun walked over, rubbed Nalan Yanran's head with a skilled hand and said lovingly. When Yunyun's jade hand touched her head, Nalan Yanran's body stiffened slightly, then quickly relaxed, and finally she seemed to be at a loss, and she leaned on Yunyun's arms blankly. Feeling the intimate action of Nalan Yanran leaning towards her arms, Yunyun was a little uncomfortable, but then she thought that it must be because her disciple missed her too much, so she let it go. Beside them, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su looked at the scene in front of them with satisfaction. They didn't expect that Yanran and her master and disciple had such a good relationship. It seems that Yanran will have no problem inheriting the Yunlan sect in the future. The two looked at each other and tacitly stepped back a few steps to leave enough space for the two. "Oh my God, why am I leaning on her? Do you want to get up? But won't you be suspected if you get up rashly? Is this the mind of Master Yunyun? Is this the world of the strong?" It was indeed so strong, so big, and so soft. Nalan Yanran smelled the fragrance of Yunyun's hair and felt the soft touch on her face. She dared not move at all. She just leaned on her quietly, her mind full of random thoughts. Where Yunyun could not see, Nalan Yanran's face was so red that it was about to bleed. Her palms were full of sweat. It was obvious that she was extremely nervous. Yunyun was also a little nervous. This was the first time she had such an intimate action with Nalan Yanran. She had no experience and was always worried that her reaction would be wrong and would hurt the girl in front of her. It was normal for a master and apprentice to be so close, right? Yanran also wanted to get closer to her teacher. She must not show an attitude of disgust, otherwise she would definitely hurt her. Yunyun kept hypnotizing herself in her heart, and her jade arms unconsciously hugged Nalan Yanran. A subtle atmosphere gradually emerged between the two. "Yanran, get up." Feeling that it was taking a long time, Yunyun gently patted Nalan Yanran's back, and a crisp voice sounded in her ears, urging her. "Yes, teacher." Nalan Yanran stood up obediently, with her head down, looking very obedient. Fortunately, her face finally stopped blushing after such a long time. It seems that Sectmaster Yunyun and Yanran have a good relationship. Seeing this, Nalan Jie walked forward and said with a smile, "Grandpa?" Nalan Yanran said shyly, stamped her feet, buried her face in Yunyun and dared not show it, which caused Nalan Jie to laugh again. "Then I will take Yanran back first." Yunyun looked at Nalan Yanran's little action, didn't say anything, just smiled dotingly, and then said goodbye to Nalan Jie. "By the way, Yanran, you should have learned the technique I taught you before, right?" Before leaving, Yunyun's clear and melodious voice that made people's ears pregnant sounded like the howling of ghosts in the underworld to Nalan Yanran, making her head empty and the blood in her body stop flowing. Technique? What technique? The lady didn't mention it at all. Maybe it was because of her reaction. Yunyun soon noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong? You haven't learned it yet, have you?" Nalan Yanran lowered her head and didn't say anything and fell silent. "How long have you been home? Why have you become so lazy?" "Well, it seems that you are lazy, but you should at least tell the teacher how much you have learned." Looking at the girl in front of her with her head lowered lower and lower, Yunyun's expression was quite distressed. What? I forgot everything." Nalan Yanran's head was almost lowered to the ground, and unspeakable fear and anxiety enveloped her heart. What should I do? Will I be discovered? What will happen if I'm discovered? The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. At the end, Nalan Yanran's body began to tremble slightly, like a little deer waiting for judgment, weak, pitiful, and helpless. "Don't look like the teacher is going to punish you, okay? You've had enough fun at home. Just go back to Yunlan sect and practice hard. It doesn't matter if you forget everything. The teacher will teach you slowly. Don't be like this, okay?" Nalan Yanran slowly raised her head, her eyes swept across the helpless and doting smile on Yunyun's face, and fell into the pair of clear eyes full of tenderness. Under this look, her heart trembled violently, as if her body and mind were about to be intoxicated. "Okay, teacher," she replied. Her voice was so firm. Wutan City, Xiao family, the patriarch's room. A middle-aged man wearing luxurious gray clothes, with a pair of thick eyebrows on his face, who looked quite heroic and majestic, slowly opened his eyes and stopped practicing. "A great doshi. It's okay in Wutan City, but it's still far from my father," the gray-clothed middle-aged man said regretfully, but his expression did not seem depressed. "His name is Xiao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Xiao family. His father Xiao Lin once had the cultivation of Dou Zong, but unfortunately he died of serious injuries in a battle with his enemies 3 years after Xiao Yan was born, and the Xiao family also declined. He wanted to revive the glory of the Xiao family all the time, but unfortunately his talent was limited. So far he was only a great doshi. Fortunately, although he was not talented, his sons were talented. There was no need to say more about the eldest and the second. The third was a rare genius in the Xiao family for 100 years. He became a doji at the age of 11. Future was limitless, and he would definitely lead the Xiao family back to the peak in the future. What made Xiao Zhan most satisfied was that Xiao Lin and Nalan Jie were close friends. When Xiao Yan was born, they arranged a marriage for Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. The Nalan family is one of the 3 major families in the Jiama Empire. With their power, they can provide a lot of help for the Xiao family to return to the peak in the future. Alas, it still depends on Yaner. Xiao Zhan sighed, his face full of relief. It is a blessing to have such an excellent son. From Xiao Yan's current development trajectory, he can't bear the responsibility of restoring the Xiao clan. Suddenly, a vague and indifferent voice sounded in Xiao Zhan's mind, as if it came from the clouds, making him stiff all over. "Who?" Xiao Zhan shouted, and the green Dou Qi flowed around his body, faintly condensing into an illusory lion head on his face. "This room has been sealed by this seat with Dou Qi, and your voice can't be transmitted." The voice sounded again, which made Xiao Zhan's heart startled. Indeed, he shouted just now to remind the people in the family, but until now, he didn't hear any sound outside. "What do you want to see Xiao Zhan for?" Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly and retracted the green Dou Qi on his body. It is not difficult to see from all aspects that the strength of the person who came is far superior to his. No matter how he resists, he will be slapped to death. Instead of maintaining the posture just now, it is better to put down his guard. Maybe he can win some favor from the other party. Anyway, Xiao Zhan does not believe that the other party is here to kill him. How can he, Xiao Zhan, deserve such treatment? The price of asking the other party to move once is not enough to put the entire Xiao family in. It seems that you are not useless except for giving birth to sons. The words of the owner of the voice made Xiao Zhan happy. It seems that it is not a bad thing to be able to talk. The next moment, in Xiao Zhan's horrified eyes, countless golden lines appeared on the wall in front of him, converging into a golden figure. My real body should not be easily dispatched. I will use this illusory body to walk in the world for the time being. The mouth of the golden figure moved, and the voice in Xiao Zhan's mind immediately began to explain. Is this the world of the strong? Xiao Zhan was a little dizzy. It seems that the real strong change bodies like changing clothes. Which one they like? Your Excellency is very powerful. Xiao admires you, but I don't know why you came here. Xiao Zhan asked politely. I hope it's not a bad thing. Otherwise, the Xiao family will really be finished. I came here only for Xiao Yan. Chu Mo squatted in an empty corner of the Xiao family, carefully controlling the power of his soul to send a message to Xiao Zhan. Yaner? Could it be that you want to take Yaner as your disciple? Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up, thinking that his Yaner was so talented that it was very likely that a strong man would take him as a disciple. You are dreaming. Chu Mo's face darkened. He already had a traitorous disciple, and another troublemaker came, wanting to kill him. I have stopped taking disciples a long time ago. When Xiao Zhan heard Chu Mo's first sentence, he felt very sorry, but when he heard the second sentence, he was full of surprise. But I have already found a teacher for him. Happiness came too suddenly, and Xiao Zhan felt a little unreal. Where is that master now? Xiaozhan asked hurriedly, as if he was afraid that the teacher Chu Mo mentioned would run away. Where? Chu Mo sneered, pinching his thigh with his right hand to hold back his laughter. I have been in your Xiao family for so many years, and you still ask me where I am. What? Xiaozhan was shocked. There was such a strong man who had been in the Xiao family for many years, and he didn't even find any clues. Who is it? Could it be the old man sweeping the floor at the door? He was talking nonsense all day long. I heard that he couldn't practice fighting spirit since he was a child, and he was stimulated to have some mental problems. But now it seems that he deliberately concealed it and has been secretly observing Yaner, or the big man who was burning the fire in the kitchen, who looked so domineering and didn't look like an ordinary person at first glance, might be the strong man in disguise. Don't guess. The teacher I found for him is now a soul body, living in the ring that your wife gave to Xiaoyan. Looking at Xiaozhan in deep thought, Chu Mo spoke decisively and interrupted his association. Sure enough, he should not be overestimated. After all, he is just a great Doshi. Ling Ying, who has the Dou Zong cultivation, has been hiding in the Xiao family for so many years, but no one has discovered him. What? Hidden in my wife's ring, doesn't that mean? Xiaozhan's face was ugly. If he remembered correctly, he had never seen his wife take off the ring. Damn, such a person actually wants to be Yaner's teacher? After Yao Chen's body was destroyed, his soul has been sleeping in the ring and has no perception of the outside world. Chu Mo explained speechlessly. What are these people thinking about every day? Xiaozhan's old face blushed, but after all, he was the patriarch, and his face was thick enough. He quickly returned to normal and asked Chu Mo, I misunderstood, but I don't know when that adult will wake up? Soon. After all, he is also an 8th grade high-level alchemy master. Chu Mo sighed, and the information revealed in his words made Xiaozhan shocked again. 8th grade high-level alchemy master? Are you sure you are not lying to me? Xiaozhan looked at the golden figure on the wall in disbelief. He really couldn't believe what the other party said. As we all know, the level of alchemists is divided into 1 to 9 grades from low to high. As a 6th grade alchemist, Danwang Guhe is already the #1 alchemist in the Jiama Empire and has a high status. 8th grade and high level? It's a trick. Now Xiaozhan even suspected that the other party was teasing him on purpose. This is too outrageous. Don't be funny, sir. Xiaozhan said tactfully, indicating that I have seen through you are teasing me, but I will give you face and not tell you. Joking? Xiaoyan's potential is indeed worthy of such a teacher. Haven't you discovered the extraordinary things about him in all these years? Chu Mo said that your son actually has a lot of potential, but you guys are not good enough to find it. Extraordinary? Xiaozhan recalled, and many pictures of Xiaoyan suddenly appeared in his mind. There was a picture of Xiaoyan, who was just born not long ago, looking at him calmly, with unfamiliar eyes without any intimacy. There were scenes of Xiaoyan talking in his sleep and hearing his strange and real understanding of natural phenomena when he covered him with a blanket. There were scenes of other children playing while Xiaoyan was practicing hard in his room like a little adult. According to what you said, Yaner has indeed been extraordinary since he was born, but the potential he has shown now. Xiaozhan smiled and asked tentatively. According to the estimation of the clan members, Xiaoyan could become a Dou Zong or even a Dou Huang in the future, but such potential is indeed not worthy of the strongman Chu Mo mentioned. Xiaozhan was originally very satisfied that his son could become such a strong man, but when he heard Chu Mo say that Xiaoyan could achieve greater success, he instantly lost his composure. You just don't know how to tap his potential. He is a piece of excellent jade, but you don't know how to polish off the stone skin that covers him. You even keep reinforcing the stone skin, thinking that it is very good if he can become a piece of excellent stone. Xiaozhan roughly understood Chu Mo's analogy, which meant that Yaner's potential was beyond imagination, and their so-called training was just covering up his potential. So, can the teacher you find for Yaner tap all his potential? Xiaozhan asked uncertainly. As it was related to the future of the Xiao family, he didn't dare to trust the other party rashly. Of course, who else would be more suitable to be Xiaoyan's teacher than Yao Chen? Chu Mo sighed. Yao Chen was the most important guide for Xiaoyan on the road to becoming an emperor. This matter is of great importance. Let me think about it again. Xiaoyan hesitated for a few times. His face changed several times, and finally he didn't dare to agree. What if the other party was lying? The Xiao family only has one Xiaoyan. He couldn't afford the risk? Consider, maybe my attitude was too kind at the beginning, which gave you some misunderstandings. At this time, Xiaoyan suddenly felt a terrifying momentum coming. His mind was blank, and he even forgot his instinctive defense. This is a notice, not a request. The momentum disappeared, and Xiaoyan knelt on the ground powerlessly, his whole body covered with cold sweat. At this moment, he realized how ridiculous his performance was, just now in the face of such a person who could take his life in a moment. I have been arranging for so long, Yao Chen's soul, various strange fires, and even the heart of the heir of the ancient clan. Xiaoyan's future fate has been determined, do you know? Yes, sir, I know. Xiaoyan panted and responded with difficulty. By the way, sir, I wonder how strong Yaner will be in the future according to your arrangement? He seemed to have thought of something and asked hopefully. Hearing this, Chu Mo's mouth suddenly drew up a cunning smile like a fox that stole the chicken. Finally took the bait, the second scapegoat. I can only tell you that Xiaoyan has the potential to become a Dou Emperor. Dou Emperor? These two simple words made Xiaoyan feel even more deeply than when he was bearing Chu Mo's momentum just now. Yaner can become a Dou Emperor? He muttered to himself, his expression a little dazed. The legendary Dou Emperor is already at the pinnacle of cultivation in the Dou-Chi continent. His own Yaner also has the opportunity to become such a figure? He found it hard to believe, but he had to believe it. After all, he had no choice now. Xiaoyan's physique is highly compatible with the cultivation method of Tuoshe Ancient Emperor, the burning art. He may be able to learn from Tuoshe Ancient Emperor to devour all the strange fires in the world and become an emperor in his later years. Chu Mo sighed while controlling the golden figure. The cultivation method of Dou Emperor, all the strange fires in the world? Are these all prepared for Yaner? Xiaoyan finally believed what the other party said. After all, these things can be seen. It will be easy to tell whether the other party is lying or not. It doesn't make sense that such a strong man would come to him and tell a lie that can be easily seen through. What's the purpose? So what the other party said should be true. After confirming this, Xiaoyan suddenly felt light all over, as if he had won a super prize. He looked at the golden figure on the wall and laughed foolishly. Happiness came too suddenly. Xiaoyan became the Dou Emperor under my arrangement, and it is not easy for your Xiao clan to return to the peak? Xiao clan? Xiaoyan felt something was wrong. Wasn't it the Xiao family? Was it a slip of the tongue? Also, in order to let the Xiao family return to the peak, Yaner must become the Dou Emperor? Wouldn't it be better to become a Dou Wang like Shaolin? Oh, by the way, I forgot that you have been in decline for too long and have long forgotten the glory of the past. This sentence made Xiaoyan confused. What the hell? My father has only been dead for a few years. How could it have been in decline for so long? The predecessor of the Xiao family is the Xiao clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. Chu Mo revealed some of the relevant information to Xiaoyan. A family with duty blood, the ancestor Xiao Xuan is a 9-star doucheng. Xiaoyan's scalp tingled after hearing the shocking news. Thinking of the ancient books and stories passed down from generation to generation in the family, he almost completely believed Chu Mo's words. It turns out that my Xiao family was once so glorious, and we, the descendants, are unworthy, and let the Xiao family fall to this. Xiaoyan thought of the current situation of the Xiao family, and couldn't help but feel sad and said sadly. But then, he was excited again. There is still hope for the Xiao family, that is Xiaoyan. Chu Mo sensed Xiaoyan's look and was also very excited. He was sure that he had fooled him. If you have any orders in the future, Xiaoyan will definitely obey. Xiaoyan was very smart and directly made a pledge of allegiance, indicating that he would be your man in the future. In normal times, if such a strong man wanted to recruit his men, it would definitely not be Xiaoyan's turn, so he was just trying it now. Anyway, if the other party agrees, he will not suffer any loss. If he disagrees, he can at least show his attitude. If I need you in the future, I will not be polite. This means he agrees. Xiaozhan was delighted and thanked him repeatedly. At this time, Chu Mo couldn't help thinking that if he wanted to trick Xiaoyan in the future, he would let Xiaozhan disguise himself and go on stage. He wanted to see what the scene would be like when Xiaoyan finally defeated Xiaozhan one day and saw his true face. At that time, there would not be a new whitewashing task, right? Chu Mo began to think about this problem seriously. Then, Chu Mo patted his head. Oh, what am I thinking about? It's already 2 chapters. Business matters are more important. I heard that Xiaoyan still has an engagement? Chu Mo asked casually. Yes, my father once arranged a marriage for Yaner, and the object was Nalan Yanran from the Nalan family. When Xiaozhan talked about this, he was in high spirits, and it was obvious that he was extremely satisfied with the engagement. This engagement must be cancelled, Chu Mo said firmly. Why? Xiaozhan looked at the golden figure on the wall with a confused look on his face and felt that it was really hard to understand. This is a great help for their Xiao family to return to the top. How can you just say no? I have already found a good match for Xiaoyan. It doesn't matter if he and Nalan Yanran are engaged. Oh? Xiaozhan understood. It turned out that there was a better choice. I have to say that he is a little moved now. However, the Xiao family fell after Xiaolin's death, and old man Nalanji did not ask to cancel the engagement. He felt uneasy about doing this. You also know the good match I found for Xiaoyan. She lives in your Xiao family. Her name now should be Xiao. Sooner. Sooner? It turned out to be that girl. Xiaozhan could never have thought that the good match Chu Mo mentioned was Shuner, but he thought about it carefully. Shuner came from a mysterious force that seemed to be very large. Her talent was second only to Xiaoyan. She lived in the Xiao family since she was a child and had a very good relationship with Yaner. Compared with Nalan Yanran, whom she had never met, she was indeed more suitable to be with Yaner. Sooner or Nalan Yanran? Xiaozhan found that his firm heart just now became hesitant now. Xiao Suner is from the ancient clan that ranks at least in the top 3 among the 8 ancient clans, and she is also the only young clan leader of the ancient clan. Her father Guyuan's cultivation is even at the peak of the 9-star Dou Sheng, which can provide great help to Xiaoyan's road to becoming an emperor. Chu Mo's voice was like a devil that bewitched others, eroding Xiaozhan's heart bit by bit. If this is the case, the help that the Nalan family can provide to Yaner seems to be dispensable. Wait, why did Shuner come to the Xiao family? Xiaozhan suddenly realized something. Of course, this seat arranged it. Just use some things that the ancient clan desires, combined with the blood oath that the ancient and Xiao clans once signed not to violate each other, so that they can naturally send the young clan leader to the Xiao family. In order to find this good match for Xiaoyan, this seat has spent a lot of effort. Just letting Guyuan and a woman give birth to Xiao Suner is the result of my careful planning for many years. Otherwise, why do you think Guyuan, a person of the same generation as your ancestor Xiao Xuan, suddenly has a daughter in these years? In fact, Chu Mo didn't know the answer to this question. This question felt like a bug in Dupo world. God knows why Guyuan, an old guy who lived for thousands of years, suddenly had a daughter more than 10 years ago. However, this does not prevent Chu Mo from using it. Yaner's past, present, and future destiny are all the results of this person's weaving. Xiaozhan felt very cold. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and the blood in his body seemed to solidify. Who are you? Why do you deliberately want Yaner to become an emperor? After a long silence, Xiaozhan finally asked, "Is this the question?" Chu Mo thought about it and finally came up with a more satisfactory answer. You just need to know that no one in this world wants him to become an emperor more than this seat, Super Big Leak, Chu Mo's favorite. This era, Xiaoyan must become an emperor. Chu Mo's words left Xiaozhan completely speechless. Others said that if I don't tell you, what can you do? Since you can't resist, why not close your eyes and enjoy it? The matter between Xiaoyan and Xiao Shuner is settled. Yes, Xiaozhan said helplessly, and the last bit of hesitation in his heart completely disappeared. By the way, sir, how should we cancel this marriage? Xiaozhan asked. Don't let them send someone to the Nalan family to cancel the marriage. If the Nalan family is offended too much, the Xiao family will probably be gone. This seat has already made arrangements. Xiao Zhan felt a toothache. Why does this master like to arrange others so much? A young girl who advocates free love comes to the Xiao family to break off the engagement with the support of her master's power. What do you think of this script? Let Nalan Yanran be the one who breaks off the engagement? Can it be done this way? But isn't it a bit? Xiao Zhan was speechless while opening his eyes, thinking that it was too unkind to do so. If it really follows Chu Mo's arrangement, everyone will only think that Nalan Yanran looks down on the Xiao family and relies on the power of her master's sect to force the marriage to end. In the end, everyone will sympathize with Xiao Yan, thinking that Nalan Yanran is blind to gold and jade, only paying attention to family power, but ignoring the other party's talent. Xiao Yan needs a spiritual transformation, whether it is hatred or anything else. Otherwise, he is completely unqualified with his current temperament. Xiao Zhan thought about it and found that Yanar was usually flattered by people around him, and his originally calm temperament has become impetuous in recent years. He originally thought that Yanar was young after all, and it was okay to be a little frivolous and proud, but now it seems that he has done something wrong. So another purpose of your arrangement to break off the engagement is to sharpen Yanar's character? Xiao Zhan asked. That's right, but just breaking off the engagement is not enough. After breaking off the engagement, Xiao Yan will face the situation of his cultivation falling to the third stage of Douqi, being ridiculed by those who praised him in the past, and even, only in the end, can his character be sharpened. Chu Mo thought to himself, I didn't lie to you. If Xiao Yan hadn't sharpened his character during the 3 years of being a waste, he might not have risen like in the plot. Douqi fell to the third stage of Douqi? How could this be possible? Sir, how can you let Yanar? Xiao Zhan was anxious and began to speak incoherently. I have arranged it all. Yao Chen's soul absorbed Xiao Yan's Douqi and woke up and accepted him as his apprentice. Xiao Yan also sharpened his character in complete despair and embarked on the road to becoming an emperor. Chu Mo added a hint of murderous intent to his voice. The effect was very good and it was immediate. Xiao Zhan really couldn't even say a word of opposition. In a short while, Nalan Yanran will come to the Xiao family to break off the engagement. At that time, I will give you an order through soul transmission. By the way, this is a bottle of divine spring water, a world-class treasure that can bring back the dead, turn bones into flesh, and even strengthen the body, improve cultivation, and enhance qualifications. I'll give it to you. In the future, you will definitely benefit from doing things for me. After Chu Mo finished speaking, he controlled the golden figure on the wall to dissipate and turned into countless golden threads and disappeared. Xiao Zhan was silent for a long time, but still picked up the white porcelain bottle that appeared on the table at some point, thought about it and put it away. Fighter, 1 star! Looking at the 4 shining characters on the test magic stone tablet, Xiao Yan smiled proudly, feeling quite proud. As a middle-aged man beside him announced the information on the stone tablet, it was not surprising that he won a round of praise in the crowded square. 1 star? Hehe, you have stayed here long enough. I think you will be promoted to a 2-star fighter in a few days. You are indeed a rare talent in the Xiao family. You really bring honor to the family. His dark eyes swept over his peers who were smiling humbly. Xiao Yan's delicate and tender face was full of smiles, as if he was a high god accepting the worship of believers. He looked so extraordinary. Xiao Yan walked into the crowd, and the discussion nearby suddenly became quiet. People looked at him with worship and respect. Some girls even looked at him with a bit of enthusiasm. Xiao Yan accepted these looks calmly, as if all this was natural. He should be the focus of the whole audience and the center of this world. After all, as a time traveler, he should be treated like this. Cousin Xiao Yan, after the test is over, can you go and guide Mayor in her fighting skills training? A familiar girl's voice sounded behind him, and Xiao Yan turned around and saw. The girl, who was about 11 years old, had a childish face that contained a hint of charm and purity, and her watery eyes looked at him with admiration. It was Xiao Mei. Xiao Yan nodded and agreed to the other party's request. Xiao Mei was also a seed-level figure in the Xiao family, and she was also a beauty. Xiao Yan was very happy to improve his relationship with her. Oh no, there is a little bitch trying to make a move. Seeing the interaction between Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei, many beautiful girls with spring hearts suddenly became anxious, looked at each other, and squeezed over to surround Xiao Yan. At this time, an elegant girl in a purple dress saw Xiao Yan in the land of gentleness, and the calmness on her young face disappeared, and the cold and indifferent temperament around her was gone. Then, she looked at the land of gentleness, surrounded by the girls beside Xiao Yan, where even mice couldn't get in, and gave up her past thoughts. She just stayed where she was, clenching her silver teeth, as if hiding her anger. So hateful. Third young master, the clan leader invites you to the hall. An old voice came, and Xiao Yan hurriedly squeezed out of the land of gentleness and followed an old man in green clothes to the reception hall. There were many people sitting in the reception hall. At the top were Xiao Zhan and 3 elders of the clan. To their left were some elders with a say in the family, and to their right were an old man and 2 young girls of the same age. The old man was wearing a moon-white robe, with a smile on his face and a bright look. His pair of small eyes flashed with brilliance from time to time. What surprised Xiao Yan was that there was a silver crescent moon painted on the chest of the old man's robe, and around the moon there were 3 golden stars. 3-star great fighting master, even stronger than his own father. Why would such a strong person suddenly appear in the Xiao family? With a little doubt in his heart, Xiao Yan continued to look over and found that the girl was extremely beautiful. In the family, perhaps only Xiao Shuner could compare with her. But what was a little strange was that the other party's legs were trembling slightly, and his right hand subconsciously covered his stomach as if he was retching from time to time. Xiao Yan frowned and realized something was wrong. This symptom, why does it feel a bit like that? No way. Xiao Yan felt envious, uncomfortable in his heart. This girl looked the same age as himself. If that was really what he guessed, it would be to that. You know, even though he had lived in the Duqi continent in the feudal period for so many years, in his second life, Xiao Yan still couldn't accept this kind of thing. Every time he saw it, he would feel a strong sense of envy, discomfort in his heart. He, Xiao Yan, strongly hated this behavior. Even if he remained a virgin and single until his death, he would not have the slightest connection with this behavior. Xiao Yan clenched his fists and thought with a righteous face. Yes, although the age of his 2 lives combined is at least an adult. Although when Xiao Shuner was 4 to 6 years old, he sneaked into her room every night to warm her body with douqi and touched her all over. Although he once broke into the hot spring where Xiao Yu was bathing and accidentally touched her thigh. Although he usually had ambiguous relationships with beautiful girls in the family such as Xiao Mei. But he knew that he was a good person. Why is this person smiling like a fool? After Nalan Yanran noticed Xiao Yan's gaze, she also looked over and saw Xiao Yan clenching his fists and smiling at the air like a fool. Moreover, why did he look at her just now so unpleasant? Did he misunderstand something? Thinking of Xiao Yan's initial mixed feelings of sympathy, pity, regret, and envy, seeing Chu Mo's eyes, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but feel a nameless anger rising in her heart, and at the same time, she also had a little complaint towards Chu Mo. If he hadn't said at that time that he would take her to experience the pleasure of flying with a sword, how could she still be in this state now? God has mercy on me. I just saw that the flying sword summoned by Chu Mo from his body was too magical, big and small as I wished, flying into the sky and hiding in the ground. So I believed what Chu Mo said about flying with a sword. Who knows what kind of desperate flight she experienced afterwards? Although Chu Mo created a barrier to block the wind for him, the speed of this flying sword was getting faster and faster, just like having fun, constantly accelerating and never stopping in the middle. He also took me to experience some fancy flying actions, rolling, spinning, drifting, and riding a roller coaster in the sky. When she got off the flying sword near Wutan City, she vomited so fiercely that she was about to vomit out her intestines. Although Chu Mo cured herself later, she still had some psychological sequelae, and it might take some time for her to recover completely. The sequelae are manifested in that the legs often tremble slightly, and the desire to vomit from time to time. Thinking of this, Nalan Yanrun frowned her beautiful eyebrows, looked away, and rubbed her belly subconsciously with her right hand. I still feel a little uncomfortable now. Xiaoyan, who was standing by, was very pleased with himself after seeing Nalan Yanrun's colorful and amazing eyes just now, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. I know that no one cannot be attracted by their own excellence. No one. Hey, why doesn't she dare to look at me? Is she shy? No way, she likes me so quickly. She is afraid that I will find out, and she is shy and dare not look at me. But should I include her in the harem? Although she looks pretty, she is not pure after all. So tangled. Xiaoyan's heart was in a mess, with a tangled expression on his face, as if he was making a big choice. He didn't see that Nalan Yanrun's eyes looking at him had changed from feeling so like a fool to feeling that he is a fool. Why do I encounter such a tangled choice? Ah, my damn, unplaceable charm. God, tell me, is being too good a sin? At this time, Xiaoyan's inner thoughts seemed to be transformed into an angel and a demon quarreling. The demon Xiaoyan bewitched. What are you thinking about? It's rare to find a girl of such good quality. Shouldn't a time traveler like me build a big harem? The angel Xiaoyan advised. Dirty thoughts. You know, the biggest difference between humans and beasts is the ability to control their desires. If you blindly succumb to desires, sooner or later you will become a slave to desires and become the stallion male protagonist in YY novels. The demon Xiaoyan was furious and grabbed the angel Xiaoyan's neck. What's wrong with following desires? You have traveled through time, and you can't have fun as you want. Then what's the point of traveling through time? The angel Xiaoyan kicked the demon Xiaoyan in the crotch and hit him hard. Nonsense! Don't listen to him. Remember, control your desires. Demon Xiaoyan endured the injury and let out a final cry. Have you forgotten the vows you made? I am not a scumbag, I just want to give them a home. And they are all my wings? Are you willing to abandon your sister Shuner, cousin Xiao Mei, cousin Xiao Yu, many names omitted here? Xiaoyan hesitated. This angel Xiaoyan was anxious. Controlling desires does not mean cutting off desires. My advice to you not to open a harem does not mean that you cannot marry a wife. Young man, learn about 3 wives and 4 concubines. Damn, I don't deserve to lose. In reality, Xiaoyan, who made up his mind and chose to wait to tease Nalan Yanran, cast his eyes on the last boy. Strange, this is Xiaoyan's first feeling. Although he could not detect the fluctuation of fighting spirit, he could clearly feel the unique temperament on him that seemed to be constantly changing. Sometimes sharp like 4. A sword that shocked the heavens was about to pierce the sky. Sometimes it was steady, giving people the feeling of not changing its expression, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of it. Sometimes it was natural, as if it had completely merged into the world. Faced with such a strange feeling, Xiaoyan thought, could it be that this boy who was about the same age as him was also a fighter? If it was true, this person's talent was simply amazing, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was so terrifying. With such thoughts in mind, Xiaoyan suddenly saw Chu Mo also looking at him, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Why did this look feel like looking at a pig that was particularly good at growing fat? Xiaoyan was unhappy in his heart, and glared at Chu Mo coldly. He saluted to Xiao Zhan and the other 4 above, and then sat directly on the seat closest to the top on the left-hand side of the 4. Chu Mo was not annoyed, but the smile on his face made people feel a little creepy. After that, Xiao Zhan and 3 other elders were talking enthusiastically with the strange old man, but the old man seemed to have something difficult to say. Every time he was about to speak, he would swallow his words helplessly. Xiaoyan listened to their conversation boredly, and then his eyes lit up, and he saw Xiao Shuner sitting next to him. I'm obviously meeting a guest. I don't know why my father asked me to. Come here. It's so boring. Xiaoyan complained hurriedly. Maybe this time's guest is related to brother Xiaoyan. Xiao Shuner replied with a strange look on her face. What does it have to do with me? Xiaoyan asked curiously. The girl's name is Nalan Yanran. Xiao Shuner's voice was very light, but it was like a bolt from the blue to Xiaoyan. Nalan Yanran, the granddaughter of Nalanji, the Lionheart Marshal of the Jiama Empire? She is my fiancée who was arranged for me? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Thinking of his previous guess about Nalan Yanran, Xiaoyan's face suddenly became very interesting, and he felt a little heavy on his head, as if he was wearing a hat-like object covered with the colors of nature. Brother Xiaoyan's grandfather was a life-and-death friend of Nalan Jie, and they had a very good relationship, so he decided on your marriage with Nalan Yanran. And Nalan Jie is not only unruly, but also attaches great importance to promises. In addition, Brother Xiaoyan has a strong talent. Xiao Shuner looked at Xiaoyan's eyes that were getting bigger and bigger, and his expression that he couldn't accept smiled slightly and said, "So." Xiaoyan, who realized that something was wrong, sighed secretly and asked with the last glimmer of hope, "No, I don't want to take over." "So, she should come here to discuss the matter of marrying Brother Xiaoyan," Shuner speculated with a serious face. "What? Marry her?" Xiaoyan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What a joke! I will never be a scapegoat. No, I must find a way to cancel the engagement." Xiaoyan thought so firmly for the first time, and then he looked at Shuner and asked in a tentative tone, "Can't this engagement be cancelled?" "Brother Xiaoyan wants to cancel the engagement?" A faint smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Shuner's mouth, and she deliberately said, "Of course not. Nalan Yanran's family is one of the 3 major families in the Jiama Empire, and I heard that she was accepted as a direct disciple by Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, 2 years ago. Now she has a huge monster like the Yunlan sect behind her. The Xiao family can't afford to offend anyone." "Then I'm done?" Xiaoyan said in despair with a sad face. "Yes." Shuner also pretended to be helpless on her face, but she was very happy in her heart. The depression that had accumulated before was all dissipated. She clapped her hands and thought, "Since Brother Xiaoyan wants to break off the engagement, I will secretly help him later. Anyway, it's just Nalan Yanran. Then I'm done for." Xiaoyan stared blankly at Nalan Yanran's belly, like a robot that was played with and completely lost his soul. Why is this person staring at him? It's really better to meet him than to hear about him. I didn't expect that this so-called genius of the Xiao family that only appears once in 100 years is actually a pervert. Nalan Yanran has already learned about Xiaoyan's true identity. In addition to her previous bad impression of him, she naturally wouldn't look at him well at this moment. She just glared at him fiercely with a cold and beautiful face. She doesn't want to marry such a person. Oh my God, she winked at me again. At this moment, Xiaoyan closed his eyes in despair and let the tears roll in his eyes. Sure enough, God is fair. After giving himself such an excellent and smooth past, he also gave himself such a desperate and gloomy future. Is he going to become a scapegoat and live a life of being a father? Goodbye, my magnificent life that I have imagined countless times. Goodbye, the girl I love and who loves me. Goodbye, the happy family I long for. When Xiaoyan was completely desperate, a voice that sounded like the sound of nature to him rang out in the hall. "We are here this time to cancel the engagement between Yanran and Xiaoyan." Too lazy to watch Gaia, hesitating for a long time and unable to speak, Chu Mo still stood up and said bluntly. He had no idea how tall and majestic his figure was in the eyes of a certain S-level leak who had completely despaired. Cancel the engagement? Xiao Zhan looked at Nalan Yanran with a strange expression, thinking, "Is that adult so efficient? It's only been a few days, and he tricked others into canceling the engagement. So this is Yanran's niece. I haven't seen her for many years. I can hardly recognize her." Xiao Zhan remained calm on the surface and began to consider what to say next. With the arrangement of that adult, the blame for the forced breakup of the engagement was pinned on niece Nalan, and no one could stop it. The only thing he could do now was to minimize the impact of the breakup on niece Yanran in the following conversation. After all, what we did this time was not fair. "Alas, niece Yanran, it is our Xiao family who is sorry for you." Xiao Zhan quietly looked away, not letting anyone see the guilt in his eyes. "Uncle Xiao, my niece has not come to pay her respects, and it is my niece who should apologize," Nalan Yanran said like a lady from a noble family, and her voice became firm again. "However, Yanran came here this time to cancel the engagement, and I hope Uncle Xiao will help her." There was silence in the hall. After being shocked, The elders all looked at Xiaozhan with an expectant look, waiting for the clan leader to make a decision. "Clan leader, what should we do? It's not easy to climb up the high branch, but we can't just let it go." "That's right. The elders are the ones who least want Nalan Yanran to break off the engagement. You know, Xiaoyan is still a genius now. In their minds, he will definitely lead the Xiao family back to the top in the future. At that time, the benefits they and their descendants will gain will far exceed the benefits of controlling the entire Xiao family now. And in this process, the forces behind Nalan Yanran can provide a lot of help. How can these experienced elders not understand what is more important? Therefore, they agree to this marriage more than anyone else. Niece Yanran, I wonder why you broke off the engagement this time. If there is a problem, we can discuss it." Xiaozhan glanced at Nalan Yanran, who was bowing her head deeply and her fingers were nervously entangled. He felt more guilty, and his tone of voice slowed down unconsciously. At the same time, he was secretly controlling the direction of his speech, trying to turn Nalan Yanran's tyranny and force to break off the engagement by relying on the Nalan family and Yunlan sect behind her into Nalan Yanran's unspeakable secrets, and had to break off the engagement. In this way, the impact on Nalan Yanran will be much smaller, and it can also slightly make up for the guilt in his heart. However, he thought so, but the elders thought differently. As expected of a clan leader, he was reliable in his work. He first lowered the other party's vigilance with a gentle and slow voice, then asked the other party why they wanted to break the engagement, and finally found a solution to stop the breakup. This clan leader is good, and the Xiao family will return to the top in no time. They nodded with satisfaction and looked at Xiaozhan with more respect than before. Clan leader Xiao, Yanran was accepted as the only direct disciple by the clan leader 2 years ago. Now she is basically being trained as the next clan leader of the Yunlan sect, and because of some special rules, the clan leader's heir cannot have any entanglement with men before becoming the official clan leader. So the clan leader would like to ask clan leader Xiao to cancel this engagement. Seeing that Nalan Yanran was so nervous that she was speechless, and thinking of the clan leader's love for her, Geye had to grit his teeth and stand up. Since it is Yunyun Douhuang's request, our Xiao family can only obey it. Xiaozhan looked at the 3 elders with regret and said helplessly, "You can see that I didn't do it on purpose, but with the power of Yunlan sect, our Xiao family can't afford to offend them. I, Xiaozhan, take the overall situation into consideration and am willing to sacrifice my personal interests so as not to let the Xiao family take risks. May I ask, is this really the request of the Yunyun sect master himself to break the engagement?" An old man in a yellow robe stood up, staring at Nalan Yanran with burning eyes, and asked unwillingly, "Damn! Seeing that the engagement was about to be successfully broken off, what did this guy suddenly do?" Xian and his son cursed in their hearts at the same time. Of course it was the Yunyun sect master himself. Geye laughed and said, "No, I want to break the engagement this time. It has nothing to do with the teacher, the Yunlan sect, and the Nalan family." Nalan Yanran suddenly raised her head and looked at everyone bravely, with a bright light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "You." Geye's face changed, and he pulled Nalan Yanran's sleeve to stop her from talking. "The engagement was about to be cancelled. What's the matter with you? I just don't want to be with someone I don't like at all, and I don't even know, so I thought of canceling the engagement." Hearing Nalan Yanran's words, the elders looked at each other and showed joy. "You are still too young, and you will confess after being tricked. Since we know that you came to cancel the engagement without authorization, how can we agree? It's better to stay where you are." This marriage was agreed by old man Nalan Jie himself. As long as he doesn't agree, our Xiao family will not agree. The elder stood up and said in a decisive voice, "The elder is wrong. I think this kind of life event should be left to us to choose. If we have to spend our whole life with someone we don't love, we will definitely not get real happiness." Xiaoyan was moved and unexpectedly chose to support Nalan Yanran. "Although I don't know what's wrong with Nalan Yanran, I know that if I don't seize this last chance, I will be the one who takes the blame." Chu Mo, "What's going on? Who changed the script? What about the anger after you were humiliated? Why are you so touched now? It's you who was broken off. Chu Mo, who couldn't figure it out, fell into a state of contemplation. Several elders. There is a traitor among us. The only way now is to ask the clan leader to come out. They all looked at Xiaozhan, as if to say, go and take care of your son. Xiaozhan immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Actually, what Yaner said makes sense. Niece Yanran, uncle can only do so much for you. Several elders. They are indeed biological children, and the symptoms of this brain dead are exactly the same. What should I do? There are 2 pig teammates holding us back. In the desperate eyes of the elders, Xiaoshaner spoke like a goddess radiating warm light, giving them the final blow. Brother Xiaoyan is right. Only those who love each other can be together. So break off the engagement quickly. I am the only one who can be with Brother Xiaoyan. Several elders. Damn, it's too difficult for us. Damn it, none of them can be trusted. The 3 elders secretly hated each other, and they suppressed their anger and insisted, no, such a big thing must be decided by you children. Several elders, in fact. Xiaozhan wanted to persuade them and said, unexpectedly, the 3 elders looked at him in unison and shouted sternly, their voices ringing like thunder in the hall. Xiaozhan, don't forget that you are the head of the Xiao family now. Xiaozhan's body froze, opened his mouth, said nothing, and finally sat back in his chair helplessly. He had done everything he could, and then it was up to that adult to arrange it. I have the final say on my engagement. I'm saying this today. This engagement must be cancelled. Xiaoyan's handsome face was full of determination. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, don't expect me to be the scapegoat. How dare you? How can you talk to your elders like this? An elder shouted angrily. Xiaoyan, listen, we are all doing this for your own good. You have to learn to understand us. Another elder advised gently. Why don't you understand? Marrying Nalan Yanran, the time it takes for the Xiao family to return to its peak can be shortened by at least 20 years. On the way to cancel the engagement, someone reminded me that this cancellation of the engagement would have a bad impact on the reputation of the Xiao family, so they gave me something as an apology to you. As Nalan Yanran spoke, she took out an ancient scroll from her ring. This is a contract. After signing, 4th grade alchemist with Douling cultivation will join the Xiao family in a few days and refine medicine for the Xiao family for 5 years. After 5 years, it is up to the alchemist to decide whether to stay or leave. This contract is guaranteed by the reputation of Nalan Yanran, the young patriarch of my Nalan family and the young patriarch of Yunlun sect. All the contents on it are true and valid. Nalan Yanran said with a solemn face. Although she didn't know where Chu Mo got the contract, she still chose to believe him. I heard that killing the master is a tradition in our sect. This time, it is rare for the master to take care of you. After Xiaoyan becomes the Dou Emperor in the future, the Xiao family will be at the level of the imperial clan. Is it wrong for you to serve as the chief alchemist of the future imperial clan? Currently, there is no alchemist. Then I really thank you. Is it such a big deal? Several elders were shocked and looked at the contract in Nalan Yanran's hand with fiery eyes and fell into hesitation. They knew that if they accepted this contract, the benefits that the 4th grade alchemist could bring to the Xiao family within 5 years would be astonishing. As the elders of the Xiao family, they would also be able to gain unimaginable benefits from it. However, behind these benefits, the Xiao family would completely lose the support of the Nalan family, and the road to returning to the top would inevitably be more bumpy and tortuous. You know, if the Xiao family can return to the top, the benefits they will gain will definitely be much greater than the benefits brought by accepting this contract. How to choose? One has fewer benefits but fewer risks, which are within reach. The other has more benefits but greater risks and takes a long time. It's really hard to choose. Several elders were hesitating and suddenly thought that the main person himself was stupid enough to support the other side. Even if they insisted, would it really be useful? If they offended Xiaoyan when he grew up, they would not have a good harvest. It's better to agree to it, which is good for you, me, and everyone. Okay, we have no objection. After a tacit eye contact, the elder stood up and said, with regret in his voice, if possible, I really don't want to agree. Hearing this, Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Xuner, Nalan Yanran, Gi Ye and others all showed joy on their faces. Everyone is happy. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? What about the 3-year agreement? Why are you so happy? Wait, I have something to say. Watching the elders take the contract, Chu Mo knew that if he didn't stand up, he would have no chance. Xiao Yan, do you really have no other opinions on this breakup? Chu Mo stared at Xiao Yan's eyes, wanting to see what exactly was wrong with him. Other opinions? Why are you asking me this? Could it be? Xiao Yan looked at the benefactor who saved him in confusion, thought about it seriously, and suddenly realized. Could it be that Chu Mo was the one who was in love with Nalan Yanran? Well, thinking about it this way, it is very likely. The two knew each other and loved each other, but because Nalan Yanran and himself were engaged, they did not dare to be together openly, and they got along in secret. Until one day, they could not restrain the love in their hearts and eventually killed someone. Under pressure, the two who dared not speak out thought of letting themselves be the scapegoat. But when they came to discuss the marriage, Chu Mo still couldn't stand such a result, so he chose to stand up and said he wanted to break off the engagement. His stand also ignited Nalan Yanran's courage, and she chose to support him and would rather face the pressure of the family and the sect with her. Now asking me if I have any other ideas? Just hoping to get my support and understanding and relieve the pressure for Nalan Yanran. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan looked at Chu Mo with a look of emotion, mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Damn, if this guy hadn't figured it out at the last minute, I would have been the one to take over. Take up your responsibilities, bastard. Damn! He was really moved by what Nalan Yanran said. Shouldn't talking nonsense be the exclusive skill of your protagonist? Chu Mo felt annoyed when he saw Xiao Yan's face full of emotion. Are you kidding me? My idea is that we young people should pursue our own love, so please be happy. Xiao Yan looked at Nalan Yanran sincerely, his tone full of blessings. As soon as these words came out, Nalan Yanran's impression of him changed greatly. I will, and I hope you can find your own happiness. Nalan Yanran smiled warmly, and her bright eyes seemed to speak as she looked at Xiao Xuner, making the lady of the ancient clan blush. Xiao Yan also smiled, foolishly after a moment of shock. The look in the eyes of this girl just now, anyone can see what it means. Only Xiao Yan was confused, but he more or less realized the other party's thoughts. Now that she directly pointed it out, the relationship between the two people suddenly made great progress. Seeing Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran blessing each other, several elders looked at each other and saw the relief on each other's faces. Such a result is acceptable. Although they can't be together, at least they still maintain a good relationship. Moreover, Xiao Xuner has a mysterious background and is deeply in love with Xiao Yan. Maybe she is a better match for Nalan Yanran. In addition to this contract, overall, the Xiao family is not at a loss. Xiao Zhan also laughed heartily, and his awe of the mysterious strong man in his heart had risen to the extreme. It's too scary. Being in the dark and controlling their fate, they can only move forward according to the path set by that person. There is no other choice. Xiao Xuner stood beside Xiao Yan with a blushing face, like a couple in love, and the air around them was full of dog food. Nalan Yanran secretly glanced at Chu Mo. Her tender pink and white face was bright red, and there seemed to be an extremely hot emotion flowing in the depths of her smart and clear eyes. Ye thought comfortingly that at least this time the engagement was not made in the name of Yunlan sect, which was better than the previous result. The winners this time, the three elders, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Xuner, Nalan Yanran, Ye. The loser this time, Chu Mo. Wait, let me see Xiao Yan's fighting spirit disappear after the engagement is cancelled. Will you still laugh at that time? The next day, a big piece of news quickly swept Wutan City and became a hot topic of discussion. The engagement between Xiao Yan, the third young master of the Xiao family, and Nalan Yanran, the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, was cancelled. As a genius that the Xiao family has not seen in 100 years, Xiao Yan's potential has already brought great pressure to the other two big families in Wutan City. In addition, the Nalan family and Yunlan sect behind his fiancée Nalan Yanran made it even more difficult for people to have the courage to fight against them. Now that they heard that the engagement between the two was canceled, the people of the two big families were the happiest. Although the gap is still there, at least they are not so desperate. However, in addition to being happy, the top leaders of the two big families are constantly sending people to inquire about the truth behind this matter. After spending a lot of money and manpower, one after another truth was placed in front of them. Bang! Jalebi, the patriarch of the Jelly family, slammed the table with a loud noise. After spending so many resources, what did you get? The angry voice echoed in the room, and the people below trembled and lowered their heads in fear. I saw that the table in front of Jalebi was filled with densely packed truths, each with different handwriting, and it was obvious that they came from different people. A love-struck girl left home alone and broke off the engagement thousands of miles away, just for the one in her heart. This truth was gathered from the information lurking around the three elders of the Xiao family. The main content was that the engagement was broken off because the woman, Nalan Yanran, fell in love with someone and chose to secretly leave home and come to the Xiao family to break off the engagement. Jalebi saw it and thought, isn't this nonsense? The Nalan family can let a little girl like you sneak out? Even if you ran out, why would the Xiao family agree to break off the engagement this time? Humph, Jalebi sneered. It was obvious that it was a smokescreen released by those old guys, and they still wanted to deceive me? Ridiculous. But he thought that there were people of his own around them, and he tried to turn the game around. Amazing. As expected of the elder of the Xiao family. Master Xiaoyan and Miss Shuner, the only one I love in this life is you. This truth was gathered from scattered information obtained from Xiao Shuner's maids by bribing them. The main content is that Xiaoyan and Xiao Shuner grew up together and loved each other deeply. But Xiaoyan's engagement had always been a huge obstacle between the two of them, preventing them from getting any closer. Finally, one day, Xiaoyan could no longer endure this torture and chose to cancel the engagement just to be with Miss Shuner. When Jalebi saw it, he thought, isn't this nonsense again? You want to cancel the engagement and call the woman to your side? You're giving me face, right? Humph, Jalebi sneered, making it clear that the maids made it up based on their imagination or were influenced by others, and it was not true at all. He has supreme talent and is about to embark on a journey against the will of heaven. This engagement has become a burden and is useless. The Jiali family spent a lot of manpower and material resources to gather this truth, activated many hidden agents, and after careful design, got Xiaozhan drunk and gathered the information he leaked after being drunk. The main content is that Xiaoyan actually has great potential that has not been tapped. Fortunately, he was valued by a peerless strong man who will help him embark on a journey against the will of heaven. The engagement is no longer worthy of Xiaoyan now, so they made various plans to let Nalan Yanran take the initiative to come and cancel the engagement. Jalebi took a look and thought, isn't this still nonsense? Xiaoyan is a genius that the Xiao family has not seen for 100 years, and there is still a lot of potential that has not been tapped. Why don't you go to heaven? It also says that in addition to their efforts and the cost they spent, they were able to obtain this information, which also benefited from Xiaozhan's own laxity and a lot of luck, and the credibility is extremely high. Humph, Jalebi sneered. He was so drunk that he could still tell false information. Amazing. He was probably thinking of pitting himself from the beginning. If he wasn't smart, he would have been afraid to act rashly. Xiaozhan, you are worthy of it. The Xiao family, the Nalan family, and the Yunlan sect jointly planned a shocking conspiracy. Behind the cancellation of the engagement, there is an undercurrent. This truth was heard from many young children of the Xiao family. The main content is that the cancellation of the engagement was just a cover-up by the Xiao family. In fact, behind it was a shocking conspiracy led by the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect. At the end, it was specifically noted that it was probably just a guess by the young children of the Xiao family, and the credibility was not high. After reading it, Jalebi thought about it carefully for a long time and nodded slowly, thinking that the content of this information was more likely to be the truth. because in this way, this weird cancellation of the engagement can be explained. Nalan Yanran appeared at the Xiao family. On the surface, she broke off the engagement to attract the attention of many forces in the Jiama Empire. In fact, the people of the Nalan family and the Yunlin sect had secretly dispersed to various parts of the empire to win over other forces. So isn't their target the royal family? Jialebi took a breath of cold air, feeling that the water here is too deep, and it is not suitable for a small shrimp like the Jiale family to get involved. It's better to be patient for a while and not let the family's century-old foundation be destroyed in his hands. Soon, as he communicated with the top leaders of the Jiale family, a death order on how to face the Xiao family spread throughout the Jiale family. At the same time, another big family in Wutan City, the Oba family, was also playing the same scene. As the attitudes of the two families changed, some rumors could not help but spread throughout Wutan City, causing the attitudes of all the forces in Wutan City, big and small, to change. People from the Xiao family. What's going on? Why do I feel that everyone looks at us strangely when we go out today? Moreover, many people walked away directly, as if they had seen the god of plague and were afraid to avoid him. A few days later, the news that Xiao Yan, the third young master of the Xiao family, had fallen to the third stage of Douqi once again swept through Wutan City and many surrounding areas, becoming a hot topic of public attention. When the patriarchs of the two families learned of this news, they believed their guesses even more. Is this because they thought the previous marriage cancellation was not big enough and did not attract much attention, so they made up a new topic? Nalan Yanran forcibly came to cancel the engagement, and then she was afraid of Xiao Yan's talent and sent people to abolish his cultivation. Such a script can indeed attract the attention of major forces in the imperial capital. However, what benefits did the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect promise you, Xiaozhan? Even your own son can be sacrificed. This courage, this ruthlessness, this skill, you are worthy of it, Xiaozhan. Soon, a more stringent death order on how to face the Xiao family spread throughout the two families. People from the Xiao family, damn, why do you feel that everyone is more afraid of us? Before, it seemed like seeing the god of plague, but now it feels like seeing the god of death. At the top of the mountain behind the Xiao family, the sky was full of stars. Xiao Yan sat lazily on the grass. His face, which was full of vitality in the past, was now full of decadence. Not long ago, the Douqi in his body suddenly began to disappear, causing his cultivation to drop to the third stage of Douqi. After that, no matter how he practiced, the Douqi that entered his body disappeared without exception. Obviously, his body and soul were the same as usual. How could such a thing happen? Xiao Yan scratched his head in distress. With the disappearance of Douqi, the genius became a waste. These days, he can be said to be under a lot of pressure. First, those people in the family who used to revolve around him left one by one, and then there were people who kept adding insult to injury and making sarcastic remarks to him. Chu Mo, Nalan Yanran, are you behind all this? Xiao Yan's voice was full of confusion. Now he couldn't figure out why those two people would send people to do such a cruel thing to him. Obviously, he also supported the cancellation of the engagement. However, it was not early or late, but it happened after they left. If I say that it had nothing to do with them, I am afraid no one would believe it. Are they afraid that I am actually a scheming person? And they pretended to agree to cancel the engagement because they knew that they had to. But they actually held a grudge and wanted to rise up in the future to avenge them, so they did this just in case? Or their enemies wanted to frame them by taking advantage of me? After all, if they wanted to do something, they shouldn't do it at this time when it would definitely arouse suspicion. However, if you think so, it is not ruled out that they did the opposite and wanted to use this method to clear themselves of suspicion. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more confused I am. But even if I can find the truth, what if they really did it, but the two behemoths of the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect are enough to make me despair? Xiao Yan loosened his clenched palms weakly, and a trace of fragility and confusion flashed in his dark eyes. Although Xiao Yan's age in both lives combined is not small, under the influence of this body, His psychological endurance is not much stronger than that of his peers. Suddenly falling from the altar, the pride of the past was completely shattered, and the attitude of the clan members began to change, all of which brought heavy pressure to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan gradually had many negative emotions and thoughts about the two people who might have caused him to fall to this point. Detected that the external conditions are met, and began to generate whitewashing tasks. D-level whitewashing tasks? Did you harm me? Task-related plot characters? S-level plot character? Fighting Spirits 3. Task background. Xiaoyan is a genius that the Xiao family has not seen for 100 years. He should have a bright future. However, after Nalan Yanran and her lover came to cancel the engagement, his cultivation fell to the third stage of fighting spirit overnight, and it was difficult to make any progress. Was it Nalan Yanran who secretly harmed him, or the lover, or someone else? Task requirements. Clean up the stains on the mistress. Task rewards. 1 D-level lottery. Failure penalty. Xiaoyan's favorability is permanently fixed to -100. He will regard you as an enemy he must kill in this life. Note, this is the simplest cleansing task. You can complete it anyway if you don't deliberately commit suicide, mistress? Chu Mo, who was hiding in the woods, suddenly frowned. When he was peeping at Xiaoyan, he couldn't help but have a little more desire to beat him up. Although I haven't been introduced in detail, what the hell do you think of me as Nalan Yanran's mistress? Do I look that much like a gigolo? After the marriage contract was cancelled, Chu Mo did not follow Nalan Yanran back to the imperial capital, but made up a reason and hid in the Xiao family. He hid for so long, but only generated a D-level cleansing task. You can imagine how he felt inside. Now that he knew that Xiaoyan had always regarded him as Nalan Yanran's mistress, he could hardly stop being angry. He really wanted to rush out and teach him a lesson. However, speaking of Nalan Yanran, Chu Mo remembered something else. When he was in touch with the marriage contract, he had seen a new message on the system. It was detected that Lu Han's fate had changed greatly, and her participation in the plot had greatly increased. Lu Han officially advanced to a C-level plot character. Chu Mo thought about it seriously and felt that something big must have happened in the imperial capital recently, otherwise this message would not have appeared. Considering that he and Nalan Yanran were also friends, Chu Mo finally found his conscience and decided to take her back to the imperial capital to see if there was any trouble that he needed to help solve. After all, flying back and forth with a sword was very fast and would not delay things here at all. Who knew that Nalan Yanran would never agree to this, so Chu Mo had to give up. In the end, the only thing he could do was to pray for Nalan Yanran silently in his heart as he watched her leave. Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, Taishang Laojin. God, Allah, may you bless her with a smooth journey and return home safely. Just as Chu Mo finished his recollection and was about to walk out, he heard Xiaoyan suddenly shouting loudly at the cliff, as if venting the pressure in his heart. Who hurt me? Come out and fight me face to face if you dare. Chu Mo, looking at his right foot that had already stepped halfway, should he walk out or take it back? That's Xiaoyan, long time no see. I'm Chu Mo, remember? Chu Mo walked quickly to Xiaoyan and greeted him with an embarrassed look. Time is money anyway. The whitewashing task has been generated, so he shouldn't waste time. Where did you jump out from? Why did you appear in my Xiao family? Xiaoyan stood up and stared at Chu Mo very vigilantly, as if he suspected that the person in front of him was the mastermind behind the scenes. When I returned to Wutan City for something, I heard that your fighting spirit had dropped, so I immediately rushed over to help you check it out. Chu Mo patted his chest, looking like a righteous elder brother. Really? Xiaoyan's face became more alert, and he began to slowly retreat. He even kept observing the escape route from the corner of his eyes. It was obvious that he did not believe Chu Mo's words. Of course. Chu Mo observed Xiaoyan's small movements expressionlessly, and grabbed Xiaoyan in front of him with his right hand like a chick. What do you want to do? Feeling Chu Mo's powerful strength, Xiaoyan asked nervously. Of course I'm going to check your body. No, check the reason why your fighting spirit disappeared. There's nothing wrong with your body, and there's nothing wrong with your soul. Forget it. Since your fighting spirit disappeared, Why not try to fill you up with fighting spirit? Chu Mo placed his hand on Xiaoyan's abdomen, and the energy in his body began to transform into fighting spirit, and infused it into his body with the maximum tolerance of Xiaoyan's body veins. What did you do? My body is so swollen and painful. At this moment, Xiaoyan couldn't even move, and could only passively feel the pure fighting spirit entering his body, bringing more and more intense swelling and pain. Chu Mo ignored Xiaoyan's cry of pain and just stared at the black ring on his hand, his eyes full of expectation. He could clearly sense that a powerful and familiar soul was awakening in the black ring. Teacher, we meet again. Who is the senior? Why do you want to absorb Xiaoyan's fighting spirit? Feeling that it was almost time, Chu Mo stopped his movements, stepped back a few steps, and stared at Xiaoyan, the black ring on his hand seriously, and said, "Are you taking me for a fool? How can such a small ring hide a living person? You must be kidding. If it's true, I will stand upside down and eat 3 pounds of food on the spot. Senior, won't you come out?" Chu Mo stared at the black ring as if there was really a person hiding in it. "Don't say it. The acting is quite convincing. I almost believed it." After being easily restrained, Xiaoyan gave up the idea of escaping and decided to stay to see what Chu Mo was up to. "Your soul power has surpassed most of the 6th grade alchemists. At this age and in this realm, who are you?" A transparent old figure appeared above the two of them, looking at Chu Mo with vigilant and cold eyes. "Oh my God, an old man! Popped out of the relics you left me. Wait, it was you who absorbed my Dou Qi?" Xiaoyan suddenly reacted, his little face full of hideousness, and he roared like a madman. "From a 1-star doja to the 3rd stage of Dou Qi, how long will it take me to repair it back?" "Don't be excited, little kid. My soul is in a dormant state, and it's a subconscious behavior," the old man explained with a guilty conscience while continuing to observe Chu Mo. For some reason, when he saw the young man in front of him, he always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen someone he knew. "Since you've woken up, leave my ring and find another place." Xiaoyan suppressed his anger and drove him away without any courtesy. "Ahem! Don't get excited, kid. I haven't compensated you yet." The old man coughed and laughed. "It's rare to meet someone with talent that meets the standard, so I can't just let him go. I don't want compensation. Please leave quickly." Xiaoyan rolled his eyes and refused decisively. "Compensation? Do you think I don't know what you want to do? You are clearly greedy for my body. Dou Qi, if I agree to let you stay in the ring again, I will be the biggest fool in the world. Since I have woken up, I will not absorb your Dou Qi again without your permission." After saying that, looking at Xiaoyan's suspicious eyes, the old man's mouth twitched slightly and continued, "How about guaranteeing that you will be a 1-star doge within 2 years? Xiaoyan was a little tempted. "I practiced Qi at the age of 4 and became a 1-star doge at the age of 11. It took me 7 years. If what the old man said was true, wouldn't it save a lot of time?" However, he was still a little worried. What if the old man was lying to him? "I'm an alchemist." Hearing this, Xiaoyan was completely smitten. Alchemists, the existence that can refine all kinds of magical elixirs in legend. And it was hidden in his ring. What a great opportunity. He must not let it go. "You are too polite, old sir. You can stay in my ring as long as you want. By the way, I wonder if you still have plans to accept a disciple. What do you think of me?" Xiaoyan rubbed his hands. His childish voice was a little flattering. "You? Your talent is okay, but whether you want to accept a disciple or not, let me observe for a while." The old man glanced at Xiaoyan and responded lightly. "You must be cautious when accepting a disciple. Otherwise, it will be a tragedy to accept an ungrateful person like before." "Wait, before?" In an instant, a flash of lightning flashed through the old man's mind, connecting all the clues and awakening the memory he was most reluctant to recall. He finally understood what that inexplicable sense of familiarity was. The old man stared at Chu Mo's face in his memory, his eyes fluctuating violently. This young man looked almost exactly like Han Feng, the traitor who caused him to be killed. "Who are you?" the old man asked for the second time. "D-level whitewashing task. Did you harm me? Host gets reward, D-level lottery draw once. What's wrong?" Chu Mo blinked with an innocent expression on his face. "Who is Han Feng to you?" The old man was silent for a while and suddenly asked, "Do you know the teacher?" Chu Mo looked at him in surprise, as if he didn't expect to hear this name from here. Teacher? The old man looked at Chu Mo's face that was exactly the same as Han Feng's when he was a teenager, and suddenly he was at a loss for words. "Are you sure he's not your father? Can you tell me about you and your teacher?" The old man tried to make his voice gentler, wanting to get some information. Why did Chu Mo appear here? How did he get such a powerful cultivation? What is Han Feng's current situation? These questions, the old men all want to know. "Why are you asking this?" Chu Mo said vigilantly, looking at the old man as if he was looking at a criminal who kidnapped a child. "My name is Yao Chen, and I have a deep relationship with your teacher. I just woke up from my deep sleep and happened to see you. Isn't this a good opportunity to understand his current situation?" Yao Chen showed a somewhat difficult smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were quite ambiguous. "Really? You want to know the current situation of the teacher as soon as you have the chance? It seems that what you said about the deep relationship must be true." Chu Mo seemed to be convinced by Yao Chen and couldn't help but sigh. "Of course." Yao Chen heard this and smiled, his voice full of unspeakable certainty. "If it weren't for this traitor, how could he be dead? Isn't this relationship deep enough?" "But," Chu Mo glanced at Yao Chen and said in a sad voice, "my teacher is dead." Chu Mo tried hard to play the role of a young man who had to be strong on his own because of his teacher's death, trying to make this character enter Yao Chen's heart. He didn't forget his original A-level whitewashing task, killing the teacher, which was related to whether he could go to the next world. According to the setting of this system that the higher the level of the task, the more difficult it is, he would suddenly encounter some so-called accidents from time to time when completing C and D level whitewashing tasks, which almost caused the task to fail. Chu Mo didn't dare to think about what kind of muths would be encountered in A level, not to mention that this is equivalent to the main task, which is likely to be more difficult. Therefore, Chu Mo plans to gradually separate this super difficult task and complete it step by step. The first step he is doing now is to play the role of Han Feng's disciple and tell Yao Chen the news of Han Feng's death and the clues that Han Feng killed his teacher. Then, through step-by-step guidance, let Yao Chen find the things left by Han Feng that record the truth and find the real culprit, the Soul Palace. Han Feng is dead? Yao Chen's first reaction to hearing this was disbelief. His traitor was so bad that he could even betray his teacher. How could he die so easily? But after looking at Chu Mo's face, Yao Chen suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in his heart, and he actually believed that Han Feng was dead. How did he die? "No, please tell me everything you know about your teacher." Yao Chen asked very seriously. His voice was surprisingly hoarse. "Okay." Chu Mo nodded and began to make up a story very seriously. Chu Mo lived in a small village since he was a child and was raised by his mother. He had never seen his father, and even his surname was his mother's. When he was still very young, the village was looted by a mercenary group. The whole village was slaughtered, and only he survived by hiding in the compartment under the bed. Later, Han Feng came to the ruins of the village and found him, and took him as his apprentice and avenged him. The teacher was very kind to him and taught him everything he knew. There was also a senior brother who was also very kind to him and took good care of him. These warm actions quickly helped him get out of his past experiences. He thought that life would continue like this until one day, a group of mysterious people suddenly appeared and wanted to kill them. Fortunately, the teacher was powerful and led them out to kill them, but he himself was seriously injured and dying, and his life would not last long. Before his death, the teacher instilled his lifelong cultivation into Chu Mo in a way that destroyed his potential, giving him the strength of a Dou Zong. The above is all Chu Mo's life experience, made-up story. He has experienced so many things, no wonder he looks more mature than himself. Xiao Yan looked at the peer in front of him in surprise, and there was a little more sympathy and respect in his eyes. If Dou Zong level cultivation absorbs his Dou Qi, then soul cultivation absorbs his soul origin. From this point of view, isn't he dead and his soul scattered? Yao Chen murmured in a low voice, looking a little dazed. He died more miserably than himself. Is this karma? But the traitor who had cost him half his life to train but ended up killing him is now dead. What should he do next? Yao Chen's eyes were a little empty, and he looked dazed as if he had lost his goal of staying alive. No, why are you here? Yao Chen came to his senses and suddenly thought of this key point. He saw Han Feng's apprentice as soon as he woke up. This couldn't be a coincidence. Well, speaking of this, we originally lived in the Blackhorn region. Later, when we escaped, the teacher kept holding my and my brother's hands before he died, mumbling something about looking for Gamma or something. My brother and I decided to come to the Gamma Empire directly. Maybe we can find what the teacher wants us to find. Chu Mo began to recall. Later, Chu Mo was talking when Xiaoyan suddenly interrupted. I know this. He and the eldest lady of the Nalan family. Then crackle. 30,000 words omitted here. Dry wood and raging fire. 30,000 words omitted here. 30,000 words omitted here. Bang, 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 words omitted here. In the end, someone died and the Xiao family broke off the engagement. That's it. Believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation. Hey, you can just guess blindly, and the process is so detailed, especially the omitted part. It should be said that it is too detailed. Is it really necessary to be so detailed? It's as if I saw it with my own eyes. If I wasn't the protagonist in the process, I almost believed it. Chu Mo looked at Xiaoyan speechlessly and found that this guy actually gave him a look that said, I understand you. He immediately wanted to pick up his 50-meter-long sword and chop him to death. Is this the legendary ancestor of the famous marriage breakup? Why does it feel so stupid? Has someone infected or awakened his nature? Chu Mo frowned and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he could only attribute these changes to the butterfly effect and the differences in the real world. Yao Chen completely ignored the quantum entanglement between the two idiots. When he heard what Chu Mo said about Han Feng's muttering before his death, he was completely shocked. If the traitor knew that his soul was hidden in the ring and survived, how could he let him go? This is unreasonable. According to his temperament, he can only cut the grass and root it out. Could it be that there is another hidden story behind that incident? This idea suddenly emerged in Yao Chen's mind, like a seed, and began to take root in his heart. If it can be watered in time during the growth process, it will surely grow into a towering tree. Do you know anything else? Yao Chen looked at Chu Mo with a bit of regret. This is a good seedling, but it's a pity that it was pulled up to grow fast, and his cultivation will not improve but regress in the future. Moreover, after listening to Chu Mo's story, he probably guessed that Chu Mo was Han Feng's son. Because of some special reasons, he was fostered in that village since he was a child. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why they look so similar. However, what exactly caused Han Feng to do this at that time? Is it related to betrayal? Thinking about it, Yao Chen's heart gradually became more gloomy. That's all I know. Usually my senior brother is in charge of things. He should know more. Chu Mo shook his head decisively and threw the pot on the senior brother in charge. I tell you, if you keep doing this, you will lose me sooner or later. Where is your senior brother? Yao Chen asked. Seems to have something to do in Shimo City in the Tagore Desert. You don't know. My senior brother is a person who can't sit still. He will feel very uncomfortable if he has nothing to do. Chu Mo's expression was like, my senior brother is like this, and I am also helpless. Yao Chen and Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel indignant. Chu Mo is too unlucky. How could he meet such a senior brother? At such a young age, he has experienced so many things, and the only senior brother he can rely on is not around all day. Zhangpeng, it's so hard for me. Have you thought about how to live in the future? Yao Chen asked with concern. After believing Chu Mo's story, Chu Mo seemed to him to be his disciple. As we all know, these older people are generally more doting on the younger generation. In addition, Chu Mo's face is almost exactly the same as Han Feng's when he was a teenager, which always reminds him of the happy times in the past, making him even more doting. I haven't thought about it yet. I plan to go to my senior brother first. I always listen to him and do whatever he says. Chu Mo said with a well-behaved face. It would be great if it were true. Why don't you stay with me first, and I'll see if I can help you regain some potential? Yao Chen suggested seriously. How is it possible? The teacher said that there is no cure for this state. Chu Mo said seriously that he was already hopeless, and he didn't need to worry about it. Humph, just because he can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. After all, according to seniority, I am your grandmaster. Grandmaster? You are my teacher's teacher? Chu Mo's eyes widened, looking at Yao Chen in surprise. That's right. Didn't he mention me to you before? Yao Chen frowned, thinking that he was overthinking. He didn't even mention his traitor to his apprentice. What was he hiding? I remember that the teacher usually kept silent about this, but once he got drunk for some reason, and when I was taking care of him, I heard a few related words in his sleep. Chu Mo was thoughtful, as if he had returned to that day in his memory. Oh? What did he say? Yao Chen asked with interest. Now he wanted to know everything about Han Feng. Let me think about it. What he said was, "Teacher, you are so stupid. You always like to run around. You don't know how to develop your power. You only know how to make medicine." Chu Mo thought for a while and said a lot of things that Han Feng complained about Yao Chen. Yao Chen listened and his face became darker and darker. He thought, damn, as expected, an ungrateful person is an ungrateful person. He shouldn't have any expectations for this traitor. Anything else? Did he say anything else? Looking at Chu Mo, who stopped talking and was trying to think, Yao Chen asked with a fake smile. It seems that there is a last sentence. What is it? Oh, I remember it. Seemed to suddenly remember something. His expression changed. He was like a confused and helpless child. He called out to his closest person in a sad and expectant voice. Teacher, save me. Yao Chen was stunned. He seemed to see Han Feng in his youth in a desperate situation. There was nothing he could rely on. He could only use his last strength to call out his name. His mind was blank. Without a thought, he almost subconsciously appeared beside Chu Mo. After wrapping him up with most of his soul power, he suddenly woke up. Now is not the same as before. That person no longer needs his protection. However, it is too similar, as if Han Feng in his youth has traveled through time and space and stood in front of him alive. That look, that temperament, that feeling, even if they are father and son, makes Yao Chen feel a little incredible. They are exactly the same. Come to think of it, if not for this, how could he have lost his composure just now? It was because the softest memory in his heart was awakened. What's wrong? Feeling Yao Chen's gaze, Chu Mo wiped away the tears that appeared on his face at some point and asked curiously. This was the first time that he completely put himself into the state of the young Han Feng, and he almost got into the role completely. Nothing. Yao Chen retracted all his soul power and said calmly. However, his occasional look at Chu Mo was particularly complicated, as if he was not looking at Chu Mo, but at someone else. What on earth did that traitor experience? What was the feeling of being an enemy of the whole world? Feeling the restlessness in his heart that could not be calmed for a long time, Yao Chen knew that he had another goal that he had to complete, to find out all the truth behind the incident that year. However, he was still in the soul state, and many things were inconvenient. Speaking of this problem, Yao Chen suddenly thought of the volume of the burning art that could evolve by swallowing the strange fire. According to some obscure introductions above, if the practice is successful, several kinds of strange fire can be used to forge a body that can regenerate the soul body. But who should be asked to practice? You know, based on his many years of experience, the probability of that volume of skills being able to be cultivated to the peak is no more than 20%. At first, I thought it was too dangerous, so I didn't let Han Feng practice. As a result, I was considered jealous of his talent, which led to the master and apprentice becoming enemies. Yao Chen thought about it, and his eyes suddenly fell on Xiaoyan. Soul perception, up to standard. Du Qi talent, barely. Personality, silly enough. He is a perfect candidate for apprentice in his mind, but I can't make a decision easily now. I must examine him carefully. What if this kid is not what he says? By the way, does Han Feng really think so? My apprentice shouldn't be so stupid. Could it be that the reason he said is hinting at something? Yao Chen suddenly had this idea in his mind. This idea is not so much inferred as what he hopes for. This hope will make him subconsciously use his brain to make up for those things that may be wrong in the future after he gets clues about the truth. Thinking about it, Yao Chen fell into a state of contemplation. Chu Mo didn't say anything. Xiaoyan continued to act as a background board, and there was silence around. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off, Xiaoyan thought it was awkward for him to be here since no one was talking. Why not get closer to Chu Mo? After all, he was the teacher's disciple. We were all family. Hey, Chu Mo, since you are the teacher's disciple, then I am your uncle. Xiaoyan, who had shamelessly regarded himself as Yao Chen's disciple, smiled and walked to Chu Mo, joking with a mischievous look on his face. Not to mention that the master hasn't accepted you as a disciple yet. Even if he did, I don't want to recognize someone younger than me as my uncle. Chu Mo rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Are you so sure that I am younger than you?" Xiaoyan felt that he was being looked down upon, and immediately said unconvinced. Oh? Still unconvinced? Chu Mo thought of his appearance of being 12 or 13 years old, and Xiaoyan was only 11 years old, and immediately smiled disdainfully. That smile was particularly dazzling, deeply hurting Xiaoyan's young heart. "I'm 13 this year," Chu Mo said lightly. Xiaoyan was stunned and asked stupidly, "When is 13? "Of course it's from my birthday, it's always been," Chu Mo said with a puzzled look. "Always? Isn't that the normal time?" "What a joke. I'm telling the truth, even if this is a different world. I still don't believe it. You're lying to me." Xiaoyan had a firm expression on his face. "I'm lying to you. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that I'm 1 or 2 years older than you? You can't see this? Isn't it obvious?" Chu Mo had a speechless expression, as if he wanted to knock Xiaoyan's brain open to see what was inside. "No, this thing can also be seen directly? Why can't I see it? Or did this guy peek at me so he can see it?" Thinking of this possibility, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel cold all over. He quickly took a few steps back and looked at Chu Mo with a look of doubt. "What's that look? Aren't you 11 now?" Chu Mo felt that his heart was so tired. "Ah, 11? Me? Wait, you said age?" Xiaoyan finally figured it out. "What else? Wait." Chu Mo looked at Xiaoyan with a strange face full of contempt. "So, you thought of other aspects at the beginning?" "Of course not. I was just joking with you," Xiaoyan said seriously with a righteous face. "Heh, really? Heh. Are you really going to leave? If you stay here, I can try to recuperate your body. Even if I can't find your potential, at least it will be beneficial to you." Hearing this sentence for the third time, even Chu Mo felt a headache. This concern was a bit too much. It seems that Yao Chen not only regards him as his disciple, but also regards him as Han Feng in his youth. The superposition of these two feelings leads to the current situation, but he knows his own situation. This Dou Zong level aura is a simulation of the special energy in his body. Once it is carefully examined, it will definitely be exposed. What can you say at that time? Your disciple Han Feng is gifted and has created a new practice system. It is a cause for celebration. Haha, Yao Chen must believe it. Therefore, he must not stay. "Master Yao Chen, I must tell my senior brother about the news that you are still alive." After listening to Yao Chen's many things related to Han Feng, Chu Mo's current personality is naturally a disciple who completely believes in Yao Chen's identity. Although, according to Han Feng's memory, most of the traces of Yao Chen in the things he said were beautified. However, it's harmless. Shimo City, the mercenary group formed by my eldest brother and second brother, is there. If you have any problems, you can go to them for help. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake," Xiaoyan said sincerely. Chu Mo was a little surprised. Didn't he still experience the 3-year period of being a good-for-nothing? Why did he feel that he had changed so much? If it were you, you would have experienced great joy, great sorrow, and then great sorrow and great joy in just 10 days, and then repeat the cycle again. Wouldn't it be a big change? But it doesn't matter. There are still many days to come, and there is plenty of time to slowly train Xiaoyan into your own shape. After all, S-level leeks can only grow fast and healthy if they are cut from time to time. "Okay, Master Yao Chen Xiaoyan, I'm leaving." Chu Mo said goodbye and converted most of his cultivation into douqi. A pair of solid douqi wings suddenly appeared behind him. taking him to the sky. A Dou Zong strongman of this age. Although he knew that the other party's potential had been exhausted, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Who hasn't dreamed of flying into the sky? Who hasn't longed to break rivers and destroy mountains? Soon, a seed called becoming stronger slowly took root in Xiaoyan's heart. Outside Wutan City, in a dense forest, Chu Mo sat on a blue stone and was drawing a lottery. Host begins the D-level Zhutian lottery. Host receives reward. Name, the art of holding a meeting. Category, secret art. Detailed description, a secret art of holding a meeting from a modern rune plane, which can achieve the function of one-click positioning and holding a meeting by engraving runes on items. This time, I actually drew a secret art. Although this secret art is very useless, what's the point of holding a meeting in the Dookie continent? Just thinking about it, my mind suddenly received a lot of information, all about this secret art. This made Chu Mo's body stiffen, his eyes dull, and the whole person was like a puppet without a soul. After a long time, when Chu Mo finally absorbed and digested all the knowledge, his eyes regained their agility, and then a trace of fear flashed across his little face. What a close call. I didn't expect that such a situation would occur when I drew a reward for knowledge such as secret arts. Fortunately, I discovered it early. If I had discovered it when I was in a dangerous situation, the consequences would be disastrous. In addition, this secret art is all about the models of a type of main rune and the corresponding secondary rune. After learning these models, you can engrave the relevant runes on the items. When the meeting is about to start, as long as a small amount of energy is input into the items engraved with runes, you can create an illusion projected to the side of the person who convenes the meeting. Only by inputting energy into the items engraved with the main rune can a meeting be held. After receiving the information of the convening of the meeting, other items engraved with secondary runes can receive energy and pull the consciousness of the person who input energy into the meeting. Isn't this equivalent to a real-life version of Tencent Conference? What's going on? Hey, I suddenly have a bold idea. Chu Mo's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands, thinking that he was almost stupid. Although this thing is useless for improving his strength, its unique communication function can be very useful. Plus, it has a positioning function, which makes it even more useful. You can give one to each of those precious high-level leaks. Then, you won't have to worry about not being able to find them. No, I suddenly had a bold idea. Maybe I can set up an organization. The leader of the organization can be the domineering vest that deceived Xiaozhan and pull all the high-level leaks together to constantly control and cultivate them. After all, only when the leeks grow well and you harvest them yourself can you eat them well. Well, not bad, there's a way. From this point of view, this organization must be carefully thought out. List the issues that need to be considered first. First, this organization must have a lofty goal that can attract the leeks to stay. Second, this organization must have the benefits that the leeks need. Third, this organization must have a domineering name. After thinking for a long time, Chu Mo decided to name this organization Heavenly Court. The deputy leader's vest is called the Martial Emperor Lin Dong, and the leader's vest is called the Heavenly Emperor Muchen. Both of them have the cultivation level of a half-emperor. Then you can make up a super terrifying enemy. In order to monopolize the source energy and kill the Tianjiao who has the potential to become an emperor, their organization is composed of those Tianjiao strongmen who have escaped the catastrophe. The purpose is to overthrow the rule of that person and truly become an emperor. But that person is too strong, so this organization also began to look for Tianjiao seeds who have the potential to become an emperor, cultivate them, and enhance the strength of the organization. The cultivation process may be very cruel. After these Tianjiao grow up, they will find that their fate is controlled by this organization, and the pain they experience is artificially imposed. At that time, of course, they will be angry, and have all kinds of negative emotions, but they will eventually figure it out and join the organization. Because if it weren't for the protection of the organization, they would have died in the hands of the minions sent by that person to monitor the Dookie continent because of their excellent qualifications. Thinking about it this way, At least every high-level leak can be harvested once before joining the organization. And after joining the organization, the leaks can not only communicate with each other, but also obtain a lot of valuable information. After all, Chu Mo had read the original novel and knew a lot of information. Just the location of the strange fire he knew was enough to fool Xiaoyan, who was so confused that he couldn't tell east from west. After Chu Mo made up his mind, he changed his itinerary and headed back to the direction of the Xiao family. Xiao family. Old Ling, have you found the reason why Brother Xiaoyan's fighting spirit disappeared? Xiao Shuner asked worriedly, her slightly childish voice echoing in the empty room. Nothing. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in the shadows. What should we do then? Xiao Shuner stamped her feet, her delicate face full of worry. If the reason could not be found for a long time, she really couldn't imagine how much of a blow Brother Xiaoyan, who had always been arrogant, would suffer. Well, maybe I know the reason. At this time, a soul transmission sounded, naturally blending into the conversation between the two. Really? Xiao Shuner heard the words and asked with a look of surprise. Really, after all, it was all arranged by me. The voice was very firm. You arranged? Wait, who are you? Xiao Shuner reacted immediately. Aren't there only her and Ling Lao here? Where did the third person come from? Miss, be careful. With a low shout, a faint light flashed in the shadows, and an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared, blocking Xiao Shuner and looking around with a vigilant look. He was Ling Ying, a dark attribute Do Huang sent by the ancient clan to protect Xiao Shuner. Don't be so nervous anyway, you can't resist what I want to do. As if he was saying something that was taken for granted, the strong confidence and unparalleled domineering in his words made Ling Ying sweat. How is it possible? He can't even feel a trace of other doqi fluctuations? What kind of strong man is this? Ling Ying, who had no idea that Chu Mo had no doqi in his body at all, could only think about it according to normal logic, and finally came to a conclusion that this was a super strong man. I hope you don't do something you shouldn't do. No one can afford to offend our young lady's identity. Ling Ying pretended to be calm and said in a warning and tentative manner, Isn't she the eldest daughter of the ancient clan? Chu Mo's voice was a bit mean, giving people the feeling that he didn't take the ancient clan seriously at all. He actually knew the true identity of the young lady. This time I'm afraid he came with bad intentions. Ling Ying swallowed his saliva and quietly circulated the fighting spirit in his body, preparing to attack the other party unexpectedly and protect the young lady from escaping. Bang! 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 At this time, 4 blood-colored small swords fell from the sky and were inserted into the ground in 4 locations beside Ling Ying in the east, west, south, and north. The 4 slightly different but co-originating huge forces were connected to each other, as if forming a simple sword formation, trapping Ling Ying firmly in it. Ling Ying's whole body froze, and an extremely strong sense of crisis filled his heart, as if the 4 blood-colored small swords were not inserted into the ground, but were against his throat, making him dare not even move, and his consciousness seemed to solidify. Protect the young lady. After a moment, Ling Ying, who was somewhat more conscious, shouted angrily, mobilizing all the fighting spirit in his body, trying to break through the suppression of the 4 blood-colored swords at the cost of serious injuries. Old Ling, stop quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Shuner thought about it and decisively stopped Ling Ying. Young lady? Although Ling Ying was puzzled, she still stopped obediently. This senior, if Shuner is not mistaken, you are not here to harm Shuner this time, right? She took a deep breath, brushed a strand of black hair in front of her forehead behind her ears, and said in a voice that was neither humble nor arrogant. The whole person looked generous and full of confidence. After witnessing Xiao Shuner's demeanor at this moment, Chu Mo felt a little admiration in his heart, and at the same time there were many strands of, no, the rest of the part was unhappy. Why did such a beautiful cabbage have to be taken away by Xiao Yan, the pig? He is still single now? Otherwise... Bang! Chu Mo slapped himself, breaking up all the strange thoughts in his head. Has this body entered puberty recently? I feel that some of the hormones that are being secreted crazily have begun to affect the soul. How can I have such a thought? How am I different from that cow thief? I just came here to deliver something today. Chu Mo made his voice as calm as possible, and then urged the power of space to send a prepared ring to Xiao Sooner. That's right. Chu Mo can now use the power of space in a preliminary way. You know, the space law of Duki continent is very strange. As the strength of practitioners increases, they are gradually unlocking the right to use space abilities. After Chu Mo changed his cultivation system, even if he reached the strength, he could not enjoy this benefit. He could only understand it by himself. In this case, although the space ability is mastered slowly, it is truly realized by himself and belongs to his own power. However, compared with other strong people, the ways he can use it are not limited to just a few. Come to give me? A ring? Looking at the thing in her hand, Xiao Sooner's face was a little strange. I just discovered that it's a divine bloodline, but now you are qualified to change from a chess piece to a chess player. Chess piece? Xiao Sooner repeated the two words, feeling absurd. What a joke. She is the daughter of the patriarch of the ancient clan who is qualified to let her be a chess piece? Yes, originally you existed as a chess piece to help Xiaoyan's road to becoming the emperor. Chu Mo's voice was cold and ruthless. Brother Xiaoyan's road to becoming the emperor. Did you design his fighting spirit to disappear? Xiao Sooner questioned angrily. Yao Chen, the #1 alchemist on the continent, was betrayed by his apprentice and his body was gone. His soul slept in a ring and eventually ended up in Xiaoyan's hands. Yao Chen, who had absorbed Xiaoyan's fighting spirit, woke up and accepted him as his apprentice. Yao Chen once accidentally obtained a volume of the burning technique that was very suitable for Xiaoyan. This was the emperor-level technique that supported Tuoshi ancient emperor to become an emperor. Through the countless coincidences mentioned by Chu Mo, Xiao Sooner vaguely saw a supreme will controlling the fate of everyone, just to arrange a path to heaven for Xiaoyan. Everyone is a chess piece, and everything they have is paving the way for one person. You? Xiao Sooner wanted to refute, but she was speechless for a moment. After being pointed out, she did find that all this was a bit deliberate, as if someone had arranged it. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, just work hard to grow up. Otherwise, if we train you, the process will be very painful. According to the original novel, it would take 3 years to become a 1-star doge. Otherwise, if she hadn't been forced, Xiaoyan would have been a great doge by then. Why did you? Xiao Sooner wanted to ask again. To fight against the darkness of Duki continent, to become an emperor. Chu Mo's voice became lower and lower, and in the end it seemed to have disappeared. Old Ling, what do you think about this? After a long silence, Xiao Sooner asked Ling Ying, who was freed by the disappearance of the 4 blood-colored swords. I don't know. Ling Ying shook his head. What the other party said was too advanced and he couldn't understand it. However, I think you should return to your clan as soon as possible. After all, the news of your presence in the Xiao family has been known by others. If that person had no ill intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Sooner bit her red lips lightly, glanced in the direction of Xiaoyan's courtyard, and her eyes were full of reluctance. After weighing it for a long time under Ling Ying's urging gaze, she still sighed helplessly and agreed. Then, as if she remembered something, she ordered Ling Ying very seriously not to reveal what happened today to others. The man's current appearance showed that he really wanted to help Xiaoyan grow up, so she would just believe him. After all, he could only be with her if he grew to a high enough level. Qingshan Town. As the town closest to the Warcraft mountain range, the most common people here are those mercenaries who are on the edge of a knife. Chu Mo, wearing a black robe and a disguise mask on his face, walked on the bluestone-paved street, feeling quite helpless. Do these mercenaries have nothing to do? They stand in groups on the street and chat, almost causing a traffic jam. Chu Mo, who couldn't remember how many times he squeezed out of the crowd, thought of this, and his face became more and more impatient. He was about to burst out with momentum to disperse the crowd, but his eyes suddenly swept across a spacious herbal medicine store, and then he gave up the idea. The name of the store is Wan Yao Zhai, which is exactly Chu Mo's goal here. Oh no, it should be said that the target works. Chu Mo was smiling smugly, imagining what he was going to. Suddenly, he sensed that a group of big mercenaries were walking towards him while chatting. His face suddenly changed, and he ran into Wan Yaozhai as if he was avoiding a big enemy. Wan Yaozhai had many customers at this time, and the staff were very busy, so naturally no one came to serve Chu Mo, a child with low spending power. "Excuse me, where is Xiao Yixian?" Chu Mo stopped a young clerk and asked, "Where did you come from, kid? You are so young, and you are trying to pick up girls like others. Stay away." The young clerk frowned and waved his hand, like chasing away a fly. "Xiao Yixian is the specially hired doctor of their Wan Yaozhai. She is beautiful and has a good figure. She is gentle and kind. I don't know how many people in Qingshan Town dream of her. He has met countless people who came to Wan Yaozhai to look for Xiao Yixian, but this is the first time he has met such a young one." "Give me some face." Chu Mo's face showed a nuclear kind threat. "No, smile." "Give you face. Who are you?" The young clerk looked at Chu Mo with some doubts, and felt that he was not among the people who ranked in Qingshan Town in his impression. "For the sake of our friend," Chu Mo said, quietly handed over a large bag of gold coins. When their strength reached their level, transactions became a barter method, so the number of gold coins in Han Feng's collection was not large. Of course, this is not much is relative. At least for the clerk in front of him, a little slipped through his fingers is enough for the other party to make a fortune. Okay, I will lead the way right away. Young master is so handsome and approachable. He is really a good match for Xiao Yixian." The young clerk weighed the weight of the gold coins in the bag and immediately smiled and led the way for Chu Mo very actively. I'm not looking for Xiao Yixian too." Feeling that his character was slandered, Chu Mo planned to clarify. I understand. You just want to meet her, have a meal, and get to know her." The young clerk nodded repeatedly, with an ambiguous smile on his face that all men understand. "You know shit! Forget it. Let's not look for Xiao Yixian first. Take me to find the owner of your Wan Yaozhai. I have a big business to discuss with him, not the kind of business worth hundreds of millions." Chu Mo patted his head and immediately changed his words. "I just remembered that this seems to be the first place where Xiaoyan got an opportunity when he went out. Buy this place and design it well, so that Xiaoyan will feel that all this is arranged by someone while getting the opportunity. Suspicion is accumulated bit by bit. When he keeps finding something wrong and deduces the truth, he will inevitably resist or even hate the person or organization who did all this. No one likes their fate to be controlled by others, especially those protagonists of my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. At that time, as Xiaoyan's strength increases, a high-level whitewashing task may be generated. It's just a try. It won't cost much anyway. If it succeeds, you'll make a lot of money. You said you have a big deal to discuss with me? The owner of Wan Yaozhai is named Yao, a middle-aged man, and is called Mr. Yao by the people in Qingshan Town." He looked at Chu Mo, who had an extraordinary temperament, and guessed that this was a young man from a big power who came out to gain experience. He couldn't afford to offend him easily, so his attitude did not produce the slightest contempt because he was a child. "Yes, I want to buy Wan Yaozhai. You name a price," Chu Mo said lightly. "Are you kidding, little brother?" Mr. Yao's face was a little ugly. He suspected that the other party wanted to seize his foundation by force based on his status. It was too bullying. Even if he was really from a big power, he couldn't be so domineering. "Is this number okay?" Chu Mo quoted a price that almost made Mr. Yao's heart stop. "This." Mr. Yao hesitated. As long as he had money, he could live anywhere. This was equivalent to twice the total value of Wan Yaozhai. "Double it on this basis?" Chu Mo thought about it and increased the price. "You have to know that Wan Yaozhai is my life's work and the foundation of my family." Mr. Yao took a deep breath and said affectionately. It was as if Chu Mo was buying the lives of his beloved relatives, brothers and sisters. "So?" Chu Mo tilted his head and asked in confusion. "You have to pay more. I will agree if you double it." Mr. Yao said seriously. At the same time, he secretly thought that if the other party agreed, he would move out of Qingshan Town overnight and go to the big city to enjoy life. "No problem," Chu Mo agreed decisively. "It was just a small amount of money. Besides, if I was right, this guy was not a good person. After he left with the money, I would kill him, and the money would be back." The young clerk who led Chu Mo in was stunned. My God, is it necessary to spend such a high price to buy the entire Wanyaozhai just to seduce a little medical fairy? Rich man, it seems that the little medical fairy can't escape. No, I really can't help it. I must share this big melon with others. Next, with the help of Mr. Yao, Chu Mo took over Wanyaozhai very smoothly, although some employees still have some doubts about Chu Mo's age and ability and are worried about his future. However, after Chu Mo announced that all salaries would be doubled, all doubts and worries disappeared. The boss is the sky. At the same time, the young clerk also found his good friend and said mysteriously, "I just heard a big secret. I will only tell you, don't tell anyone else." When the friend heard it, he immediately patted his chest and said that he had no advantages except that he had a bad memory. No matter what secret you had, he would forget it as soon as he heard it. There was absolutely no possibility of leaking secrets. Then, when the young clerk left contentedly after satisfying his desire to talk, the friend immediately found another person and said mysteriously, "Finally, countless rumors began to spread in Qingshan town. The content was different, but the core was the same. There was a pig named Chu Mo who wanted to take advantage of the juicy cabbage. Xiao Yiqian. Chu Mo?" The next day, in the lobby of a rather unique manor, Chu Mo sat on the chair above, looking at the surrounding layout and the guards and maids. His expression was a bit funny. He didn't expect that Mr. Yao would be so decisive after getting the money. Not only did he not take any of his men with him, he didn't even pack up his belongings. He left Qingshan town overnight. It seems that he really planned to abandon everything and live a good life in another place. After learning about Mr. Yao's behavior, the original guards and maids of this manor had already developed a considerable amount of resentment. Coupled with Chu Mo's money offensive, they soon gained their loyalty. "Shubin, what are the main businesses of Wanyaozhai?" Chu Mo looked at the young clerk standing below and asked casually. This guy was lucky. He had been following him before Mr. Yao left, and luckily avoided the danger of being killed by Mr. Yao. The young clerk, Tong Shubin, was stunned for a moment, as if he thought of something, and said, "It mainly sells medicinal materials. And healing medicine." "Healing medicine? Wanyaozhai also has a pharmacist?" Chu Mo asked knowingly. He planned to improve his relationship with Xiao Yixian to the level of ordinary friends first, so he naturally couldn't act too deliberate, and had to use indirect methods. In this way, when he abused her later, the effect would be more obvious. After all, the difference between the favorability from 0 to -50 and from 50 to -50 is already doubled. How could there be a pharmacist in a place like ours? These healing medicines are all made by doctors. Tang Shubin denied, and at the same time, he vaguely guessed Chu Mo's purpose. Doctors are also a kind of alchemists, but they can only use ordinary flames to mix medicinal materials together to achieve the effect of treatment. Their status is far lower than that of real alchemists. By the way, we have a specially hired doctor in Wanyaozhai named Xiao Yixian. If you want to know the details, I can call her right away. After hesitating for a while, Tang Shubin chose to take the initiative to propose because his desire for the future still outweighed the restless heart of the young man. He thought to himself, even if he didn't take the initiative to propose, would the other party give up? Since it was useless to oppose, it would be better to take the opportunity to leave a good impression on the other party. Okay, go and call her. Chu Mo's eyes were a little weird, as if he didn't expect it to be so smooth. He thought he had to keep guiding him. After a while, Tang Shubin walked in with a girl in a pale white dress. Although the girl's appearance was not stunning, she could be said to be a rare beauty. Her face with a faint smile exuded a fresh and ethereal temperament. This unique temperament instantly greatly enhanced the charm of the woman. Especially her willow waist, which was not even a hand's length away, was tied with a green belt, showing her weakness and slenderness. Host meets B-level plot character. B-level? Chu Mo thought of the previous encounter and found that the protagonist Xiao Yan was S-level, and the protagonist's teacher Yao Chen and his wife Xiao Shuner were both A-level. He immediately had a deeper understanding of the way these levels were determined. "This young sir, I wonder what you want to talk to me about?" Surprised at Chu Mo's age, little medical fairy paused and quickly rounded it up. Who is young? Chu Mo looked over with some displeasure, which made little medical fairy tremble with fear, as if she was stared at by some monstrous beast. Chu Mo? Am I so scary? Seeing Chu Mo's blank expression, little medical fairy also secretly complained in her heart. When she heard that the other party bought the entire Wanyao Zhai in order to get close to her, she realized that something was wrong. Now, after seeing the dirty and evil look the other party gave her, psychological effect, she finally figured it out. How could the other party be willing to let his goal fall through after paying so much? When there is hope, the other party will naturally pursue her normally. But if there is no hope at all, then the other party will tear his face and rob her directly without saying anything. I heard that the other party is still a big force who came out to gain experience. If he really wants to rob her, she can't even resist. Therefore, the best way to deal with it now is to keep giving him hope of pursuing her normally, hanging him up little by little, and then find a chance to escape. However, this method is too much. I don't know how to do it at all. Xiao Yixin cried in her heart, feeling that her fate was really unfortunate. I asked you to come here to learn about the specific situation of the healing medicine. Thinking that he might have thought too much, Chu Mo put on a business-like attitude and planned to improve the relationship between the two to a familiar level first. Oh, this? Speaking of the aspects she is good at, Xiao Yixin was not so nervous at once, and she started talking incessantly after a slight adjustment. But what she didn't expect was that after listening for a while, Chu Mo actually proposed several clever ways to improve her preparation method, and then discussed the prescription with her. That kind of knowledge, reserve, that kind of experience and skills, all showed that Chu Mo was either a doctor who had been immersed in this field for decades, or he was a genius alchemist. Looking at Chu Mo's immature face, Xiao Yixin's heart sank, and she was increasingly unsure whether she could escape from the other party's clutches. After the discussion, the two of them had a wave of business praise as usual. I didn't expect that Xiao Yixin's research on healing medicine is so deep. You must have put a lot of effort in it. Chu Mo tried his best to make his voice sound sincere, but it still sounded a little perfunctory. There was no way. After all, judging from his level as a sixth-grade alchemist, the methods of these doctors were inevitably too crude and simple. If he had to praise them, he would have to lie to his conscience. He had never learned acting, and being able to pretend like this was considered a natural talent in this area. No, judging from the level of performance of the young master, Shanner's little skills are just a show of ugliness. The little medical fairy tried her best to make the smile on her face more natural, but it still looked a bit forced. There was no way. After all, in her eyes, Chu Mo was a villain who coveted her beauty. Under the pressure of the other party's power, she could only pretend to be nice on the surface. Even if she forced to smile, how could it be sincere? She had never learned acting, and she was very talented in this area to pretend like this. What should I say next? It's so hard to think of. Or, wait for the other party to speak first? After finishing the professional discussion, the two guys who had their own ulterior motives looked at each other and fell into a strange silence. As the silence got longer and longer, an almost visible, awkward atmosphere gradually spread around. Damn! Noticing Chu Mo's expression that seemed to have noticed something, Tang Shubin, who had been acting as a transparent person since the little medical fairy entered the door, felt desperate. When he went out to call Xiao Yixin before, in such a short distance, he actually met several people he knew who came to him mysteriously and asked him not to tell others. When he agreed and began to listen with expectation, his inner thoughts gradually changed from, "Why does it sound familiar?" to, "Why does it feel like what he said is?" Then to, "Isn't this what I said?" Then to, "Why does it sound familiar again?" And then to, "Why is it again?" And it kept on circulating. At that time, he was so stupid and naive and thought that this secret was only spread in a small range and was not a big problem. Anyway, according to previous observations, the new boss didn't like to communicate with the store clerks. As long as Xiao Yixin didn't know, there was no possibility of being discovered. But when he found Xiao Yixin, with the ability to observe words and expressions that he had honed since childhood in Qingshan town, He keenly noticed that there was a trace of worry on Xiao Yixian's face that was almost impossible to exist on weekdays, as if he was worried about his future fate. Then he realized that he thought too simply. Damn you, Hao. I treat you as a friend, but you are cheating me like this. Is it okay if the secret is passed on to the ears of the person involved? If the new boss finds out that Xiao Yixian already knows his destination during the meeting, he will be the most suspicious person at the time. Don't panic. Don't panic. Xiao Yixian herself is not stupid enough to tear this layer of skin. As long as she plays well next, she will be safe. Taking a deep breath, Tang Shubin, who kept cheering himself up, finally came to Chu Mo with Xiao Yixian with 4 points of courage, 3 points of uneasiness, 3 points of anxiety, and 90 points of fear. Originally, when he heard the two of them talking about professional knowledge, he was still very happy. If this went on, there would be no possibility of him being discovered. Who knew that after the two of them finished their discussion, they fell into silence, which made Tang Shubin's heart sink. As the atmosphere between the two became more and more awkward, Chu Mo seemed to begin to notice something. Tang Shubin knew that if he didn't think of a solution, he would be dead. By the way, I remember that tomorrow our Wan Yao Zhai will organize a herb-collecting expedition into the mountains. Little Medical Fairy will also go there. If you want to learn more about the related matters, you can go with us. Tang Shubin suggested loudly, sweeping away the awkward atmosphere around the two of them. Is that so? But won't it be too much trouble for you guys? Chu Mo wanted to agree, but in order to show his caring side to improve Xiao Yixian's favorability, he still pretended to hesitate. No trouble, it's just a small matter. Xiao Yixian wanted to refuse, but in order to show that she had some good feelings for Chu Mo to give him hope, she nodded and agreed. By the way, I still have to prepare for the relevant matters of picking herbs tomorrow. If you don't have anything to do, I'll take my leave first. Knowing that there was still a big problem with her acting skills, Xiao Yixian decided to leave first and learn from a few sisters she knew. She had seen their acting skills with her own eyes. In the morning, they slandered each other in front of her, as if they were sworn enemies. After meeting in the afternoon, they called each other sister and sister, and they looked like sisters with deep affection. It was hard to see any problems. Tang Shubin was full of relief when she saw Xiao Yixian leaving. It was not easy. She finally survived. And after her own efforts, she successfully left a good impression in front of her new boss. As long as she was not found to leak secrets, she would have a bright future. In this wave, the new boss is on the first floor, Xiao Yixian is on the second floor, and I am in the atmosphere. The next day, at the gate of Qingshan town. Why are you here? Chu Mo looked at Tang Shubin, who had sneaked into the herb-picking team, with some surprise and asked, in order to increase my work experience, improve my relevant skills, and expand my work scope, I took the initiative to apply for participation in this herb-picking operation with a reduced salary. Tang Shubin smiled. His voice was sonorous and powerful, his expression was full of energy, and he looked like a positive and motivated employee. But what he was thinking in his heart was that I had to help Xiao Yixian cover up. Otherwise, it would be bad if you found out that I leaked the secret. Okay, but your mental state seems a little wrong? Chu Mo nodded, accepting this reason. But his initial focus was not on this but on the fact that the entire herb-picking team was full of energy, but Tang Shubin was the only one who was different. He looked listless and haggard, as if he had been tossed around by a group of strong men all night. I didn't sleep well last night. Tang Shubin's face darkened as if he recalled some bad memories, and there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. Last night he went to find Yu Hao, that idiot, to settle accounts with him, but when he saw him like this, he jumped out of the window and ran away, shouting, I didn't mean it, and I didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing him running away, he chased him without thinking. Because he was worried about the danger of leaving Qingshan town, Yu Hao ran around the town, and he naturally followed behind. The two of them were about the same in strength, speed, endurance, and other aspects were very close, so the result could only be determined after either of them could not run or gave up. Because of this, every time he felt that he was just a little bit away from catching up. so he completely ignored the passage of time and ran around the whole town unknowingly in extreme anger. A whole night. In the end, he caught up with him, but he was so tired that he couldn't even move a finger. Later, he rested for a long time before walking back with each other's support. When he returned to Wanyaozhai, he found out that because of what that idiot shouted when he escaped last night, the whole town was full of rumors about them. Most of the content was malicious speculation about their relationship, arbitrary fabrication of events, and unwarranted slander of the two people's character. Thinking of the strange look in other people's eyes, Tang Shubin felt an inexplicable murderous intent surge in his heart. He swore that if Yu Hao, that idiot, tricked him again, he would hunt him down all night. Oh, so that's how it is. Chu Mo had an expression of "I understand" on his face, which made Tang Shubin feel so tired. I knew it. It would be like this again. Damn! Wanyaozhai is going to the Monster Mountain Range to collect herbs. Xiao Yixian will also go with us. The number of places is limited. The strength must be at least above 2-star fighters. Everyone hurry up. With a loud shout, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and then those mercenaries who thought they met the requirements rushed here one after another. Tang Shubin saw the mercenaries' crazy looks, thought about it, suddenly smiled cunningly, and secretly detoured into the mercenary group. Give me a quota. I can ask for less compensation. Anyway, as long as I can see Xiao Yixian every day, it doesn't matter if I earn less. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the back of the mercenary group, and it was like a spark falling into an oil pan, and it immediately ignited. First, the middle-aged man in charge of recruiting people's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a good way to do it, and how much money was saved for nothing. Although the new boss was next to him and he couldn't hide it, this was also a great achievement, which was very good for his future. Then the mercenaries who were at the front of the mercenary group and had a great hope of grabbing the quota were furious and cursed out loud. Where did this bastard come from? He actually came up with such a dirty trick. They were about to grab the quota, and now this happened. You know, the escort mission of Wanyaozhai is a good job. Whether it is the title of Xiao Yixian or the generous reward, they are the reasons why there are too many wolves and little meat in this mission, and they can only snatch it. Finally, the mercenaries who are at the back of the mercenary group and have little hope of grabbing the quota suddenly realized that it was as if a new world had opened up. It turns out that you can play like this. So they followed suit. Give me a quota too, and I can also reduce the reward. Me too, me too, me too. Hearing the voice from behind, the mercenaries in front panicked and joined the team asking for a reduction in reward. I will also reduce the reward, and I am in the front, so give me the quota first. Me too, me too, me too. The middle-aged man saw this scene and almost laughed out loud. Try your best to fight. Try your best to grab. Anyway, the more fiercely you fight and the more fiercely you grab, the more I earn. You did a good job. Chu Mo looked at Tang Shubin, who seemed to be hiding his merits and fame, with a strange look in his eyes. After holding back for a long time, he finally managed to compliment him. How should I put it? He is a talent. No, I just borrowed the name of Little Medical Fairy. Tang Shubin pretended to be reserved, wanting to leave the new boss with the image of a humble and capable subordinate. He knew that his new boss had a mysterious background and would definitely not stay in Qingshan town for a long time. After he left, Wanyaozhai would definitely find a trusted person to manage it on his behalf. As long as he left the best impression in his heart, then wouldn't Wanyaozhai be his world? From an ordinary clerk to the ruler of Wanyaozhai, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has ascended to heaven in one step. This is the first and perhaps the only opportunity in his life, and he must do his best in all aspects. At this time, the battle for the quota among the mercenaries has entered a white-hot stage. Those who were purely for profit or were not determined had already left the stage, and the remaining ones were some persistent and thoughtful young people. What does it matter if the reward is reduced? If I don't want the reward, who can compete with me? I will protect Xiao Yixian. Ah, what's the point of not having money? I'm the one who decided to pay for Xiao Yixian, and that's my true love for her. My entire fortune is here. and I love Xiao Yixian the most. I always thought that some creatures only existed on Earth, but I didn't expect that I was wrong. I just want to say that licking dogs is really awesome. The white-hot stage lasted for a short time, and the winner was decided in a few moves. The winner was the young mercenary who was said to have paid all his fortune. Although Chu Mo sympathized with him, he even felt a little uncomfortable because of his little remaining conscience, and thought about returning the money to him. But when he saw that guy had a jubilant expression after handing over all his fortune, as if he had won some great victory, he suddenly couldn't sympathize with him, especially since the remaining people were still looking at him with unwilling and envious eyes. Chu Mo felt even more upset. Hey, there are obviously enough places for the remaining people. What are you still fighting for? When the middle-aged man reported to Chu Mo that he actually made a lot of money by recruiting guards, Chu Mo was completely numb. I lost. I shouldn't have speculated about you with normal people's thinking. You are really awesome. In the Warcraft Mountains, in a silent forest, there are Warcrafts attacking. With the sound of the exploration team in front, a group of young mercenaries ran forward like dogs smelling shit. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yixian, I'm here. You actually tried to hurt Xiao Yixian. Go to hell. Xiao Yixian will be protected by me. The remaining mercenaries. Hey, we are the long-term personal guard team of Wan Yaozhai. Okay, why are you a group of temporary recruits acting so hard? Get your position clear, bastards! After staring at each other for a while, a handsome young man gritted his teeth and followed with most of the people. No matter what, we can't lose to them. Otherwise, if it gets out, the great reputation of their Wolf Fang mercenary group will become a joke. At that time, he, as the young leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, will also be blamed. Hey, that guy is going to the battle himself? The little medical fairy, who is at the center of the team's protection, is like a moon surrounded by stars. Chu Mo, who is next to him, saw this scene and was surprised. Before, that guy always asked his men to do anything, and he was always jumping around the little medical fairy like a clown when he was free. I was annoyed by it, so I gave him some medicine that would affect his physical condition, and then he calmed down. I didn't expect this guy to be so brave. He dared to charge to the front line in this situation. Isn't he afraid of dying? The Wolfang mercenary group, where Mu Li belongs, is one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingshan town, and his father is a Doshi master. Young master, don't let him hear what you said, otherwise it may cause big trouble. Little medical fairy said with concern. Then, I'm really scared. Hey, what's wrong with you? Little medical fairy asked hurriedly when she found that Chu Mo's expression was a little wrong. Don't let something go wrong again. The previous communication was so smooth. It's okay. I just didn't expect that the other party's father was a Doshi master. I was a little surprised. Chu Mo said sincerely. I was careless. Don't bring personal emotions into the plan. The previous communication was so smooth. The topic was quickly ended, and the 2 of them communicated very enthusiastically again. Sometimes looking at each other's faces, they thought in their hearts, if the relationship is changed to ordinary friends, I will find a chance to run away. I will find a chance to abuse her. Happy communication time always passes very short. Soon, Mu Li, who looked a little embarrassed, came back with others. Seeing that fool striding towards this side with a heroic and high-spirited look, as if to take credit, Chu Mo's eyes gradually showed murderous intent. He manipulated the power of the soul to activate the power of the medicine in the other party's body at will. Seeing Mu Li's expression change from excitement to despair, and finally he had to run away with his stomach covered, Chu Mo was very happy. Xiao Yixian was also watching this scene with a smile on her side. In order to prevent Mu Li from affecting her plan, she deliberately gave him some medicine that would affect his physical condition. As long as the other party approached here, he would be activated by her. Now it seems that the effect is really good. The plan worked. At night, the herb-picking area. Chu Mo stood outside the only dense forest here, his body straight, his eyes deep, and his little face could not hide the excitement. He had secretly given Xiao Yixian some medicine that affected his physical condition before, and the activation time was set not long ago. With the medicine prepared by him as a sixth grade alchemist, Xiao Yixian couldn't even find it. She would only think that she was feeling unwell, and then she ran to the only sheltered place to solve it. At that time, she could do whatever she wanted. Hey, it's a little earlier than I expected. Chu Mo was a little surprised to sense the life fluctuations of a person in the dense forest, but he didn't think much about it. As we all know, people's physiques are different, and it's normal to be a little earlier or later. He didn't use the power of the soul to perceive the specific scene in the dense forest, because he felt that it was too abnormal to do so. Just roughly sense whether there is anyone. Anyway, it's almost impossible for other people to come here in the middle of the night. After the team stopped here, they felt bored and found a secluded place to practice. Chu Mo, who came here as soon as he woke up, thought very confidently, "From now on, all we need to do is to attract hatred. It's really not easy to get you out alone. It took me a lot of calculations." Chu Mo said coldly, reminding the people inside of his existence. "When I first saw you, I had already decided your fate. Don't even think about asking for help. I have evacuated everyone around here. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you." Chu Mo continued to put psychological pressure on the other party, standing quietly in place, waiting for the other party to escape. At that time, he would make a strong move again and quickly defeat her, making Xiao Yixian completely desperate. Then he would help her open the evil poison body and secretly cultivate her to become stronger. With Xiao Yixian's talent and hatred for him at that time, she would definitely grow to a level close to her own soon. At that time, the level of cultivation would not have much impact on the level of the whitewashing task. With Xiao Yixian's plot character level and the related black pot on her, she would have a B level, right? He could find a way to put the black pot on the heaven he had established and say that he was forced to do it. Wouldn't that be enough? Hey, if such a pot is constantly thrown up and stacked with other pots, it won't really create an S-level whitewashing task, right? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, Muli's terrified voice came from the dense forest. "Help! Someone save me! Wait!" Could it be that all the people in the dense forest just now were this guy? Doesn't that mean that everything I said just now was heard? Damn it! Kill to silence him! I want to kill to silence him! When Chu Mo thought of this shameful fact, his face turned red, his whole body trembled, and he looked like he was being played. Looking at the figure running away in the distance, his eyes were indifferent and ruthless, and the power of the soul moved with his thoughts, knocking him unconscious directly and erasing the memory of the past few days. After Muli was solved, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief and gradually regained his composure. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that this doomed black history today would rot in his stomach, and no one else would know it. After waiting for a while, a figure of a girl in a white dress finally appeared in front of him. It was her. It was her, the little medical fairy. Chu Mo's eyes were full of tears, as if he had seen a relative. "Finally, I waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Why are you here?" Looking at Chu Mo standing in front of her, Xiao Yixian blushed, subconsciously clamped her legs together, and even her body trembled slightly. "Don't get me wrong, she just couldn't hold it in any longer. Take you to a place," Chu Mo said expressionlessly, and at the same time secretly used the power of his soul to dispel the power of the medicine in Xiao Yixian's body. "Can I not go?" Feeling that her physical condition had improved, Xiao Yixian regained her calmness and immediately realized that something was wrong, and asked tentatively, "This script is wrong. Is it because I didn't do it well, so he lost hope and decided to use force?" Because he was in a bad mood now, Chu Mo didn't speak, but directly used actions to convince the other party. He raised his index finger and scratched the ground in the distance, and a blood-colored sword energy several feet long was slashed out, leaving a bottomless crack on the ground. Xiao Yixian stared at all this happening in front of her eyes in amazement, feeling as if she was dreaming. Even the few doshi masters in Qingshen town would not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. "You are a great doshi?" Xiao Yixian asked in disbelief. Chu Mo. After thinking about it, Chu Mo felt that other people's opinions were not important to him, and the plan was more important, so he nodded, indicating that you are right. Ma. Great douchey. Hiss. After getting the affirmation, Xiao Yixin couldn't help but take a breath. At this age, with this kind of strength, this kid is so terrifying. Okay, come with me, Chu Mo urged. With the help of soul perception, he has found the cave, and Xiao Yixin is the only one missing. This is not good. Looking at Chu Mo's anxious expression, Xiao Yixin was embarrassed and almost said that she didn't want to go. Her intuition told her that if she went on this trip, she might lose a lot of things she didn't want to lose, and at the same time get more things she didn't want to get. What's wrong with that? Come with me. It's important, Chu Mo said firmly, and he almost said that you have to go today, whether you want to or not. Bah! You look like you have something important to do? You are obviously greedy for my body. You are cheap. The little doctor clenched her teeth, thinking that this person was extremely hateful. If she didn't know that she couldn't do anything to the other party, even if she used all her skills, she would have given him a ruthless set right now. Thinking of the various poisons on her body, Xiao Yixin secretly made up her mind to go with the other party first. If it was the same as what she thought, she would not let him succeed even if she took poison to commit suicide. Well, a poisonous body that thought it could commit suicide by taking poison appeared. Under the leadership of Chu Mo, Xiao Yixin soon came to the cave. The cave was quiet and dark. Walking in it, there would be a faint chill around the body, which made people feel terrified. Walking in such a dark environment, Xiao Yixin's heart became heavier. It would be enough to directly throw the body or bury it on the spot in such a remote place. He was still walking forward. What on earth was he going to do? Xiao Yixin, who felt that he was doomed today, sighed and quietly held the most toxic poison in his hand. After taking this poison, it can not only kill people immediately, but also turn the body of the user into a pool of blood, so as to avoid the desecration of his body if the other party is a pervert. After thinking about it all the way, Xiao Yixin and Chu Mo finally came to a stone door, emitting a faint yellow light. Xiao Yixin took a look, and it seemed that there was an earth-based mechanism. Those who were not good at it could only open it with brute force. Did he set this up? As soon as this thought came to Xiao Yixin's mind, she saw Chu Mo kick it without hesitation and kick the stone door away. Okay, it's confirmed that it wasn't him. Inside the stone door was a huge stone chamber. In the stone chamber, there was a skeleton, a blue stone platform with 3 stone boxes, a small flower bed with various exotic flowers and plants, and a lot of useless gold coins and precious property. As soon as Chu Mo came in, he went straight to the skeleton. His eager look scared the poor Xiao Yixin pale. "Oh my God, that's a skeleton! What on earth do you want to do?" Chu Mo, who had no idea of Xiao Yixin's idea, obtained 3 black keys corresponding to 3 stone boxes and a fragmentary map of the pure lotus demon fire after a series of rapid operations. Seeing Chu Mo busy opening the stone box, Xiao Yixin, who knew that she could not escape and had prepared for death, rolled her eyes and came to the small flower bed to admire it quietly. She was a person who loved medicine. For her, getting a precious herb was much more joyful than getting hundreds of thousands of property. Taking advantage of this last chance, looking at these precious herbs, isn't it also a pleasure? Finally found it. Here you go. Chu Mo handed a simple colored scroll to Xiao Yixin. Xiao Yixin took it and looked at it. The scroll was called the 7-Color Poison Sutra, which recorded the preparation methods of various poisons. But why did Chu Mo give it to me? Could it be that he brought me here so forcefully just to give me a gift? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Yixin's eyes lit up, and she felt that the whole world was filled with light. If possible, who wants to die? What are you flipping through? Read the last volume, Chu Mo said impatiently. The last volume? Xiao Yixin blankly opened the last volume of the 7-Colored Poison Sutra, only to see that it introduced a terrible physique called the Evil Poison Body. It's so scary that you can improve your strength by swallowing poison directly. Well, the way to identify it is that there is a thin 7-color hidden line in the lower abdomen. The 7-color hidden line in the lower abdomen? Xiao Yixin blinked her big watery eyes, her brain reacted, and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. She finally understood the other party's purpose. This is to tell her that even if she takes poison, she can't die. Abolish her only means and give her a blow from the spiritual level, wanting to make herself completely his plaything. Too terrible, too hateful. How can there be such a person in the world? Seeing Xiao Yixin's face changing drastically, Chu Mo was proud in his heart, knowing that the other party had learned the specific situation of the evil poison body. Next, it was to constantly draw hatred to himself. The one who forced you to activate the evil poison body was me. The one who tempted you to swallow the poison was also me. The one who arranged your future destiny was still me. With hatred for me, become stronger. When you grow to that level, you can put the blame on the heavenly court and the mission will be successfully completed. Xiao Yixin, I wonder what you feel now? Chu Mo acted like a villain. Xiao Yixin raised her head, looked at him with complicated eyes, and said hatefully, I can't commit suicide by taking poison. Tomo? Chu Mo stared at Xiao Yixin in confusion, thinking for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Forget it. The plan is important. I don't care what she thinks. This generation of the evil poison body, I finally found you. A complex expression appeared on Chu Mo's face, as if there was a story behind all this. You came to find me on purpose? Xiao Yixin was shocked. Did they have a grudge in their previous life? Is it worth it to treat me like this? Several decades ago, the last generation of the evil poison body was born. That woman, in a rage, turned an empire into 1,000 miles of poisonous soil, and at least hundreds of thousands of lives were buried. Chu Mo sighed lightly and began to narrate his real past adapted from facts. Countless strong men who walked out of that empire went to seek revenge on her, but they all died in her hands without exception. In the end, my teacher took action and died together with that woman in a battle. Yao Chen, who was teaching Xiaoyan to practice, suddenly felt cold all over, as if someone was cursing him. So, that's why you came to me? Xiao Yixin bit her red lips and looked at Chu Mo with sympathy and pity, as if she was looking at a child who had become radical because of an unfortunate experience in childhood. You shouldn't do this. It's wrong to vent your anger on others, Xiao Yixin said softly, trying to slowly open the other person's heart with words. Ha ha ha, vent your anger on others? Venting your anger on others. How ridiculous, you actually thought I would do such a meaningless thing. Chu Mo laughed loudly as if he had heard a big joke. What do you want? Xiao Yixin looked at him in confusion, feeling that things seemed to be beyond her own inference. Before the teacher passed away, he passed on a powerful fighting spirit to me, so that I had enough power to formulate and implement a plan. Chu Mo murmured in a low voice. Plan? Or Xiao Yixin was stunned. Yes, a plan to completely wipe out your evil physique from the fighting continent. When he talked about this, Chu Mo couldn't help but show a crazy and morbid smile on his face. Why? Are you going to be killed just because you have an evil poison body? Xiao Yixin asked angrily. Why? She obviously didn't do anything bad, but she had to face this kind of thing just because of the evil poison body. Isn't it unfair? Do you think I want to do this? Can I blame it for my natural constitution? Hey, as long as you take the poison, it will be activated. The stronger the poison, the greater the attraction. People with this evil constitution will eventually grow up to be a scourge that will kill anyone who touches it and poison the land wherever they go. Isn't it a good thing to kill these potential scourges? Hearing these words, the little medical fairy couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling like she had known Chu Mo all over again. I have investigated that after the death of the previous generation of the evil poison body, the next generation will be born dozens or hundreds of years later, and they are all women with similar appearances. Chu Mo said nonsense. Anyway, in the end, you have to say that you were forced to do it, and pass the blame on. Making up some lies that are easy to be exposed in advance will help increase the success rate of passing the blame in the future. Yes, my life story is true, but I treated you like that because of the organization's coercion. I really didn't think of treating you like that. What? Don't believe it? Look, the reason I treated you like that before was fabricated. Isn't the real reason the coercion of that organization? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixin touched her smooth, jade-like pretty face in disbelief and said, So you mean? Yes, I suspect that all the evil poison bodies have always been one person. Because of this, my plan is to find the evil poison body of this generation and cultivate it. Let it grow to the point where it can live for a long time, and then imprison her and do various research on her. After she dies, I will use the things I studied from her during the imprisonment period to find the next generation of evil poison bodies and continue to do so. After I die, my apprentice will continue to do so, and after my apprentice dies, his apprentice will also take over this task. One day, we will research something that will directly kill the evil poison body forever. Chu Mo said firmly. Imprisonment, research. These two simple words made Xiao Yixin feel cold all over. It turned out that her future life had already been arranged by the other party, dark and desperate. Put on this ring. I can sense your situation at any time. Chu Mo said, throwing an ancient ring engraved with strange runes. If I find out one day that you are not wearing it, I will massacre Qingshan Town and kill everyone you know. Chu Mo thought about it and threatened seriously. You! Xiao Yishan was so angry that she could hardly speak. How could there be such a person in the world? Aren't you going to completely eliminate a scourge like me? How can you be a good person to threaten yourself with innocent people? What do you mean by you? I never said I was a good person. I just wanted to take revenge. Besides, to completely eliminate the evil poison body and save countless people who may be harmed in the future, what is this small sacrifice? To achieve a just goal, the means do not necessarily have to be just. Chu Mo put on a shameless face, saying that the girl is still too young. I don't even care about my face. What can you use to fight me? Xiao Yixin looked at Chu Mo indignantly, wailed, and lowered her head helplessly, accepting her fate. Oh, by the way, your evil poison body hasn't been activated yet, right? Come on, take the medicine first. Chu Mo casually took out a bottle of relatively low-level poison from the ring, opened the stopper, and began to pour it into Xiao Yixin's mouth. You bastard, I don't want to eat. Cough, cough. Xiao Yixin tried her best to resist Chu Mo's behavior, but in the end, her cheeks were pinched and the medicine was poured into her. After pouring it, Xiao Yixin slumped on the ground weakly, panting slightly, and her cheeks as white jade were bright red, looking like she had overexercised. How is it? Do you feel anything? After a moment, Chu Mo felt that it was about time, and he asked, It's a little hot. Xiao Yixin looked at Chu Mo infatuatedly. Her face was red as if it was about to bleed, and her jade hands subconsciously pulled her clothes, revealing a little spring light. Chu Mo, why do I feel something is wrong? Don't you feel hot? Where so much? The little doctor unconsciously stretched out her clove tongue to lick her dry red lips, looking particularly seductive, with a pair of eyes charming as silk. Chu Mo lowered his head and looked at the bottle of poison he had just taken out. He thought about it carefully, and the memory of refining this thing gradually emerged in his mind. It was a restless spring, and the hot-blooded little Han Feng learned from some books that there was a magical poison in the world. Maybe it was because of his nature or something. He was very interested in this thing, so he began to try to refine it himself. Don't get me wrong, he didn't refine this for any dirty things. He just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. With his own talent for refining medicine, Han Feng soon refined various types of this strange poison. For some secret reasons, Han Feng put these strange poisons in the place where poisons were specially placed in the ring, and even put them in the same bottles. In this case, not to mention others, even he himself has to open his mouth and smell it before he can tell. For some secret reason, the location of his poison area is on the outermost side of the ring, and he can see it as soon as his consciousness enters. Later, little Han Feng grew up to be big Han Feng, and he was no longer interested in these things, so he gradually forgot about them. The reason why Chu Mo recalled a lot of things was to say one thing. Shit, I took the wrong one. Xiao Yixin, I'll help you detoxify. Chu Mo shouted and started to walk towards Xiao Yixin. Okay, come and help me detoxify. Maybe the drug has been used to its maximum. Xiao Yixin greeted him with blurred eyes, and her voice was full of temptation, which made people feel blood boiling when they heard it. Sister, the detoxification I'm talking about is the serious kind. By the way, isn't the drug a little too strong? Sighing helplessly, Chu Mo raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Yixin. A strange energy entered Xiao Yixin's body, and in a specific way, it gradually dissipated the power of the head medicine in her body. Xiao Yixin's mind began to clear up, and the memory after taking the medicine slowly emerged in her mind. "Ah, don't come over!" Xiao Yixin screamed, hugged her chest and hid to the side, looking at this side with horror, trembling. Just like a little sheep encountering a big bad wolf, afraid that she would be eaten skin and bones in the next moment. So angry. Shouldn't I take the mysterious and cool behind-the-scenes boss route? Why do I always encounter such a stupid accident, making me look like a stupid sculpture now? Xiao Yixin, don't be excited. It was an accident just now. Chu Mo tried to explain, and found that the other party was still alert, obviously not believing what he said. After thinking about it, Chu Mo made up his mind, took out a bottle of real poison again, and forced it into Xiao Yixin's mouth. He thought to himself, he was really stupid. Why should I explain to her now? Just force it direct. Even if she was more alert, what could she do? She couldn't even resist, so she had to bear it obediently. How is it? Do you feel anything? After a moment, Chu Mo asked when he felt that the time was about right. A little hot. Feeling the familiar changes in her body, Xiao Yixin glared at Chu Mo with a rather resentful look, thinking that he was a big liar. What about the accident? Why is he doing this again? No, I didn't take the wrong thing this time. Then what? Do you feel anything else? Chu Mo asked without giving up. I feel my whole body is so comfortable and relaxed, as if I have been immersed in this state all the time. Xiao Yixin murmured softly, her eyes blurred, as if she was in a wonderful state. Chu Mo's eyes were very strange. Why did this symptom feel a bit like inhaling something? Remember that the more toxic the poison, the greater its attraction to the evil poison body. Could it be that the principles between them are similar? After a long while, Xiao Yixin regained consciousness. Feeling the extra power in her body, a bitter taste slowly spread at the corner of her mouth. Soon, a line of clear tears slid down Xiao Yixin's snow-white face, making her look like a tearful pear blossom, lovable and endearing. She raised her head, her expression blank, and her heartbroken voice seemed to be asking Chu Mo, but also seemed to be asking herself, is this the attraction of poison to the evil poison body? It's so scary. When you eat it, it's as if you have the most beautiful thing in the world, and you don't want to leave for a moment. When you wake up, you miss that feeling all the time, and you feel as if you have lost everything. In fact, what you just ate was only the lowest level of poison. The stronger the poison, the greater the attraction. In theory, there is no upper limit. Chu Mo's words gave Xiao Yixin the last critical blow. She laughed bitterly and said helplessly, "So, that's how it is. Maybe I should be glad that you found me to implement that plan. This kind of evil physique should not exist in the world. If it weren't for you, maybe one day in the future I would take poison to open my physique, constantly looking for poison to swallow and become stronger, gradually becoming a person I don't even know, and would do what you said the previous generation of evil poison body did." What the hell? You understand, I'm a bad guy. What fate do you accept? Get stronger secretly and then beat me up? Sighing helplessly, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel emotional. Xiao Yixin is indeed the same as described in the original book, a kind and intoxicating woman. However, I don't want you to forgive me. I don't want you to understand me. I want you to hate me and blame all the mistakes on me. Let me bear this sin. Let me bear these causes and effects. Have you accepted your fate? Well, if a weapon is not convenient, can it still be called a weapon? Chu Mo said to himself in a cold voice. Weapons? Xiao Yixin seemed to have heard something extraordinary, raised her head and looked over in surprise. Ah? What weapons? You heard it wrong. Chu Mo was stunned for a moment and denied it decisively. But looking at the way he looked, it was obvious that he was stubborn and refused to admit it. I heard it clearly just now. You said the word weapon. Your plan is not to erase the evil poison body, but to turn the evil poison body into a weapon in your hands through research to satisfy your personal desires. Xiao Yixin's voice became colder and colder, revealing a deep sadness. Originally, I thought that my ending was still good. At least I could contribute to eradicating the evil poison body in the world. But I never expected that all this was just a high-sounding excuse from that person. Forget it. I don't care what you think. Anyway, if you didn't disobey me once, I would kill someone, you know. There are so many people in Qingshan town, enough to kill. Chu Mo sneered and said indifferently, By the way, if you dare to die, if I find you once, the price will be the same as before. If you really die, I will send them to be buried with you. Hearing this, Xiao Yixian stared at Chu Mo, her beautiful eyes full of hatred. Then she seemed to think of something and lowered her head in pain, making intermittent sobs. Her voice was both helpless and desperate. Hey, do you want to try it again? Chu Mo put a bottle of poison that was slightly more advanced than the previous one on the ground in front of Xiao Yixian and asked casually, as if asking the other party if he wanted to drink water or not. Take it away! I won't eat it! Xiao Yixian was silent for a long time, and then she firmly refused with a slightly hoarse voice. You can't quit. If you don't believe me, let's try it this time. I won't force you, and see if you will take the initiative to eat it. Chu Mo said confidently. After that, he opened the bottle of poison, stepped back a few steps, and let the overflowing poison gas gradually drift towards Xiao Yixian. No matter what, I will never take the initiative to eat. Never! Xiao Yixian turned her head away and covered her mouth and nose with her white sleeves, not wanting to smell that smell. But for some reason, no matter how tightly she covered her mouth and nose, she could still smell a trace of the smell that was full of fatal temptation to her. Slowly, her mind began to blur, and Xiao Yixian gradually lost the ability to perceive and control her body. After she regained consciousness, the first thing she saw was the empty poison bottle and Chu Mo, who was expressionless beside her. She was stunned for a moment, then rolled up her slender legs, buried her face in her thighs, and cried. Chu Mo turned around and faced Xiao Yixian with his handsome back of his head, with a faint expression on his face. WC, why is she crying? Chu Mo felt a little embarrassed, but he changed his mind and thought that according to the original plot, Xiao Yixian could not withstand the temptation and took the initiative to activate her evil poison body. This made her blame herself for all the misfortunes she encountered, and she carried everything on her weak shoulders. Afterwards, she finally regained happiness in a small village in Izumo country, but because of the outbreak of the evil poison body, she witnessed the small village being destroyed by herself. From a kind and smiling little medical fairy to a cold and ruthless poison girl, the psychological trauma she suffered during this period is simply incomparable to this time. What's more, now all the faults are taken by Chu Mo, forcing her to activate the evil poison body and force her to swallow the poison. In this case, the little medical fairy will only hate Chu Mo to the bone, which is much better than in the original book. So in fact, I'm doing good things. Alas, it's not easy. After all, I am the only one who bears everything. Chu Mo sighed lightly and said indifferently, Have you cried enough? If you have cried enough, get up. It's better to swallow more poison to improve your strength than to cry. Anyway, I haven't absorbed all the fighting spirit passed down by my teacher yet. If you swallow it fast enough, maybe one day you will be stronger than me. If you kill me, you can dominate your own destiny. Xiao Yixian's crying stopped abruptly. She was silent for a moment, slowly raised her head, and stared at Chu Mo's back, with an inexplicable light flashing in her beautiful eyes. After you go back, don't tell others about what happened between us. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Chu Mo smiled and said lightly, as if he was reminding the other party to remember to eat breakfast. But even so, Xiao Yixian would never dare to take his words as a joke, because she couldn't afford the price. What's more, the image of this person in her heart has long been no different from the devil. Perhaps her only goal in this life is to grow to the peak quickly, and die with this person before the evil poison body is about to backfire on herself. Thinking of this, she gradually became aware of it. Since this goal has been decided, then you must hide your killing intentions, paralyze the opponent with a resigned attitude, and when his vigilance drops to a certain level, then fight everything to destroy him. Just like a venomous snake coiled in the dark, it will only pop out at the most suitable time and at the fastest speed, injecting venom into the target's body, killing it with one blow. I know, I haven't seen you today, and I don't know what the evil poison body is. You are still the owner of Wan Yaozhai, and I am still the doctor of Wanyaojai. Everything is the same as usual." Xiao Yixin smiled. Her smile was indifferent and kind. Her temperament was fresh and ethereal, as if she had turned back to the original her. But in the depths of her eyes, the deep cold light that seemed to be looming and seemed to be there and not there was like an indestructible mark, representing the girl's growth that day. "By the way, I have known each other for so long, but I still don't know the name of the young master?" After walking behind Chu Mo for a long time, Xiao Yixin suddenly spoke up and asked with a face full of curiosity, "Why are you asking this?" Chu Mo asked, and when he turned around, he saw that the little medical fairy actually smiled back at him. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and his heart chilled. To be honest, the current little medical fairy made him feel a little scared. "Just curious." The little medical fairy answered casually, with a very casual attitude, as if she was just asking casually. However, Chu Mo had been observing her carefully since he turned around, and it was no surprise that he saw that her expression was a little stiff. "Damn, if I can't clear myself in the future, I'm afraid I won't be hunted down to death by the crazy growing little medical fairy." Although he was confident that his cultivation speed was not slower than hers, he couldn't resist the fact that he was in the wrong, and the other party would definitely want to kill him desperately. "Okay, my name is Ye Fan." Chu Mo, who felt that he might have dug a big hole for himself, thought about it and said very seriously, "If I can't clear myself in the future, it's like this. You want to kill Ye Fan. What does it have to do with me, Chu Mo?" "Ye Fan? That's a nice name." Xiao Yixin's eyes curved into crescents when she heard that, and she smiled and praised. "Maybe." Chu Mo looked at her deeply, turned around and walked forward without looking back. "Oh my goodness, it's so cute." Even if you know that the other party is pretending, you can't help but be soft-hearted or lower your vigilance when you get along with him in this atmosphere. No, you'd better control him remotely quickly, otherwise you'll worry about something going to happen in the future. After seeing Chu Mo's performance, Xiao Yixin was stunned for a moment. Then her smile remained unchanged, and she followed Chu Mo closely. Two people with different thoughts walked side by side, and in an inexplicable atmosphere, they set out on the road back to the camp. After returning to the camp, Chu Mo returned to his tent and practiced silently all night to adjust his mood. Early the next morning, when he walked out of the tent and was about to go out for a walk, he saw Muli walking towards him with a smile. "Little brother, I just saw you walking out of the camp. Are you going out alone?" Muli approached, looked sincere, and asked in a friendly voice, "Yes, what's wrong?" Chu Mo looked at this guy expressionlessly, feeling that he had become a little strange. "Do you want to go out for something important? If not, you'd better not go out to avoid danger." Muli's smile was gentle and bright at this moment, and his eyes were sincere and clear, which made Chu Mo frown and feel more and more wrong. Could it be that when erasing his memory before, the operation was not done well, causing his brain to what? It's possible. After all, it was his first time, so it was inevitable that there would be some small mistakes. I do have something very important to go out for, but I can't tell you what it is." Chu Mo thought about it and decided to evade it. "Is that so?" Muli thought about it seriously and said, "Then I'll go with you. It's too dangerous outside. I'm worried about letting you go out alone. There are so many complaints that I don't know where to start. You come with me. You don't seem to be in a good condition now." Chu Mo's eyes fell on Muli's slightly haggard face. As expected, it was his own doing. "Is it so obvious? It was really unlucky yesterday. I fainted outside for no reason. Fortunately, I was found in time." Muli replied with a wry smile. Then his expression changed to gratitude. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "However, I should probably be grateful for that coma. After waking up, I said that I was a different person. Now I want to vomit when I think of those dirty thoughts in my mind in the past. In fact, I did another good thing, right? Look, there are monsters coming." Chu Mo suddenly pointed at Muli's back and shouted, and when he turned around, he immediately chopped him with a palm. Bang! Muli closed his eyes and fell heavily to the ground. Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief and turned away, without intending to erase his memory. So be it, Be a good person and live. Your ending will be better than the original. Monster Mountain Range. Chu Mo was walking leisurely on the land, and every step he took would advance dozens of meters. The magical scene seemed to be within reach. This was the result of his understanding of the law of space, which could shorten the distance. Although it can only be used without interference and cannot enhance combat power, it is indeed a good choice to use it to hurry on the road. It can not only add to the style, but also have the effect of exercising spatial ability. After walking for an unknown period of time, Chu Mo came to the bottom of a huge mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge cave, which looked like the cave of a high-level monster. Through the soul power that was fully activated during the previous exploration, Chu Mo had already sensed that there were a group of high-level monsters, like guards around the cave entrance, as well as a 6th-level monster king and its cubs in the cave entrance. After confirming that this was the place he was looking for, Chu Mo gradually released his own momentum to declare war on the monster king in the cave. Who? Soon, a purple lightning bolt flew out of the cave entrance and appeared in front of Chu Mo with invisible power. It was the king of the eastern part of the Monster Mountain Range, the 6th-level monster, the Amethyst Winged Lion King. Human Strongman, what is the purpose of your visit to my Monster Mountain Range? Feeling the powerful momentum coming from the person in front of him, the Amethyst Winged Lion King's eyes were full of fear, and the purple crystals covering the surface of his huge body were shining, as if he was always on guard against something. I have something that I need your cooperation. Chu Mo smiled and said in a very friendly voice. The purple crystal Winged Lion King thought about it, and out of fear, he still showed some patience. What is it? I need you to cooperate in acting a scene for someone, and you have to give the companion purple crystal source to that person by accident. Chu Mo said bluntly. What a joke! You should understand how important the companion purple crystal source is to my child. Even if you take out the transformation pill in exchange, I will not agree. The purple crystal Winged Lion King shouted, and the fierce light in his eyes was bright, and he refused without reservation. The companion purple crystal source only has a very small chance of being produced when their tribe produces a baby beast. A 4th-level baby beast swallows it and can directly advance to a 5th-level magic beast, and the purple fire in its body will be more powerful than that of an ordinary purple crystal Winged Lion King. Exchange? When did I say I would give you something? Chu Mo asked back with a puzzled look on his face. Human, are you kidding me? The voice of the purple crystal Winged Lion King became colder and colder, and then accompanied by a lion's roar. The purple flames on the purple crystal on the surface of the body rose up, turning into a huge purple fire column, rushing straight into the sky. So I have to beat you into submission before you listen. You should have said it earlier. The smile on Chu Mo's face did not change, and 4 blood-colored small swords flew out from his lower dantian, constantly growing larger, and turned into 4 large swords of more than 10 meters, inserted in 4 directions, forming a powerful sword force, separating the square kilometer from the outside world. He moved his body. His blood was vigorous like a dragon, his skin was crystal clear like jade, and it was obvious that his physical body had been cultivated to a very strong level. Come on, this time I won't use other means. I will fight you with physical strength alone. If you lose, do as I say. Chu Mo was in the mood, laughed loudly, clenched his fists, and blasted up. Okay, this is what you said. If I win or the game is a draw, you can't embarrass me. Originally, the purple crystal Winged Lion King was quite worried when he saw the swords around him, because the power on it gave him a feeling that he couldn't resist. Now seeing Chu Mo so arrogant, he was naturally overjoyed. After all, the best thing about Warcraft is physical combat, which undoubtedly increases its chances of winning. You know, in terms of fighting spirit and fighting skills, it can only compete with a 2-star Dou Zong at most, but if it comes to physical combat, it is enough to compete with a 4 or 5-star Dou Zong. The purple crystal Winged Lion King raised his huge paw with a touch of gorgeous purple light and smashed it hard. Bang! The fist and paw collided, and there was a sound of metal and stone hitting each other, just like a divine hammer hitting divine iron. The purple crystal-winged Lion King immediately felt uneasy and guessed that the opponent's physical strength might be stronger than he thought. Then, an unimaginable force transmitted from Chu Mo's fist to the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and it was knocked back alive. Damn, who is the Warcraft? The purple crystal-winged Lion King stood up again and found that the force of the punch just now had directly broken a large piece of the purple crystal on its paw, and even its internal organs were injured. It couldn't help but feel emotional. Looking at the figure who seemed to be just warming up and hadn't started to fight seriously, it knew that it had already lost. Looking at Chu Mo unwillingly walking in front of it, the purple crystal-winged Lion King was about to speak when he saw a fist expanding in front of him. Bang! You are still dazed in the battle? Do you look down on me so much? Chu Mo looked at the purple crystal-winged Lion King in front of him, who had half of his body embedded in the ground, and said coldly, "No, listen to me. Bang! I want to admit it. Bang! I admit it. Bang! Admit it. Bang!" Scoring 6 goals, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, who felt that he was about to be beaten to death, was almost going crazy. God have mercy on him. He just wanted to admit defeat. Why did he have to be interrupted by the opponent's fist as soon as he opened his mouth? There was no other way. The purple crystal-winged Lion King decided to run away first, pulling a distance long enough for him to admit defeat. But what he didn't expect was that Chu Mo's fist caught up with him just 10 meters away from the original place. Bang! With a familiar sound, the purple crystal-winged Lion King no longer had to try to escape because he had been hit into the air by Chu Mo and was constantly beaten like a sandbag, unable to say a word. Bang, 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 bang. After a long time, Chu Mo, who felt a little tired, stopped and looked at the bloody thing in front of him with a little admiration. Awesome! You stubbornly held on for so long and didn't admit defeat. I thought that Warcraft had no moral integrity. Hearing this, the pile of things shook violently, as if there was something that had to be said. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no sound, and even the shaking stopped. Chu Mo sensed it and found that the life fluctuations of the pile of things were constantly weakening, and it was estimated that it would disappear soon. WC, the lion is going to die! Chu Mo hurriedly took out bottles of healing medicine and applied them to the pile of things. At the same time, he used various means to finally save it. After another half a day, the purple crystal-winged Lion King had roughly returned to its original shape, but the whole lion looked a circle larger and fatter than before. Hey, why are you holding on and not admitting defeat? Looking at the miserable appearance of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Chu Mo felt sorry and sighed. Unexpectedly, even lions are so brave these days. Holding on and not admitting defeat? The purple crystal-winged Lion King repeated Chu Mo's words with a trembling voice. After a long time, his emotions suddenly became excited. I want to admit defeat, but you let me speak. How can I admit defeat if I don't speak? How can I admit defeat? The fierce eyes of the purple crystal-winged Lion King flowed with large drops of liquid, and he looked very sad. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. Chu Mo stroked the head of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, as if coaxing a child, and said insincerely, but if you had agreed at the beginning, there wouldn't be so many things. It feels like this is still my fault? Bah! Shameless! I have been in the Warcraft mountain range for so many years, and I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Why, do you have any opinions? Seeing this, Chu Mo patted the head of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked, softly, Your words are so reasonable that I can't help but admire you. How could I have any objections? The purple crystal-winged Lion King trembled as if he recalled some bad memories. He quickly squeezed out a fierce smile that could scare a child from his ferocious lion head and said flatteringly, That's good. After all, you are an important supporting role in the part about the Warcraft mountain in my script. If there is a conflict between us, it may more or less affect the effect of this scene. Chu Mo was quite relieved and smiled very happily. I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. The purple crystal-winged Lion King bent down and lowered his head, indicating that he would listen to you and do whatever you say. Chu Mo glanced at the purple crystal-winged Lion King, who was now as obedient as a kitten, and immediately nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the previous physical persuasion was still very meaningful, and the effect was obvious and immediate. The cave of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Under the gaze of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, who dared not speak, Chu Mo sat unceremoniously beside the purple crystal stone platform in the center, looking at the purple ball on the stone platform that was as big as an ordinary person's head, the companion purple crystal source. First of all, you have to remember that this person is called Xiaoyan, and this play is designed around him. After a long time, Chu Mo retracted his gaze from the companion purple crystal source and used his soul power to project Xiaoyan's appearance into the mind of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Then you have to know that the purpose of this play is to enhance Xiaoyan's strength and hand over the companion purple crystal source to him in a reasonable way. There are also traces that let Xiaoyan realize that someone is arranging his fate. Chu Mo added silently in his heart, "Finally, how to play this scene, I have a few plans for you to choose from. The first one is that you suddenly jump out when Xiaoyan is cooking, eat what he cooks, and then immediately exclaim that this is a delicacy on earth. Decide to follow him all the time, and even give him the companion purple crystal source as a gift." Chu Mo recalled the novels with similar plots he had read and said, "Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. I don't think I would be bribed by a meal and even give the companion purple crystal source as a gift." The second one is to arrange a few high-level monsters to hunt down the little lion, and then let it be rescued by Xiaoyan by chance, so as to gain your favor, and let you give the companion purple crystal source as a gift. Chu Mo began to recall a similar plot in another novel, Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. I don't think there will be monsters in the Monster Mountain range who dare to hurt their own children. Besides, no matter what, I will not give the companion purple crystal source as a gift. The third one is that you started a war with other 6th-level monsters in the Monster Mountain range. Xiaoyan accidentally entered here to avoid the aftermath. He used a trick to trick the little lion to the side and took away the companion purple crystal source. Chu Mo said a similar plot in the original book, Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. This is the most unreliable. You know your own child. How could it be tricked by someone with such a smart trick? After saying a lot of things with great interest, Chu Mo was also a little tired. Seeing that the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King was still hesitant, he immediately got angry. Haven't you thought about it yet? There are so many reliable plans, just choose one at random. Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. Reliable plan? Why do I feel that none of them are reliable? Oh, by the way, are you male or female? Chu Mo's eyes lit up as if he suddenly thought of something, and he asked with interest. Why is he asking this? Looking at Chu Mo like this, the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King trembled in his heart and felt a little uneasy. It lowered its head slightly, its eyes flickered a few times, and after weighing it for a long time, it finally said firmly, "Male, I am male." For safety reasons, she is now a male, and she will not change her mind even if her husband, who has been dead for many years, comes. Is that so? Chu Mo's expression was a little disappointed. I just suddenly thought of a good new plan, which is very feasible, but it will only work best if you are a female. What plan? One day, when you went out to patrol the Warcraft mountain range, you met Xiaoyan and were attracted by him. You turned into a super-licking dog to lick him, giving him all kinds of treasures as if they were free, and even gave him a companion purple crystal source. And as long as he stopped practicing, you pursued him madly, forcing him to practice and giving him mental pressure. People like him grow faster the more they are pressured. But if you were a male, you would only admire his kingly aura, voluntarily follow him, and give him all your treasures. Chu Mo recalled similar plots on Long Aoxian's growth path and said, "If you choose this plan, you can follow him openly. You have to know that since I choose to train him, it means that his future can at least reach my current level. Following such a strong man will benefit you far more than what you have paid. Not to mention that he is still learning alchemy, and it will be easy for him to refine the transformation pill in the future." Chu Mo unceremoniously used Xiaoyan's future achievements as a reward to mobilize the enthusiasm of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. After all, he himself is poor, and the cost of cultivation is too high. When cultivating leeks, you should save as much as possible. We'll choose this plan. It must be said that the purple crystal-winged Lion King was moved by what Chu Mo said. The woman stammered. Chu Mo looked a little regretful. After all, the purple crystal-winged Lion King was a male, so this plan was a complete Long Aochin's happy route. Let Xiaoyan live so happily in the Warcraft mountain range, which really made me feel a little unhappy. It would be great if the purple crystal-winged Lion King was a female. Not only would it allow Xiaoyan to grow up at the fastest speed, but it would also make him have great negative emotions towards the organization that arranged all this behind the scenes. Besides, isn't it interesting to think about Xiaoyan being forced to practice every day, worrying about his innocence and living in fear? Remember, Xiaoyan should arrive at the Warcraft mountain range in a year. Also, take this thing with you, and don't let anyone see it. Chu Mo reminded him and handed over a ring engraved with runes. The purple crystal-winged Lion King opened his bloody mouth, swallowed the ring, and hid it in his body. Alas, in this case, even if Xiaoyan's strength is improved in the future, after knowing that an organization is controlling his fate, he will have less resentment and need to be whitewashed less, resulting in a low level of whitewashing tasks. Chu Mo kept this idea until that day came, when he found that it was not the case. After finalizing the plan, Chu Mo pulled the purple crystal-winged Lion King and told him a lot of things. Don't expose my existence. Make Xiaoyan believe that all this is your own initiative. As for when to expose my existence, I will inform you. Now you just need to. You can say that I arranged all this and put everything on me, but at the same time, you must also show that you have sincerely followed him during the time you spent together. He will definitely forgive you, and you can. Remember, my name is Lin Dong. After giving instructions, Chu Mo rehearsed with the purple crystal-winged Lion King several times to ensure that there were no problems before returning to the camp. When he arrived at the camp, Chu Mo was free. In addition to practicing, he fed Xiaoyixin poison and watched Mu Li go around to help others. Unfortunately, this relaxed life only lasted for a few days. With the return of the herb collecting team, it became busy again. Wanyao Zhai. Chu Mo called Tang Shubin and promoted him to the deputy master of Wanyao Zhai, in the others' surprised eyes, responsible for managing the affairs of Wanyao Zhai on his behalf. By the way, post this in the most conspicuous place in the store. Chu Mo said, handing the scroll of eagle wings, a high-level flying fighting skill from the cave, to Tang Shubin. Is this a painting? Tang Shubin looked at the black scroll in his hand with some surprise, which only had 2 black eagle wings painted on it and no words, and guessed, yes, this is a painting. Remember to post it in the most conspicuous place in the store. If a boy named Xiaoyan comes to buy it in a year, sell it to him. Chu Mo earnestly instructed. He used some tricks that high-level alchemists would know to hide the words on the scroll. Others would only think it was a painting, but Yao Lao could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. Moreover, the soul of the black flame purple cloud eagle was hidden in this scroll, and Yao Lao's soul perception would definitely not fail to detect it. At that time, this scroll of flying fighting skills would naturally fall into Xiaoyan's hands. Alas, how much I worried about cultivating these leeks. Sighing, Chu Mo asked Tang Shubin to gradually reduce his presence after he left, and not to let Xiaoyan know about him, etc. Tang Shubin agreed very seriously, with something called ambition growing in his heart. When he was picking herbs before, he often heard Chu Mo mention some ideas that seemed whimsical at first glance, but were very feasible after careful consideration, such as leaflet promotion, lottery, membership, bundled sales, assembly line production. Now that he thought about it, maybe this was the development secret from a big force that the other party told him in order to give him some advice on how to develop Wanyao Zhai in the future. If he made good use of it, it would be no problem to dominate Qingshan town. Well, Wanyao Zhai, which is similar to a modern store, the enthusiastic and righteous big brother Mu Li, the restless purple crystal winged Lion King, Xiaoyan's trip to the Warcraft mountain range was destined to be extraordinary. Deep in the basin where he picked herbs, there was a small valley isolated from the outside world. After Xiao Yixin came back from collecting herbs, she quit her job as a doctor in Wanyaozhai under the ambiguous gazes of others, and came here alone to practice poison skills wholeheartedly. Because this place grows many rare medicinal herbs, it is very suitable for preparing the poisons in the 7-colored Poison Sutra. Xiao Yixin is like a fish in water here, and her cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Is the matter settled? Xiao Yixin, who was sitting cross-legged on a dark stone and practicing, suddenly opened her eyes and spoke in a calm voice. It's settled. Chu Mo stopped and looked at Xiao Yixin, who was facing away from him, with a look of surprise. No way! You can hear my footsteps from such a distance? Although I deliberately didn't hide it, it also shows that Xiao Yixin's cultivation progress is faster than I thought. Chu Mo sensed it and found that Xiao Yixin's cultivation was already a 6-star fighter, which was stronger than most mercenaries. To be honest, if Xiao Yan's cultivation level would not soar every time he swallowed the strange fire, his cultivation level would not be as fast as Xiao Yixin in the early and middle stages. Next, I'm going out for a while, and I may not be back for a long time. Chu Mo walked up to Xiao Yixin and found that she was wearing a white mask on her face, hiding her beautiful face and revealing only a pair of black and white eyes. Curious, he used the power of his soul to look through the mask and found that Xiao Yixin's pretty face was faintly colorful. Chu Mo. If I remember correctly, the face of the evil poison body will only show colorful colors when it is temporarily unconscious because of the strong poison it swallowed, right? How many times have you been unconscious recently, and the colorful colors on your face have not disappeared yet? Too cruel. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Yes, I can run away, but the entire Qingshan town can't run away. Even if the entire Qingshan town can run away, there are so many innocent people on the Duki continent who may be killed because of your anger, but they can't run away. Xiao Yixin sighed lightly, looked at the ring given by Chu Mo on her hand, and said self-deprecatingly, Sometimes it feels that the other party has completely seen through her heart, and she can be eaten to death by any means. Do I really have a chance to fight back? You make me sound like a devil. If you had always been obedient, how could I possibly hurt other innocent people? You said, right? Chu Mo's voice was innocent, indicating that Xiao Yixin was spitting blood. Xiao Yixin, I am a big-headed ghost. You are so ungrateful. You have a bad conscience. Okay, before I leave this time, I have something to give you. Chu Mo said, and his little hand touched the ring, and many small bottles of similar materials suddenly appeared on the ground. What is this? Feeling the unique attraction, Xiao Yixin immediately stood up and looked at these things with a complicated expression. All the poisons I have collected, the strongest of which can even hurt Dou Zong. How about it? Is it a surprise? Chu Mo said with a smile. In order to cultivate Xiao Yixin, he took out all the poisons in the poison area of the ring. Hey, all the poisons in the poison area? Chu Mo's face froze and his eyes became confused, as if he had forgotten something very important. He tried hard to recall, and just as he was about to remember it, he was interrupted by the voice of Xiao Yixin. Will I wait for you here in the future? No, take these poisons and go directly to Chuyun country. It is a paradise for poison masters and the best place for your growth. Chu Mo thought about it and decided to let Xiao Yixin follow the growth route of the original book in advance. Chuyun country? Aren't you afraid that I will grow too fast and get out of your control? Xiao Yixin opened her red lips and asked this question. She had been thinking about it for a long time and still had doubts. Don't be afraid. The faster you grow, the more I will gain. If you really grow to the point where you can get out of my control and kill me, it is my own destiny. I can't blame anyone. Chu Mo waved his hand and said indifferently. Xiao Yixin glanced at him, said nothing, and began to pick up the small bottles on the ground. Hey, wait! Are these bottles poison? Xiao Yixin found a few bottles of poison that didn't seem to appeal to her. Curious, she opened them and smelled them. A familiar feeling came over her. You actually hid it in there. Xiao Yixin's face flushed, and she glared at Chu Mo with her eyes full of water and scolded him unhappily. Chu Mo finally remembered what I forgot. On this day, Nalan Yanran and her group finally arrived at the Jiama imperial capital after a long journey. After separating from the others at the gate of the imperial capital, Nalan Yanran walked on the way home with mixed feelings. My father and grandfather should have received the news that I went to the Xiao family to cancel the engagement. I wonder how they will scold me when I come back this time. However, since the engagement has been canceled, it is already set, and no one can make me change my mind. I was worried and expectant, uneasy and determined. Under this extremely complicated emotion, Nalan Yanran had arrived at the Nalan mansion unknowingly. Taking a deep breath, Nalan Yanran adjusted her mentality and walked towards the gate with a calm demeanor. Then, she was stopped by the guards at the door. What's going on? Did my father or grandfather order them not to let me in? Well, it's possible. However, these guys are really brave. They stop me when I ask you to. Aren't they afraid of being bullied by me? Why are you stopping me? Looking at the ignorant guards in front of her, Nalan Yanran looked a little unhappy and asked directly, Nalan Mansion, no outsiders are allowed to enter. Several guards glanced at her and said in unison in a businesslike tone, Outsiders? How dare you say that I am an outsider? You are done. I will punish you to do odd jobs later. Get out of the way. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for getting angry. Nalan Yanran's face was as cold as frost, and she scolded in a tough attitude. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, several guards looked at each other, and then a middle-aged guard who seemed to be the leader spoke cautiously. Don't you know any special identity? Don't even know your eldest lady? Take another look. Oh, all new faces, they should be new. Then it's okay. But you still can't escape this miscellaneous work. Otherwise, this lady's thoughts are not clear. At most, I can double your salary as compensation. I am your eldest lady, Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran looked at a loss. Obviously, she didn't expect to encounter such a misunderstanding at her doorstep. Nalan Yanran? The eldest lady of the Nalan family? After hearing this, several guards were silent for a while and then laughed regardless. Ha! Did you hear that? The eldest daughter of the Nalan family is called Nalan Yanran. I was really intimidated by her just now. I thought she had some extraordinary identity. The leader of the Yunlin sect is visiting the Nalan family now. When you come out later, why don't you go up and call her teacher to see if she will recognize you? Nalan Yanran. What's going on? What should the eldest daughter of the Nalan family be called if not Nalan Yanran? What on earth are you? Nalan Yanran subconsciously stepped back a few steps, looking at the familiar plants and trees around her blankly, feeling that her brain was a little confused. What is going on? Why does it feel like leaving home is like changing the world? Little girl, don't dream of the impossible thing that you are the eldest daughter of the Nalan family. Go home early. A kind-hearted guard looked at Nalan Yanran with sympathy, suppressed the smile in his heart, and said like coaxing a child, Impossible? Nalan Yanran laughed out of anger when she heard this. She had been a young lady for 12 years, but her identity became a child's delusion after leaving home. How could such a bizarre thing happen in the world? It must be the work of these guards. Having confirmed this guess in her heart, Nalan Yanran tried to maintain a normal expression and planned to ask these people about the details first. At this moment, a pleasant and noble voice came from afar, which sounded particularly familiar to Nalan Yanran. What happened here? A woman with a curvy figure and a serene and beautiful face walked towards the door from the Nalan mansion and asked the guards from a long distance. It's the teacher. Nalan Yanran breathed a sigh of relief, and looking at the guard who was running into the blind spot of her sight to report, she couldn't help it. She quickly moved her position and finally saw the familiar figure. Just as she was about to call out, "Teacher," she saw Yun seem to be attracted by her eager gaze and also looked over. When Yun's eyes fell on Nalan Yanran's face, she paused for a moment, then quickly looked her up and down, and then retracted her eyes. She acted very indifferent throughout the whole process, looking at Nalan Yanran as if she were looking at a stranger. Nalan Yanran was stunned when she found this strange situation, and the word teacher was stuck in her throat and she couldn't spit it out. How could this happen? Nalan Yanran frowned, and a bad premonition emerged in her heart. Could it be that in the eyes of those guards, the eldest lady of the Nalan family is really not herself? Little girl, did you want to pretend to be my disciple before? After understanding the details, Yunyun walked to Nalan Yanran's side with a warm smile on her face and asked softly, "I'm not." Nalan Yanran acted at a loss for a while and denied it vaguely, looking like a little girl who did something wrong and didn't want to admit it. It's wrong to pretend to be someone else. If you want to be my disciple, you can ask your parents to take you to participate in the Yunlan sect's entrance examination. If your talent is good enough, I will accept you as my disciple. Yunyun bent down, touched Nalan Yanran's head, and advised her very gently. "Hey, the 8th stage of fighting spirit!" Yunyun suddenly exclaimed and fell into deep thought, as if she had discovered that Nalan Yanran had an extraordinary talent and was thinking about whether to accept her as a disciple. "Little girl, do you want to be my second disciple?" Yunyun made a decision quickly, looking at Nalan Yanran with an expectant expression, and asked very seriously, "I have a teacher." Looking at Yunyun in front of her, who no longer recognized her, Nalan Yanran felt a pain in her heart and tears welled up in her eyes. After saying that, she could no longer face everything that was both familiar and unfamiliar in front of her, and subconsciously turned around and ran to other places. Meanwhile, Yunyun brushed a strand of her black hair behind her ear, her beautiful face gradually showing a hint of amusement. "Girl, I asked you to cancel the engagement under the banner of being your teacher." Half a day later. "I'm so stupid, really." Nalan Yanran, who was hiding in the dark, raised her lifeless eyes and stared at the Nalan mansion, and then said, "I just knew that the situation at home was strange, and I wanted to run away. But I didn't think of agreeing to my teacher's request to sneak in and take a look. How can I get in now?" She was so sad that she had no tears. It was obvious that the heavens had placed such good conditions in front of her, but she ran away. Now she was squatting here, thinking for a long time but couldn't figure out how to sneak in. She could only feel helpless and furious, like a fool. "How about finding someone else to help? Who can I find?" Nalan Yanran looked distressed. Even her teacher had become like that. She didn't know who else she could rely on in the entire imperial capital. Alas, it seems that she has to rely on herself in the end. As if she remembered the achievements of joining forces with Chu Mo to save the Gamma Empire, Nalan Yanran's haggard face turned a little rosy, and she felt confident in her heart. "Nalan Yanran, use your smart brain quickly. With your familiarity with the Nalan mansion, you will definitely be able to think of a way to sneak in." After another round of deep thinking, Nalan Yanran still couldn't think of a way. She was about to despair. There was no way. She didn't have the leisure to learn about those things before. The most familiar memories were only her daily life and the maids who served her. "Hey, maids!" Nalan Yanran's mind flashed with inspiration, and she recalled a related thing. Not long before she left home, several maids returned to their hometown to get married, and their work was divided among other maids. She clearly remembered that when they heard the news, most of their expressions were a little stiff. Now thinking about it, they must be a little unhappy. Later, it seemed that several maids who were more familiar with me mentioned recruiting people to me. But I was busy at that time, so I said I would find someone later. If I take the initiative to go to their house now, with my qualifications, I will definitely be selected, right? Well, I remember that those maids like to go to. Nalan Yanran took out a disguise mask and put it on, and quickly rushed to the place in her mind. The next day, "Shaoran, this is where you will be responsible for the future." An older maid pointed to the toilet at the back and said happily, "I know." Nalan Yanran, who used the alias Chu Ran, nodded and responded, expressionlessly. No wonder those guys' eyes lit up when they heard that I was going to apply for a maid position. They were so enthusiastic that they surrounded me in 3 layers, as if they were afraid that I would run away. It turned out that this job was cleaning the toilet. Just like that, with all the maids thinking that it was rare to find someone who met the requirements, and they must not let her go, the eldest daughter of the Nalan family agreed to Chuyan Nalanyan, becoming a maid in the Nalan mansion. "Damn, you fake. Let you be arrogant for a few more days." Wait until I find the source of all this. Heh. With this thought in mind, Nalan Yanran worked as a maid for 3 days. I'm so stupid, really. I only knew that I could get in by applying for a maid, but I didn't expect that I would be trapped in this yard for so long, unable to move around and couldn't even see the fake hair. Just when Nalan Yanran felt that the hope of finding the source by herself was getting slimmer and slimmer, and was thinking about whether to sneak out to ask Chu Mo for help. Let me help the eldest daughter bathe tonight? Amid the wailing of other maids, Nalan Yanran pointed at herself and repeated, her childish voice full of disbelief and surprise. That's right, Xiaoran. The young lady heard that you had a miserable life and were an orphan since childhood. It was not easy for you to enter the Nalan mansion and have to do such a hard job. She felt quite sympathetic and decided to change you to an easier job. You only need to serve the young lady to bathe every day. The older maid touched Nalan Yanran's little head and said gently, Is that so? That's great. At this moment, Nalan Yanran felt that her hard days were finally over. Although she had some doubts about this pie in the sky, she ignored it. However, the steps for the young lady to bathe are more complicated. Someone will come to teach you later. You must concentrate on learning. Well, I think I can definitely learn it quickly, Nalan Yanran said confidently. Isn't it just serving others to bathe? With so many years of experience in being served, I should be able to learn it in a few steps. At night, Nalan Yanran held the edge of the pool with a haggard face. Her eyes, which used to be lively, seemed to have lost their focus. Who can tell her why it is so troublesome to prepare for a simple bath? Grind the herbs that are beneficial to practicing Doqi into powder and sprinkle them in continuously during the bathing process to ensure maximum absorption. The water temperature should be kept within a certain range by the fire stone that emits heat all the time. The rare herbs that can add a unique fragrance to the skin should be placed by the pool in advance, not too early or too late. Just half a day of study almost drove her crazy. Forget it, as long as she can see that young lady, it will all be worth it. Constantly comforting herself in her heart, Nalan Yanran quickly passed this waiting time that was neither long nor short, and saw the figure she had been thinking about day and night for the past few days. He looked only 1 or 2 years older than her, wearing a moon-white robe unique to the Yunlun sect, with graceful curves and a white veil covering her face, which added a bit of hazy beauty and mystery to her. Why do I feel so familiar? Nalan Yanran stared at Miss Nalan with suspicion. Her eyes were so hot that they seemed to want to penetrate the veil and see her face clearly. Put the things you need for bathing here and go out. I am not used to being served by others. Miss Nalan was about to undress, but as if she could not adapt to Nalan Yanran's gaze, her movements froze and she said in a slightly hoarse voice, How can this be? If she goes out, all her efforts over the years will be in vain. No, she must find a way to take off the other person's veil. Nalan Yanran made up her mind, lowered her head, and said timidly, But Xiaoran's job is to serve Miss Bathing. If Miss drives Xiaoran out, Xiaoran will definitely be laughed at by the sisters. Is that so? It seems that she has encountered a similar situation before, and it was really unpleasant. Miss Nalan was silent for a moment and seemed to be moved by sympathy, and finally agreed to Nalan Yanran's request. Nalan Yanran still lowered her head, smiled slyly, and walked slowly to the other person like a little fox who had stolen a chicken, raised her hand and pulled the veil. Miss, Xiaoran is here to help you take off your clothes. Wait, don't touch. After realizing Nalan Yanran's action, Miss Nalan didn't have time to stop her, and she subconsciously called out. It was not the hoarse voice she had before, but a voice that Nalan Yanran was particularly familiar with. Luhan? Nalan Yanran was stunned, and she looked at the familiar and beautiful face of Miss Nalan stupidly, not knowing what to say. I don't, actually. Oh, you just came. You scared me. After realizing that Xiaoran had seen her true face, Luhan first waved her hands and spoke incoherently for a while, and then finally reacted and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one else saw it. I haven't figured out how to face others yet. This so-called Miss Nalan is actually Luhan? Nalan Yanran blinked her watery eyes and clenched her fists subconsciously. She felt that she might find out the truth. Let's subdue her first, and then interrogate her about the truth. Why does it feel that her breath is only slightly weaker than mine? As soon as she made a move, Nalan Yanran found something wrong. With her 8-stage fighting spirit cultivation and sneak attack, she almost couldn't subdue the other party? Xiaoran, what are you doing? Lu Han's face changed drastically. Sensing the danger, she tried desperately to break free from Nalan Yanran's restraints. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Or I didn't expect Xiaoran to have bad intentions. Nalan Yanran snorted coldly, without saying anything, and increased the strength of her hands again, and the whole person stuck to her like an octopus. Someone help me! Lu Han wanted to call for help, but after just shouting 3 words, Nalan Yanran covered her mouth with a hand, and could only subconsciously scratch her face. Miss! Unexpectedly, the disguise mask on Nalan Yanran's face was torn off, and the real face revealed shocked Lu Han so much that she forgot to resist. Bang! Nalan Yanran took this opportunity to push forward, and the two fell heavily to the ground. Tell me, what is going on? Nalan Yanran rode on Lu Han, looked down at her, and asked, What's going on? Lu Han was confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Of course, explain why you suddenly became the eldest lady of the Nalan family? Answer me quickly, Nalan Yanran said with a gloomy face. It seemed that if Lu Han didn't give a reasonable explanation, she would kill someone in the next moment. I was adopted as the daughter of the master of the family, and was given the surname Nalan. Now my name is Nalan Lu Han. Nalan Lu Han glanced at Nalan Yanran, blushed, and said embarrassedly, Oh, so the eldest lady in the eyes of those guards was you, and I became the second lady? Nalan Yanran didn't expect such a thing to happen. She was both angry and amused, and didn't know what to say for a while. So, the teacher didn't know me before because he was pretending? I did hear them mention that they wanted to teach the young lady a lesson, and even replaced the guards at the door with a new batch. How did you reveal yourself so quickly? If you could hold on until I came back, I wouldn't have to suffer so many days. Nalan Yanran thought of her experiences these days and couldn't help but complain. But, young lady, you didn't tell me that Teacher Yun Yun still wanted to examine the skills she taught you. Nalan Lu Han looked resentful and said in a wronged voice, Well, it's my fault. I was so excited when I ran away from home for the first time that I forgot about it. Fortunately, Teacher Yun Yun is a very gentle teacher. She didn't blame me, but taught me again and again without getting tired of it. When talking about Yun Yun, Nalan Lu Han's eyes lit up as if little stars were twinkling, and her face was full of admiration and respect. It was obvious that she was Yun Yun's little fangirl. Then how did you get exposed? Seeing Lu Han's expression, Nalan Yanran suddenly felt as if her favorite teacher was taken away by someone. She felt sour in her heart and had an indescribable sense of loss. When Teacher Yun Yun was helping me to vent my fighting spirit, she found that my cultivation was different from that of the young lady. Okay, you tried your best, I don't blame you. What happened after that? Nalan Yanran asked curiously. After that? Nalan Lu Han recalled and said, I confessed as you requested. Then, because I learned the skills that only the young master of Yunlan sect could learn, and it seemed that after drinking the bottle of water given by Master Chu Mo, my aptitude improved a lot, so Teacher Yun Yun accepted me as a disciple. Then, the teacher took me back to the Nalan mansion and discussed with the master of the family how to deal with you, young lady. I've only been out for a few days. Have you lived such a turbulent life? Okay, I know everything. Nalan Yanran sighed and waved her hands weakly, feeling very tired. As for cheating her own daughter like this? If Lu Han hadn't suddenly had a kind heart and promoted herself, she didn't know how many days she would have to work in the toilet. That? Young lady, can you? At this moment, Nalan Lu Han tugged at the corner of Nalan Yanran's clothes with her white and tender little hands, her face flushed, and asked in a mosquito-like voice, What can I do? Nalan Yanran looked at her strangely. Get off me first. Nalan Lu Han's face became redder and redder, and her eyes were erratic as if she was going to faint in the next moment. I was so shocked by what I heard before that I forgot that I was still riding on her. Bang! At this time, the sound of a metal object falling to the ground sounded at the door. The two people who were attracted by the sound turned their heads and found that the older maid was standing at the door, her mouth wide open, looking at them in shock. "Big second, miss, you are back. I just found that a kind of medicinal material needed for bathing was missed, so I sent it here specially. Don't worry, I didn't see anything and I don't know anything. No, I haven't been here today." Looking at the two ladies riding up and down beside the pool, their bodies pressed against each other and their red faces, the older maid who had seen the world felt a storm in her heart and couldn't calm down at all. Oh my God, she actually ran into such a thing. She wouldn't be silenced. It's better to be sensible, express your attitude, and then get out of here quickly. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. Without even having time to pick up the things that fell on the ground, the older maid lowered her head and ran away as fast as if her parents had given her 2 less legs. As expected of a big family, they play around with flowers, and even such a young lady who has been influenced by them is no less impressive. Nalan Luran. It's over. There's no way to explain it. The two of them stood up quickly and then looked at each other, sighing helplessly, feeling extremely embarrassed. I went to find my father and he actually watched me work as a maid for so long and was responsible for the toilet part. It's too much. Nalan Yanran made up an excuse and ran away quickly. Seeing this, Nalan Luhan was also relieved. After all, the atmosphere just now was too awkward, and it was really unbearable if they didn't separate. But soon she paused and suddenly thought that Nalan Su knew that Nalan Yanran was disguised as a maid, and he must have known that the background she made up for that identity was that her life was miserable, and she was an orphan since childhood. No wonder Nalan Su looked so bad these days. Nalan Luhan realized that Nalan Yanran had been running for a while and that he could not catch up with her at all, so he could only pray silently in his heart. I hope the lady is okay. At this moment, Chu Mo stepped on the flying sword and finally arrived at Mocheng. Mocheng, this is a large yellow city. 2 huge light red characters are carved above the city gate. From a distance, it actually has a bloody feeling. At the city gate, there are still a dozen soldiers wearing armor and holding long spears shouting at passersby entering the city to pay the entrance fee. "Hey, that little devil over there." At this time, a soldier noticed Chu Mo, who was quietly looking at Mocheng not far away, and immediately shouted without hesitation, "Oh, are you calling me?" Chu Mo slowly turned his head and looked at the brave soldier with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Was he in a situation where he was pretending to be awesome, but then got slapped in the face? The soldier would ask him to pay the entrance fee in a very bad manner, and then he would inadvertently reveal his identity as an alchemist and enter the city for free in front of the other party's shocked eyes. Really, just thinking about it makes people inexplicably look forward to it. "Little boy, hurry into the city. It's not safe outside. Shouldn't you let me pay the entrance fee?" After a moment of silence, Chu Mo couldn't help but remind the other party to follow the procedure. "Ha, a little boy like you, what money do you have?" "Take a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. The world is so beautiful, but I'm so irritable. This is not good, not good. So I can go into the city directly? Nonsense, kid. Go in quickly. I don't have time to play house with you here." The atmosphere at the scene was very depressing for a time. Chu Mo walked past the soldier with an expressionless face and entered the city of Mo. He moved very quickly because he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to suppress his inner impulse and attack. If he attacked, he might have crushed the soldier to death if he had been a little heavy-handed. Although he was a little foul-mouthed, he was not guilty of a capital crime. Ancient Map Shop. With the help of several enthusiastic people along the way, Chu Mo finally found this place. When he stepped in, he saw that the shop was quite deserted and there were very few customers. Even the staff in the shop was only a white-haired old man who was carefully making a map behind the counter and seemed to be the owner. Chu Mo knew that the white-haired old man was Hai Bodong, one of the top 10 strongest men in the Jiama Empire in the previous term. He was nicknamed Ice Emperor by the people in the martial arts world. This man had always been aloof and arrogant until one day he was shot in the knee. He met Queen Medusa and his strength was sealed to the level of Dou Ling. However, this is not the point. The point is that the reason why Haibodong had such an experience was all because of a piece of demon fire remnant map that he accidentally obtained from the Tagore Desert. Chu Mo naturally could not let go of such an important prop, so I can only apologize to the old man. Chu Mo walked to the quaint wooden shelf in the corner of the store, searched for a while in the pile of broken maps under the wooden shelf, and took out a piece of demon fire remnant map that was only half the size of the one in the Warcraft mountain range. "Old sir, where is the other piece of this remnant map?" Chu Mo walked to the counter with the demon fire remnant map and asked, "You recognize this thing?" Haibodong slowly raised his head and looked at Chu Mo for a few times. An inexplicable meaning flashed in his turbid old eyes. He discovered so quickly that he had divided the remnant map into two parts. He is an expert. "Of course I know it. I came here for it this time." Chu Mo did not deny it. "Then tell me quickly, what is this thing?" Haibodong's voice was no longer calm, but became excited. After all, he ended up like this because of this thing, and figuring out what this thing is has almost become his obsession. This is... Facing Haibodong's expectant eyes, Chu Mo's voice paused, slightly, and gave the answer. "A fragment of a map." "You want me to tell you this? Do you think I'm blind?" "Well, maybe my expression is not clear enough. What I want to ask is, what is the treasure recorded in this fragment of the map?" Taking a deep breath, Haibodong suppressed his murderous intent and continued to ask. "Oh, this is what you asked. Why didn't you say it earlier? I was wondering how the old man, as the owner of a map shop, couldn't even recognize the fragment of a map." Chu Mo suddenly realized and immediately threw the pot on Haibodong. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. I'm the Ice Emperor. If I were to argue with a child, wouldn't it be a joke if it got out?" After finding many excuses for himself, Haibodong felt better. At least he could maintain his surface calm. At most, his tone seemed a little impatient. "So tell me quickly." "No, I can't tell you." Chu Mo shook his head and refused mercilessly. "Why? Have you been teasing me?" Haibodong was so angry that he almost jumped up and asked loudly, "I thought you were asking what this thing was. Of course I could tell you, but who knew you were asking about the content on it?" Chu Mo explained very seriously. "Haibodong. So this is still my fault? Why can't you tell me?" Haibodong sneered, his eyes fixed on Chu Mo. The chill in his eyes became heavier. "Because the interests behind this broken map are too great, and you can't afford such a price." "What a joke. Do you really think I'm just an ordinary old man?" Haibodong laughed. In his opinion, since this is the reason why Chu Mo didn't say it, as long as he revealed his true identity, wouldn't the problem be solved? "Could it be that you have any hidden identity?" Chu Mo's body shook, looking at Haibodong in disbelief. "Of course." Haibodong smiled confidently, with a strong demeanor. "Could it be that you are a semi-saint from Zhongzhou, who rose from humble beginnings, has strong combat power, and can go back to fight against the saint, but later, because you were tired of fighting, you lived in seclusion here? Or do you have a deep blessing, worship a Dou Zong as your master, and have someone backing you up? Could it be that you were born in an ancient family, and there are many Dou Zong masters in the family, and your power is strong? Damn, according to what you said, if you want to bear the price of knowing the contents above, you must either have the strength of a Dou Zong or have a Dou Zong backing you up. What the hell is recorded in this? I have to say that Haibodong is a little panicked now. I thought you were just an ordinary Dou Huang whose strength was sealed to Dou Ling. It turns out that you have a hidden identity. In that case, I will tell you what is recorded in it." "Wait, I suddenly don't want to know." "Wait, did you see my true situation?" Haibodong suddenly realized something. His body stiffened, and he looked over in disbelief. "No, now I can only see that you are an ordinary Dou Huang whose strength was sealed to Dou Ling." Chu Mo shook his head and denied it. He has always been an honest man, and if he can't see it, he can't see it. "Who are you?" Knowing that the other party was here with bad intentions, Haibodong's voice gradually turned cold, and he looked over as if facing a great enemy. "Guess." "Do you want me to guess or not?" "Looking for death." Haibodong couldn't help it. He stomped his feet on the ground and his body suddenly shot out like lightning. He planned to catch Chu Mo first and then interrogate him about his purpose. "Are you so violent?" Chu Mo sighed lightly, urging the small flag in the middle dantian to shake, and invisible waves of destruction spread all over his body, as if he was wearing an invisible armor. At this time, a faint white mist rose in the store, and at the same time, an icy air was rapidly spreading, trying to erode the existence of all life around. "What's going on?" Suddenly, Haibodong stopped and looked at Chu Mo in doubt, and his heart began to mutter. The icy air he just released can erode the opponent's body, causing an effect similar to freezing, which is very helpful in combat. But what was unexpected was that the icy air released this time lost control after entering the 3-foot distance around Chu Mo, and it could not be sensed at all. "Try it first." Haibodong waved his hand, and hundreds of spiral ice spikes quickly took shape in the air, covering the sky and the earth and shooting towards Chu Mo. Chu Mo did not move, but just watched these ice spikes fly into the 3-foot distance of him, and in an instant they turned into pools of ice water and fell down. In fact, strictly speaking, the small flag in the middle dantian is a main attack weapon. The invisible waves it emits when it is shaken can not only be used to destroy attacks of various natures, but can also easily destroy lives. However, because the invisible waves are extremely precise to control, and the attack power alone is not as good as the 4 blood-colored swords, Chu Mo uses it for defense. After all, isn't it a perfect defense to destroy all attacks? Of course, although it is used for defense, it is a good choice to use it occasionally to abuse others when there is no danger. For example, now. Chu Mo raised his little hand and pressed it forward fiercely. An invisible wave with enough power to kill ordinary fighting spirits instantly penetrated his body and fell towards Haibodong. Ice condensation mirror! Sensing that a huge danger was approaching, Haibodong made up his mind, formed a hand seal, mobilized all his fighting spirit, and condensed a 1/2 meter long and wide transparent ice mirror in front of him. Bang! In a moment, the ice mirror shattered. Haibodong's face turned pale, and he had already suffered internal injuries. But feeling that the danger had not completely disappeared, he endured the injury and created a thick ice shield in front of him at the fastest speed. Ordinary dueling masters could not easily break it. Bang! Snap! In another moment, the ice shield shattered. Haibodong was hit by the remaining waves before his face turned pale and flew several meters away. Ahem, I didn't expect that I was wrong. This kind of strength is no less than what I had back then. Haibodong struggled to get up, his face pale. His appearance was embarrassed, and his breath was extremely weak. But I have hidden that piece of incomplete map a long time ago. No matter how strong you are, if you want the incomplete map, don't you have to beg me obediently? So arrogant, please? I hope you can still be so stubborn later, Chu Mo said with a malicious smile. I've lived for so long, and I've encountered all kinds of situations. Why am I afraid of these? Just use whatever means you have. Haibodong was dismissive of this and sneered directly. He was the dignified Ice Emperor. Even if he was tortured to death, it was impossible for this kid to bow his head and ruin his reputation in vain. Feed you some medicine to change your appearance, and with some simple excision and filling surgery, I will turn you into a beautiful girl. How about it? Then seal your fighting spirit, strip you naked, tie your hands and feet, and throw you into the pile of beggars. Habong. Finally, record everything you encounter in the video stone and give it to your old friends to appreciate. His expression changed several times, but he hesitated for only a moment, and then he made up his mind quickly and said very seriously, Actually, I just thought about it. Treasures belong to those with virtue, and this incomplete map is obviously not something I should have, so it's better to give it to you. Haibodong was scared and decisively chose to follow his heart. There was no way. The little ghost in front of him was too cruel, transforming and filming. Who could stand it? If he really followed his plan, not to mention his reputation, he would become a joke. Okay, lead the way. If I find out you are playing any tricks. In a flash, a normal-sized blood-red sword appeared in Chu Mo's hand, directly against Haibodong's neck. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, and he raised an evil and crazy smile. I'll use my little baby to knock you out. Damn, this guy seems to have a problem with his brain. He won't suddenly kill himself with a sword, right? No, I must be careful when talking and doing things in front of him in the future. If Chu Mo beats him to death for such a ridiculous reason as you dare to lift your right foot first when walking today, he will not be able to rest in peace, even if he dies. Next, after a tense and exciting journey, Chu Mo successfully obtained the hidden fragment of the map, and Hai Bodong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too damn tense and too damn exciting. The sword was right against his neck. As long as Chu Mo turned his wrist slightly, the sword would cut his neck. This feeling of life and death being only between the thoughts of others, Hai Bodong hasn't experienced it for a long time since his cultivation broke through to the Dou Zong. Do you have a prescription that can break the seal? Chu Mo asked knowingly. Yes, as long as I can refine the above elixir, I can restore my strength. Wait, why are you asking this? Hai Bodong was no longer surprised by Chu Mo's intelligence ability and answered honestly. As he was talking, he suddenly realized something, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Chu Mo with surprise and expectation. Since I took the incomplete map from you, it is only natural for you to refine a pill that can break the seal on your body. After all, the people we organized are not bad people. Not bad people? Hai Bodong's mouth twitched, and his mind couldn't help but emerge the scene of Chu Mo beating him and seriously injuring him in order to take away the incomplete map. If this is not considered a bad person, then there are probably not many people in the world who can be considered good people. Forget it, as long as he can break the seal. Why bother about him so much? Anyway, he is not a good person. You are actually an alchemist? Hai Bodong was more and more surprised. He really couldn't see through the young man in front of him. Yes, give me the recipe of the Poe Dan quickly, and hand over the herbs as well. I'm in a hurry and have to leave after refining it. Chu Mo stretched out a small hand and urged, You even know that I have a recipe. Hai Bodong was shocked and looked outside the store. He felt that everyone he saw was the other party's person, and he didn't feel safe at all. Our organization's intelligence capabilities are like this, so perverted that I think it's too much. Chu Mo said calmly that this was all turtle tasting. These two words were typed incorrectly and crossed out. Routine operations. No need to be so surprised. What kind of organization is it? Hai Bodong sighed as his imagination ran wild after hearing this. Don't think about it. The organization behind me, no matter the time of its birth, the number of members, or even the scale, is beyond your imagination. Chu Mo chuckled. His voice was particularly sincere. Is it so terrifying? Hai Bodong took a deep breath and felt a deep awe for the organization that Chu Mo mentioned. He had doubted the existence of the organization before, but after hearing what Chu Mo said, with his eyesight honed over the years, he didn't find anything wrong. Is he telling the truth? Is there really such a terrifying organization on the Dookie continent? That being said, the refining of the breaking evil pill requires strange fire. Do you have it? Hai Bodong's expression was still a little hesitant. After all, strange fire is so rare that even the pill king Gu Hei doesn't have it. Therefore, it is better to ask in advance, lest the other party finds out that it can't be refined and gets angry and vents his anger on himself. 15th on the strange fire list, Sea Heart Flame. Chu Mo raised his hand, and a ball of flame flowing like clear liquid surged out of his palm, and the high temperature instantly spread throughout the store. Strange fire! Hai Bodong's eyes lit up. He just said 2 words and seemed to remember something. His expression became a little awkward. I suddenly remembered that I still lack a kind of medicinal material called sand mandragora. Seeing that Chu Mo's eyes were getting more and more terrifying, Hai Bodong's heart skipped a beat and thought it was not good. He quickly explained, This kind of medicinal material only grows deep in the Tagore Desert. In my situation, I'm afraid I will be discovered by Queen Medusa as soon as I go in. I have received this kind of medicinal material when I was refining medicine for others before. Do you have any other questions? Chu Mo's voice gradually became impatient. No problem. Hai Bodong took out a yellowed and simple sheepskin scroll and handed it to Chu Mo with a painful look on his face. The 6th grade elixir, the breaking evil pill, has a miraculous effect on breaking most seals and can increase resistance to previous seals. Not bad, not bad. Chu Mo took the prescription with a smile on his face. According to some unwritten rules in the alchemy world, this prescription is now his. You know, such a prescription requires the alchemist to use his soul as ink to hide various specific data in it. The process is complicated and expensive. Take me to the place where the herbs are kept? I can't wait. Chu Mo had an eager expression on his face. Recently, his alchemy skills have shown signs of breaking through the 7th level, and he just needs this kind of practice opportunity. Actually, I have another question. Hai Bodong laughed awkwardly and spoke weakly. Are you asking 100,000 whys? Say it. Can I join your organization? What kind of operation is this? Join if you can't beat them? You can, but one of your conditions doesn't quite meet the requirements of our organization, and no matter your strength or potential, you can only be a peripheral member at most. Chu Mo looked at Hai Bodong's appearance and said slowly, It's okay. If there is any condition that does not meet the requirements, I can change it. Even if you are just an external member, it's no problem. Hai Bodong patted his chest and said very seriously, Such a terrifying organization, joining it will definitely not be a disadvantage. Well, you are now an external member of the organization. Chu Mo glanced at him and announced immediately, Hai Bodong? So casual? If I want to quit, do I just need to say it? As if seeing through Hai Bodong's thoughts, Chu Mo continued to add, Since you have joined our organization, you will be a living person of the organization in your life, and a dead person of the organization in your death. If you are found to have the idea of quitting the organization, it will be regarded as a betrayal and sentenced to death. Damn, it's easy to get in, but there is no way out, right? Have I boarded some pirate ship? Hey, what does your expression mean? Chu Mo said, and took out a blood-red sword, the blade flashing with cold light, revealing a full threat. Hai Bodong was furious when he saw this. He was the Ice Emperor. How could he not save face? It's nothing. It's just that I was too happy. I didn't know what kind of expression to show. Really? Really, I swear on my reputation as the Ice Emperor. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He is conscious and a good tool man. Next, following Hai Bodong to the back room, Chu Mo's eyes swept over the medicinal materials placed around that were enough to refine 2 or 3 times, and the satisfaction in his eyes became heavier. Okay, you go out. I'm going to refine medicine. Okay, by the way, I don't know the situation of our organization yet. I'll tell you later. We have known each other so deeply for a while. Would I still cheat you? After driving Hai Bodong out, Chu Mo took out a commonly used medicine cauldron from the Yuhai ring and prepared to start refining medicine. In the original story, although Yao Chen had the assistance of the black magic cauldron and a superb alchemy skill, he still failed the first time he refined the breaking evil pill. Although this was also due to the fact that Yao Chen was only in the soul state and his strength had declined, the difficulty of the breaking evil pill was still evident. Even so, his alchemy skill was almost at the 7th level, and his physical condition was at its peak. He must succeed this time. Chu Mo raised his hand and threw the precious herbs into the medicine cauldron, controlling the sea heart flame to differentiate into a dozen clusters, and then wrapped and refined these herbs one by one, his movements flowing like water. Oh, and I have to add some small things. Thinking of the condition that Hai Bodong did not quite meet, Chu Mo quickly reached out to touch the ring and took out some strange things and put them in. Hai Bodong probably seem to like the gift I gave him, right? One day later, along with a deep purple fragrance emanating from the medicine cauldron, a thumb-sized, light purple, round pill with a faint sheen appeared. At the same time, a terrifying energy ripple suddenly surged out of the pill and rushed in all directions. Looking at the situation, if it is not stopped in time, I am afraid that the whole room will be completely collapsed. However, Chu Mo had already made preparations. He raised his little hand calmly and slapped the energy ripples with one palm, breaking it directly. Putting the evil pill into the small jade bottle that he had taken out in advance, Chu Mo then swept all the remaining medicinal materials into the ring and then shouted to the outside, "It's done! Come in!" As soon as the voice fell, Hai Bodong, who had been wandering outside the door for a long time, broke in and rushed in. As a result, he saw that the room was empty, as if it had been robbed by thieves. "Hai Bodong, this elixir is too difficult to refine. I succeeded only the last time," Chu Mo said as he handed the small, jade bottle containing the Poi pill to Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong took the small jade bottle, looked at Chu Mo, pondered for a long time, and then slowly nodded. "Indeed, this kind of elixir is difficult to refine." Chu Mo pulled the corner of his mouth and urged, "Take it and take it quickly. I'll wait here and give you a detailed introduction to our organization later." Hai Bodong nodded and rushed to the basement. For him now, nothing is more important than restoring his strength. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Mo, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stopped practicing, opened his eyes, and looked at the door. A powerful breath of Dou Zong level was approaching here rapidly, and then a childish roar came from afar. "You bastard! What the hell did you feed me?" Before he finished speaking, a young man with a strong aura and icy wings on his back broke through the wall and appeared in a cloud of dust. He looked about 8 or 9 years old, and his face was 90% similar to Hai Bodong, but at this moment his expression was cold, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he looked fierce and fierce. "Didn't I tell you before that you didn't meet one condition?" Chu Mo looked confused on the surface, but he was almost happy in his heart. Sure enough, compared to the cold old man in the novel, the fierce little guy in the comic version was more pleasing to the eye. "Is this the condition you mentioned?" Hai Bodong was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and his body kept shaking. "Yes, the basic requirement for joining our organization is good looks. Bah, that's not right. It's youth and vitality, so I added some small things to change your appearance." "Asshole, die!" After listening to it, Hai Bodong couldn't help it, raised his hand, and hit Chu Mo with all his strength. Bang! Hai Bodong fell to the ground, his left hand weakly supporting the ground, his right hand covering his lower abdomen that was constantly in pain, forcibly maintaining a half-squatting posture, his little face full of shock. How is it possible? He has already recovered the strength of a Dou Zong. How could he be defeated in one move? How strong is the guy on the opposite side? "Sorry, I attacked subconsciously. Didn't hurt you?" Seeing this, Chu Mo hurried over to pull Hai Bodong up and asked about his health. I'm fine." Hai Bodong raised his little head and looked up at Chu Mo. After hesitating for a few times, he still didn't dare to say anything more. "I'm glad you're all right. By the way, do you dislike this change? If you don't like it, you can tell me and I'll help you change back. But in that case, you'll have to quit the organization." Wouldn't quitting the organization be a capital punishment? Hai Bodong's expression was stiff, and he said insincerely, "No, I like this change very much. It makes me feel young again." Chu Mo glanced at him and smiled. "Okay, if there's no problem, I'll introduce you to our organization. Our organization is called Heaven, and it was founded by Lin Dong and Muchen. There's only one goal, to become an emperor." "Become an emperor?" Hai Bodong opened his mouth wide, looking at Chu Mo stupidly, and even forgot to say anything. "Let's not talk about whether your organization's goal is a bit too big. What does this have to do with me? A little Dou Zong?" Chu Mo seemed to see through his thoughts and sneered, "Do you know why there has not been a new Dou Emperor since the last generation? Why did the previous Dou Emperors disappear without a trace?" "I don't know." Hai Bodong swallowed his saliva and felt that he was about to hear a shocking news. Because there is a terrifying existence, he does not allow the Dou Emperor to exist in the Duki continent, so the previous Dou Emperor disappeared, and now no one can be promoted to Dou Emperor. Hai Bodong was stunned when he heard this. "If what you said is true, doesn't it mean that our organization will encounter him? That is a terrifying existence that can make the previous duty disappear." Chu Mo smiled and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. To become an emperor, you need something called source energy. After that existence confiscated all the source energy in the world, he felt that there was no possibility of the birth of a duty in the world, so he fell into a deep sleep. However, if a new duty is born, it will wake him up from his deep sleep. That is why, Although our organization has found a way to survive, several leaders still dare not break through to the duty. Chu Mo was not lying. The so-called source energy is the spiritual energy of the universe, which is essentially a higher level of energy. The special energy in his body completely meets this requirement and can even be mass-produced. Then how are you going to achieve that goal? Dou Zong asked tactfully. Damn, he was forced to not even dare to break through. It's too miserable. Of course, we should cultivate more strong men like the leaders. When a certain number of them are accumulated, we will break through together and be promoted to duty. I don't believe that person can fight so many duty at the same time. Chu Mo clenched his fists, his eyes were burning, and his voice was full of the meaning of success or death. Dou Zong suddenly understood something after hearing this and said, "So, the current task of our organization is to cultivate strong men." Chu Mo nodded. Yes, it is the golden age that Duchi continent has not seen for thousands of years. People with special physiques, magical skills, divine emperor blood, and ancient races who have returned to their ancestors. Various Tianjiao with the posture of becoming emperors have appeared in Duchi continent. What we have to do now is to find them and cultivate them. What you peripheral members have to do is to obey the arrangements of the organization and participate in playing the supporting roles or villains on the growth path of those Tianjiao. Thinking of Dou Zong chasing Xiaoyan from the east to the west of the Tagore Desert and then chasing him back from the west to the east under his arrangement, Chu Mo felt happy. It can attract hatred and accelerate Xiaoyan's growth. It is a good way to kill two birds with one stone. A Bing, is it okay? You called me a Bing? What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, no problem. Great. I knew it would be okay to let you be the villain. Dou Zong. With one more tool, it would be a waste if not used. Xiaoyan's growth path is destined to add another unforgettable experience. When it comes to this, Chu Mo's bad thoughts are constantly coming out, and he soon came up with a plan. About 1 or 2 years later, a boy named Xiaoyan will come to you. He is the key training target of our organization. At that time, you will do this and that, and then, finally, like this. Dou Zong frowned again and again. This is not good, right? Damn, if he really follows Chu Mo's plan, wouldn't he offend the boy named Xiaoyan to death? That's the key training target. Chu Mo said that he was a genius with the potential to become an emperor. Can a little Do Huang afford such a price? Chu Mo snorted coldly. What's wrong? Everything we do is for his good. He will understand our difficulties in the future. I'm afraid that I can't hold on and I'll be gone in the future. Dou Zong wanted to struggle again. But what is it? Ah, Bing, you are making excuses for the first task assigned to you by the organization. I now doubt your loyalty to the organization. Say, accept or refuse. Let me see your choice. Do I have a chance to choose? With all kinds of helplessness, complexity, and sorrow, Dou Zong finally took on this task. In addition, Chu Mo also gave him a ring, exclusive to the organization. But this ring is the same as the one of the purple crystal winged lion king. It is connected to the second main ring he made, the Tool group, while the other rings are connected to the first main ring he made, the Leak group. Remember to hide your identity. Although that existence is asleep, his lackeys are becoming more and more rampant. They are hunting down the seeds of geniuses who have the potential to become emperors and doing everything they can to prevent the birth of duty. They regard the organization as their mortal enemy. Once they discover the existence of an organization member, even if it is a peripheral member, they will do everything they can to kill him. If you insist on seeking death, the organization may not be able to protect you in time. Why did I join such an organization in the first place? After hearing this, Dou Zong felt a pain in his liver, and then a light bulb went off in his mind, and he suddenly found a problem. We have only known each other for 1 day. You casually told the organization's plan. Aren't you afraid that it will be leaked and known by those people? Chu Mo said indifferently. I'm not afraid. After all, they already knew it. It's okay, don't worry, they don't have a way to wake that being anyway. After all, in front of that being, their status is only equivalent to that of a dog. Dou Zong nodded in agreement and then found something wrong. Wait, if that's the case, why don't you just kill those people? Chu Mo glanced at him and said helplessly, "There's no way, we can't beat them." "What the hell? We can't even beat the other party's lackeys. Is there any future for this broken organization? But their intelligence capabilities are too terrifying. If I really want to get away, I'm afraid I'll be caught as soon as I walk out of the store. I'm completely tied to this pirate ship." Before he fell asleep, that existence had spent a certain amount of money to perform a secret technique, forcibly initiating those people and raising their realm to the maximum. Although this will make it difficult for them to make any progress in this life, after all, the realm and number are there. If the leaders of our organization do not break through the Dou, they will probably end up in a lose-lose situation if they really fight. So, now our organization is still hiding in the dark. Hai Bodong. There was once a chance to get rid of this pit organization, but I didn't cherish it. Instead, I rushed into it like a fool. If God can give me another chance, I want to say 2 words to myself at that time. Shut up! If I have to add a deadline after these 2 words, I hope it is immediately. Stone Desert City, Street. After leaving Ah Bing's shop, Chu Mo, who had seen the trader for a long time, did not stop for a moment and came from Desert City too. Stone Desert City, damn, this name was given. When I read the book, I thought it was a place. Chu Mo complained in his heart, then took the portrait of the trader and asked around, and finally found his current residence. After knocking on the door and listening to the footsteps coming from the house, Chu Mo couldn't help but smile. After being separated for so long, the trader must be very happy to see him again. "Who is it?" With a gentle and soft, mature female voice, the door opened, and a young woman in light green clothes came out. She looked to be in her 20s. Although she was petite, she had developed well in the right places, and had a delicate oval face, which was quite beautiful. "Chu Mo? Could it be that this is Qinglin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Qinglin be so big? But maybe it was due to changes caused by the parallel world? Thinking about it this way, it is not impossible. Little boy, what are you doing here?" The young woman, who looked like Qinglin, opened the door and was obviously stunned when she saw a child like Chu Mo, but she was not angry. Instead, she asked in a gentle voice, "Little boy?" Chu Mo suppressed his dissatisfaction, raised his little head, and asked in a slightly childish voice, "Do you know Zhang Peng?" The young woman who looked like Qinglin was surprised when she heard it. You are here to see Brother Peng?" Brother Peng? This title made Chu Mo's scalp tingle, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to turn around and leave here. "Big sister, I'm not saying that you look a few years older than my trader, right? Calling him brother like this is not appropriate, right?" Chu Mo lowered his head to cover up the faintly broken expression on his face and took a look at the system panel. Host contacts hidden sea-level plot character. Could it be that she is Qinglin's mother? Hidden plot character? Indeed, after all, she died during the time period when Xiaoyan arrived in the original novel. Hey, if that's the case, are there other hidden characters in the Duki continent? Let me think about it. Xiaoyan's mother is dead. Xiao Shuner's mother is the same. Xiao Yixian has been an orphan since childhood. Yun Yun seems to be the same. Qinglin is normal. Medusa is the same. Ziyan's mother is dead. Hey, did I find something I shouldn't have found? Thinking of this, Chu Mo's expression became a little silly. He stared at the door blankly, lost for a moment, and then saw a familiar tall figure appear. Zhang Peng? Who can tell me why the teacher appeared here? Could it be that I am dreaming now? Yes, it must be a dream. Just go back and have a good sleep. Damn, it's a dream and a nightmare, the kind that you can never wake up from. Brother, long time no see. Chu Mo walked in front of Zhang Peng and said with a smile on his face, "Brother?" Before Zhang Peng spoke, Qing Ru, who was standing beside him, almost couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. She had heard from Brother Peng before that he had a miserable life and was an orphan since childhood. Fortunately, he was adopted and raised by a teacher. But just a year ago, his teacher was tortured and killed by his enemies and died miserably. He also escaped with great difficulty and hid here. I thought he was alone, but I didn't expect that he had a junior brother. Seeing that Chu Mo was not much older than her daughter, Qing Ro couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. He must have suffered a lot to find this place. Since you are Brother Peng's junior brother, please come in and sit down. Qingro looked at Chu Mo with a gentle smile on her face. Oh, Chu Mo responded, raised his head and looked at Qingro with a suspicious expression. Why do I feel that there is something wrong with the way she looks at me? Am I overthinking? Just as Chu Mo began to think carefully about the meaning of this look, Zhang Peng, who saw this scene, felt a jolt in his heart and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it! Thinking of the miserable past that he had complained about to Qingru, Zhang Peng knew that if he didn't think of a way, he would probably die more miserably than the teacher in the miserable past. Junior brother, come in and sit down. I haven't introduced my daughter Qinglin to you yet. Zhang Peng greeted him enthusiastically and deliberately mentioned Qinglin to divert Chu Mo's attention. He knew that Qinglin's existence must have a different meaning to the teacher. Otherwise, the teacher would not have sent him here on purpose. As expected, Chu Mo stopped thinking and followed the two into the house. His impatient look made Zhang Peng look strange, and some bad guesses emerged in his mind. Qinglin, come here. After entering the house, Qingru called to the kitchen, and Qinglin, who was also wearing light green clothes, came over. Now she looks like she is only 11 or 12 years old, with a cute and delicate face, like a beautiful porcelain doll, very lovable. Chu Mo did not speak, but silently opened the system panel. Host contacts B-level plot character. It's B-level. Chu Mo's eyes swept over Qinglin's slightly green eyes, which hid 3 extremely tiny green dots, faintly exuding some strange charm. Green snake 3-flower pupil. This is the world's first strange pupil, which can only appear in the descendants of humans and snake people, and can forcibly control most snakes. Another high-level leak. Chu Mo was just feeling happy when he saw Zhang Peng pulling Qinglin in front of him and introducing her lovingly. This is my daughter, Qinglin. Although he had been mentally prepared before, Chu Mo's face still looked a little strange when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Oh my goodness, you have only been here for a short time, and you have already established a family. This really makes your master look at you in a new light. This is my junior brother. Come to Qinglin and call someone. Zhang Peng said in a gentle voice, and his expression looked a little more mature than before. Hello, little uncle. Hearing this, Qinglin raised her little head and timidly looked at Chu Mo a few times and called out in a weak voice. Uncle is uncle. Why do you have to add a small word in front of it? Chu Mo stared at Qinglin with a black face, staring at the little girl until she felt embarrassed. She blushed and hid behind Zhang Peng, not coming out. Zhang Peng smiled when he saw this and raised a question that he had been thinking about these days. Junior brother, Qinglin has always felt a little tired in his eyes these days, and sometimes even has symptoms of seeing double images. Do you know the reason? Of course I know. The holders of the green snake 3-flower pupils are like this when they are young, and they will be fine when they grow up. Really, you don't even know this. Have you only learned to refine medicine after following me for so many years? Chu Mo took out a small bottle of divine spring water from the ring. Of course I know. This should be a rather strange disease. Fortunately, our teacher has done a lot of research on this and left a bottle of eye drops that can treat this disease. Drop 3 drops a day and it will be fine after it is finished. He did not directly tell the trader about the green snake 3-flower pupils. There is no other meaning. Just to see if the world's #1 strange pupil in the Dupo world combined with the divine spring water in the Zhantian world can produce some strange changes. For example, evolution. By the way, what should the green snake 3-flower pupils evolve into? Green snake 10,000 flower pupils? Wait, if this is the case, after the evolution, can even the snake-shaped monsters with pure ancient blood be forcibly controlled? If Qinglin and Medusa meet in the organization in the future and have a conflict, wouldn't Medusa be killed instantly by Qinglin's eyes? I feel that this plot is a bit familiar. Chu Mo pulled back his thoughts that were getting farther and farther away and gave a look. Zhang Peng immediately understood what he meant. He gave a few instructions to Qingro, who was putting dishes on the table, and Qingro pulled Qinglin out. Teacher, is there anything? Zhang Peng's expression became serious. Since the teacher asked him to call Qingro and the others out, he must have something important to tell him. There is a very important thing. Chu Mo's eyes became fierce. Explain to me. I asked you to teach Qinglin Do Qi, but you got married directly. How come? Zhang Peng's face froze and he became a little embarrassed when he heard this. When I found Qinglin, I found that her mother Qingro was seriously ill, so I fed Qingru a pill, cured her. Because I wanted to teach Qinglin to practice Do Qi, I bought a house for them to live in Shimo City. Qingru was very moved to see that I did so much for them. She took the initiative to prepare 3 meals a day and do some housework every day. The 3 of us lived like a real family. In this way, Qingro and I slowly got together. But, can you not care about her past? Chu Mo asked a very fatal question. She is obviously the one who suffered misfortune. Why should we still look at her with colored eyes? Zhang Peng heard this and asked back emotionally, with a very firm attitude. What about the imperial capital? I remember that there are a few girls who seem to be interested in you. Chu Mo looked at the fragrant dishes on the table and unexpectedly had no desire to eat, but felt that his stomach was full. Teacher, please stop teasing me with these things. You know that the me in their eyes is not me at all. Zhang Peng chuckled without even a trace of strangeness in his expression. Well, since this is your choice, I will not care. Chu Mo sighed and stopped tangling with these questions. Somehow, he suddenly thought of the scene he had imagined before. Qinglin was extremely disgusted with the snake people because of his mother's matter. After the evolution of the green snake 3-flower pupils, a single look instantly killed the snake queen Medusa, who evolved into the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. No, I have to find a way to keep an eye on them at that time. The death of a leak of this level is a huge loss. By the way, do they listen to you? Chu Mo asked tentatively. He was customizing the script of Qinglin's growth path, and he might need to use 2 extras. Humph, in this family, whoever I tell to lift his feet has to lift his feet, and whoever I tell to stand up has to stand up. Zhang Peng raised his eyebrows and patted his chest with his right hand, and his emotions were unexpectedly excited. Damn, you know that I can't do anything except practicing fighting spirit and refining medicine. Qingro is responsible for all the big and small things at home, and I have always listened to her. Although there is nothing wrong with this, if the teacher knows about it, how can I save face? Fortunately, I saw Qingro doing those physical work of sweeping the floor too hard before, and I forced these more difficult housework to myself, despite her objection. Now I don't have to lie to the teacher. It is true that whoever is asked to lift his feet must lift his feet, and whoever is asked to stand up must stand up. That's good? Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction. He knew that this disciple would never let him down. At that time, he only needs to talk about the background of the organization and let them know that Qinglin must become stronger quickly, otherwise she will die at the hands of those lackeys, and they will definitely agree to be extras. However, this script needs to be thought about carefully. Wait, at this time, Chu Mo once again thought of the scene he had imagined before. Since there are already successful cases, why do you have to rack your brains to think about it yourself? Wouldn't it be better to just have a family annihilation incident? Chu Mo thought of the script almost instantly. Qinglin is the descendant of humans and snakemen. Because of her bloodline, she has been bullied by other people who hate snakemen since she was a child. Fortunately, she has a mother who always loves and takes care of her. So, although her childhood was dark, it still had light. But later, her mother fell seriously ill and was about to die, and the only light in her life was about to disappear. Just when she was about to be completely desperate, this man appeared. Not only did he heal her mother with a magic pill, but he also taught her to practice fighting spirit, protected her from being bullied, and successfully played the role of a father in her heart. Her life has been completely renewed since then, and she lives a fulfilling and happy life every day. Until one day, a handsome, elegant, talented, gentle and refined, the following 2,000 words omitted, Junior Master Uncle came and killed her parents in order to take away Zhang Peng's inheritance. She survived by chance and finally escaped to the outside of the city, but unfortunately encountered a dueling level 2-headed fire spirit snake. Under a lot of despair, hatred, pain, and other negative emotions, Qinglin opened a three-flower pupil and forcibly subdued the two-headed fire spirit snake. After that, she entered the heavenly snake mansion by accident and started a journey of growth. In this way, Qinglin's growth path was basically determined, and the traitor and Qingru could also take the opportunity to fake their death and go to work in the Xiao family. Teacher, is there anything you want to ask about this? After Heiko finished praising, Zhang Peng, who gradually felt a little guilty, came back to his senses and sensed a little bit of something wrong and cautiously tried to test. It's true that there is something, but don't worry, I will tell you when the time comes. Chu Mo glanced at Zhang Peng and found that the traitor's expression was a little strange, so he comforted him. Don't worry. Inexplicably, Zhang Peng remembered the source of those days in the imperial capital, the conversation with the teacher. Since then, he has always regretted not insisting on asking clearly at that time. Although he couldn't refuse after asking clearly, at least he could be mentally prepared in advance. I didn't know anything at the time. When I came up, I saw the teacher ran to Princess Yaoye and said, "Hey, that woman, my senior brother, saw that you have a good figure and said that you will be his person in the future." My heart almost stopped because of him. It was so exciting. Okay, ask them to come in for dinner. The food is almost cold. Seeing the traitor's lips moving, as if he had finally mustered up the courage to speak, Chu Mo quickly opened his mouth to end the topic. At the dinner table, the dishes cooked today are all Brother Peng's favorites. I don't know if you are used to them. Qingru sat next to Zhang Peng and smiled at Chu Mo with a slightly apologetic look. It's okay, I'm not picky. Chu Mo forced a smile as he looked at the two people on the other side of the table who were picking up food for each other. He was so envious and jealous that he was about to burst. Why? He is just a traitor, but he dares to show off his love in front of me. It's just, I don't know whether to live or die. Then, he glanced at Qinglin, who was secretly looking at him next to him, and Chu Mo lowered his head and sighed helplessly. Alas, I'm sorry. Junior Master, I have cleaned up your room for you. When the meal was almost over, Qinglin and Chu Mo had become more familiar with each other during the conversation, and they were no longer so shy. Oh, thank you. Chu Mo was stunned for a moment, looking at the sweet smile on Qinglin's delicate little face. He actually felt a little guilty. This little girl in front of him, she doesn't know what kind of fate he has arranged for her, right? Although the ending is happy, the process is really painful. What's wrong with you? Looking at Chu Mo's silly look, Qinglin waved her white and tender little hands in front of him and asked curiously, Nothing. I just suddenly remembered something. Chu Mo smiled and regained his inner peace. Really, since he wanted to quickly improve his strength and return to Earth to see if his family was okay, he had to get rid of the guilt that would affect his mood for creating the whitewashing task. He didn't have to be a good person. Besides, because of the butterfly effect of his arrival, Qinglin's current situation is much better than in the original work, and the whitewashing task generated from her is just a reward for himself. The first day of Chu Mo's residence diary at the trader's house. The script has been finalized, and he also ate a lot of dog food, resulting in not much movement of the dishes on the table. After all, for people of my level of cultivation, eating has become dispensable, and they only eat when they have an appetite. Obviously, I have no appetite today. The second day. Today is still a day without appetite. I've had enough. Aren't they tired of sticking together all day long? I was bored and started to instruct Qinglin to cultivate Dou Qi. I have to say that Qinglin has a good talent for cultivation, but I don't know how to cultivate the green snake three-flower pupils. Otherwise, her cultivation level can be improved even faster. It seems that I must send Qinglin to the Heavenly Snake Mansion as soon as possible. Note: Nitu and Qingru occasionally looked at me with a bit of resentment in their eyes, and I was a little panicked. Day 3. Today is still a day without appetite, and everything is the same as yesterday. This paragraph is crossed out. At night, I suddenly heard a series of suppressed and unhealthy sounds coming from the room of Nitu and his friends in the distance. I immediately understood their eyes during the day. For my own physical and mental health, I closed my hearing and fell asleep peacefully. Day 4. Today is still a day without appetite as usual, and everything during the day is the same as yesterday. At night, I heard the sound of Qinglin next door, unable to sleep and tossing and turning in bed. I thought about it and decided to go over and tell her a bedtime story to coax her to sleep. After I finished telling the first and second parts of the hulua, I was silent for a while, looking at Qinglin, who was becoming more and more energetic. And then I started to analyze the legend of Bai Suzhen and the records of the West seriously. From the tale of the Scorpion King that can be big or small, long or short, hard or soft, I analyzed why Bai Suzhen abandoned the old and ugly Shuxian. From the ability to turn into a stone mountain when combined, the hulua with their own magical powers analyzed what the monkey did after he captured the 7 fairies in the peach garden. When Qinglin finally fell asleep, I looked up at the sky outside the window, which was glowing with a fish belly, and the smile on my face gradually solidified. Day 5. Zhang Peng, who was sleeping, was frightened by a soul transmission that suddenly sounded in his mind and lost all sleepiness. Master is going out to play with snakes to relax. I will tell you the big things when I come back. Eastern part of Chu Mo City. Chu Mo raised his hand and pressed downwards, and the land in front of him was suddenly pressed into a depression more than 1 meter deep, revealing a dark hole. He jumped into the hole and saw more than a dozen dark passages in front of him after landing. Chu Mo spread the soul fire and soon found the passage with the strongest fire attribute and the azure lotus earth core fire at the end. However, he did not go in, but continued to use the power of the soul to sense the situation of other passages. Not long after, the answer came out. They are all dead ends. After knowing this, Chu Mo walked to the entrance of the passage with the azure lotus earth core fire and took out a blood-red long sword, and the smile on his face gradually became perverted. He suddenly had another bold idea. Set up a little obstacle here, torture or temper Xiaoyan, so that he must go through untold hardships before he can get the azure lotus earth core fire. It's like playing a game. Only after passing 99 and 81 levels can you get the final reward. Thinking of this, he urged the blood-colored long sword in his hand and flew out more than a dozen sword chi hidden on both sides of the passage. Anyone who enters the passage will be attacked by these sword chi, and each sword chi is enough to easily kill a douling. If you want to force your way in, the average Dou Zong will end up seriously injured or even dead. Putting away the blood-colored long sword, Chu Mo randomly chose one of the wrong passages and walked in, placing a jade stone he made at the end. The jade stone stores an invisible wave of his, which will automatically appear after being crushed, destroying a sword chi. In the passage, he left a pressure that only works on people below the strength of a great Dou Shi. If you want to get the jade, you must carry the pressure he left behind and walk to the end step by step, and then walk back. As for the other dozen passages, in addition to placing jade stones and leaving pressure at the end, he also randomly picked a few and arranged poison and aphrodisiac traps, ultra-small sword chi traps, and ultra-small destructive wave traps. When Xiaoyan breaks through the level, the scene will definitely be very exciting, right? How about retracting the sword energy and deliberately choosing a slightly farther end of the passage without placing the jade? The moment this thought came to his mind, Chu Mo's body trembled subconsciously, and he couldn't help but feel frightened by his own viciousness. Oh my God, am I a devil? I can actually come up with such a vicious plan. Imagine that when Xiaoyan finally adapted to the test of coercion, he suddenly encountered those traps with added ingredients. When he finally adapted to the fact that some passages would be added with ingredients, and then entered the passage with an empty end, he found that he had walked in with great difficulty and pressure, but there was nothing inside. He wouldn't be crazy, would he? After all, he felt that he was still a good person, and setting up an empty passage was prone to accidents, such as Xiaoyan just happened to choose this passage at the beginning, so Chu Mo regretfully gave up this idea. Then he felt that he had arranged it almost, so he took out the tool group and began to summon Haibodong. With a burst of light and shadow, a phantom of a boy of 8 or 9 years old appeared in front of him. The ring you gave me can actually communicate across time and space? Before Chu Mo opened his mouth, Hai Bodong looked at his illusory body and the surrounding environment in amazement. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. The rings randomly distributed to peripheral members have such terrifying communication capabilities. You can imagine how powerful this organization is. That's right. When have I ever lied to you? Hai Bodong looked at his rejuvenated body and did not respond. Well, let's not talk about this. First, I summoned you here this time to tell you that the strange fire has been found. Chu Mo said, taking out the strange fire map drawn by Hai Bodong from the ring and pointing to the location in the east of Shimo City. Hai Bodong, no, isn't your speed a bit fast? Is it relying on the organization's terrifying intelligence capabilities again? Since there is a strange fire here, when I meet the boy named Xiao Yan later, I will just chase him all the way here? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Hai Bodong thought about it and guessed the purpose of Chu Mo summoning him over. That's right, there is a hole outside. If you chase him in, just guard there and don't come in. By the way, have you thought about the reason for chasing him that I asked you to think of before? Chu Mo lowered his head and looked at Hai Bodong, his eyes full of curiosity. Hai Bodong just said a word and the sound was stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. He looked like a guilty teacher who didn't do his homework. Alas, if you can't do such a small thing well, you need to use it. Let me help you think about it. When Xiaoyan stepped into your store, he stepped in with his left foot first. You started to chase him on the grounds that he dared to enter the store without stepping in with his right foot first, vice versa. But isn't this reason a bit... What but? That's it. Remember to chase Xiaoyan in a playful manner like a cat catching a mouse. Otherwise, if you really get serious, he can only escape by relying on cheats, and it won't have the effect of training. Damn! Chasing someone for an absurd reason and playing tricks on the other party during the chase. Aren't you trying to offend him to death? When Hai Bodong thought about offending a young genius who had the potential to become an emperor, he felt very disappointed. Damn! This guy will not push himself out to appease Xiaoyan's anger when he invites him to join the organization, right? After he refines the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, you tell him that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire belongs to our organization and has been placed here, waiting for the geniuses in the organization to use it. Since he has refined the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire of the organization, he has only two choices, either to be hunted down by the organization with all his strength, or to accept the organization's test and pass it to join the organization. You still have a conscience. Hai Bodong was finally relieved after hearing Chu Mo's words. Since he was asked to invite the other party to join the organization, the previous matter could be easily resolved. At most, he could apologize and compensate. Anyway, nothing is more important than his own life. If you are arrogant at that time, he will definitely not agree to accept the organization's test. Then you start fighting, and after you force him to use the move of Alien Fire Fusion, you can retreat back to the Imperial capital. Alien Fire Fusion? Are you sure I can handle it? Hai Bodong looked grim, wondering if Chu Mo wanted him to die. Didn't I give you something? With those things, you can get away safely. Chu Mo frowned, wondering if Hai Bodong, this young comrade, might have a problem with his thinking. He thought about the things Chu Mo gave him. High-grade healing medicine, crushed jade that can have a defensive effect. He was wondering why he gave him these things at that time. It turned out that he had arranged everything clearly at that time. I know, I'll go back first if it's okay. After getting Chu Mo's permission, Hai Bodong cut off the connection with the Tool crowd with a cold face. Soon, his shadow disappeared from here. Didn't I also give you a bottle of holy spring water? That's a good thing. Chu Mo sighed and walked outside. When I come back, I'll go in and catch the two-headed fire spirit, snake inside. Anyway, it can't escape here. Queen Medusa is already at the peak of Dou Zong, and she must be a high-level plot character. Let's go and harvest her quickly. In the eastern part of the Snake Man City, outside a huge temple. Chu Mo, who sneaked in, spread his soul power and found that in addition to a strong man at the peak of Dou Zong, There were actually 9 Dou Zong strongmen in the temple. Did the 8 leaders of the Snake Man tribe come here for a meeting? Chu Mo's expression was a little surprised. Is my luck a bit bad? I can encounter such a situation. But fortunately, he knows his own strength. Not to mention this lineup, even if the number doubles, it will not be a problem. Chu Mo smiled confidently and immediately withdrew the soul power that wrapped around his body. The powerful aura surged in all directions like a tide. At this time, the surrounding environment became very quiet. Whether it was the nearby snakemen responsible for guarding or the strong men at least at the Dou Zong level in the temple. Bang, bang, bang. The silence lasted for a moment, and one by one, the strong snakemen rushed out of the temple frantically, with murderous intent and anger on their faces. Over there is a human! A male snakeman with a fierce aura froze, pointed at Chu Mo not far ahead and shouted angrily. Host contacts sea-level plot character. Human, you actually trespassed into my tribe's territory. If you don't come up with an explanation today, stay. A female snakeman with a hot body and charming face looked at Chu Mo with cold eyes and said coldly, Host contacts sea-level plot character. Listening to the system prompt sounds ringing in his mind, Chu Mo's face did not change at all, but cast his eyes on the center of those snakemen, the snakeman queen who was like a moon surrounded by stars. Host contacts A-level plot character. A-level? Chu Mo was delighted. He had not expected that Queen Medusa's plot level was so high. He had originally thought that her plot level should be the same as Xiao Yishan and Qing Lin, a B-level plot character. In addition, her current strength has reached the peak of Dou Huang, and his gains this time are definitely beyond his imagination. Human, tell me why you are here. In the sky, the Snake Queen, who was wearing a graceful purple brocade robe, had a slender figure and exuded a charming aura, opened her red lips and asked in a faint voice. The narrow and long light purple eyes stared at Chu Mo closely. In addition to the natural charm, there was a little more fear than usual. This human, she couldn't see through it. Hello, I am a chef who travels around the Duki continent. My life pursuit is to make all kinds of delicious dishes. Chu Mo's expression was kind, as if he didn't notice the tense atmosphere around him at all, and he introduced himself. Then what are you doing here? We snake people don't have what you need. As if seeing the queen's fear, Hua She'er, the captain of the snake guard of the snake people, changed his expression slightly, biting his silver teeth and speaking, trying to persuade Chu Mo to retreat. Who said there is no? I have read in an ancient book that snake people have cold blood and special meat. If they are allowed to swallow various cold treasures and then grilled with powerful flames, the dishes made can be called delicious food on earth. At this point, 2 blushes suddenly rose on Chu Mo's cheeks, like a crazy chef who would do anything to make delicious dishes. Yue Mei heard this and her face was very ugly. You want us to provide our people to cook for you? She was very angry in her heart, and she just wanted to rush forward and cut this human into pieces. But when she thought of the price of doing so, she finally chose to stay where she was. After all, their snake people have made many enemies and can only be forced to live in a place like the Tagore Desert that is not suitable for their survival. If they rashly offend a strong man who is enough to make the queen afraid, the losses caused will be far from what some ordinary snake people can make up. According to the records in ancient books, the stronger the snake men used for barbecue, the more powerful the flame, and the better the dish. Seeing that Yue Mei seemed to have misunderstood the meaning of his words, Chu Mo hurriedly explained, I am a chef who is strict with myself, and I must make the dishes the best. Therefore, I specially found a kind of strange fire as a barbecue flame. Now I just need the strongest snake man. The strongest snake man? Isn't that the queen? The snake man leaders at the Dou Zong level first looked at Chu Mo in disbelief, then looked at each other, and after confirming that they had not heard wrong, they roared in unison. How dare you? Human, you are looking for death. Since you dare to provoke Her Majesty the Queen, stay here forever. Looking at the excitement of her subordinates, Queen Medusa frowned slightly, waved her jade hand, and signaled them to calm down. You want to use me to cook? Are you sure? Queen Medusa stroked her hair, and a hint of coldness appeared in her narrow purple eyes. Sure, with the snakeman at the peak of Dou Zong and the strange fire, I will definitely be able to make a peerless delicacy this time. By the way, because the snakeman used for barbecue should be in good condition, I hope you can cooperate with me when cooking. Chu Mo's expression was very serious, and all the snakemen wanted to rush up and beat him to death. It was so damn arrogant. You want to make others into dishes, but you actually want others to cooperate with you. Who do you think you are? What if I don't cooperate? Queen Medusa laughed angrily, and a strong fighting spirit rose from her body. Being seriously injured will affect the taste of the dish. How about I threaten you with the entire Snakeman tribe? If you don't cooperate, I will kill the entire Snakeman tribe. Chu Mo thought about it seriously and made a suggestion that he thought was very smart. Kill him. After realizing that communication could no longer solve the problem, Queen Medusa made a decisive decision. Yes, Your Majesty, 9, the snake leaders responded respectfully, and then vibrated the energy wings behind them, mobilized the fighting spirit around them, and rushed towards Chu Mo from the sky. Even a lion would attack a rabbit with all its strength, let alone facing an enemy they could not see through. Each snake leader showed his own unique skills. Do you have to be beaten to obey? Chu Mo's eyes swept across the powerful attacks of the snake leaders and fell on Queen Medusa, who was calmly observing all this in the distance. The expression on his face became a little unbearable. Then he sighed softly, and with a thought, a small Tai Chi diagram flew out of his body and quickly expanded to its normal size. What is this? Why, after seeing it, I have an inexplicable feeling in my heart? Queen Medusa in the distance looked solemn, her beautiful eyes staring at the Tai Chi diagram, and she was reluctant to blink for a moment. 1. Chu Mo shouted. His figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Moba's in an instant. Then he punched down with terrifying force, hitting Moba's on the back, knocking him heavily to the ground, creating a big pit. Moba's fainted directly under this heavy blow, and his face was full of astonishment. It seemed that he did not expect that he, one of the 8 leaders of the snake people, a powerful Dou Zong, could not even take a single move from the opponent. Everyone be careful. That thing seems to interfere with our ability to mobilize Dou Qi. Moba's was defeated because he failed to mobilize Dou Qi and could only use his body to resist the attack of that human. Yu Mei, who was closer, saw this scene. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she quickly reminded the other snake people leaders. Although she did not see the effect of the Tai Chi diagram, she could still sense that when Chu Mo attacked, Moba subconsciously mobilized Dou Qi and failed strangely. Thinking of the Tai Chi diagram that flew out of Chu Mo's body and looked extraordinary, Yu Mei soon realized the truth. 2. After hearing Yu Mei's words, Chu Mo smiled with a slightly mocking expression, and his figure disappeared again and appeared behind Yu Mei. Then, another punch with terrifying power came down, hitting Yu Mei's back. Waiting for you. Sensing the fluctuations behind her, Yu Mei, who had been prepared for a long time, had a cold light flash in her beautiful eyes, and turned around without thinking and slapped it. This palm has been prepared since Moba's was attacked. The power can be said to be Yu Mei's strongest attack. If an ordinary Dou Zong is caught off guard and hit, he will be seriously injured if not killed. Sure enough, that strange picture can interfere with our Dou Qi mobilization. Just after turning around, Yu Mei found that the Dou Qi flowing in her palms sometimes rioted and sometimes lost contact. She had to devote more energy to mobilizing Dou Qi. In this situation, it would be good if the palm could exert 70% or 80% of its original power. Never mind, it's better than Moba's anyway. Yu Mei just comforted herself in her heart, and her face suddenly changed. She looked at her palm that was about to collide with Chu Mo's fist in disbelief. At that moment, the highly condensed Dou Qi on her palm was suddenly affected by something, and it dissipated a little bit out of thin air, and its power was greatly reduced. Is this also the ability of that strange picture? How could there be such a thing on the Dou Qi continent? Desperate Yu Mei couldn't even withdraw this palm and run away. She could only watch her palm collide with Chu Mo's fist, making a loud bang. Boom! Yu Mei followed in Moba's footsteps and successfully created a second big pit on the ground with her body. It is worth mentioning that her experience was better than Moba's. She did not faint, but she was also seriously injured and could hardly move. The third one. Chu Mo glanced at Yuame indifferently, then retracted his gaze and appeared behind a snake leader who only existed in the background in the original work and was judged by the system as a D-level plot character. The author was too lazy to even make up his name. He continued to create a big pit, the selected snake leader. A moment later, as Chu Mo threw 9 punches, 9 more big pits were successfully formed on the ground. In the center of each big pit, there was a snake man of Dou Zong level. The leaders of the 8 snake tribes plus a captain of the snake guard, the high-end combat power of the snake tribe, was basically swept away by Chu Mo alone. Of course, relying on physical strength alone, Chu Mo would definitely not be able to be as relaxed as he is now. Therefore, the Tai Chi diagram accounted for at least half of the credit for this scene. Interference, weakening, defense, attack. The Tai Chi diagram has so many abilities that Chu Mo just wants to say that it is almighty. But in his heart, the most useful ability of the Tai Chi diagram for him is nothing more than fusion. The 3 instruments with different Dao marks, when converting the strange energy in the body into Dou Qi, spiritual energy, sword energy, invisible fluctuations, etc., did not even have a trace of incoordination, and they were perfectly integrated. However, Chu Mo did not know that it was not the Tai Chi diagram that caused this situation. In the Chaos Sea, a newly promoted main god was hit hard because he could not practice the cultivation method that he had spent a lot of money to prepare for himself, and he could not figure it out. What conditions are not met? Queen Medusa, you should have seen my strength. Can you let me cook you into a dish? I really know how to slaughter my clan. Chu Mo looked up at Queen Medusa and threatened in a faint tone. You! Queen Medusa was furious, but she didn't know what to say. She was the queen of a clan with a prominent status and the strength of the peak of Dou Huang. She was ruthless and notorious. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this. If it were someone else, she would have blasted him into a pulp with one move. But it's not possible now. The space movement trick that this human showed at the beginning is at least Dou Zong or above. I am no match for him. If I dare to make a move, I will only be humiliated, and I may even implicate my tribe. What should I do? Do I really have to cooperate with this human to cook and sacrifice myself to protect my tribe? Queen Medusa has never been so entangled. If she were alone, she would definitely rather break than bend, and even if she chose death, she would not be willing to accept such an insult. But this human found her weakness, the snake people. In the original book, in order to improve her strength as soon as possible and allow her tribe to leave the Tagore Desert and have a place suitable for survival, she could swallow the strange fire and gamble on the tiny probability of evolution. Now, facing Chu Mo's threat, how could she abandon the lives of her entire tribe for the so-called dignity? The answer has long been doomed. Okay, I will cooperate with you, and you have to promise to let my people go. Queen Medusa bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, lowered her eyes, and said resolutely. This sentence was like thunderbolt, making every awake Snake Man warrior except Mobas feel ashamed. If it weren't for them, how could the queen be willing to accept such an insult? Your Majesty, please leave quickly and don't worry about us. Only when you are alive can our Snake Man tribe have hope. Yes, Your Majesty, please leave quickly. Queen Medusa looked at her subordinates who were all shouting for her to escape, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. This bunch of fools, the more you are like this, the less likely I will leave you alone. Besides, whether you can escape or not is still a question. Medusa felt the dense soul power around her, sighed helplessly, and let the Snake Man guards who had arrived leave. The time to deal with her 9 Dou Wongs was so short that even the Snake Man guards could not arrive. For such a strong man, I am afraid I can only accept my fate. Forget it, I was originally sending people to find the strange fire, wanting to gamble on the insignificant probability. Now I can die under the strange fire for my people, which is almost the same as my original fate. And so on. Queen Medusa's eyes lit up, sensing a glimmer of hope. Aren't roasting herself with strange fire and evolving with strange fire almost the same? Can she take the opportunity to evolve while being roasted by this human with strange fire? If the evolution is successful, she will directly join the ranks of Dou Zong. Even if she can't beat the opponent at that time, at least she will be able to protect herself. Well, thinking about it this way, it seems very feasible. Queen Medusa was delighted and felt that she was so smart. Facing such a desperate situation, she could actually come up with a solution. Let's go. There is a small island in my temple. It's secluded there. Queen Medusa maintained a cold expression on her face and said to Chu Mo naturally, "Why do you have to go inside? Can't we do it here?" Chu Mo glanced at the whitewashing task generated on the system panel and said deliberately, "B-level whitewashing task. Crazy Chef. Task-related plot characters. A-level plot character Queen Medusa 9-star. C-level plot characters Yume, Mobas, Huashair. D-level plot characters. The remaining snake leaders. Oh. Task background. Facing your insulting request, Queen Medusa, who cares about her people, was forced to agree, but she felt that she was very smart and came up with a way to break the situation. She wanted to use your strange fire to complete the evolution, but is the truth of the matter really what she thought? Task requirements. Let Queen Medusa understand the truth of the matter. Task reward, B-level Zhutian lottery once. Chu Mo was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. Although the difficulty of this task is not high, this dog system will take the initiative to make a lot of moths to help you adjust the difficulty. So if I create a B-level whitewashing task, the difficulty will definitely be B-level, and there will be no loopholes. My subordinates are not very sensible. It would be bad if they affect your cooking. Queen Medusa said, subconsciously glancing at those extremely excited subordinates, and suddenly felt a headache. If they affect the other party when they are cooking, I am afraid their lives will be in danger. The death of a Dou Zong-level Snakeman strongman is a loss for the Snakeman tribe. Besides, I need a quiet place to evolve. Okay. Chu Mo nodded and followed Queen Medusa into the temple, leaving only the cries of the Snakeman strongman who collapsed in the big pit. Lake Center Island, Ice Spirit Cold Spring Pool. Queen Medusa stopped. It's good to be here. If the other party agrees, relying on the full pool of Ice Spirit Cold Spring that she has collected at a great cost, the probability of successful evolution will be a few points higher. Chu Mo's expression was a little puzzled. Why are we here? The puzzlement on his face was naturally pretended. The purpose was to guide Queen Medusa to discover the abnormality and prepare for the whitewashing later. Queen Medusa opened her red lips slightly, and a suspicious look appeared in her narrow and long lavender eyes. Didn't you say that you need cold treasures when cooking? Chu Mo suddenly realized. Oh, so you are so thoughtful. I don't even need to take out the ingredients. I am so thoughtful. Queen Medusa gritted her silver teeth and held back without saying a word. Don't get excited. As long as the evolution is successful, he will pay back today's shame 100 times. By the way, when I evolve, I have to reveal my true form. This is a problem. I must find a way to tell this human and dispel his suspicion.